Chapter 1. The Daimyo of the Land of Water. In the first month of the 21st year of Konoha, the first great ninja war, which swept across the entire ninja world, had just come to an end. The residence of the Daimyo of the Land of Water was adorned with white lanterns, and the interior was draped in white silk. The esteemed Daimyo, Lin, had succumbed to a severe illness after a year in bed and passed away last night. The hastily arranged mourning hall was filled with guests. Yue Kongming donned mourning attire, kneeling before the coffin. Suddenly, the sounds of laughter and conversation echoed from outside the door. Moments later, the sources of the noise appeared in Kongming's line of sight. Several rotund ministers clad in red robes entered the mourning hall, casting a fleeting glance at the portrait of Lin. The Minister of Finance embraced his father's concubine, his hand wandering to her posterior as the two engaged in flirtatious banter. As evening fell, the guests gradually dispersed. Yue Kongming was to keep vigil for an entire month, unable to step outside the mourning hall even once. After a hasty dinner, he lay down in the inner chamber of the mourning hall. In the dead of night, a series of scandalously embarrassing sounds reached his ears. Kongming opened the door to find the Minister of Finance and his father's concubine playing games beside his father's coffin, right in front of his father's portrait. "Get lost, you worthless piece of trash," the Minister of Finance shouted upon noticing Kongming. Kongming glanced at his own diminutive 10-year-old frame, then at the minister's imposing 300-pound bulk, and wisely retreated back into his room. He thought to himself, having only crossed over for less than a day, it was unnecessary to put himself in peril for his unworthy father. He vowed to eventually bring down the Minister of Finance to avenge his father. Returning to his room, the minister's tirade continued. "Just like his deadbeat father, what's the point of him being alive? Keep your voice down. Next month, I'll be the new daimyo. Aren't you afraid of retaliation? The power of the daimyo has long been divided among us ministers. He's nothing but a mere figurehead. Let's not dwell on that useless one. Let's continue." A month later, the gates of the daimyo's castle swung wide open as a line of carriages draped in red and green slowly entered the city. The tidy streets were filled with townsfolk, some gathered in small clusters, their clothes patched and faded but clean. "Dallin, do you still have spare money for new clothes?" "Where would I find the money? The fabric I bought 2 years ago was for when Kongming becomes daimyo. Your sister-in-law wanted to make me a garment for good fortune." Alas, the ministers are ruthlessly raising taxes and plundering. When will this suffering end? It's tough. Young Master Kongming is only 10 years old, and the ministers have seized control of the Land of Water. Breaking this deadlock is exceedingly difficult. The third Mizukage, who came to witness the ceremony, ascended the high platform and nodded gently at the minister presiding over the event. "The auspicious hour has arrived. The inauguration ceremony of the daimyo is about to commence. We invite young Master Yue Kongming to the stage." Kongming emerged from the daimyo's residence, clad in cumbersome ceremonial attire that restricted his movements, making him uncomfortable as he shuffled forward inch by inch. Focusing all his attention on walking, he was suddenly shoved from behind by a pair of pudgy hands, nearly stumbling to the ground. "Hurry up! A delay would bring bad luck." Kongming clenched his fists tightly, inhaling deeply, thinking, "Just wait, I will have my revenge on all of you sooner or later." With an expressionless demeanor, he ascended the platform and completed a series of intricate rituals, receiving the seal that denoted his status as daimyo. As the crowd dispersed, the Mizukage summoned Kongming to the front, gazing down at him from his elevated position, pointing a finger at his heart. "As the daimyo, you must always remember to dedicate yourself to the defense of the Land of Water and the village of Wuin. Wuin is the safety barrier of the Land of Water. Every citizen must bear this in mind." Kongming took a step back and nodded in acknowledgement. Additionally, ensure that the funding is sent promptly. The Mizukage stepped forward, firmly patting Kongming's shoulder. "Rest assured, I will arrange it immediately," Kongming replied with a smile, his hands hanging low, tightly gripping his thigh, which had already turned a shade of purple. In his heart, he mused, "Just wait, I will scatter your ashes." Recalling the pompous ministers, he resolved to procure a protective talisman for himself. "Mizukage, could the two jonin by your side remain at the daimyo's residence for a while?" The Mizukage glanced at the two jonin beside him and nodded. Of course, the village has matters to attend to. I bid you farewell." Kongming watched the departing figure of the third Mizukage, his eyes narrowing, a glint of coldness flashing as he let out a soft chuckle. "Huh, don't just stand there, hurry and arrange accommodations for us. My legs are numb from standing all day," urged the duo from Wuyin Village. Kongming instructed the steward to properly host the jonin from Wuyin Village. He had more pressing matters to attend to and turned back toward the inner chambers. "Ding, congratulations to the host on successfully assuming the position of Daimyo of the Land of Water. The money can talk system has been successfully bound. Phew, the system is finally activated." Kongming exhaled deeply. Having traversed into the world of Naruto, his age and physique diminished. After a month of keeping vigil, his golden opportunity had finally arrived. What functionalities does the system possess? This system is a trading system. The host can purchase any item using points. The host can acquire money through taxes, commerce, confiscation, and plunder. For every tael of pure profit earned, 1 point will be granted. Kongming opened the system's marketplace, eyeing the most expensive items. Eternal Freedom Body, 100 trillion points. Immortal Celestial Palace, 100 trillion points. God Tree Willow God, 100 trillion points. Kongming gazed at the system's offerings, nearly drooling. The items are exquisite, but the prices are exorbitant. Host, do not dwell on such details. Would you like to claim the novice gift package? Claim. Kongming chose to directly receive the novice gift package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Bloodline Limit, Liquid Release, Special Physique, Xuanwu Immortal Body, and God-level Chakra Extraction Technique. Upon hearing the system's rewards, Kongming sat up straight, the 3 items sounding remarkably impressive. System, what is special about the Bloodline Limit? This system has meticulously designed the Bloodline Limit, Liquid Release, which contains water attributes. The host can learn and utilize all of it. Kongming felt the system insinuate that he was a water-based talent. And what about the Xuanwu Immortal Body? I presume it grants me an extended lifespan? The host is correct. Additionally, it endows the host with wind and water attribute chakra, concealing chakra fluctuations, shielding against causality and fate, making it impossible to be calculated or predicted. The host must continuously develop the Xuanwu Immortal Body to enhance defenses and increase total chakra. The system is impressive. Kongming pondered silently, having acquired means to grow stronger. He planned to develop cautiously, setting a target to cultivate for 2.5 years. "Bring a manager," he instructed. After about 10 minutes, Kongming was lying on his side on the bed, studying the system when manager he hurriedly arrived. "Young master, have you been wronged?" "Manager," he inquired, his eyes glistening with concern. Kongming sat up, waving his hand. "Manager, please tally the savings in the residence. Additionally, summon the Minister of Finance." Chapter 2. Initial Practice of Ninja Techniques. Half an hour later, the rotund Minister of Finance sauntered into the daimyo's residence at a leisurely pace. Kongming lay on the bed, relishing the massage from a nearby maid. Upon seeing the minister enter, he shifted to a more comfortable position. "What brings you here?" Before Kongming could speak, the minister had already settled into his chair, which creaked under the weight. "Wuyin Village requires funding. What can you tell me about the financial situation of the Land of Water?" Kongming brought up Wuyin Village to probe for financial intelligence. Tax revenue is 25 billion taels, with expenditures around 18 billion taels, leaving a surplus divided equally between the internal treasury and the national treasury. What good is that knowledge? The national treasury's funds belong to the state. You cannot access them. The well-prepared minister blurted out a set of figures. Kongming's eyes widened as he pushed the maid's hands away, sitting up straight, slapping the bed in displeasure. The vast Land of Water only collects 25 billion taels in taxes each year. The minister fiddled with the gold ring on his finger, not lifting his head as he replied, "Taxes from feudal lords' territories belong to them, and nobles are exempt from taxation." He felt a pang of anguish, unable to breathe, as he contemplated how much money flowed into the pockets of others each year. That wasn't merely money, it was life. Cursed feudal lords and nobles, blocking my path to wealth. Kongming, feeling disinterested, waved his hand. "Go prepare the funding for Wuyin Village. Allocate 1 billion taels from the internal treasury." Watching the minister's hurried retreat, Kongming reflected on the advantages of power. He lay back on the bed, feeling satisfied. If I lie here without moving, I could sleep for an entire year. HM? System, come forth. The Xuanwu immortal body has no side effects, right? Rest assured, host. What level do you think this system is? It wouldn't provide you with a flawed physique. Your previous life was somewhat reclusive, and your physical fitness was poor, which led to this condition. A little exercise will resolve it. He'll trust you one more time. You can always trust this system. Its operational style can be summed up in one word: reliable. The following morning, Kongming attentively listened to Yu Bo's work report. Young master, the total funds in the internal treasury amount to nearly 10 billion taels. Do you wish to utilize this money now? Kongming shook his head. Not urgent. Manager how many ninjas are there in the residence? And what are their strengths? We have trained 10 jonin, 1 elite jonin, and over 40 chunin. Pausing for a moment, Yu Bo continued with a pained expression. However, some were sacrificed during missions, and some were bought off by the ministers. Only I remain as the elite jonin, along with Jonin Tanaka, a few dozen chunin, and over 100 genin. Upon contemplating the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire, Xuanyue, Kongming felt a twinge of imbalance within. The training of ninjas must never be neglected, he asserted with unwavering resolve. Order the ninjas within the estate to procure funds from the inner treasury, to venture to other nations and gather orphans, bringing them back for clandestine training. Is that acceptable? Very well. I shall arrange for them to proceed at once. Should I also assign 2 ninja bodyguards to accompany you, young master? After a moment's reflection, Xuanyue, Kongming acknowledged the necessity of having someone nearby to relay messages. Please assign 1 lower-ranked ninja. He had not anticipated that the steward, Yu Huahe, possessed the prowess of an elite upper ninja. What an unexpected delight. System, I possess 1 billion points. I wish to make a purchase. Xuanyue, Kongming eagerly summoned the system. Host, do not indulge in fanciful daydreams. You have only 500 million points, came the reply. Xuanyue, Kongming was taken aback. How could this be? You haven't embezzled my points, have you? Host, refrain from defaming this system. 1 billion points is neither earned nor stolen. It is an inheritance bestowed upon you, and the deduction of inheritance tax is both reasonable and lawful. Encountering a law-abiding system is indeed a rarity. Xuanyue, Kongming resignedly accepted. 500 million it is. I wish to make a purchase. Dear esteemed host, please hold for a moment. I shall promptly provide you with a list of items. Indeed, having wealth allows one to act with impunity, and the system could easily become a sycophant. Sharingan, 3 Tomo, 500 million. Byakugan, 500 million. Sanctuary of Empty, 200 million. Summoning Beast. Amphibious Great White Shark, 200 million. Liquid Release. Water Overflowing Mysterious Wood Mountain, 200 million. Liquid Release. Tempestuous Downpour, 200 million. S-Class Ninjutsu Attribute Selectable, 100 million. Chakra Capacity. 1 card initially at shadow level, 10 million. Regulatory Deluxe Package, 10. Mini Umbrella Box, 1. The array of goods was extensive, alas. His points were limited, permitting only a few acquisitions. Damn the feudal lords. Xuanyue, Kongming selected 3 items and confirmed his purchase. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Sanctuary of Empty Penglai Island, with the entrance located beneath your bed. Liquid Release. Tempestuous Downpour. S-Class Ninjutsu. Water Release. Whales Devouring the World. Delivery completed. All system ninjutsu are in their unmarked versions, allowing you to perform them without the need for hand seals. Xuanyue, Kongming leapt from his bed and crawled beneath it. In an instant, he found himself on Penglai Island, as if in a realm of celestial wonder. At the center of the island lay a garden, where flowers, rockeries, and pavilions harmonized splendidly, a sight to behold. Xuanyue, Kongming grasped that chakra was akin to a battery, powered by the energy produced by 130 million cells, comparable to a solar-powered charger. Batteries and chargers vary in capacity. The process of extracting chakra felt akin to connecting a data cable for charging. He activated the divine chakra extraction technique, sensing and drawing forth the chakra energy from his cells. He could not deny the potency of the divine chakra extraction technique, Merely within minutes, Shuangyue Kongming had begun to sense chakra. After several minutes, his chakra reached its maximum capacity, totaling approximately 0.5 cards. He retrieved the three-body technique scrolls found in the treasure chamber and commenced his training, swiftly mastering the necessary hand seals. The three-body technique is one of the most formidable ninjutsu in the ninja world. Who could forget Naruto's improved transformation technique, which even ensnared the ancestral figure Kaguya? Shuangyue Kongming practiced the three-body technique tirelessly, his exceptional chakra extraction enabling him to replenish chakra faster than it was consumed. After an hour, he had attained proficiency in the hand seals. Setting aside the three-body technique, he began to train in the S-class water release, whales devouring the world. Reaching the edge of Penglai Island, Shuangyue Kongming waved his hand, summoning a massive whale, reaching a length of nearly 6 meters, which leapt and crashed into the sea, creating a splendid splash. The entry into the water was executed flawlessly, the resulting spray exquisite enough to warrant a perfect score of 100, and he was unbothered by its potential pride. However, he had exerted too much force, wasting chakra, as though using a cannon to swat a fly. Shuangyue Kongming replenished his chakra to its maximum and continued practicing water release, whales devouring the world. After half an hour of training, the whale grew to over 30 meters in length, wielding power comparable to that of an ordinary upper ninja. Shuangyue Kongming wished to test the might of liquid release. Tempestuous downpour, the name alone suggested a technique of great ferocity. With a gentle wave of his hand, a storm brewed within a 200-meter radius around him. A gentle breeze stirred, accompanied by a light drizzle. In less than a minute, his chakra was exhausted, and the wind ceased, the rain stopping abruptly. In the days that followed, Shuangyue Kongming concealed himself on Penglai Island, honing his ninjutsu and chakra control, leaving the affairs of the estate to the steward, as he had no political duties whatsoever. It was not until the evening of the 5th day that the guard reported that the Minister of Finance wished to see him. Chapter 3. The Execution of Traitors. After a brief contemplation, Shuangyue Kongming realized the implications of the Minister of Finance's visit. His arrival signified that this group of scoundrels had completed their schemes. Having embezzled funds, reconciled accounts, and divided the spoils, they had the audacity to come and mock him, truly a band of fine ministers. "Please come in." Shuangyue Kongming fixed his gaze intently upon the door. In the blink of an eye, the Minister of Finance and a certain ninja appeared within his view. "What brings you to the Lord's estate at such a late hour?" Shuangyue Kongming inquired. "The funds for the Hidden Mist Village have been prepared. When shall we deliver them?" Shuangyue Kongming made the necessary arrangements. "The upper ninja of the Hidden Mist Village is available. You may depart at any time." He turned to the ninja behind the Minister of Finance, who appeared rather lackadaisical, leering at the passing maids. "He seems somewhat familiar. I feel as though I have seen him before." "Ha! I've always been responsible for ensuring your father's safety. Does that jog your memory?" The upper ninja scoffed at the mention of Shuangyue Lin. Feigning a moment of enlightenment, Shuangyue Kongming responded, "Ah, so you are one of my father's trusted aides. He must have treated you well, I presume." "Ah, what of it? He is nothing but a worthless fool, offering me merely 1,000,000 taels as salary, which is utterly insufficient for my needs." "1,000,000 taels is not an insignificant sum." Shuangyue Kongming lifted his teacup, moistening his throat, and continued, "It is probably not solely about the money. He is exceedingly stubborn. I abducted a common woman, and he wears an expression of entitlement." In a moment, his face was suffused with deep animosity as he sent someone to beat me, demanding that I apologize to the lowly commoner. My hatred for him knows no bounds. Shuangyue Kongming nodded slightly, smiling dismissively. "Very well, I understand. You may proceed with your preparations." Watching the two depart, Shuangyue Kongming continued to orchestrate the affairs at hand. He, the steward, "Please summon the 2 incompetent jonin from Mist Hidden Village." Half an hour later, Shuangyue Kongming, on the verge of exasperation, awaited the arrival of the grim-faced steward, who was followed by 2 ninjas reeking of alcohol and in disheveled attire. "What took you so long?" "It has been a full half hour, my lord. We were quite occupied." Frostmoon's serene countenance remained unperturbed despite being doused in the pungent aroma of alcohol. "Do you comprehend your identities? Do you recall your mission?" My apologies, Lord Frostmoon. Kawa's mind is muddled, and his words are but ramblings. Our task is to safeguard the Lord's estate. As for your assignment, we may not acquiesce. You raise your right hand to interrupt the words of Habakawa, who wishes to continue. Are you preoccupied with imbibing and pursuing frivolities? Disheveled and reeking of liquor, where is the semblance of a seasoned shinobi? It is truly a lamentable fate for my future wife to be ensnared by your incompetence. Busy. Are we? Proceed with your distractions. The funding for the Hidden Mist Village has not been delivered this year, thus it is cancelled. We shall deliberate on next year's budget at a later time. Head Steward Kawa, we shall take our leave. With a flick of the sleeve. You do not await their response, but turn and exit the council hall directly. In an instant, Shuangyue Kongming's words awakened Chuanha and brought clarity to their minds. Both were acutely aware of the precarious situation faced by the Hidden Mist Village, having provoked the Daimyo to the extent that their funding had been revoked. The Mizukage would undoubtedly not hesitate to eliminate them to appease the Daimyo, exchanging their lives for financial support. The thought of the third Mizukage's ruthless method sent chills down their spines, prompting them to scramble after Shuangyue Kongming as he departed. Lord Shuangyue, we are at your disposal. Any task you assign us will be accomplished without fail, they implored. Stop. Lord Shuangyue has retired for the night. We shall discuss matters tomorrow, came the stern reply. Should you continue to force your way in, I could interpret it as an assassination attempt on the daimyo. With heads bowed low, Chuan had desperately pleaded with the steward. It is entirely our fault. Please persuade the daimyo to reconsider the funding for the Hidden Mist Village. Return for now. We shall speak again tomorrow, was the curt response. For 3 consecutive days, Shuangyue Kongming refused to meet with anyone, secluding himself on Penglai Island to cultivate. Chuanha, in a state of frantic anxiety, remained steadfast at the door. Akin to ants on a hot stove. Master, your prowess is undeniable. Those 2 licentious drunks are nearly beside themselves with worry, Yubohai remarked, admiration etched upon his face. Inform them that if they kneel outside for 3 days, matters will be resolved. Chuanha and his companion dared not voice a single complaint, obediently enduring their penance. They were temporarily spared, for their future utility was not overlooked. They were instructed to seek the Minister of Finance and promptly set out. In the year 21 of Konoha, Shuangyue Kongming amassed a staggering 320 million points, acquiring 2 formidable skills, Liquid Release, Flooding of Mayaboka Mountain, and Liquid Release, Illusory Water Barrier, along with 2 chakra cards. The skill Liquid Release, Flooding of Mayaboka Mountain allowed the user to manipulate water with chakra to create floods, utilizing the wind to enhance the speed and destructive power of the deluge. The Liquid Release, Illusory Water Barrier, valued at 100 million points, could be silently established, creating a controllable illusionary barrier where any disturbance or sound within would remain unheard outside, revealing only phantoms to those beyond its confines. Time passed imperceptibly in the realm of cultivation, seasons changed, and before long, it was the end of year 22 in Konoha. Shuangyue Kongming, a ninja whose chakra capacity surpasses 90%, possesses mastery over 4 formidable ninjutsu techniques. However, his skills in genjutsu and taijutsu are somewhat lacking, placing his overall strength at the threshold of the shadow level. He dispatched ninjas to search for orphans, and they gradually returned, bringing back 216 orphans with considerable potential. Under the leadership of another elite ninja from the daimyo's estate, they secretively cultivated their abilities in a secluded village outside the city. In the stillness of the night, a shadow flitted through the depths of the finance minister's residence as Shuangyue Kongming made his entrance. Within the secluded courtyard adorned with rock formations and flowing water, all the traitors of the daimyo's estate resided in a small compound. Frost Moon Kongming meticulously arranged the illusionary water barrier and stepped into the small courtyard. Who goes there? What is your purpose? I shall send you to your demise. With a flick of his wrist, Frost Moon Kongming swiftly dispatched the few ninjas assigned to guard duty. Standing expressionless with his hands clasped behind his back, he calmly observed as the ninjas surged forth from the courtyard, encircling him. Who are you? What is your intention in infiltrating the residence of the Minister of Finance? The leading jonin readied his hands to form seals. How loyal you are to your new master. I have come specifically to deal with traitors. You shall all perish. So, it is the new daimyo. After more than 2 years of absence, have you learned a few techniques of ninjutsu only to come here to meet your end? Foolish, just like your deceased father, remarked another jonin who had previously encountered Frost Moon Kongming. In the frosty moonlit night, Kongming raised his left hand, causing the waters of the pond to surge upwards, forming waves that towered over 10 meters high, lifting him aloft. From his elevated position, he gazed down upon the ninjas below. Traitors, you shall all perish. He commanded the waves to crash upon the betrayers as the lower-ranked ninjas were swiftly overtaken, crushed by the torrent, leaving not a trace of their existence. Realizing the futility of resistance, 2 upper ninjas fell to their knees, fervently bowing their heads in supplication, pleading for mercy. Spare our lives. We, blinded by greed, betrayed our lord. Grant us reprieve, and we shall continue to serve the lord's estate. In the moonlit chill of November, Shuangyue Kongming, with an impassive demeanor, relentlessly pressed his assault. Within mere minutes, the waters engulfed 2 elite shinobi. Their demise is of little consequence. Several others remain within the Minister of Right's estate, and soon they shall join their fallen comrades. Throughout the night, Shuangyue Kongming systematically eliminated every ninja who had betrayed the feudal lord, leaving no one unscathed. The avaricious nobility, who amassed wealth through corruption yet evaded taxation, and the semi-autonomous lords, essentially nations unto themselves, have been tolerated for 2 years. It is now time to hold them accountable. The plan to unify the land of water is about to be set into motion. Chapter 4. The winds rise in the land of water within the estate. Ninjas have inexplicably vanished, leaving 2 ministers in a state of disquiet, compelled to hide away for several days without daring to show themselves. The New Year's financial report is presented as the finance minister tosses several sheets of paper onto the table. Shuangyue Kongming cast a distant glance at the report, noting the numerous unmistakable traces of alteration. He feigned impatience and waved his hand dismissively. Is it time for the financial settlement again? I cannot decipher this report. Simply tell me how much we can expect to receive, he inquired. The Minister of Finance grinned widely, revealing 2 prominent gold teeth. This year's tax revenue amounts to 2.7 billion taels, while expenditures have increased by over 210 million taels compared to last year, resulting in a net surplus of 700 million taels. Shuangyue Kongming straightened his posture, grasping the financial report, and urgently addressed the Chancellor of Finance. Very well, expedite the funds. I have set my sights on several songstresses and am in dire need of money. After the Chancellor departed, Shuangyue Kongming concealed his smile, secretly reflecting. The copper pillars are erected, the cauldron is ready. All the feudal lords and nobles? I shall simmer them all together. Ominous clouds gathered over the water kingdom, the sky above the daimyo's residence thickening with gloom. After a day of sparring by the Hebu River, Shuangyue Kongming prepared to indulge in a hot spring. In the steamy confines of the bathhouse, he immersed himself in the soothing waters, a half-emptied cup of warm sake, and an exquisite fruit platter by his side. 2 delicately featured maids, clad in light attire, knelt behind him, their soft, boneless hands gently massaging his shoulders. After a brief moment of relaxation in the warm waters, he suggested to the small ninja beside him, let us soak together for a while and unwind. The ninja, named Guo and younger than him, wore a mask and forehead protector, revealing only her dark eyes. Guo quickly shook her head and vanished from the hot spring room with a swift body technique. In the misty brilliance of frosty November, Guo found herself utterly perplexed and decided to set the matter aside. She addressed the peculiar-eyed Aboha, saying, Manager He, please invite the Minister of Justice to the council chamber tomorrow. Certainly, young master. Is there anything else that requires arrangement? With the new year approaching, what preparations need to be made? Frosty Moonlight pondered for a moment, then shook her head, saying, You may handle it as you see fit. The affairs of the estate are under your purview, and you are more aware than I of what is lacking. Provide the servants with an additional 2 months' salary as a reward. As the moon hung high and the stars were sparse, Frosty Moonlight stood before the window, her gaze fixed upon the map of the Water Kingdom in her hand. The 3 distinct regions were clearly delineated. The Eastern Lord's domain directly governed 40% of the territory of the Water Kingdom, while the southwestern Misty Hidden Village occupied 10%. The remaining half was divided among 30 to 40 lesser lords. Among these, 2 lords held substantial territories, the Qingchuan family, adjacent to the Eastern Lord's realm, and the Gongong family, situated in the northwest near the coast. In the frosty month of November, Kongming Shuangyue devised a rough plan. He aimed to orchestrate an incident in the land of water to capture the attention of the feudal lords. Swiftly, he seized the territory of Qingchuan and the surrounding minor lords. Subsequently, he intended to use benefits as bait to lure out the ninjas from the hidden mist village, aiding him in sweeping away the remaining noble lords. On the following morning, Shuangyue Kongming encountered the Minister of Justice in the council hall, a figure with a sharp, gaunt visage and calloused fingertips. In the presence of Frost Moon, the Minister of Justice was held in high esteem. Lord Harada. The security of the Water Nation has consistently been commendable, and your contributions are immeasurable. You are a pillar of the Daimyo's court, the steadfast anchor of the Water Nation. Your efforts are deeply appreciated. Thank you, Lord Frost Moon, but I am unworthy of such praise, Harada replied, his eyes scanning the room. Although he feigned modesty, a disdainful feeling surged within him, and he felt a wave of nausea at the sight of his own upturned lips. You are far too humble, Lord Harada. May I inquire, how many prisoners currently reside in the dungeons of the Water Nation? There are 3,000 death row inmates, 5,000 serious offenders, and fewer than 10,000 minor offenders. 2 years ago, it was customary to grant a general amnesty, but considering their notorious pasts, I believe it would be inappropriate. Frost Moon continued, I wish to offer them an opportunity to engage in agricultural labor across the villages. Should they demonstrate good behavior over a span of 10 years, they may earn their freedom. What are your thoughts on this proposal? Zhuangyue Kongming raised her teacup and took a delicate sip. In principle, it is permissible. But one fears that the prisoners might rebel, create chaos, or attempt to escape. Thousands of inmates still aspire to overturn the order. With a resounding clap, Zhuangyue Kongming slammed her hand on the table, causing tea to splash everywhere. With this steadfast anchor in place, why should one fear them? Frosty November's clear sky has revealed the incriminating evidence against the Minister of Justice. A significant portion of the inmates in prison are innocent individuals wrongfully accused by the minister in exchange for monetary gain. In the end, Kwangming Zhuangyue successfully persuaded the Minister of Justice, thus resolving the matter. With the arrival of the new year, outside the feudal lord's residence, a stage was erected, hosting a continuous 7-day festival of song, dance, and acrobatics, with a lavish banquet laid out for all to enjoy free of charge. A staggering 350 million points were spent to acquire chakra, raising the total chakra to 39 cards, as he anticipated a significant need for chakra in his forthcoming endeavors. After the new year, the Minister of Justice discreetly relocated criminals to various villages, drawing no attention from the populace. In the 7th month of the 23rd year of the Konoha calendar, the Land of Water entered its rainy season. On the 5th day of July, Kwangming Zhuangyue unleashed his ninjutsu, summoning a tempest that ravaged the vicinity of 10,000 meters around him, unleashing fierce winds and a deluge of rain. With droplets the size of an infant's fist falling relentlessly, he meticulously controlled every gust of wind and each droplet of rain, demolishing homes and devastating crops. The winds carried away information about heinous criminals, while the rain fell upon unscrupulous merchants and landlords seeking to escape justice. For 3 consecutive days, he inflicted varying degrees of destruction upon over a dozen feudal domains, including the territories of the feudal lord in Gongong. On the 10th of July, 2 days following the storm, the council chamber of the feudal lord's residence was filled to capacity. Frost Moon Kongming slammed the table, exclaiming, "What are you doing here? Hurry and collect the disaster data and dispatch the rescue teams. The treasury is insufficient. You all must pay taxes for the funding of Mist Hidden Village. Do you understand?" A few ministers exchanged glances and left in unison. Kongming thought to himself, in no more than a month, my blade must fall upon your heads. In the evening, in the finance minister's reception hall, a table laden with exquisite dishes was surrounded by several rotund ministers. Maidens poured wine, and dancers entertained with their songs and performances. Gentlemen, let us manipulate this wind disaster to our advantage. We stand to profit handsomely, one remarked. Indeed, the greater the calamity, the pricier the grain. We can expect a substantial increase in the value of our stored provisions, the resource management minister said, pointing at the rice in his bowl with his chopsticks. The Lord is as foolish as ever, raising taxes? Surely, that is a recipe for madness. The finance minister raised his goblet, laughing heartily. Ah, such childish temperaments. Lacking in composure. Let us drink. 3 days later, the disaster report landed in Frost Moon Kongming's hands, with the data aligning closely. Over 200,000 old houses were destroyed, more than 80,000 unruly citizens were disciplined, and over 4,000 true criminals were executed, perfectly executed. The Lord S. Manor lacked sufficient grain to aid the disaster victims. Was the Treasury's meager funds adequate for post-disaster reconstruction? What of the financing for Mist Hidden Village? Had you even considered this? The report in Zhuangyue Kongming's hands rustled softly. What should be done? Unable to devise a solution, every noble within the territory was compelled to contribute both funds and provisions. There was no escape for anyone. My lord Zhuangyue, perhaps we should convene a conference of vassals. The calamity is a shared disaster for the entire Water Kingdom, and it is only right that we pool our efforts to overcome this adversity together. In the month of frost and clarity, applause resounds, resonating with my sentiments. Indeed, the reputation of the hidden mist village proves advantageous. Everything is progressing favorably. Chapter 5. The finance minister is beaten to death. Under the pressure of Frost Moon's brilliance, several ministers bounced out of the grand name mansion like balls. The messengers dispatched by the ministers hastened to reach the various lords' territories, delivering invitations for the lords to attend the upcoming conference. The Lord of Qingchuan, Shani, glanced disdainfully at the invitation and tossed it to his eldest son. Father, surely Frost Moon's conference has some ulterior motive. Should we attend? He desires wealth, Shani mused. Picking up a pen to inscribe a single character, stingy. That little brat thinks too highly of himself. I shall not part with a single coin. Meanwhile, the Gongong family, having suffered from the recent storm, harbored different intentions. As victims of the calamity, we, the Gongong family, ought to lend our full support to the conference. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and the council hall of the Grand Name Mansion was filled with lords. The assembly subtly divided into two factions. One, somber and gloom-laden from their misfortunes, and the other, lively and jovial. In the Hall of Governance, Sui Wekongming made his entrance, prompting the lords to cease their discussions. Not a single individual rose to offer a greeting. With the Qingchuan family at the forefront, several lords regarded him with a mix of intrigue and amusement. Silently, he noted a few of the lords, inscribing their 9 clans upon the ledger of life and death. As Frost Moon Kongming took her seat at the head of the table, she gestured for the maid to bring forth tea. With all present, I spoke candidly, expressing that the treasury lacked sufficient funds for disaster relief and implored each noble to provide financial aid. Having uttered my plea, she leaned back, lifted her teacup, and quietly observed the ensuing performance of the lords. Indeed, as vassals of the Water Nation, we ought to stand united, supporting one another. Gong Yangping was the first to step forward in support. The afflicted nobles quickly echoed Gong Yangping's sentiments. However, the head of the Qingchuan family scoffed at his remarks, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. What use is your support? I am the one providing the funds. Why should my money be used to assist those wretched commoners? Qingchuan Shani similarly garnered the support of numerous nobles. Casting a calm gaze over the opposing factions, Frost Moon Kongming sipped her tea, observing as the two groups exchanged pleasantries regarding each other's families and discussed their inexplicable connections with animals. My territory is limited. The annual tax revenue hardly suffices for my expenditures. I am left with not a single coin. Qingchuan Shani toyed with a peach blossom fan, crafted from exquisite jade, while spouting nonsense. As the second largest noble, how could you possibly be short on funds? Do not treat us all as fools, Gong Yangping retorted, his expression one of indignation. With vast lands but few subjects and a lack of commercial prosperity, those with wealth should contribute. I shall not part with my coin. Gong Yangping sat down, huffing in frustration. The calamity impacts millions of people, flooding into your territories, wreaking havoc and destruction. I wonder who among you can withstand it. The lesser nobles began to show signs of fear, altering their rhetoric. I fear nothing. Let them come if they dare. I simply do not have the funds. Qingchuan Shani declared, striking the table forcefully with his hand, adorned with jade rings and 4 golden bands. As the performance of the feudal lords concluded under the frosty moonlight, the moment had come. Setting down his teacup, he spoke softly, Master Qingchuan, you certainly would not wish to be ostracized and face the collective ire of all lords. Would you? The countenance of Lord Qingchuan shifted dramatically as he surveyed his surroundings, where the expressions of the feudal lords bore unmistakable discontent directed at him. You are quite something. Do not come to regret this. In the frost-laden month, Kongming feigned ignorance to the threats posed by Qingchuan Shani, engaging in earnest folly. Thank you for the compliments. I am well-fed and well-rested. With donations alleviating the burden of disaster relief, I can fare even better. Do not celebrate too soon. With a flourish of his sleeve, Qingchuan Shani stormed out in anger. Unperturbed, Kongming shrugged and continued to sip his tea, inwardly scoffing at the thought that he had but 2 days left to live. Why would he concern himself with a mere corpse? Such ill fortune. As the feudal lords departed, Kongming summoned Yubohi and issued a series of commands. He instructed the Minister of Finance to collect the disaster relief funds, ordered Tian Zhongjin to ensure his life would eternally remain within the Qingchuan territory, and prepared to seal the city gates to apprehend a few corrupt ministers, intending to eradicate their families. He arranged for the ninja from the Daimyo's estate, along with a portion of the army, to secretly approach the vicinity of Qingchuan's domain to prepare for war. My lord, Do you intend to annex Qingchuan? Yubohi, who had attentively listened to Kongming's orders, could not suppress his inquiry. That is small thinking. I aspire to unify the Water Kingdom, Kongming declared, slamming his palm on the map. Covering the entirety of the Water Kingdom, the Minister of Finance departed from Daimyo City, elated at the prospect of fortune falling into his lap. Unaware of the oppressive atmosphere enveloping the Qingchuan household, where not a soul dared to breathe, the strong-willed and irritable Qingchuan Shani returned home with a dark expression. Retreating to his study to vent his frustrations, his wife and 2 sons stood outside, trembling in silence, afraid to intrude. A mere child dares to threaten me? A puppet in the hands of a minister, what are you worth? I shall see who dares to demand money from me, if I do not teach him a lesson. He will think Qingchuan is easy to bully. As Qingchuan Shani awaited calm, his study lay in disarray, ornate windows shattered, cherished vases broken, favored calligraphy and paintings soiled. An expensive furniture splintered. Come in, he called out. Father, why are you so angry? It is nothing, let it be, he replied, waving his hand dismissively and awkwardly adjusting a 3-legged chair to sit down. The envoy from the daimyo should already be on his way. I wish to avoid seeing him. Qingchuan Lin, his second son, had memorized his father's grand declarations against the daimyo's envoy. As a quintessential young lord, he led a band of ruffians, bullying the weak and acting with impunity. Have you understood? At a crucial moment, do not embarrass me. My father does not wish to see the daimyo's envoy. Rest assured, second young master, our brothers are stationed at all 4 city gates. Without your command, not even a fly shall enter. The sycophantic lackey replied. The Minister of Finance hastily rode towards Qingchuan territory, but was stopped at the city gates. Qingchuan Lin, upon receiving the news, rushed over with more than 20 ruffians. You were sent by Kongming? You scoundrel, do you know who I am? I am the Minister of Finance. Now move aside, or I shall accuse you of great disrespect. Having basked in his own authority for too long, believing himself to be untouchable, the minister could not tolerate being obstructed and unleashed a tirade. Qingchuan Lin, incensed by the minister's arrogance, bellowed, beat him. Pummel this ignorant fat fool who dares to insult me. The pitiful Minister of Finance, eager for wealth, had brought only 6 or 7 guards and was swiftly overpowered by Qingchuan Lin's thugs. The minister lay on the ground, gasping for breath, seeing the minister's life ebb away. Qingchuan Lin commanded his thugs to cease their assault and approached the minister, spitting contemptuously upon his rotund face. Bah, you wretched creature. So you are the envoy from the daimyo? He delivered a savage kick to the minister's belly. You are the Minister of Finance, are you? Another kick followed. Great disrespect. Is it? Arrogance, is it? 2 more kicks landed. Let us depart, and see who else dares to be as brazen as I. He glared at the onlookers, reveling in his triumph as he left. The guards, feigning death, hastily rose and clumsily hoisted the Minister of Finance onto a carriage, fleeing back to the daimyo's estate. Tian Zhongjian stealthily followed the carriage, unnoticed, and executed the minister with ease, a task he had never before encountered of such simplicity. Chapter 6. Tears at the corners of the mouth, heartache in the wake of plunder. The guards, fearing the Minister of Finance would not survive the journey back to Daimyo City, took a shortcut and raced along a narrow path. The carriage jolted violently, splattering mud and leaving deep tracks on the ground. They returned to Daimyo City in half the usual time. Upon reaching the city gates, a wheel fell off, and the muddied carriage tipped over. The Minister of Finance was thrown from the carriage, spinning through the air, landing heavily on his face before rolling several meters away. The guards shouted anxiously, "Make way! Make way! Everyone, clear the path! Lord Donya is injured. Fetch a doctor swiftly." Their cries echoed for hundreds of meters. But the minister's considerable weight proved burdensome, and despite their loud shouts, they advanced slowly, covering only a short distance after much effort. Ultimately, they succeeded in carrying the Minister of Finance, Donya Takashi, into the estate, where gasps of shock and faint cries filled the air. Lord Kongming, the task has been flawlessly executed. I have discreetly eliminated the Minister of Finance. In the crisp month of frost, Escalates sipped his tea while attentively listening to the account narrated by Tanaka-kin. What a delightful surprise it is, he mused. Courtesy of the esteemed Minister of Finance and the clear rivers. Overwhelmed with satisfaction, he erupted into hearty laughter, prompting the river steward to order the city gates to be sealed. Let us proceed to the minister's residence, he declared. He has exceeded expectations, and as a noble, I must extend a gesture of appreciation. As fortune ebbs and flows, Escalates donned a resplendent crimson attire and descended into a lavish carriage, flanked by a guard of honor at the front and accompanied by a dedicated band behind. As he listened to the band's performance, he pressed his ears in dismay. The music was quite dissonant. Summoning the bandleader, he inquired, "Are you the conductor? I am not fond of melancholic melodies. Please play something more joyful and uplifting. Let us set forth." With that, escalates drew the carriage curtains. "The minister's demise is fortuitous," he remarked to the bewildered bandleader. "Yubo." "Oh, thank you for your guidance, esteemed river steward. I understand what is required of me," the bandleader replied, suddenly enlightened. With a lively tune now resonating, Getsuke paraded through the streets in his carriage, making a grand entrance towards the minister's residence. Onlookers paused to observe, speculating fervently about the joyful occasion transpiring at the noble's abode. Could it be the birth of an heir? What use is speculation? Let us follow and discover the truth. The townsfolk agreed, finding no reason to linger and trailing the procession from a distance. As the crowd swelled in numbers, Getsuke parted the drapes. Casting a glance at the thousands of citizens trailing behind, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Upon nearing the minister's residence, just a few dozen meters away, Getsuke commanded the band to cease their performance. As Frostmoon Kongming beheld the son of the chancellor emerging to greet him, he dismounted from the carriage, suppressing his revulsion, and inquired with concern, "Donya Angie, how fares your father?" "My lord Frostmoon," Donya Angie replied, tears streaming down his face. "He has perished, brutally slain by Qingchuan Lin." Grasping his hands tightly, he continued, "My father ventured to Qingchuan territory on behalf of the Daimyo. You must seek justice for him." For the Donya clan, Shuangyue Kongming exerted herself to pull her hands free, meticulously wiping them with a handkerchief, murmuring softly, "He died well. Such a death is too lenient for him." Frost Moon, standing atop the carriage, gazed down at the jubilant crowd of onlookers and proclaimed loudly, "Hold your cheers for a moment. Wait until I have finished speaking before you laugh. Yes, I am addressing you. Your mouth is so wide, and your laughter so exaggerated that it nearly stretches to your ears." As the laughter of the populace subsided, Frost Moon continued, "Was the death of the Minister of Finance unjust? Was it truly unjust? He committed countless misdeeds. Aside from performing good deeds, he has essentially engaged in every conceivable wrongdoing. Thus, one could argue that his demise was not unwarranted. On the other hand, he was brutally beaten to death while seeking funds on behalf of the Lord's manor, which suggests that, in some respects, his death was indeed somewhat unjust." Frostmoon paused for a moment. The Kingdom of Water had suffered an unprecedented calamity, enduring a wind disaster that had not been witnessed in a century. Countless victims were left destitute, lacking clothing to shield themselves and food to sustain their bodies. The head of the Qingchuan family referred to the common people as lowly beings, preferring to squander wealth on extravagant pleasures rather than bestowing even a single coin upon the suffering populace. Rather than providing relief to the afflicted, they chose to feed their grains to pigs. Frostmoon Kongming incited the populace's fury as he continued his oration. The Minister of Finance, stained by countless misdeeds, could not atone for his transgressions even if he were to perish 1,000 times. However, he ought to be judged by the law, by the victims of his oppression, and by the multitude of righteous citizens. Qingchuan Lin's act of killing is a crime. The Daimyo Prefecture vows to bring this murderer to justice. Frostmoon Kongming raised his right hand. "Indeed, the Minister of Finance ought to be judged by us. The Qingchuan family, who trample upon human life, must face severe punishment for their brutality. Support Lord Frostmoon. A double blessing has arrived. The scoundrel Minister of Finance is dead. Qingchuan Lin has cast his eyes upon my cousin, leaving my uncle's family in ruin. Let us judge him and support Lord Frostmoon." Frosty November's ethereal glow ceased its roaring. The river steward, seizing individuals for their homes, commanded the band to continue playing and dancing. In the frost-laden month, Kwangming Shuangyue found a justification to wage war against the Sichuan territory, and the populace had acquiesced. The mission was accomplished. Turning back to the carriage, she drew aside the curtains, listening to the jubilant melody that resonated once more. "Observing you both encircle the Donya estate with his men. Arm yourselves, and let us proceed to apprehend them. Show no mercy to those who dare to resist." You both kicked open the door of the Minister of Finance's residence, leading the charge into the Donya household, seizing anyone in sight. With a fire technique, he eliminated the ninja guards and household servants. "On what grounds do you seize my family?" cried Donya Angie, desperately struggling against the ground, unwilling to accept his fate, his voice echoing with indignation. "Why do we arrest you?" Yubo retorted. "You know better than anyone the myriad of transgressions you have committed over the years. You have trampled upon lives, engaged in extortion, flouted the law, and left a trail of infamy too vast to recount. Yubo acted with remarkable swiftness. Within half an hour, the entire Donya clan was apprehended, with even the guard dogs not spared. The immense wealth amassed through years of illegal activities by the Minister of Finance was thoroughly confiscated. Frosty Moonlight gazed at the array of sealed scrolls brimming with currency before him, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes as he felt a profound anguish. In a swift motion, he seized them. Whether it be a single fish or two, the river steward, Tanaka Ken, and his companion were urged to exert themselves, each leading a squad of guards to visit the residences of various ministers. In the afternoon, I shall conduct a public trial in an open space outside the city, where citizens who have suffered oppression and persecution at the hands of these ministers and their families may come forth to voice their grievances. I shall ensure that justice is served. The gathered populace dispersed, content, calling upon friends to relay the news of the public trial. Alongside this, rumors spread regarding the Qingchuan family's derogatory treatment of the common folk, the fatality of the finance minister, and Frosty Moonlight's relentless actions in dismantling several noble ministers. Two teams successfully executed their tasks, apprehending the families and servants of the finance minister, the justice minister, the etiquette minister, the military minister, and the resource management minister, all of whom were imprisoned. Numerous shops were confiscated, vast tracts of arable land seized, along with the substantial wealth that Frosty Moonlight had long coveted. Chapter 7. Public Trial of the Ministers. In the frosty month of November, Kong Ming, a modestly prosperous individual, found himself overwhelmed with joy, reminiscing about the delightful process of counting his wealth. Presently, he clutched tens of billions in currency, yet all that remained was an overwhelming sense of emptiness. "System, come forth. I wish to recharge," he called out. "Dear esteemed host, welcome. Allow me to adjust a digit for you," resulting in a total of 1,786,000,000 points. Frost Moon, with a tone of derision, remarked, "When it comes to shamelessness, it is undoubtedly the system that takes the cake. Thank you for your kind words. Dear host, please make your selection swiftly. Our system is always ready to arrange for your shipment. Wishing you a delightful shopping experience. I simply wish to ascertain how many points I have accrued. You wretched system that dispenses currency, I might as well take advantage of it. Farewell." Frost Moon felt an overwhelming urge to exasperate the insipid system. "Please do not depart. Dear host, within the system lies an abundance of billions in points. Can you truly resist the temptation to spend? What a jest. I fondly recall the days when I amassed hundreds of thousands of grudge jade and raw stones without spending a single coin, a most prudent endeavor indeed. In the frost-laden month, Kongming disregarded the insistent temptations to indulge in consumption, inciting the impotent fury of the system. He focused his primary efforts on the public trial in the conflict with the Qingchuan territory. The outcome of this war was crucial to the forthcoming plans. Victory was the only acceptable outcome. At 3 in the afternoon, a multitude of disaster-stricken citizens gathered outside the city, surrounding the hastily erected execution platform brimming with guards. Frosty Moon, seated upon a lofty dais, beheld a long table before her, upon which lay a substantial stack of papers, chronicling the myriad transgressions of the ministers over the years. "Bring forth the accused," she commanded. Several ministers were escorted to the platform by the guards, compelled to kneel upon the ground. "My Lady Frosty Moon, we acknowledge our wrongdoings. We should not have shielded one another, indulged in self-serving greed, or coveted your wealth. We beseech you, grant us mercy and spare our lives." Frosty November gazed coldly at several ministers before casually picking up a sheet of paper from the table. The Minister of Finance, under the pretext of expanding the Lord's estate, forcibly requisitioned a dozen shops near the estate. The original proprietors were expelled from the city and met with fatal ambushes orchestrated by the minister's agents. Out of 136 souls, only 2 managed to escape. After reading this, Frosty November picked up another document. The Minister of Ceremonies, under the guise of selecting maids for the estate, forcibly abducted the 12-year-old daughter of Inoue. 3 days later, her lifeless body was discovered in a mass grave, her form marred by numerous wounds, suggesting she had suffered grievous abuse. The Minister of Justice exploited his position to accept bribes, misinterpreted the laws of the Water Nation, shielded criminals, abused power, coerced confessions, and caused a multitude of wrongful convictions. He acted as a shield for the nefarious forces in the city, all to enrich himself. The Minister of Resource Management, Bai Chuli, seized 100,000 acres of fertile land under the pretense of hunting in the Lord's enclosure, and those who dared to lodge complaints were met with assassination at his command. I shall not read the remaining documents. Each one is deserving of their fate. Now, I pronounced the sentence, Lingxi. As the frost-laden moonlight illuminated the scene, several ministers were bound to the pillars, and the executioner brandished a small knife, ready to carry out the sentence. How I wished to wield the blade myself. The Minister of Finance, incensed by my refusal to bow before him, had my leg broken by his lackeys. Indeed, if only I could strike a blow myself. That accursed Chuli, who dared to claim that my family's wheat was unsightly and thus detrimental to his own harvest, was responsible for my father's death and the forcible seizure of our lands. In the frigid moonlight of frosty November, Kongming gazed upon the populace below, their faces etched with bitterness. With a commanding wave, he signaled the executioner to withdraw and address the crowd. Depart, let grievances be avenged and enmities be settled. Enraged, the citizens surged towards the gallows, wielding knives to inflict wounds upon their adversaries. Those devoid of weapons resorted to biting off a piece of flesh from the ministers with fervent ferocity. In the tranquil moonlight of frosty November, Kongming remained silent, observing the frenzied actions of the populace. After their outbursts, the people prostrated themselves before him in gratitude. Thanks to Lord Frosty Moon, I, an old man, have had the opportunity to avenge my daughter. I depart this life without regret. The relatives, servants, and guards of the ministers were brought forth in droves to the high platform, where one sordid and shameful deed after another was laid bare, revealing the vibrant lives that had been snatched away by this group. In the frost-laden month of November, the clear sky commanded the extraction of the erected copper pillars, subjecting a multitude of offenders to the harrowing punishment of execution. As the sun descended beyond the horizon, the final group of condemned individuals was led to the execution platform. As the final decree of execution fell, the judgment of the ministers reached a flawless conclusion. Seated upon the platform, Xuangyue Kongming gazed down at the weeping populace below, a multitude enveloped in sorrow. Their cries resounded with a cacophony of emotions, relief from vengeance fulfilled, the poignant recollections of past sufferings, and the aching longing for departed loved ones. Let us pause for a moment. I extend my heartfelt apologies to all who have endured hardship. In due course, the Daimyo's residents shall offer compensation to you all. As the Daimyo of the Water Nation, I acknowledge my failings. I have failed to discern the true nature of individuals, to distinguish loyalty from treachery, to heed the voices of the people, and to perceive their sentiments. There have been unpunished transgressions and unexamined crimes. Several ministers have already faced justice. The tardy light dispels the darkness, illuminating the Daimyo city. Yet, the Water Nation remains shrouded in further obscurities. Qingchuan Lin, as the second son of the Qingchuan family, brazenly executed the Minister of Finance in public. If he can act so audaciously against noble ministers, one can only imagine his recklessness towards the common folk. The Qingchuan territory epitomizes the plight of other feudal lords. I yearn to quell these lords and spread illumination across the Water Nation, and I implore your support. You bear no blame. You are but a child. A few unscrupulous ministers have taken advantage of your youth, concealing their misdeeds from you. I endorse your endeavors and vow to not impose further burdens upon you. The Daimyo bears no fault. Support Lord Xuangyue. The Daimyo bears no fault. Support Lord Xuangyue. Amidst the resounding cries, Xuangyue Kongming descended the high platform, returning to the Daimyo residence. The impending conflict between the Daimyo and the Qingchuan territory was on the horizon, with Xuangyue Kongming possessing both favorable timing and popular support, greatly enhancing the chances of victory. Upon reaching the Daimyo residence, Xuangyue Kongming commanded Yubawa and Tanaka-kin to promptly mobilize their forces towards the front lines, armed with every shield and bow from the armory. Their primary task was to lead the ninja troops, intercepting the ninjas nurtured by the Qingchuan family, thereby safeguarding the civilian forces from grievous assaults. They were to seize the Qingchuan territory, with both of them and 9 middle-ranking ninjas spearheading surprise attacks on the neighboring lords, ceasing hostilities at dawn. As night fell, within a densely wooded area bordering the Daimyo and Qingchuan territories, an army lay concealed in silence, their presence undetected. A visibly formidable group sat together, communicating without words, quietly awaiting their moment. Suddenly, a flock of birds took flight from the forest's edge, prompting the soldiers to sharpen their senses, gripping their weapons tightly, and focusing intently on the direction of the bird's ascent. Do not be alarmed. It is the river steward and Tanaka-kin leading the way. The battle is about to commence. Several generals encircled Yubawa, inquiring, River Steward, you have finally arrived. We shall heed your command. When shall we act? Yubawa gestured for silence, producing a sealing scroll to distribute provisions among the troops. There is no rush. Sharpening the axe does not delay the job of cutting wood. Let us don the equipment we have brought. Distribute the rations to fill our bellies, and we shall launch our assault at 8 o'clock tonight. The overcast weather is favorable for our movements. It is a night shrouded in darkness and wind, perfect for our endeavors. At 7:30 that evening, Yuba led the troops into action, extinguishing torches as they stealthily approached the encirclement of Qingchuan City. Chapter 8. The Annihilation of the Qingchuan Family. Are you a fool? In broad daylight, you assaulted the daimyo's envoy. In these precarious times, you handed a knife to that wretched child, allowing him to carve our flesh. How could I have spawned such a worthless offspring? Qingchuan Shani was nearly apoplectic, having returned from the daimyo residence, seething with frustration. This morning, the steward rushed in to report that his beloved second son had intercepted and beaten the Minister of Finance, causing blood to surge in his veins. Father, the situation is dire. Shuangyue the daimyo is taking advantage of this incident to strike. The loss of wealth is trivial. But we may not even be able to safeguard your brother. With a confident demeanor, Qingchuan Shani reassured, there is nothing to fear. It is merely a matter of money. A little more expenditure will suffice. We lords are united. The daimyo would not dare to act too harshly, as it would be detrimental to all. Attack. Storm Qingchuan City. And capture the head of the Qingchuan family. No sooner had Qingchuan Shani spoken than the sounds of battle echoed from outside the city. Alarmed, he disregarded everything else and hastened out of the Qingchuan residence. Not good. Lord Qingchuan, we are under attack. A breathless guard rushed in, gasping as he spoke. Grabbing the guard's arm, Qingchuan Shani demanded, how many adversaries are there? None can be discerned. The night is too dark. All 4 gates are under simultaneous assault. There are at least 10,000 of them. Immediately organize personnel to defend the city. I shall arrange for reinforcements. Qingchuan Shani pushed the guard away and turned back towards the residence. Entering the brightly lit inner courtyard of the estate, he heard coarse, lewd laughter echoing intermittently. Upon opening the courtyard door, 20 ninjas wearing forehead protectors looked up at the sound. Shani, what brings you here at this hour? Murder and arson? Or extortion? We have done this too many times to count. Tonight, we shall execute it flawlessly. The leading ninja raised a cup and drained it in one gulp, seizing a kunai. Isn't it time to aim higher? Why settle for petty land grabs or shop robberies? With the position of daimyo, you would have wealth beyond measure. Strive for that seat. Qingchuan Shani indeed harbored ambitions for the daimyo position, noting that the Shuangyue family was now left with only the adolescent Shuangyue Kongning. And the 3 generations of Mizukage had never fostered a close relationship with the Shuangyue clan. Upon the demise of Frost Moon's radiance, the position of the lord is fiercely contested among the feudal lords. 2 years prior, Saryu Mountains began employing ninjas, necessitating a substantial monthly sum, thus leading him to seize and monopolize numerous fertile fields and shops. However, it is conceivable that Frost Moon's radiance may dispatch forces to assault Saryu City. I implore you to assist in the city's defense. Really? We can finally revel in bloodshed once more. The immediate response from the group was one of exuberance. Thrilled at the prospect of taking lives, donning their headbands, they eagerly departed from the small courtyard. The Yuha River drew ever closer to the city walls, with hundreds of heavy shields positioned at the forefront of the ranks, while archers took cover behind, inching closer to the wall. With the wind release, wind blade, and earth release, earth wall techniques, Yuha River had already sensed the fluctuations of chakra on the walls, remaining ever vigilant against the opposing ninjas. Saryu, the enemy has ninjas engaged as well. I shall eliminate him. Ishimori, exercise caution against potential trickery from the adversary. Ishimori vaulted over the wall, positioning himself directly in front of Yuha River, fixating his gaze upon him. Step back. I shall confront him. Fire release. Fireball technique. As Yuha River approached Ishimori, he launched an immediate offensive, utilizing his signature ninjutsu. A torrent of flames surged toward Ishimori. Water release. Water wall technique. A wall of water materialized before Ishimori, successfully deflecting Yuha River's assault. Fire release. Multi-fireball technique. A series of fireballs struck the water wall in rapid succession, shattering Ishimori's ninjutsu. He adeptly employed the substitution technique to evade the fireballs. Anticipating Ishimori's emergence, Yuha River thrust his kunai toward his chest. Ishimori hastily executed the body flicker technique, narrowly avoiding the strike, though a gash marred his chest. Witnessing Ishimori's injury, of Saryu Mountain urged the 2 ninjas by his side. You 2, hasten to his aid. The 2 J-nin nodded in unison and leaped down from the wall. Oh, there are still 2 J-nin. It is fortunate that I followed closely, or else Chief River would suffer a grave loss. The outcome of this conflict is paramount. The ever-wary Frost Moon's radiance stealthily trailed behind. In the frost-laden moonlight, Kongming approached the two ninjas, casting a barrier that enveloped the three of them. Who goes there? The two ninjas raised their hands, preparing to form seals. Those who seek to end your lives. Is it not better to live well than to oppose me? Humph. Regardless of your identity, we have dispatched many arrogant foes like yourself. Is that so? Prepare to face your fate. In the month of frost and moonlight, Kongming unleashed the ninjutsu tempest, summoning a fierce gale within the entire barrier. Dust, weeds, and fallen leaves danced wildly in the wind, severely obstructing visibility. Do you wish to join the dance? Standing amidst the wind, I observed the two individuals collaborating to execute Earth Release, conjuring a formidable earthen wall to shield themselves. In the tranquil embrace of frosty November, Soritsuki gently raised his right hand, halting the incessant descent of raindrops in midair. With the manipulation of the wind, he ascended into the sky, gazing down upon the two flustered jonin on the ground below. Zhuangyue Kongming closed her right eye, forming her hand into the shape of a gun, aiming at the two individuals and mimicking the sound, bang. The raindrops suspended in the sky suddenly shot toward the pair, leaving the earthen wall riddled with holes in the blink of an eye. Within less than 5 minutes, Zhuangyue Kongming had transformed the two into a sieve, seizing their bodies and maneuvering the barrier to depart the battlefield. During this period, Zhuangyue Kongming observed the battle between Daoshan and Uchiha from a distance, perched atop a tree. Daoshan swiftly performed the wind release, tornado technique, conjuring a small whirlwind that swept up dust and leaves, directing it towards Yubohi. Utilizing the body flicker technique, Yubohi evaded the attack by retreating a short distance. Upon landing, two identical Yubohis approached Daoshan from different directions, prompting Daoshan to employ the shadow clone technique, resulting in two Daoshans confronting two Yubohis. With the fire release, Fireball Shuriken, Yubohi accelerated the shuriken enveloped in flames, striking one of Daoshan's clones and annihilating it. The real Yubohi, alongside his clone, launched a joint assault on Daoshan. Meanwhile, thousands of archers in the distance remained vigilant, ready to unleash a rain of arrows upon Daoshan should he distance himself from Yubohi. As the battle intensified, Daoshan's anxiety grew. A change in his emotions keenly sensed by Yubohi, intentionally exhibiting a flaw. Daoshan seized the opportunity to cast the water release, Water Dragon Bullet on the real Yubohi, disregarding the clone's assault, aiming to inflict a grave injury on Yubohi at the cost of a minor wound to himself. However, Yubohi, sensing the bait, swiftly utilized the substitution technique to switch places with his clone, severing one of Daoshan's arms with a kunai. Realizing victory was beyond reach and with reinforcements still absent, Daoshan made a desperate retreat back to Qingchuan City. During the confrontation, Jin Tanaka had already eliminated 5 Chunin, while the other ninjas of the Qingchuan territory had also been dealt with. The ninja and military forces of the Daimyo's estate had performed admirably. The fate of the Jonin Daoshan was sealed, destined to be slain by the combined efforts of Yubohi and Jin Tanaka. With the absence of ninja to restrain them, the forces of the Daimyo's estate approached the city gates, poised to breach them under the cover of their own ninjas. Such a favorable situation was unlikely to encounter unforeseen complications. Confident of victory, Zhuangyue Kongming melded into the night, returning to the Daimyo's estate. Chapter 9. It turned out to be Uchiha. Little did anyone expect, Zhuangyue Kongming initiated a powerful offensive, and Yubohi, grasping a trump card, nearly jeopardized his own safety. In less than 2 hours since Zhuangyue Kongming returned to the Lord's mansion, Tanaka-kin hurriedly burst into the estate carrying an injured individual. My Lord Zhuangyue. Master, he is gravely wounded. He is on the verge of collapse and seems to have something urgent to convey to you, Tanaka-kin exclaimed with urgency. Zhuangyue Kongming opened the door to the chamber, hurriedly carrying the individual within and gently placing them upon the bed. How is it that such a vibrant person now exists as but a mere fragment of themselves? Are there formidable ninjas within the Harukawa clan? As Tanaka-kin recounted the unfolding events, Zhuangyue Kongming vividly recalled the entire sequence. After his departure, the Harukawa domain suffered relentless defeats, ultimately retreating to their estate for a final stand. At the Hubo River, Zhuangyue Kongming pondered the audacity of a finance minister attacking the Harukawa domain. Did he not fear the lords uniting against him? If you withdraw now, I can surrender the Harukawa forest for your disposal. Captured and cornered at the lord's estate, he retorted, you are resolute in your pursuit of the Harukawa family. But surrender is not an option. If it comes to it, we shall perish together. The expression on Harukawa Yama was fierce as he shouted vehemently. Do you think you are worthy of such a fate? Attack. In a desperate last stand, the Harukawa family mustered their strength, managing to delay the forces of the Lord for several minutes, but at great cost. Most of their kin lay dead or wounded. Once the battle concluded, Hubo River detected the presence of Shimayama. Invigorated, he led a pursuit that ultimately led them to a small courtyard where Shimayama stood alone. In the stillness of the surroundings, he challenged, "Dare you enter and face me in combat? Be cautious, Chief River. There may be a trap. Set fire to flush him out, and then you may engage him," came the warning. "Humph, cowardly wretch. I have lost an arm. Yet you tremble in fear and lack the spirit of a true man. I hold you in contempt." Without further ado, Hubo River charged into the courtyard. Since the day I became a traitorous ninja, I have been preparing for this moment. The courtyard is laden with an abundance of explosive tags. Originally intended for the ninjas pursuing me, but now they shall be your demise. Let us perish together. As he spoke, he detonated the numerous explosive tags concealed within the courtyard. Hubo River activated his instantaneous movement technique, narrowly escaping the epicenter of the explosion. But the shockwave left him gravely injured. "Father, how are you? Please, do not frighten me." Frost Moon's serene countenance was abruptly disrupted as the young guard forcefully pushed her aside, stumbling into the room. He fervently shook the arm of Dr. Yu, his voice trembling with desperation. "Doctor, I implore you, you must save my father." The young guard's expression was one of utter supplication. "Dear guard," the doctor replied somberly, "please accept my condolences. The injury sustained by Chief here far too grave. His internal organs have suffered irreparable damage, and I am powerless to assist him. How can this be? There must be a way." Frosty November gazed into his eyes as they gradually turned crimson, revealing 3 Tomo. Goodness. A spirited youth from the Uchiha clan. No wonder Yubo he was so easily deceived. It turns out he is an Uchiha. Well, that changes everything. Blur. Refrain from causing unnecessary trouble. I am aware of my own condition and do not wish to impose upon the doctor. As Yubo he gradually regained his senses. Clarity returned to his mind. Frosty Moonlight curled her lips in disdain, remarking on how your intellect has regained its prominence. Where was it all this time? Ahem, my apologies, young Master Kongming, for failing to accomplish the task flawlessly. That ninja was utterly despicable, lacking any sense of honor, and I hold him in contempt. You speak so well that I find myself at a loss for words. Frost Moon Kongming waved off Tanaka-kin, instructing him to return and, as per their strategy, to launch an attack on the lords near the territory of the Daimyo. He turned to Yuha River, feigning ignorance. It appears that the fruit of destiny is indeed your son, he remarked, observing that the boy's eyes had turned red even before he had the chance to weep. I was originally named Uchiha River, he continued, and I fought alongside Lord Izuna against the Senju clan. Uchiha River gazed up at the ceiling, lost in memories of the past. During one fierce battle, he had sustained grave injuries, his eyes cruelly taken from him, and he had plunged into the sea, only to be rescued by your father. Young Master Kongming, he said, I have watched you grow, but I regret to inform you that I can no longer accompany you on the path ahead. In the ethereal realm of Frosty November, Kongming contemplated the passage of time since his arrival, now a decade old. With the system's arrangement he endured, Guerre, at the tender age of 8, awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan, showcasing considerable talent that warranted diligent cultivation. Was it indeed a testament to his aptitude? Father, would you truly forsake Guo? Please, do not leave me. Uchiha Guo clung to the river overseer, tears staining his garments. His lamentation was a stark contrast to the stoicism expected of a man of the Uchiha clan. Coughing softly, the elder spoke, Your mother departed this world too soon, and I lack the time to be by your side. Do not hold it against me. Yubakawa raised his remaining hand to gently caress Guo's head. Your father would never abandon you. Though your mother and I are not with you, you must take care of yourself and protect young Kongming. With a choked sob, Guo replied, I understand, dear father. Guo, all my wealth is hidden in the study. It shall be yours henceforth. The key is... As Uchiha River's breath grew feeble, Frosty November held a miraculous bean in hand, gently interrupting the poignant exchange. Cough, cough. Let us pause this sentimental drama. Your final words can wait. Your injuries are grave, and I fear you may not endure. Open your mouth. Disregarding the bewildered expressions of the two, Frosty November forcefully placed a miraculous bean, purchased with 100 million points, into Uchiha River's mouth. As the bean dissolved, a surge of vibrant life force coursed through Uchiha River's body, nurturing and mending his internal organs. Uchiha Guo, in astonishment, found himself speechless, witnessing his father's body rejuvenate. Severed limbs and tissue regenerating before his very eyes. 15 minutes elapsed, and frosty November sat upon the steps, engaging in discourse with Gua. Young master, I am eternally grateful to you. My life belongs to you. Should you command me to perish, I would execute your will without hesitation, Uchiha declared solemnly. His expression grave as he made his vow. Shuangyue Kongming rose to his feet and addressed the river overseer. Why don't you have a conversation with your son? I shall take my leave to rest. Son? What son? I have only one daughter. Guer, Uchiha, he replied, perplexed. What? Guazi, so you are a girl. You wear that mask all day. Take it off, so I may see your face. Uchiha slowly removed her mask, revealing a delicate visage with a small, refined nose and a pair of tiny fangs. Her features were exquisite yet bore a youthful innocence, hinting at the beauty she would undoubtedly blossom into. It seems a pity for such beauty to be concealed behind a mask. You mustn't wear it any longer. Very well, I shall heed your advice, Uchiha replied, tucking the mask into her ninja tool pouch. Uncle He, does the Uchiha clan of Konoha still have any of your relatives? Shuangyue Kongming inquired, having shifted his form of address, clearly not solely captivated by Uchiha's beauty. Indeed, I have a younger brother who recently welcomed a daughter, if I am not mistaken. Her name is Uchiha Makoto. Oh, since I am with Uchiha Gua, I am now the uncle of Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke. Is it not only natural for an uncle to educate his nephew? I wonder how it feels to spar with that aloof little brat, Itachi. As the frost-laden moonlight grew ever more enchanting, the anticipation within Kongming heightened, her smile evolving into something quite peculiar. Ahem, with several hours remaining until dawn. Uncle He continued to lead the charge against the feudal lords, prioritizing those closest to the esteemed Deming prefecture. Caution was paramount. One must not be easily deceived. At the break of day, the troops of Deming prefecture halted their campaign, and in the span of a single night, 11 feudal lords, including the Qingchuan territory, were utterly vanquished and replaced. A wave of astonishment swept across the water nation, with some lords yet to return to their domains. The remaining 20 or so lords found themselves gripped by unease, and taking advantage of the situation, Gong Yangping convened a gathering. In the frost-kissed twilight, Kongming stood unblemished, focused solely on the fruits of his endeavors. Chapter 10, Casting the Toxic Bait. Uchiha He stood tall behind Kongming, diligently documenting the harvest of each team of ninjas. Tanaka Ken's gaze inadvertently flitted towards Uchiha He, filled with bewilderment. The man he had personally carried back had been reduced to mere remnants. He had meticulously examined the injuries, confirming that no vital organs were left unscathed. Yet, after a mere night's absence, he reappeared, whole and vigorous, his complexion even more radiant than before his affliction. In the frost-laden month of November, Kongming rested his chin upon his crossed hands, acknowledging the commendable performances of all present. Rewards would be bestowed upon those who excelled. Wealth would not elude you. I encourage you to persevere and diligently hone your skills. Expedite your return to the respective domains you oversee, and quell any lawless individuals who may seek to exploit this opportunity. Raising his head, he stood slowly, his gaze lingering momentarily on Uchiha River. Uncle River, you shall temporarily assume the role of Minister of Finance. In due course, find a wealthy individual with an affinity for riches to succeed you. Tanaka Ken will serve as the acting Minister of Justice, overseeing public security across the regions. Understood, came the reply. He then directed his attention to Uchiha Fruit. Fruit, I entrust the internal affairs of the manor to you. From this day forth, you shall be the steward of the Lord's estate. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult your father. Very well, young master. I shall heed your instructions. In the month of frost and clear skies, Kongming arranged for several individuals to attend to their duties, summoning the personnel from the finance department to tally the acquired wealth, land, and number of shops. He invoked the system once more, inquiring, I have returned. How many points have I earned this time? Congratulations, host. You have amassed 3,265,000,000 points, bringing your total to 4,515,000,000 points. In the crisp air of Frost Moon, Kongming sought to present an air of sophistication before Gua Air, dramatically unfurling a scroll and, with a flourish, turning his back while gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. 3,020,000,000 taels. Might that be a trifle insufficient? He inquired, glancing back at Uchiha He. Master, you are remarkable. Perhaps it would be best for you to take a seat and enjoy a cup of tea rather than idly fidgeting and hindering our work, Uchiha, he advised, gently pressing him into a chair, a steaming cup placed before him with a decisive thud. 20 minutes later, the figure reported by Kong Ming was a mere few thousand taels shy of the computed total. Uchiha, he wore a look of disbelief, while Uchiha gazed at him with unabashed admiration. Master, you truly are extraordinary. Do indulge in examining how much land the contracts within these scrolls amount to. Poor child. Where does such insatiable curiosity stem from? Kong Ming, feeling the sting of several thousand points erased by the system, lightly patted Uchiha's pert little rear. Uncle He, please document all our findings. They will prove useful in the days to come. As events continued to escalate, word spread of the Daimyo's military campaign against the Qingchuan territory, leading to the annihilation of 11 feudal lords and the confiscation of assets from dozens of lesser nobility. The common folk erupted in jubilant cheers, the cacophony of firecrackers dispelling past misfortunes. The ominous clouds above dissipated, vengeance was exacted, and the deep-seated hatred melted away, leaving hearts brimming with gratitude towards the Daimyo. The feudal lords trembled in trepidation, fearing a similar fate might befall them. Gong Yongping adeptly orchestrated a gathering of lords, summoning the remaining 26 lords of the Land of Water, along with hundreds of nobles, to convene in the Gongyang territory. Merely 5 days had passed since the Daimyo had compelled them to assemble. Seated at the head of the table, Gong Yongping exuded confidence. In recent days, our relations have been somewhat strained. Given the gravity of our circumstances, I implore everyone to set aside personal grievances and unite to navigate this crisis. Initiating the discussion, Gong Yongping began issuing directives. A chorus of voices arose, debating the matter. Indeed, the Daimyo's forces have occupied Qingchuan and show no signs of withdrawal, casting covetous glances at neighboring territories. Silence, please. The Daimyo's intentions remain a mystery. We cannot remain passive. I propose 2 courses of action, Gong Yongping interjected, articulating his thoughts and recommendations. First, we must consolidate our strength to guard against any further aggression from the Daimyo. Secondly, let us pool our resources to hire ninjas for our protection. He raised a finger to signal his second point. We should dispatch an envoy to the Daimyo's estate to gauge their intentions. Gong Yongping's proposals were met with unanimous approval. Excellent. The head of the Gongyang family is indeed astute. We must prepare at once. The lords, however, made no mention of the envoy, clearly indicating their desire for the Gongyang family to take the lead, compelling Gong Yongping to send his own son, Gongyang Boji. In the misty village of the Hidden Mist, within the Water Shadow's office, the minor Daimyo displayed considerable audacity, taking actions without consulting me and failing to send an explanation afterward. Please inquire what his intentions are, I instructed. At this moment, the illustrious Kong Ming reclined comfortably in bed, quietly communicating with the system. System, do you have any products to enhance physical abilities for sale? Indeed, host. I recommend purchasing the Gravity Training Chamber, valued at 3 billion points, capable of generating up to 100 times the gravity, an optimal choice for physical development. Very well. I shall buy it. Please replenish my chakra to 100 cards. The chakra was successfully restored, and the minimized gravity training chamber was dispatched to the host, ready for placement at his discretion. In the frosty month of November, Mizukage experienced a significant surge in his chakra, manifesting a miniature edifice in the palm of his hand. He rolled off the bed and descended to the ground, entering the ethereal realm of Penglai Island. After a leisurely exploration of the island, he decided to establish the gravity training chamber beside a waterfall at the island's center. As of now, he had yet to unlock even a fragment of the potential within the Xuanwu immortal body. Thus, his forthcoming focus would be on developing this celestial form. Meanwhile, the emissary of Water Shadow, Yuki no Shin, arrived at the Grand City, where Mizukage made arrangements for his accommodation. The following day, after 2 consecutive days of relentless travel, Miyako arrived, weary yet resolute. In the council hall, Frostmoon Sorak received 2 individuals, with the captivating Uchiha Hana steadfastly by his side. Lord Sorak, Lord Frostmoon, I understand your urgency. However, please allow him to speak first, Frostmoon Sorak interjected, interrupting Yukino's advance. Lord Frostmoon, I come representing the noble lords. Might I inquire why you have declared war upon Lord Saikawa and the other lords? Frostmoon Kongming turned his gaze towards Yuki no Shinsuke. The Water Shadow desired to understand the reason behind your rebellion. Frosty Moon nodded gently, clearing her throat before speaking. As the feudal lord of the Land of Water, At heart, I remain but a 13-year-old child, fearful of violence and apprehensive of Qingchuan's potential wrath. Xuangyue Kongming rose to her feet, striking the table with her hand and pointing to her heart. The chill of fear gripped her, leaving her restless and sleepless. You all know that feeling, do you not? Xuangyue Kongming inquired with an air of certainty. Fortunately, someone suggested taking the initiative, a notion I wholeheartedly agreed with. Yukino Jinji looked on as Xuangyue Kongming performed, remarking, "Your explanation is impeccable. I have 1,000 reasons to believe it. I shall return to report immediately." "Do not be in such a hurry to leave," she replied. "I am hosting a banquet at noon to welcome you both. Surely, you can spare a moment. I am grateful for your gracious hospitality, but I am bound by duty and cannot linger." Frost Moon Kongming displayed a sense of regret. "Alas, Snow's envoy, please take a moment. I possess a few local specialties that I would like you to deliver to Water Shadow. Guer, please see Mr. Gonyang off. Additionally, bring me that small booklet from my desk." A few minutes later, Frost Moon Kongming received the booklet returned by Guer and promptly handed it over to Snow's envoy. "Deliver it to Water Shadow and convey a message. Should he send assistance, the financial gains could be shared. With half allocated to Mist Hidden Village and an annual budget increase of 200 million. Rest assured, I shall relay the message faithfully. The bait has been set. Now we await the fish to bite." Chapter 11. The Big Fish Bites Utter Nonsense. Both Gonyang Ping and Water Shadow responded in perfect unison, their anger ignited by Frost Moon Kongming's shameless justification. Never had they encountered such brazen audacity. "What shall we do? For Frost Moon Kongming has no intention of letting us off the hook." In Gonyang Ping's study, upon returning home, Gonyang Boiji felt a sense of unease, his countenance fraught with alarm. "Why the panic? I have employed 5 elite jonin from the Exchange Gold Bureau at great expense. Frost Moon Kongming's power pales in comparison to ours. We must remain steady. Father, our strength surpasses theirs. Why not take the initiative and eliminate the Daimyo? All problems would then be effortlessly resolved." Gonyang Boiji's earlier trepidation transformed into a proposal for aggression, only to be met with a fierce glare from Gonyang Ping. Foolishness. Such an act would effectively coerce Mist Hidden Village into war. Upon returning to Mist Hidden Village, Snow's envoy presented the booklet to Water Shadow, relaying Frost Moon Kongming's words verbatim. As he gently flipped through the booklet, a change of expression crossed Water Shadow's face. "You may leave now. I need to contemplate this matter thoroughly." Xuangyue Kong was acutely aware of the formidable nature of Shuing and was reluctant to accept the defeat in battle. His proposal struck a chord with Shuing. He boldly presented the opportunity for revenge, confident that Shuing would be compelled by the prospect. By sacrificing a few ninjas, he sought to exchange for the substantial funds that Shuing required. Frost Moon's clear light has delivered the meal right to the lips of the Water Shadow. An irresistible temptation for anyone. As expected, the third Water Shadow took the bait. Subsequently, he summoned the leaders of the Kirigakure clan, the Taitorai clan, and the Yuki clan, as well as the elder of the Yuan army, to convene a meeting to discuss significant matters. In the conference room, Taitorai Rei, Kirigakure Yue, Yuki Tao, and the elder of the Yuan army settled in. The Water Shadow spoke with an authoritative tone, declaring, "I have decided to dispatch ninjas to aid the daimyo in subjugating the remaining lords of the Land of Water. Who do you believe should be sent?" "Lord Water Shadow, our Taitorai clan is born for battle. Entrust this task to me, and I shall ensure its completion." The leaders of several clans, known for their martial spirit, eagerly voiced their willingness to engage in the fight. The third Water Shadow's gaze swept across the clan leaders, ultimately resting upon the head of the Taitorai clan. "Taitorai Rei, the mission is entrusted to your clan. You have 1 day to prepare. Depart tomorrow, and resolve this swiftly without delay." A look of joy spread across Taitorai Rei's face as he vigorously pounded his chest with his large hands. Xuangyue Kongming received a reply and let out a sigh of relief as she reclined into the rocking chair. She glanced back at Guire, who was diligently training. "Guire, please summon Uncle He." "Young master, is there something you need from me?" Uchiha he hurriedly arrived. "The Water Shadow has dispatched the head of the Taitorai clan to assist. You are responsible for receiving them." In the frost-laden month, Escalates handed the Water Shadow correspondence to Uchiha Kawa, instructing the various military factions to prepare for the arrival of the ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village and to engage in battle at the earliest opportunity. The conflict shall be entrusted to the Taitorai clan, while you shall follow closely behind to reassure the populace. After a moment of contemplation, he continued. stating that the spoils of war must first be returned to the Lord's residence. Understood, young master. Is there anything else? If there are no further matters, I shall proceed outside the city to continue distributing rice gruel. Go forth, the relief efforts must not cease. Shuangyue Kongming elucidated all matters clearly, then rose from his chair and returned to his chamber, entering the ethereal realm of Palai Island. From this day forth, he resolved to devote himself entirely to the enhancement of his physique. Before approaching the waterfall to endure its cascading torrents, Shuangyue Kongming embarked on a 10-kilometer run, followed by an arduous set of 500 push-ups. After a brief respite, he cautiously approached the fierce onslaught of the rushing water. Standing at the periphery, he felt as though an immense weight bore down upon him. Fortunately, he had prepared himself well, or he would have already succumbed to the water's embrace. The stones beneath his feet were slick and treacherous, threatening to send him tumbling with the slightest misstep. Enduring the waterfall's relentless assault demanded unwavering focus and stability, rendering the entire process exceedingly challenging. Initially, Shuangyue Kongming could barely last a minute, repeatedly failing and slipping before managing to rise again, gradually extending his endurance. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and after an hour and 4 hours, he finally stood resolutely without faltering. Throughout this ordeal, he sensed a gradual strengthening of his constitution. Not only that, but his chakra control experienced a slight enhancement as well. Feeling empowered, Shuangyue Kongming resolved to venture a bit closer to the heart of the water flow. A mere half-step marked the extent of his endurance. After 2 hours of withstanding the waterfall's impact, he emerged from the pool. After a brief rest, he stepped into the training chamber, where gravity was doubled. As his body sank under the weight, he struggled to maintain an upright posture. Gradually acclimating to the intensified gravity, he managed to lift his right foot, taking a small yet significant first step forward. Step by step, he relentlessly pushed the limits of his physical potential. And 3 hours later, he could stride upright within the training chamber. After consuming a bottle of multifunctional energy drink procured from the system, which alleviated his fatigue and mitigated the aftereffects of his rigorous exertions, he turned his focus to strengthening his arm muscles through push-ups in the gravity chamber. Lying on the ground, Shuangyue Kongming strained to support his body with his arms, trembling with exertion as he lifted himself mere centimeters off the ground. Resting momentarily to regain his strength, he attempted once more, yet success eluded him. Undeterred, he persevered through numerous failures until, at last, he accomplished a single standard push-up. With this exercise complete, Shuangyue Kongming sensed that upon finishing the final running segment, his physical capabilities would experience a significant enhancement. Adjusting his physical state, he began to walk, gradually increasing his pace until he could run naturally. Circling the chamber repeatedly, he quickened his speed, finally stumbling into a run. With this promising start, it was only natural that he succeeded. For the next 3 hours, Shuangyue Kongming trained relentlessly, the effects of the doubled gravity no longer affecting him in the slightest. Having completely conquered the challenging environment, he unleashed his latent physical potential for the first time, resulting in a substantial increase of 10 chakra points, along with a slight enhancement in his defensive capabilities. Shuangyue Kongming, eager to witness the benefits of his enhanced physique, departed from the training chamber and once again found himself at the base of the waterfall. With no pressure, he stood at the position he had previously struggled to maintain, feeling a wave of joy wash over him. After a moment, he moved closer to the waterfall once more. A few hours later, Shuangyue Kongming left Penglai Island and appeared in the sleeping quarters, where dawn was just breaking. Uchiha Gu leaned against the door, her eyes gently closed in slumber, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, and her delicate nose twitching from time to time. She seemed to be lost in a beautiful dream. As the first rays of sunlight kissed her face, a faint smile graced her lips, serene and lovely. With great care, he opened the door and gently lifted her in his arms. Uchiha Gu, still alert even in her sleep, opened her eyes. "Young master, I apologize. I should not have fallen asleep. I assure you it will not happen again." Gu lowered her head in shame. Frost Moon Kongming, filled with confusion, inquired why the housekeeper did not return to her own dwelling, but instead chose to rest outside his chamber. "I must ensure the young master's safety. The distance between his quarters and mine is rather considerable. If danger befalls him, how could I possibly arrive in time?" Guer wore an expression that suggested this was to be expected. As the young master's housekeeper, it is only natural to be at his beck and call. Little Guer's thoughtfulness was indeed commendable. Gently, he ruffled her tiny head. "Would it be acceptable to set up a bed for Guer outside the chamber?" Young master, I shall follow your wishes. How delightful. Life is increasingly filled with hope. Chapter 12. The unification of the Water Nation at the break of dawn the following day. The Bamboo Clan's territory was alive with well-dressed clansmen laughing heartily as they stepped out of their homes, many bearing wounds from the previous night. Bamboo Lee had returned home to inform his kin that they were to take to the battlefield. The blood of the Bamboo Clan surged with excitement, ecstatic at the prospect of limited slots available, which prompted a series of friendly yet vigorous sparring matches. Clan leader, let us depart swiftly. Very well, onward. A fervent band of warriors set out for the great Lord's city, their spirits high with anticipation. That afternoon, Bamboo Lee led his team into the great Lord's estate. I extend my gratitude to the Bamboo Clan for your assistance. The banquet is prepared. Please follow me. Uchiha River guided the Bamboo Clan into the great Lord's residence. Why the rush to dine, River? Why not head straight to battle? Bamboo Lee questioned Uchiha River intently. I require a bit more time to prepare. Fear not, clan leader, we shall be ready for deployment by tomorrow morning. The Bamboo Clan strode confidently into the great Lord's estate, while spies sent by the Gonyang family promptly relayed the news back. Father, why is Frostmoon Kongming able to mobilize the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village? Gonyang Boji began to panic. The emergence of any unreasonable situation invariably points to the matter of interests. The Great Lord has unveiled his bargaining chips to sway the Hidden Mist Village. Thus it is hardly surprising. Do you comprehend this? In times of trouble, one must ponder deeply. Gong Ongping spoke with confidence, as though he had discerned the entire scheme. So, if we offer our funds as well, might the Hidden Mist Village withdraw their forces? It is too late. The Hidden Mist Village has already accepted the mission. Frostmoon Kongming is the great lord of the Water Nation, the legitimate ruler. He is the sovereign. As long as the Frostmoon line endures, we remain mere subjects. Gonyang Ping considered his eldest son somewhat foolish and, for the first time, contemplated training a younger sibling, yet he still voiced an explanation to Gonyang Boji. The current situation suggests that the allied forces of the feudal lords cannot sustain themselves for long. Thankfully, I have already prepared an escape from the Water Nation. Gonyang Ping scrutinized the map of the ninja realm laid before him, his brow furrowed in concern for his family's survival, allowing no room for carelessness. He ultimately chose the sea country as their destination. Once the decision was made, he promptly set arrangements in motion. Proceed with the arrangements quietly. Leave behind the funds, land deeds, and property documents. Once everything was in order, Gonyang Ping calmed his emotions and headed to the second joint assembly of the feudal lords. The venue was unusually quiet, with the sound of heavy breathing clearly audible. The lords wore grim expressions, their brows tightly knit, clearly having received unsettling news. Gonyang Ping, what shall we do now that the Hidden Mist Village has dispatched ninjas to the war? Do we still have a chance? Gonyang Ping feigned confidence, responding in a measured tone. Do not panic. The number of ninjas dispatched by the Hidden Mist Village is not substantial. We too possess ninjas. There remains an opportunity. The head of the Gonyang family speaks wisely. What is there to worry about? Let us go together for a drink. A group of fools, having grown complacent for too long, had dulled their wits to that of swine, still reveling as peril approached. This is for the best. You may stand at the forefront. Making it convenient for me to escape, Gonyang Ping mused silently. On the 2nd of August, year 23 of Konoha, the great lord of the Water Nation, Frostmoon Kongming, issued the first decree against the bandits in the ninja realm. Fortune and misfortune are unpredictable. The wrath of heaven is unfathomable. The Water Nation suffered from a century-long calamity, with homes collapsing and the people left destitute, lacking clothing and sustenance. Yet, the feudal lords and nobility turned a blind eye to the plight of the disaster-stricken, their ears deaf to the cries of anguish. They indulged in nightly revelries, drowning in opulence, devoid of any compassion to aid the suffering populace. The feudal lords and nobles within the great Lord's estate launched an investigation, their actions utterly appalling. They colluded with rogue ninjas, seizing the lands and shops of the common folk, abducting virtuous women, and to conceal their transgressions, they perpetrated numerous killings and family annihilations, such heinous crimes, beyond measure and description. Those who encroach upon the lands and shops are thieves. Those who forcibly abduct maidens and commit murder are traitors to the people. And those who conspire with foreign rogue ninjas against the Great Lord are traitors to the nation. The principles of justice are evident, and retribution is inevitable. These three types of villains must be jointly condemned by the common people. Regardless of who is right or wrong, from a moral high ground. One must first launch an attack upon them, besmirching their names and tarnishing their reputations. Inform the populace. Look at them. They are hardly human. My actions against them are righteous. Uchiha River led an army of 50,000, while the Bamboo clan had already hastened to the battlefield. In the midst of his training, Xuangyue Kongming was resolute, knowing that wealth would pave the way, and that Xueying could not permit failure in action. He was on the verge of conquering triple gravity. For 5 consecutive days, Xuangyue Kongming engaged in rigorous training, supplemented by functional beverages, and he had fully adapted to quintuple gravity. His chakra had increased to 150 cards. Meanwhile, outside, the exuberant Takahashi clan was making swift progress, as the allied lords faced treachery from the Gongong family. Once the war erupted, Gongong Ping discreetly fled with his ninjas, leading to the allied forces' catastrophic defeat, forcing them to retreat to the last stronghold of the Gonyang territory. In a united effort, the noble lords breached the gates of the Gonyang estate, only to find it in disarray. Tables and chairs were overturned, clothing and bedding scattered haphazardly, indicating the hasty departure of its owner. Despair filled the hearts of the noble lords. Beneath the city walls, a dozen oddly clad Takahashi ninjas cackled ominously, causing the city guards to tremble in fear and surrender at once. The operation to apprehend all the nobles within the Gonyang territory was executed flawlessly. Chief of the Takahashi clan, your efforts are commendable. Let us return. 3 days later, in the Daimyo Prefecture's council hall, in the serene glow of the frost moon, the esteemed figure took their seat at the head of the table, gesturing towards the items laid before them. Chief of the Taiktorai clan, all belongings are here. As per our agreement, half of the funds shall be allocated to the Hidden Mist Village, and we shall oversee the counting process together. This is most agreeable, thank you. Lord Frostmoon. Xuangyue Kongming idly observed the staff bustling about, having already examined all the sealing scrolls, amassing over 7 billion points, now totaling 82 billion points. My lord Xuangyue, the results have been tallied. The total amounts to 735,812,000 taels. Ha ha ha, splendid. A bountiful harvest indeed. Today, in my joy, I shall allocate an additional 1 billion taels to Shuing, making it a total of 40 billion taels for you to take back. In the frosty month of November, Soramitsu laughed heartily, placing the money into Takahashi's hands. May the village of Mizu no Kuni judiciously utilize this sum. The safety of the land of water rests upon your shoulders. In the frosty month of November, Sora Aki sent the Taiktorai clan back to the Hidden Mist Village. Young master, the wealth and land deeds of the Gonyang family have been returned, but some of their kin have secretly fled. Should we dispatch someone to apprehend them? Frost Moon Kongming's fingers tapped rhythmically on the tabletop, contemplating whether to eradicate the roots of the problem. However, upon reflecting on Gong Yangping's prudent nature, he shook his head. Never mind. He had the sense to leave things behind, which demonstrated a degree of understanding. For the time being, he would spare him, for his continued existence might still hold some utility. Uncle He, our primary focus moving forward must be disaster relief. We must ensure that no one succumbs to starvation. Additionally, we must maintain hygiene to prevent any outbreak of disease. Rest assured, young master, there are always individuals monitoring the situation among the disaster victims. After more than 2 years, Frost Moon Kongming had finally achieved a small objective: the eradication of Mist Hidden Village, establishing his dominion over the entirety of the Water Nation. The next steps involved economic development and population growth. The Water Nation sprawled across 800,000 square kilometers, yet its population barely exceeded 10 million. The territory of the Water Nation was considerably smaller, dwarfed by the other 4 nations, as Frost Moon Kongming's gaze swept across the map of the Shinobi world. Chapter 13. Shopping with Gora. Young master, the land deeds we have seized have been thoroughly tallied, including the lands already held by the Daimyo. We now possess 60% of the arable land within the Water Nation, all of which comprises prime farmland. Uncle He, please disseminate the policy reform announcement that I have prepared. Xuangyue Kongming slid a piece of paper, inscribed with dense characters, before Uchiha He. The following day, various regions of the Land of Water received an edict from the daimyo's residence, from the date of the announcement. The original place names of the feudal territories would be abolished, and the Land of Water would be divided into 18 counties. All lands in the Land of Water would be owned by the daimyo's residents, while the populace would retain the right to cultivate, with private transactions of land strictly prohibited. The daimyo's residents had seized a substantial amount of fertile fields, which would soon be allocated to the common folk. Those who still possessed land deeds could claim compensation. With fertile fields valued at 5,000 taels per mu, and other lands at 1,000 taels per mu, agricultural taxes would be levied annually per mu, calculated at a rate of 30%. Once the land distribution was completed, the populace could cultivate wasteland, and upon certification by local authorities, would possess a 10-year right to cultivate, subject to the same tax rate. Upon the expiration of the 10-year period, if a family had a newborn within that decade, the child would receive a specified portion of land, which could be farmed by their parents until the child turned 12. The more children there were, the greater the share. Should there be no newborns, or if the cultivated land exceeded the amount allocated for newborns, the land would be reclaimed by the daimyo's residents. Commerce was encouraged, with business taxes also set at 30%, payable monthly. Any acts of falsifying accounts or deceitfully underreporting income to evade taxation would face legal repercussions from the daimyo's residents. Given the adverse weather conditions in the land of water this year, and seizing the opportunity for unification, August 15th was designated as the Moon Festival. Wishing for favorable weather and the well-being of the citizens year after year. Long live Lord Shuangyue. Soon, I shall possess a piece of land of my own. Why is that? I refuse to accept this. My land cannot just be taken away at his whim. We must protest together. The daimyo must provide us with an explanation. A dissenting voice emerged from the crowd. Didn't the announcement state that you would receive 1,000 taels in compensation? What more do you desire? The dissenting voice intensified. What can such a meager compensation achieve? Why should some receive 5,000 taels while I only receive 1,000? That piece of land you have barely sustains you for 3 days. Do you truly expect 5,000 taels? My land can be passed down to my son, and my son to my grandson, an endless lineage. How can it not be worth 5,000 taels? Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as someone struck the dissenting voice across the face. Do you wish to pass it down to your father? Enough with your nonsense. Lord Shuangyue has provided us with fertile fields to cultivate, and yet you slander him? Strike him. Lord Kongming cares for the people. I shall be the first to defend his honor against anyone who dares speak ill of him. After receiving a beating, the dissenting voice fled. Frosty Moonlight has garnered immense support from the populace, and the implementation of policies has proceeded remarkably smoothly, resulting in the reclamation of numerous land deeds. In the central regions, untouched by Frosty Moonlight's devastation, the measurement of land and census of the population have commenced. On the night of August 15th, the inaugural festival established by Frosty Moonlight arrived, as anticipated. As the moon ascended to its zenith in the night sky, a voice inquired, have you not yet changed your attire? Would you like me to come in and offer some guidance? In the frost-laden month of November, Getsuke May placed his hand upon the doorknob, feigning an intent to intrude upon the chamber. Yet, before he could take another step, the unmistakable sound of the door being locked from within reached his ears. It is not permissible, young master, my father admonished, for a boy to behold his own form, even if he is a young master. In the tranquil light of the frost-laden moon, Soritsuki May retrieved a small notebook and inscribed the name of Uchiha Kawa, marking the second occasion on which he had thwarted his endeavors. Very well, young master, shall we set forth? Under the luminous glow of the frost moon, Guier tilted her lovely face upwards, her large eyes gazing affectionately at him. A surge of emotion welled up within him as he earnestly remarked, you have forgotten to wear your colored contacts. Oh dear, I got so caught up in my tasks that I forgot, she replied. I shall put them on right away. Please wait for me just a few moments longer, young master. The grand city was ablaze with lights this night. As Shuangyue Kongming distributed meat buns and porridge to the disaster-stricken, while local shops provided complimentary meals. Hand in hand with Uchiha Gua, they leisurely strolled through the bustling streets of the city. They observed the throngs of passers-by, the vendors hawking their wares, and the children darting about in playful abandon. The air was filled with the deafening sounds of firecrackers, the cheers from street performers, and the clamor from the taverns, all contributing to the vibrant festive atmosphere. Do not look so worried. There are not that many ill-intentioned people around, Shuangyue Kongming said as he gently grasped Uchiha Gua's hand. It's all right, young master. Whatever you wish to do is perfectly fine. Your safety is in my hands, and I assure you, I will never allow you to face harm before me. Frosty November's clear sky brought a sense of reassurance to Kongming, who contemplated seizing an opportunity to invite her to join in the cultivation at Prunlai Island. However, she wondered if the petite figure could withstand the challenges. How much are the candied hawthorns? I would like 2. in front of the stall selling candied hawthorns. Xuanyue Kongming paused, contemplating which delicacy to select from the skewers brimming with the sugary treats. Esteemed Xuanyue, please feel free to choose any you desire. Why not take a few to enjoy at your leisure? There is no need for that. You should select what you wish to eat. I'll take this one. Guerrer promptly decided, and after a moment of thought, Xuanyue chose the same flavor. Very well, I shall have 2 of these. How much do I owe you? There's no charge. My family's 3 acres yield abundantly, with grains flourishing and a compensation of 3,000 taels received, along with a share of fertile land. Our lives are improving, all thanks to you. If my father were to discover I charged you for 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, he would surely break my legs. All right then, I wish you prosperity. Thank you for your kind wishes. Everyone, come quickly and see, the esteemed Xuanyue has arrived. Where? Let me see. It truly is Xuanyue. Xuanyue, do come and taste my fried meatballs. His fried meatballs are not to your liking. My secret recipe for grilled fish will surely satisfy you. In the blink of an eye, Xuanyue Kongming found his hands brimming with an array of snacks. And mine. My tofu is the finest in the city. The illustrious Xuanyue must try my tofu. Frost Moon cast a glance at the tofu vendor, thinking to herself that this 50-year-old man should be more mindful of his words, lest he find himself accused of slander. Enjoy my offerings. Indulge in them, she remarked. Very well, I shall accept everything and savor them at my leisure. I extend my gratitude to all for the delightful fare. Now, let us return to our business, for it is rare to witness such lively festivities today. No need for concern. A brief pause in commerce is of little consequence, Lord Frost Moon stated, settling down to enjoy a cup of tea. Beside Xuanyue Kongming, a chair and a table appeared seemingly out of nowhere, with a pot of tea elegantly placed upon the table. Realizing there was no escape, he decided to take a seat and engage in conversation with the populace. Have you all received your compensation? Is there anyone dissatisfied with this policy? Please feel free to voice your concerns now. To which the crowd responded, no, we are profoundly grateful. If anything, our only complaint is that you have been too generous. We find ourselves feasting daily and are somewhat unaccustomed to such abundance. The people shared a light-hearted jest. In the moment of the Frost Moon's clear brilliance, one cannot overlook the pressing demographic concerns of the Water Nation, nor the incessant promotion of his grand scheme for procreation. It is indeed essential to satiate one's hunger. And after feasting, one must not forget to conceive little ones. The more children you have at home, the greater share of land you will receive, thus increasing your profits. Ha ha ha, Lord Frost Moon speaks the truth. You should also consider marrying soon. Is the person beside you the future lady of the esteemed clan? Perhaps so. As Frost Moon playfully winked at Uchiha Kwa, who, with her twinkling eyes, gazed back at him. What are you all doing huddled here? Shouldn't you be attending to your business? In the frosty month of November, Kongming was infuriated by the untimely raspy voice that intruded upon the scene. The onlookers shook their heads in disapproval, their noses wrinkled, brows slightly furrowed, and lips pursed, all displaying a countenance of profound disdain. Chapter 14, Stolen Kiss by Guar. One could discern the nature of a person by their voice. To evoke such widespread discontent speaks volumes about the arrival of a truly remarkable individual. In the eyes of Xuanyue Kongming, the flames of the Bagua blazed fiercely, as his titanium alloy gaze searched among the throngs of people. Make way. Allow me to seize the treasures first. True to his expectations, 5 individuals jostled and elbowed their way through the crowd, also entering the sight of Xuanyue Kongming. Frosty November rarely smiles, unless unable to restrain it. The 5 individuals are adorned in attire unseen in their past lives and unheard of in this one. A rarity throughout the ages. On the head resembling that of a dog, several strands of hair are bound with strips of cloth. Their garments, crafted from hundreds of vividly colored and variably shaped pieces of fabric, are worn with a unique flair. The cloth shoes reveal their toes, playfully showcasing their own version of 666. In the frost-kissed moonlight, Kongming observed the object clutched in their hands, a food box, the most valuable possession of the 5. Crafted from 6 different types of wood of varying thickness, suggesting it was a work of art. The box contained an assortment of food, half a steamed bun, various morsels that had been nibbled, and a bowl of clear vegetable and egg soup, half spilled. The dumplings were lacking 2 grains of salt and 3 drops of oil. Ah! The unscrupulous merchants. When you return, make sure to reclaim what is rightfully yours from the shopkeeper. Understood, my lord. I will certainly adhere to the rules and bring back a gift for you. How considerate. The leader patted his belly and raised his voice, saying, What are we lingering here for without offering anything? It is a waste of time. In the frosty month, Kong Ming watched as he and his companions staggered away. Quite intriguing. Who might that be? A humble merchant by trade, he is fond of seizing every opportunity for gain, often retaining the scraps from his customers' garments to fashion them into new attire for himself. In the serene glow of frosty moon, a sense of admiration filled the air. Thanks to the proprietor of the cloth shop who cleared a path through the crowd. Seizing the opportunity, he rose and took Guer by the hand, leading her away from the throng of townsfolk. I shall not impede your business. I will wander elsewhere, he declared. Lord Frosty Moon, do take care as you depart. Should you wish for candied hawthorn in the future, seek me out. My offering shall be eternal and free of charge. Throughout the evening, the pair explored numerous locales, sharing a bowl of ramen, engaging in games to win matching pendants, and delighting in an acrobatic performance, all the while hand in hand, marveling at the fireworks beyond the city walls. As they nestled together on the grass, the fireworks burst forth in a dazzling display, and in a fleeting moment, Frosty Moon pressed his lips against the side of Uchiha Guer's face with the speed of light. Turning to observe her reaction with a smile, he found her momentarily stunned, her hands shielding her blushing cheeks, utterly adorable. As the night deepened and the townsfolk gradually dispersed, Frosty Moon and Guer strolled side by side along the tranquil streets, step by step making their way back to the Lord's estate. After the frosty moonlit night, I prepared to return and rest. Approaching the sleeping quarters, I glimpsed through the open window to find Guer seated at the bedside, her elbows resting on the sill, hands cradling her chin, gazing up at the moon with a dreamy smile upon her delicate face. Frosty November's moonlight cast a serene glow as Kong Ming stealthily entered the chamber, where Guer was still laughing, oblivious to his approach. Guer, what occupies your thoughts that brings you such joy? His sudden appearance startled her. Oh, it's nothing, young master. You should rest now. Very well. Good night, little Guer. Good night, young master. Wait a moment. In the frosty month of November, the clear sky held a sense of uncertainty as Sora turned his head, while Uchiha, emboldened by an unknown courage, blushed and pressed a kiss upon his cheek. Frostmoon's pupils dilated as she raised her hand to touch the spot where Guer had kissed her, gradually regaining her composure. Guer, please come in with me for a moment. That's not permissible, her father interjected. Before marriage, one cannot share a bed, even with a young master. Xuangyue Kong Ming felt entirely innocent. Is he truly that kind of person? It seems so. He concealed it rather well. How did Uchiha he discover it? Guer, please do not disclose this to anyone, not even your father. It is our little secret. He pulled Uchiha Guer into the bedroom, drew the curtains, and approached the bedside, gently pushing her down. Uchiha Guer's mind went blank, her limbs stiffened, allowing Xuangyue Kong Ming to act as he pleased. You mustn't be dazed. Engage yourself as well, he urged. As Uchiha Guer regained her senses, she watched Xuangyue Kong Ming attempting to shove her beneath the bed, and reluctantly crawled forward a bit. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her, and upon awakening, she found herself in an unfamiliar setting. Young master, where is this? It's so beautiful. This is my exclusive training ground. I usually practice here. Come. Let me show you around. You will train here as well from now on. Xuangyue Kong Ming guided Uchiha Guer to tour the estate at the center of the island, showcasing the gravity training room. The estate comprised several quaint buildings. One could choose any, for the island was entirely safe, rendering any need for protection unnecessary. You may focus on your training without worry. Thank you, young master. You are truly wonderful, and I hold great affection for you. In the following days, Uncle he regarded him with a peculiar gaze, part understanding, part anger, and part relief. Guer, your father looks at me oddly. You haven't mentioned anything to him, have you? Not at all, young master. For the sake of secrecy, I firmly asserted that I was training with the young master in bed, and I stand by it resolutely. Uchiha Guer proudly patted her budding chest. The case is solved. It is indeed your doing. Come, let us venture outside the city to see your father. At noon, the final days of distributing porridge outside the city commenced. The tally of disaster victims was nearing completion, as areas were being systematically planned for them to construct homes, allocate land, and distribute provisions. The relief efforts would soon come to a conclusive end. From a distance, one could see the victims lined up to receive food, orderly and composed. Uncle He, you are quite busy. Greetings, Lord Xuangyue. Frost Moon Kong Ming arrived at the porridge distribution site, eliciting a chorus of astonished gasps from the crowd, who promptly set aside their meals and bowed in greeting. It is imperative that you all take care of your health. Brighter days lie ahead. Director He, those individuals have returned. What shall we do? A staff member rushed over, his face etched with concern as he addressed Uchiha. Uchiha too felt a pang of frustration. Each time, non-disaster victims would come to partake in the porridge. Initially, it was just a few individuals, but gradually, the numbers swelled. They could neither drive them away nor confront them. Uncle what is the matter? Frosty November gazed at Uchiha River with a furrowed brow, fearing a grave issue had arisen, only to discover it was merely a few individuals seeking a meal. Peering into the distance, he recognized the leader among them, Flower Rooster. The solution was simple. Mix sand into the porridge, for many were not in need of sustenance, and would surely refrain from partaking. You are indeed clever, young master. Let us proceed as such. Even the thought of giving them a bowl tugs at my heartstrings. How imposing adults can be, the young master remarked. Our grain supplies can sustain us for an additional 3 months. Thereafter, we shall need to procure food from other nations. In the month of frost and bright skies, I was taken aback by the substantial acquisition of supplies. However, the grain was still insufficient. After a fleeting thought, I decided that venturing out for leisure would not be amiss. I planned to journey to the land of fire to procure grain, and along the way, I would take a moment to visit the village of Konoha, established by the deity of the ninja world. Tsunade, the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, is 2 or 3 years my junior, with a mane of golden hair and a boisterous disposition, fond of gambling and revelry. Though I am not well acquainted with her, I thought it prudent to take a glance. Uncle River, please send an official missive to the land of fire and the village of Konoha. I shall prepare for my return. I am coming for Princess Tsunade. Chapter 15. Setting sail in the office of the Hokage in Konoha, the seasoned Sarutobi Hiruzen sat, chin resting on his intertwined hands, with the missive from the land of water laid before him. 3 years prior, under the guidance of his mentor, Hiruzen and his companions had journeyed to the hidden cloud village to forge an alliance. However, during the rebellion led by the rogue ninjas known as Kin and Jin, the second Raikage met his demise. In a perilous moment, Senju Tobarama sacrificed himself to divert the attention of the attackers, allowing his disciples a fleeting chance to escape, ultimately leading to his own death in the fray. Designated as the third Hokage, the young Hiruzen was not yet the formidable instructor he would become. His prowess was insufficient to overshadow an entire village, and his background and reputation lacked the necessary gravitas. The influential clans remained ambiguous in their loyalties, while Danzo harbored ambitions for the position of Hokage. Reluctantly, Hiruzen appointed Danzo as his aide, granting him the authority to establish an organization that would operate solely under his command, thereby creating a delicate balance of power within Konoha. At this juncture, the Daimyo of the Land of Water was visiting Konoha, a development fraught with uncertainty. Bring forth the Hokage's aide and the 2 advisors, Hiruzen commanded. What business do you have for us, Hiruzen? Danzo inquired eagerly as the 3 took their seats. The Daimyo of the Land of Water wishes to procure grain from the Land of Fire and has requested to visit Konoha en route. Given that Shuangyue Kongming has allied with the Mist Village to eliminate the lords of the Land of Water, he poses a significant threat. I cannot agree to his visit to Konoha, spoke Narashikaku, voicing his concerns. I, too, oppose his arrival. There is much to be addressed within route. And I have no time for the whims of a child, added Akimichi Choza. I see no issue with it. The village can easily keep an eye on a mere commoner. We are not lacking in grain, and this could serve as a profitable venture. As the village is in need of funds, offered Hiruzen. Very well, let us grant him permission, Danzo acquiesced. You are the Hokage. Your word is final. Yet inwardly, he contemplated the day when he would establish route and the reckoning that would follow. Frosty Moonlight is currently admiring the carriage she purchased with 30 million points. Crafted from exquisite spiritual wood found in the realm of cultivation, the carriage is both stable and sturdy, providing exceptional sound insulation. The interior is adorned with opulence, featuring a fragrant wooden table upon which rests an exquisite incense burner, from which a delicate aroma of tea wafts from a purple clay teapot, alongside a beautifully carved king-size bed made of golden silk nanmo. 8 majestic steeds of the dragon lineage, their coats a pristine white without a trace of blemish, stand ready. Isn't it beautiful, Guo? We shall travel to the land of fire in this carriage, evoking envy among countless onlookers. Selling it for 100 million taels would pose no challenge. Having learned the art of capitalizing on price differences, Frosty Moonlight eagerly awaits the responses from the Land of Fire and Konoha 3 days later. In the crisp clarity of Frost Moon, the esteemed leader summoned the 2 elite shinobi, Kawa and Hachuan, and entrusted them with the safety of his journey to the land of fire. Is that agreeable to you? He inquired. My Lord Frost Moon. Kawa promptly declined, pondering the indignity of having been compelled to kneel outside the door for 3 days under duress previously, and now being asked to safeguard him seemed utterly absurd. 1,000,000 Rio each, the leader continued. If you are unwilling, it would not be a hassle to post an S-rank mission in the Hidden Mist Village. Very well, we shall accept the task. Xuanyue Kongming embarked on a journey with Guer, Chuan, and several Nin, accompanied by 3,000 ordinary guards. The procession advanced splendidly towards the east, aiming to reach the port before darkness enveloped the sky. Wow, is that the vessel we are to board? It is truly magnificent, exclaimed one, marveling at the sight. Lord Xuanyue is remarkable to have procured such an exquisite ship. The port was graced by a splendid flower ship, acquired for 300 million points by Xuanyue Kongming. Measuring 200 meters in length, 32 meters in width, and 35 meters in height, the vessel was adorned with a myriad of lanterns, illuminating the dim surroundings. The ship was lavishly decorated with flowers of every hue, red, yellow, blue, creating a vibrant tapestry of colors, as climbing vines draped over its sides, making it seem as though one were immersed in a sea of blossoms. The fragrant aroma of fresh flowers enveloped the air, a delightful blend of scents uplifting the spirits of all aboard. They embarked and set sail under the cover of night. Long live Lord Xuanyue. To have the chance to sail on this ship is worth a lifetime. My gratitude to Lord Xuanyue knows no bounds. You are right. Who would dare provoke Lord Xuanyue on this journey to the land of fire? I shall stand resolutely against them, another declared. I am willing to serve Lord Xuanyue with unwavering loyalty. Isn't this amusing? Guer, please remind them to hasten aboard. As Frost Moon Kongming entered the lowest level of the ship's hold in a carriage, she arranged for dedicated personnel to attend to the 8 dragon steeds, taking Guer with her to the upper level. The uppermost chamber of the 8-tiered flower ship was exclusively reserved for the Daimyo, adorned with splendid floral decorations. Frost Moon Kongming stood behind Uchiha Gua, her arms gracefully encircling her waist, gazing out the window at the guards bustling about on the deck, while the gentle sea breeze caressed them. Guer, do you like it? Yes, it's beautiful. Then let us navigate this vessel to explore the entire ninja realm, witnessing diverse landscapes and savoring various delicacies. Of course, young master, I shall follow your lead. Hundreds of individuals glided the flower ship slowly away from the harbor, steering towards the Hidden Mist Village. The third Mizukage was in high spirits lately, having received 40 billion Rio from Takakuri, and having never engaged in such a prosperous war. He promptly decided to augment his ranks by 5,000 ninjas. He now regarded Frost Moon Kongming with favor and had sent emissaries to welcome the entourage from the daimyo's residence. After 3 days of sailing, the flower ship arrived at the port nearest to the Hidden Mist Village. You all wait on the ship. Tomorrow I shall return, and we will depart for the land of fire. Welcome, Lord Frost Moon, to the Hidden Mist Village. Your ship is truly magnificent. Few in the ninja realm can rival it. Ha ha ha. Constructing this vessel only cost 10 billion Rio. It's hardly worth mentioning. Chief Takakuri, let us proceed. Xuanyue Kongming, brimming with pride, revealed the cost of the flower boat before elegantly ascending into a lavish carriage. His exquisite 2-piece ensemble left Jutsu Li enviously distraught, tears of frustration trickling from the corners of his mouth. He mused bitterly, cursed wastrel. This ostentatious scion squanders his wealth on indulgence, lacking ambition and morals. When shall I have the opportunity to squander in such a manner? The grand carriage ambled through the mist-shrouded streets of Yuin village, drawing a wave of envy and curiosity from passers-by. What a magnificent carriage. I wonder how many tasks I would need to complete to afford one. Keep striving. A lifetime of tasks might only earn you a single wheel, a treasured heirloom for your son. Lord Xuanyue, this way please. Lord Shuing awaits you at the Shuing building. In the tranquil office of the Mizukage, Getsuke may enter to find the Mizukage unexpectedly opening his eyes. Thank you for your financial assistance. It has alleviated the pressing difficulties of the Hidden Mist Village. As a token of my appreciation, you may select a chunin to serve as your personal guardian henceforth. The Mizukage, with a touch of politeness, acknowledged, without your help, I would have struggled to gather the resources needed to craft carriages and ornate vessels. Grateful for the Mizukage's heartfelt gesture, Getsu felt a deep sense of appreciation. Frost Moon Kongming gazed down at the several hundred lower ninjas gathered below, and indeed, she spotted a familiar face, the one clad in green, bearing a scar upon his visage, who seemed rather agreeable to her. Very well. I shall dispatch someone to inform him to prepare for his return. You may depart with him tomorrow morning. The night passed in silence, and at dawn the next day, after bidding farewell to the Mizukage and others, Frost Moon Kongming departed from the hidden mist village in a horse-drawn carriage. Humph, he is merely a waste, consumed by indulgence. I once feared he might harbor unwarranted ambitions for the land of water, but it seems my concerns were misplaced. With her head resting on Uchiha's leg, she lay sideways on the bed, her gaze fixed upon the young ninja standing not far away. Yagura, your talent is commendable. Make the most of your time to train. For the next Mizukage shall be you. The 6-year-old Yagura appeared utterly bewildered, utterly unaware of what the Lord meant. Go now, and remember to train diligently. Other matters are of no concern to you for the time being. 10 days later, the flower ship arrived at the port of the Land of Fire. Chapter 16. A first encounter with the 3 ninjas. In the crisp air of Frost Moon, Kongming rode swiftly in a carriage along the road, drawing ever closer to the village of Konoha, with the Hokage rock faintly visible in the distance. In an instant, the carriage halted at the entrance of Konoha village. Shuangyue Kongming gently parted the curtain, gazing distantly at the bustling village of Konoha, where shops thrived and villagers wore smiles upon their faces. He mused, smile while you can. In a few years, your laughter will fade. The Uchiha clan had been annihilated, and the younger brother of the Hyuga clan's head was coerced into death. Konoha was deteriorating year by year. A Konoha with severed branches, burnt leaves, and decayed roots is the true essence of Konoha. Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with the leaders of the Konoha clans, Akimichi Choza, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Hyuga Hayashi, extended a warm welcome to the esteemed Shuangyue Daimyo upon his visit to Konoha. Frost Moon Kongming dismounted from the carriage and scrutinized the 6 individuals before him, committing their faces to memory. May I inquire about the individual clad in a coat, adorned with a hat and glasses, even in this sweltering summer? Everyone followed his gaze, their expressions shifting from bewilderment to understanding within the span of 3 seconds. Y Ninja Shiko, the leader of the Y Ninja clan. Lord Frost Moon, please follow me to the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hizashi interjected, redirecting the conversation to alleviate the awkwardness. Very well, I would appreciate it if you could lead the way, Hokage Sarutobi. Yagura, let us be on our way. At the Hokage building's reception room. Lord Frostmoon, please take a seat. I will have someone bring tea momentarily. What flavor do you prefer? Shuangyue Kongming was the first to take a seat, followed by the others. Whatever suits you. I am amenable to anything. As frosty moonlight elegantly lifted the teacup, the door to the reception room swung open, and 3 individuals entered in succession. He set down the cup, meticulously scrutinizing the trio. Danzo's countenance was grim, suggesting a man who would resort to any means. His chin bore a scar, and his eyes and arms were yet to be bandaged. Mito Kazan and T-Rune Koharu appeared quite ordinary, lacking any remarkable traits. Without the need for introduction, the identity of the Hokage was evident. Frosty Moonlight inquired of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen gestured towards the individuals, stating, "These were my former comrades, Danzo Shimura, the Hokage's aide, Mito Kazan, the esteemed senior advisor, and T-Rune Koharu. It is indeed an honor to meet such renowned figures," Frosty Moonlight exclaimed, feigning surprise. He had often heard tales of Mito Kazan and T-Rune Koharu as the foundational pillars of Konoha, while Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura were regarded as its steadfast supports. Together, the 4 upheld the village. Witnessing them in person, he realized the truth in those words. In the ethereal light of Frost Moon, a few words drifted lightly, bestowing lofty praises upon the 4 individuals. "You flatter me, esteemed Frost Moon," the master remarked. "Such rumors should not be taken to heart." Sarutobi Sasuke chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, then gestured towards the 3 small figures behind him. "These are my 3 unworthy disciples, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade Senju." Frost Moon Kongming gazed into the future of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, the ageless Tsunade, the best-selling novelist Jiraiya, and the esteemed scientist Orochimaru. Sarutobi, the Hokage, reflected on how these 3 young prodigies had recently attained the rank of Chunin, a remarkable accomplishment at such a tender age, heralding boundless potential ahead. Sarutobi Hizashi nodded in affirmation, inquiring if Lord Kongming had heard of them. Indeed, Tsunade, being the granddaughter of the 1st and 2nd Hokage and a favored disciple of the 3rd, had garnered significant attention. She was destined to become the first female Hokage of Konoha, a continuation of the Hokage lineage, embodying the enduring will of fire. Frost Moon Kongming praised Tsunade, his gaze intentionally and unintentionally sweeping over Danzo. Danzo raised an eyebrow, casting a fleeting cold glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade. Frost Moon Kongming smiled with satisfaction. Uft. Who wants to be Hokage? Tsunade scoffed, curling her beautiful lips in disdain. She thought to herself, what is so great about being Hokage? Every day is filled with exhausting busyness. It is far better to indulge in a few bets and enjoy a few drinks leisurely. Oh, the Princess Tsunade. Blissfully unaware of her fortune, while there are those who aspire to the position yet cannot attain it. Frosty November's serene brilliance did not lead to any discord during the inaugural meeting with the esteemed leaders of the Hidden Leaf Village. Seizing the opportunity, he extended an invitation. It remains uncertain whether, in the days to come, he will be able to enlist Princess Tsunade as his guide. The invitation from Xuanyue Kongming perfectly aligned with Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions, as he willingly presented himself, allowing Tsunade to observe him closely. Tsunade, along with the three of you, shall serve as guides to accompany the esteemed Xuanyue Daimyo on a tour of Konoha. In the crisp air of frosty November, Kongming greeted Guer as Yuzakura rose to depart. The procurement of provisions was entrusted to a designated individual, a matter in which he held no interest. His principal objective in visiting Konoha was to devise a strategy to win over Tsunade, at the very least to forge a friendship and leave a lasting impression. He had already taken the initial step, subtly hinting to Danzo that Tsunade would inevitably become the most formidable obstacle on his path to becoming Hokage. The demise of Hatake Sakomo was orchestrated with precision, nearly leading to the annihilation of the entire Uchiha clan. Collaborating with Hanzo to ensnare Jiraiya's disciple in a web of intrigue would surely yield no disappointment. Xuanyue Kongming had another purpose for visiting Konoha, to ascertain the village's defensive arrangements. Many future events were destined to unfold in Konoha, necessitating his frequent visits. Where do you wish to wander, Xuanyue? He asked, exasperated. I had originally planned to indulge in a bit of gambling, but that seems impossible now, Tsunade replied, her spirit evidently flagging. Let us first visit Hokage Rock to pay homage to the legendary figure of the shinobi world, Senju Hashirama. What is there to admire? Just a mere gambler, came the dismissive response. Let us be on our way. In the crisp air of frosty November, Sora followed behind the visibly displeased Tsunade. As they traversed the village, they passed by the Konoha Hospital, the Konoha News Department, the Konoha Cafeteria, the ramen shop, and the hot springs. Xuanyue Kongming, accompanied by Tsunade, took a long detour before finally arriving beneath the Hokage Rock, gazing up at the statues of Senju Hashirama and Tobirama. In the frosty moonlight, Kami felt a profound sense of melancholy. Life is indeed fleeting. Even a formidable figure like Hashirama Senju must eventually meet his end. How wonderful it would be if one could attain immortality. Orochimaru lowered his gaze in contemplation, after staring at the statue for several minutes. His neck ached from the strain of looking up. He mused to himself that were it not for a specific purpose, what merit could a pile of crumbling stones possibly possess? As Xuanyue Kongming felt the pangs of hunger gnawing at his empty stomach after being left to his own devices by Tsunade for the better part of the day, he pondered what delectable offerings might be found in the hidden village of Konoha. The flavors of ramen were renowned, cherished by many, and grilled meats also presented a tempting option, Tsunade remarked nonchalantly. Upon arriving at the ramen shop, Xuanyue Kongming chose a secluded corner to settle down. The proprietor boomed with enthusiasm, inquiring what Princess Tsunade desired to indulge in today, as it was his time to shine. With a languid gesture, Tsunade pointed towards Xuanyue Kongming, who was listlessly resting his head on the table. Bring me 6 servings of the extravagant ramen. Today, I shall treat you all. Frost Moon, with curiosity, approached Jiraiya. Jiraiya, my dear brother, you seem to be perpetually engaged with your pen. What are you writing? A novel, he replied. I aspire to become a travel writer. Do you enjoy novels as well? I have a remarkably captivating one that I could lend you. Xuanyue Kongming cautiously retrieved a book from her bosom and discreetly handed it to Jiraiya. As he opened the novel, his face instantly flushed, and his eyes sparkled with a radiant light, a sign that he had discovered a newfound purpose in life. Lady Xuanyue, this novel is absolutely captivating. May I borrow it for a few days? If you enjoy it, consider it a gift, she replied. Suddenly, Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, her gaze fixed intently on Xuanyue and Jiraiya. What clandestine matters are the two of you discussing? Frost Moon Kongming exchanged a glance with Jiraiya, a silent understanding passing between them, for it is seldom that young ladies pry into matters not their own. After indulging in ramen, Frost Moon Kongming trailed behind Tsunade, suggesting, "Let us proceed to Princess Tsunade's abode for rest." Chapter 17. Tsunade, inebriated. Stop. Who has granted you permission to stay at my residence? Tsunade exclaimed, her fists clenched tightly, resolute and unyielding. The presumptuous rogue not only thwarted her plans to visit the gambling house, but now presumed to impose upon her hospitality. Had he not been of noble birth, Tsunade mused, she would have undoubtedly delivered him a couple of blows, healing him only to strike again, teaching him the true meaning of cruelty. As a guide and the petite princess of Konoha, should you not extend the courtesy of hospitality to your guests? Frost Moon Kongming inquired with an air of entitlement. Who would extend such an invitation to a scoundrel like you? Tsunade retorted, Alas, I had hoped that Princess Tsunade would graciously allow us to stay, and I would have gifted her with a few casks of fine wine. However, her disinterest leaves me no choice but to seek an inn, Frost Moon Kongming lamented. Xuangyue Kongming retrieved a small porcelain vial from her bosom, gently uncapping it, releasing a rich and aromatic fragrance of fine liquor that wafted through the air. Taking a delicate sip, she squinted her eyes in sheer delight. Out of the corner of her eye, she furtively glanced at Tsunade, her petite nose inhaling the enticing scent, a glistening droplet of saliva hanging at the corner of her mouth, while her rosy tongue playfully caressed her lips. Halt! Xuangyue, upon arriving in Konoha, you choose to stay at an inn? Do you harbor disdain for the Senju clan, or perhaps for me? I command you to come to my residence this instant. The abrupt reversal left the others utterly astounded. In the serene month of frost, Kongming joyfully accepted the invitation to reside in the land of the Thousand Hands clan. The vast territory was illuminated only by scattered glimmers of light, while Uzumaki Sueho was enjoying her dinner. Ah, my dear Tsunade has finally brought friends home. Do come in and make yourselves comfortable. With a warm smile, Sueho set aside her bowl and chopsticks, gently beckoning them over. Tsunade dashed forward, wrapping her arms around Sueho's, playfully swaying from side to side. Good evening, Grandma Sueho. We are friends of Tsunade, and we hope you won't mind our unexpected visit. Please accept this millennium wood pearl as a token of our respect. In the twilight of November, Kongming Xuangyue retrieved a wooden box, lifting its lid to unveil the wooden pearls nestled within. The swirling waters of Mizuhara pushed the pearls back, insisting that they should not have brought such gifts, urging to return them. Grandmother, we cannot accept this rogue's gift. Who knows what mischief it conceals? Yet, the insistence came, please accept it. Infusing it in water for consumption can alleviate hidden injuries, bolster vitality, enhance skin complexion, diminish wrinkles, and delay the onset of aging. Each pearl, valued at 10 million taels, was purchased by Kongming Xuangyue in a quantity of 5, perfectly suited for gifting, as none could resist the allure of youth and longevity. Grandmother, accept it. It's a gift that costs nothing, especially since this rogue insists on staying at our home. Consider it lodging fees. Tsunade snatched the pearls away, her fingers toying with them. Upon hearing that the pearls could beautify the skin and stave off aging, her stance shifted instantaneously, her attitude making a complete turnaround. Child, it is indeed a good thing to have friends staying over. Then I shall accept it. Now, take your friend to the residence. If anything is lacking, inform the servants to make the necessary preparations. Little Tsunade, ensure you engage well with your friend. After Xuangyue and the others departed, Uzumaki Mizuhito entered the sealed space. Approaching the imprisoned Nine Tails, reveal to me the composition and purpose of the pearl. You insolent creature, how dare you appear before me? I shall eliminate you. Uzumaki Mizuhito utilized the Vajra sealing technique to firmly subdue the Nine Tails to the ground. Disclose the information, and perhaps I might alleviate your suffering. I am uncertain, but I can sense a profound vitality emanating from it. Upon leaving the sealed space, Uzumaki Mizuhito examined the pearl in his hand, lost in contemplation. What could his intentions be? It could not merely be to seek shelter for a few days. Could it be a significant matter? That child has an affinity for Tsunade. And to his surprise, even the gambling, drinking, and violent Tsunade has admirers. He must not frighten the child away. You rascal, from now on, you shall reside in this courtyard. Choose any room you desire, but bring me the alcohol. In the crisp air of frosty November, Escalates gazed at Tsunade as she extended her small hand before her, shaking it up and down, soliciting a drink. Turning to Kwa, She instructed, Kwa, please fetch her 2 jars of wine. Uchiha Kwa retrieved 2 jars of exquisite palace-grade liquor from the sealing scroll and presented them to Tsunade. Each jar worth a staggering 80,000 points. Tsunade eagerly accepted the jars, swiftly uncorking one. The rich aroma of the wine wafted through the air, and she downed a third of it in one go, her complexion immediately turning a rosy hue. What a splendid wine! In the serene month of frost. With an aura of righteousness, a gentle invitation to share a drink was extended towards Tsunade. What do you say? Shall we indulge in a drink together? The moonlight is exquisite, perfect for savoring wine and admiring the night sky. Tsunade, cradling a wine jar, allowed her large eyes to flit about. Perhaps not. It's quite late, and I must return to rest. You may drink alone. With that, she feigned an intent to depart. Ha ha ha, Princess Tsunade, your calculations are astute. I can hear them all the way from the land of water. Is there truly an issue with enjoying my wine? Xuanyue Kongming was firmly grasped by Tsunade's sleeve. Is it settled? Do you have any regrets? She inquired. I will go prepare some appetizers. Half an hour later, in the courtyard where Xuanyue Kongming resided, a square table was set, adorned with 6 exquisite dishes meant to accompany the drinks. In the frost-kissed twilight, Tsunade, Uchiha Kaori, and Yagura gathered around the table. Hurry, hurry! Bring forth the wine. Tonight, we shall not return until we are inebriated. Kaori, please fetch 2 more jars. You and Yagura should partake sparingly, for the spirits are potent. Xuanyue Kongming uncorked the spirit jar, pouring each person a generous half-bowl of liquor. Unable to withstand Tsunade's incessant chatter, she filled Tsunade's bowl to the brim. After a few bowls, Tsunade felt a pleasant inebriation wash over her. Finding mere drinking unentertaining, Xuanyue proposed a game to enliven the atmosphere, an alcohol decree where the loser must drink. All right, I shall indulge you, but the loser cannot flee, Tsunade responded. After several rounds, Tsunade found herself defeated more often than not, the liquor steadily vanishing into her. Her enthusiasm grew with each loss. Let us continue. Open another jar of wine. Drink up. Hasten, you wouldn't dare to weasel out of it, would you? In the frosty month of November, Sora Akatsuki found himself embraced by Tsunade, gazing helplessly as one of her feet rested upon a chair while she held a goblet of wine precariously close to his lips. It is indeed I who have triumphed. Princess Tsunade, please do not act recklessly. Tsunade, slightly inebriated, had lost all sense of victory or defeat, acting purely on instinct. In the frosty moonlight, Sora deftly dodged left and right, evading the liquor that Tsunade attempted to pour into his mouth. I refuse to believe that I cannot make you drink. You shall consume this alcohol today. The moonlit night enveloped the scene as Xuanyue Kongming evaded with finesse, inciting Tsunade's ire. Tsunade, with a determined resolve, filled her mouth with wine and grasped Xuanyue Kongming's cheeks, forcefully pouring the liquor into his unsuspecting mouth in an unorthodox manner. With eyes clouded by inebriation and warm lips, Xuanyue Kongming found himself reluctantly, yet willingly, swallowing the bowl of wine that Tsunade fed him in several portions. Humph, I have triumphed, she proclaimed. You are indeed correct. I have emerged victorious, so let us continue. As the night deepened and the air turned cool, the table lay strewn with remnants of food and drink. While several wine jars cluttered the floor, Tsunade, sprawled across the table, was thoroughly intoxicated, her lips murmuring incessantly. Tonight, I have won more than a dozen times. I have truly triumphed. Xuanyue Kongming, you scoundrel, do you dare to provoke me again? In the frosty month of November, Kei-mei sat gracefully upon a chair, gazing at Tsunade, whose complexion was rosy and lips adorned with a smile. You have triumphed, yet I find myself unscathed. This is indeed a mutual victory. Among the 4, 3 succumbed to intoxication, gently carrying Karu into her chamber, while one hand lifted Yagura, carelessly tossing him onto the bed. Upon returning to the courtyard, Kei-mei cradled Tsunade and placed her upon Karu's bed. As Frost Moon Aoming ensured the comfort of the 3 individuals, he returned to his chamber to arrange an illusory water barrier and donned his nocturnal attire, preparing for a clandestine exploration of the Hokage building. Chapter 18. The stealthy expedition to the Hokage building. In the stillness of the night, Frost Moon Aoming, clad in his dark garb, quietly departed from the Senju clan's territory. The strategies he had rehearsed countless times, Plan A, Plan B, and Plan SSR, surfaced in his mind, eagerly awaiting his command. Each potential route and escape path was etched in his memory. Even with his eyes closed, he would not falter. Selecting the safest passage, Frost Moon Aoming embarked on his nocturnal adventure into the heart of the enemy's domain. Xuanyue Kongming swiftly ascended to the rooftops of the residences, his gaze fixed intently upon the nearby edifice. The ominous Hokage building loomed like a dark beast, poised to spring forth as if awaiting his arrival. Observing the vigilant Chunin standing guard with unwavering posture, he felt a twinge of resentment. A ninja who does not indulge in leisure is hardly a commendable guardian. And their earnest demeanor was exceedingly irksome. What vexed Xuanyue Kongming the most were the numerous pairs of bloodshot eyes surrounding him, afflicted with cataracts. If they were unwell, they ought to seek treatment rather than emerge at night to instill fear. With a gentle leap from the residence, he activated his illusory water barrier, meticulously avoiding the glow of the streetlights. Pressing his back against the outer wall of the building, he stealthily approached the entrance, his eyes fixed with disdain upon the stationed Chunin. Just before his back was marred with blood, Xuanyue Kongming managed to stealthily infiltrate the building without incident. As he treaded upon the wooden floorboards, he pushed open door after door, only to discover a series of offices occupied by clerical staff, devoid of any valuable intelligence. As frosty moonlight ascended to the pinnacle of the towering building and entered the Hokage's office, a long desk piled high with documents caught her eye in front of the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Surveying her surroundings, she noted the relatively simple decor, a few chairs and a desk brimming with papers. The walls were adorned with portraits of Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, symbolizing the enduring legacy of the will of fire, passed down through generations. Standing before the images, she reflected on the unaltered trajectory of her life. Had it not been for Tobarama's untimely demise, perhaps Hiruzen Sarutobi would never have set foot on the battlefield. The essence of the will of fire lingered within this office, where one could surreptitiously observe female ninjas bathing through the art of telescopic jutsu. Meanwhile, Danzo had eliminated numerous talented individuals from the Hidden Leaf Village, including Tsukumo Hataki and Shursui Uchiha. Ultimately, her spouse perished in the Nine Tails incident, her son fell victim to Haiden, and she herself met her end at the hands of a disciple, an utterly tragic fate. It was difficult for Frosty Moonlight to pass judgment on the rightness or wrongness of it all. Returning to the present, she began to sift through the documents, only to uncover a plethora of inconsequential information. Setting the files aside, she turned and departed from the Hokage's office, making her way toward the Leaf Village's archive room. Having traversed from another time, there were matters she needed to personally verify for peace of mind. Approaching the archive room, Frosty Moonlight sensed the presence of 6 individuals within. Gently placing her hand on the doorknob, she overheard the conversation of 2 individuals. It's truly boring to be tasked with guarding the archive room late at night. Not even a dog comes by. What is so important to safeguard? Wouldn't it be better to play games with my wife? The young lord from the land of water is visiting the Leaf Village. We must enhance our vigilance. That little brat should stay home instead of running around. Though I must admit, his carriage is quite splendid. It must be very comfortable to ride in. In the tranquil ambience of Frost Moon's ethereal realm, she overheard 2 individuals disparaging her. With a graceful flourish, she conjured a barrier and stepped into the archives. There, she encountered 2 ninjas, one tall, the other short. Employing her transformation technique, Frost Moon assumed the guise of the taller ninja, enveloping the shorter one within her protective barrier. Your wife is truly captivating, she remarked. She claims I surpass you in skill, and that our games are far more enjoyable. In a flash, Frost Moon transformed into the shorter ninja, casting her barrier over the taller one. With a swift motion, she delivered 3 resounding slaps across the taller ninja's face. In the frosty moonlit night, Kwangming retracted the barrier and stepped aside, observing the 2 ninjas as they performed. The duo had seamlessly intertwined their acts. What did you say? The shorter one exclaimed, his face contorted with rage as he pointed a finger at the taller. I merely stated that sitting is more comfortable. I was just speaking the truth. Do you dare strike me? The taller one, undeterred, raised his hand to swat away the shorter's hand. I will end you. Frosty November gazed with amusement at the 2 individuals engaged in a quarrel, yet her enjoyment was soon interrupted as 4 others hurried over to intervene. During the execution of a mission, had they truly disregarded me, their captain? What on earth was happening? Captain, he has an ambiguous relationship with my wife. And he has admitted it himself, exclaimed the shorter man, his face contorted with fury. You are slandering me. I have done no such thing, came the retort. Do not let your imagination run wild. Your wives love you dearly. Each time you embark on a mission, they prepare bento boxes for you with their own hands. And I have merely been tasked with delivering them. Xiao Tu, your wife knows you have a fondness for steamed egg custard, and she makes it for you every time. In the ethereal embrace of Frost Moon, Kongming seizes the opportunity to ascend as captain, drawing the others into the protective barrier. Each time you embark on a mission, I visit your home, first indulging in your wives, then savoring the bento they prepare, leaving the remnants for you. Among them, the delicacies crafted by Xiao Tu's wife are the most delectable. In the ethereal light of Frost Moon, the diminutive ninja, SHT, earnestly inquired of the captain, "Have you savored the bento prepared by our wives? Which one is the most delectable?" With the barriers lifted, the captain replied, "Indeed, I have tasted them all. I only have the opportunity to indulge when you embark on your missions. I must confess, I particularly relish the offerings from SHT's household. They possess a delightful smoothness. As for your wives, they have become somewhat unfamiliar to me, but under my personal guidance, they have grown increasingly adept." The realization dawned upon them. "So, Captain, this is your true nature. We misjudged you. Let us converse further." In the frost-laden month of November, Escalates gazed at 6 ninjas as they tussled their way out of the archives and began to survey the room's arrangement. Several wooden cabinets were meticulously positioned upon the floor, each adorned with distinct labels: the history of Konoha, the profiles of ninjas, the developmental histories of various ninja clans, and so forth. In the tranquil month of frost, Sora gazed upon the historical archives of Konoha. The records are divided into 2 segments. The first chronicles the era preceding the establishment of the village, primarily detailing the Uchiha and Senju clans, encompassing the journey from conflict to reconciliation. The latter segment predominantly narrates the events following the village's founding, including which clans joined, the timeline of tailed beast distribution, and the accounts of skirmishes, specifying the year, month, and adversaries involved. Frost Moon Kongming nodded slightly, acknowledging that the recorded content was largely in accordance with his knowledge. He reached out to open the adjacent cabinet, revealing a substantial stack of documents pertaining to ninjas, meticulously detailing their abilities, proficiency in ninjutsu, dates of birth, and familial compositions. Among other information, Frosty November's clear sky failed to pique any interest in her. She casually tossed it back to its original place and closed the cabinet door. She continued to peruse the history of the development of the Leaf Ninja clans, finding the scant information disheartening. The ancient families, having endured through generations, were all seasoned veterans of the craft. The records regarding the Senju clan that interest Frosty Moon are notably sparse, with only Tsunade being mentioned following Tobarama. He speculates that the information about the Senju clan may have been deliberately erased, suggesting that the Senju of the forest are residing in some secluded corner of the ninja world. The esteemed duo, Madara and Hashirama, forged the village of Konoha together, symbolizing the formal cessation of hostilities between their clans. The Uchiha clan, known for their forthrightness, joyfully integrated into the village. Conversely, the members of the Senju clan, perhaps including Hashirama's son and daughter-in-law, opted for seclusion, expressing a reluctance to engage with the Uchiha. Tsunade has a younger brother, Nawaki, who asserts that their parents are still alive. The experiences of Tsunade, Kushina, and Nawaki in Konoha are recounted without any mention of the two. After perusing the documents, he gently returned them to their original place. Xuanyue Kongming emerged from the archives and, upon turning the corner of the corridor, encountered 6 individuals, their faces bruised and battered, grinning with a semblance of mirth as they sat on the ground, indulging in cigarettes and idle chatter. Is it not preferable to sit down and converse when there are matters to discuss? One must remember that impulsiveness is the harbinger of misfortune. The final destination of the Hokage building beckons, inviting a glance at the fabled Book of Seals. Chapter 19, The Theft of a Canine. In stark contrast to the archives, the room housing the collection of ninjutsu is akin to a fortress, with guards stationed every few steps. In the frosty month of November, Kongming gazed at the array of guards, a wave of frustration washing over him. Curiosity gnawed at his mind regarding how Naruto had managed to stealthily abscond with the Book of Seals. Contemplating the myriad possibilities, 2 plausible scenarios emerged. One possibility was that all the ninjas of Konoha had collectively encountered a ghost, trapped in an inexplicable loop. The other was that Saratobi Hiruzen sat in his office, clutching a crystal ball, employing a technique of distant viewing to observe Naruto's live broadcast, complete with commentary. In the mind of Xuanyue Kongming, images of a certain competition from a past life gradually emerged. He arrived, The participant Naruto stealthily approached, flanked by two steadfast Chunin who were resolute in their defense. With a crouched posture, Naruto successfully maneuvered through on the right side, gaining entry into the Hokage building, as the live broadcast entered an exhilarating and tense second half. Naruto drew ever closer to the ceiling scroll. Oh, he has been discovered. Surrounded by his adversaries, the defenders were not mere novices. How would Naruto respond? Fortune smiled upon him as one of the defenders was abruptly penalized by the referee. He succeeded. Let us extend our congratulations to Naruto. Thank you for tuning into Naruto's thrilling live stream. However, the blatant act of match fixing by one side is utterly disgraceful. We hope the organizers will present a more honorable display next time. Casting aside the shameful thoughts, Zhuangyue Kongming entered the collection room, which bore a striking resemblance to the archive room. A flicker of joy surfaced within him, for the arrangement of the barriers would be much more convenient. Navigating cautiously among the various ninjas in the collection room, he calculated the distances between them, contemplating the positioning and scope of the barriers. After half an hour, Zhuangyue Kongming completed his calculations. He covered one of the cabinets and opened the door, revealing a cabinet brimming with ninjutsu scrolls before his eyes. All were water release techniques, with S-rank ninjutsu at the top tier and D-rank at the bottom. There were only a few S-rank techniques, while A-rank was somewhat more plentiful. The majority comprised B-rank and C-rank techniques. Zhuangyue Kongming examined each cabinet, discovering that aside from the differing attributes of ninjutsu, the other distinctions were minimal. He also encountered several unique cabinets, each containing summoning scrolls, secret techniques, and books of sealing. Frost Moon Kongming approached the cabinet housing the sealed book, noting not only the chakra fluctuations emanating from the cabinet door but also several distinct chakra signatures resonating from the book itself. The moment he attempted to disturb the sealed book, he would undoubtedly be detected. It was not yet the opportune moment to abscond with it, for Orochimaru had yet to master the forbidden techniques. Relinquishing the idea of taking the sealed book, Frost Moon Kongming turned and made his way towards the entrance, having already completed the tasks he had set for the night. In the frost-laden month of November, Kongming paused at the threshold, lost in contemplation. He pondered the implications of departing empty-handed. It would render his visit futile. The more he deliberated, the greater his sense of loss grew. Resolutely, he turned and opened the cabinet where the spirit-communicating scrolls were stored, selecting the one least likely to attract attention. He deftly extracted the scroll from the topmost layer, then replaced it with one from the bottom, achieving a seamless deception. Zhuangyue Kongming departed from the Hokage building with a heart full of contentment, as the gentle moonlight bathed the streets, guiding him back to the Senju clan's territory. He arrived quietly and departed softly. Everything was so tranquil, as if nothing had transpired, save for a few injured ninjas in the world. Upon returning to the Senju clan's grounds, Zhuangyue Kongming retrieved a summoning scroll, pondering its usage. Recalling the animated series, he remembered that one must inscribe their name with their own blood and perform a hand seal, just as Jiraiya had instructed Naruto. In turn, Naruto had summoned a promising toad with all his might. Following the procedure meticulously, he initiated the summoning technique. Summoning jutsu, Zhuangyue Kongming uttered softly, placing his hand on the ground. With a resounding puff, a cloud of smoke erupted, and as it dissipated, a woman stood before him on the earth. She possessed long, gray hair and bore a red mark upon her visage. Clad in an exquisite, form-fitting, vibrant red battle attire, she wielded a whip in her hand. In the frosty moonlight, Kame instantly recognized the figure before her, the summoning beast from the theatrical version of Bairoku, whom Naruto referred to as the Master of the Dog. You are the one who summoned me, are you not? You appear to be an ordinary person, yet that matters not. I shall protect you. Frosty Moonlight delicately admired her from head to toe. Would an ordinary person wield spiritual arts? What is your name? Can you transform? What ninjutsu do you possess? And what special skills do you have? I bear no name, yet I can summon and train ninja dogs, and even merge with them to enhance my combat prowess. Caring for dogs is indeed a commendable endeavor. I shall bestow upon you the name Akatsuki, and from now on, you shall be responsible for the care and training of dogs in the land of water. At your service, my adorable little master. Akatsuki gently lifted Frosty Moonlight's chin with a whip, pondering whether her little master required warmth for the bed. I am capable, you know. Frost Moon Sky fiercely struck her with a slap, advising her to maintain a lower profile while in someone else's abode. The Water Kingdom will deal with you. Return first, and I shall summon you later. Await my call, my little master. As her words faded, Inu Honglian had already vanished without a trace. Frost Moon Sky splashed cold water on her face, then reclined onto her bed, gradually succumbing to sleep. Bang! Frosty November awakened in an instant. Opened his eyes to witness the wooden door being flung open. Tsunade, with an air of fury, stormed into the room. Before he could comprehend the situation, she seized him by the collar. "You scoundrel! What did you do to me last night? Why am I waking up in the bed of your little bodyguard?" Tsunade glared at him, demanding answers. Indifferent, he shrugged. "I did nothing, but I was thoroughly intoxicated by someone. You better not mention it again. What happened last night must remain confidential, or I shall have to teach you a lesson. Come with me. My grandmother has called you for breakfast," Tsunade said. Her cheeks flushed with indignation. "I'm not worried about not being full," Frosty November replied, casting a glance at her ample figure as he stepped over the threshold. Tsunade, however, grasped his collar and yanked him back into the room, pushing him onto the bed. "Look closely, you idiot. I am quite well endowed myself," she exclaimed, her indignation palpable. The two, sprawled in a suggestive position on the bed, remained oblivious to the presence of another outside the door. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto had been waiting in the living room for some time, wondering why Tsunade had not yet summoned them for breakfast. Deciding to investigate, he entered just in time to witness the scene of Tsunade pushing Frosty November onto the bed, silently retreating from the courtyard. Uzumaki Naruto smiled as he returned to the living room, sipping from a bowl of porridge, savoring each spoonful. Little Tsunade had finally grown up and learned the art of seduction. Frosty November, being the daimyo of the land of water, was a fitting match for Tsunade. As they both came from esteemed backgrounds, their manners were courteous, and their dealings were graceful and appropriate. They were truly well suited for one another. In the end, Shuangyue Kongming successfully escaped the clutches of Tsunade and, along with Quarer and Ijong, made their way out of the small courtyard, playfully jostling as they entered the living room. "Grandma, you didn't wait for me to eat first again," Tsunade pouted. Uzumaki Mizuto set down his bowl, a playful glint in his eyes as he looked at Tsunade. "Little Tsunade, I sent you to call them for dinner, yet you ended up in bed. I suppose you've completely forgotten about this old woman." "That's not true. We were just joking around, Grandma. Don't say such things." Mizuto continued to beam with amusement. "I won't say anything more. Kongming is a fine child. You should hold on to him tightly, little Tsunade. I won't bother with you. I'm going out to play. If Grandma thinks highly of Shuangyue Kongming, then let this rascal stay here with you." Ultimately, with a swift maneuver, Mizuto outwitted Tsunade, and she reluctantly took Shuangyue Kongming along with her as they stepped outside. "Jiraiya." "Good morning, Orochimaru." "Jiraiya, your dark circles are quite pronounced. You look rather haggard." "Good morning, Tsunade, and you too, Lord Kongming. I didn't sleep well last night." "There's no need to worry. Young brother Jiraiya, art cannot be comprehended in just a day or two. Moderation is key." Frost Moon Kong is well aware that Jiraiya will undoubtedly read novels throughout the night. Intimate Paradise is likely to be released in advance, right? Let us not dwell on that. Today, I shall venture forth to conquer all. Chapter 20. Senju's inevitable victory and Senju's certain defeat. In the serene twilight of frosty November, Sora raised her right hand before Princess Tsunade, her 3 fingers delicately twisting as she spoke with measured clarity. "Princess Tsunade, do you have sufficient funds?" she inquired, alluding to the burden of supporting a significant number of gamblers in the timber industry, akin to a tender lamb. The words of Frost Moon's clear brightness resonated with both Jiraiya and Orochimaru, prompting them to shield their eyes with their hands and shake their heads in resignation. "Damn it. I have frequented numerous gambling establishments since the age of 4, participating in hundreds of various betting matches." Shuangyue Kongming widened her eyes in astonishment, her expression exaggerated. "Wow. How impressive. You have never won at the gambling table. I possess 108 different methods of rolling dice and am well-versed in various card games. You have never triumphed at the gambling table." Shuangyue Kongming gave Tsunade a thumbs up. "You infuriate me. I could just as easily take you down, you scoundrel." In the frosty month of November, Keimei remained utterly still as Jiraiya and Orochimaru held Tsunade firmly in their grasp. "Release me, Jiraiya. I wager that I shall emerge victorious. On what grounds does he claim that I have never triumphed?" In the depths of frosty November, Kongming could not help but commend Princess Gangshu with a resounding applause for her exquisite performance as she ruthlessly poured salt into Jiraiya's wounds, further embellishing it with a sprinkle of cumin and chili powder. In the frosty month of November, Getsu gazed in disbelief as the defeated Jiraiya crouched in a corner, poking the ground with a small stick, the aura of despair emanating from him palpable even from several paces away. He made his way to the gambling den that Tsunade frequented, filled with laughter and chatter. As Shuangyue Kongming anticipated, Princess Tsunade was indeed popular, but she never expected such overwhelming adoration. Upon entering the gambling house, Xuanyue Kongming was pushed several meters away from Tsunade by the enthusiastic patrons, who greeted the princess with a warmth and familiarity surpassing that of their own parents. Frost Moon's gaze is familiar with the eyes of gamblers. It reflects the joy of striking wealth, the relief of a change in fortune, and the look of a great fool. Princess Tsunade, I have awaited your presence for 26 hours and 15 minutes. Why have you only just arrived? Princess Tsunade, are these individuals your companions? Shall we partake in the game together? In the luminous embrace of Frost Moon, Sora once again approached Tsunade. Of course, we shall play. With the might of the 1,000 hands, victory is assured for me. Today, I shall avenge my sister, who bore the brunt of defeat. In the frosty month. With one finger pointing at Tsunade, she retrieved 100 pieces of currency, each valued at 100,000 Ryo from her bosom. You scoundrel, who is your sister? Of course, it is I, your beloved sister Tsunade, my dear brother. In the frost-laden month, Kami the Frosty Moon employed the art of money manipulation, compelling the resolute Princess Tsunade to capitulate. It was not a matter of Tsunade's inadequacy, but rather the overwhelming resources offered by the adversary. Each individual was granted a sum of 2 million Ryo. Spend it as you wish. I shall treat you. Ha ha ha. The Senju clan is destined for victory. Our bets against Princess Tsunade are assuredly triumphant. Indeed, as long as one wagers against Princess Tsunade, defeat is inconceivable. If you possess true skill, dare to wager alongside Tsunade. That would be a testament to your prowess. Now, let us witness the extent of your capabilities. In the moonlit embrace of November, Xuanyue Kongming remained indifferent, merely smiling, a trivial provocation aimed at winning his opponent's wealth. As the gambling commenced, Tsunade, wielding the 2 million taels gifted by Xuanyue Kongming, exuded an air of extravagance. The few thousand taels given to her by Uzumaki Naruto lay neglected in the recesses of her purse. For such meager sums were foreign to her, an unwelcome acquaintance that she preferred to forget, lest the 2 million taels feel neglected. The game of betting on high or low was straightforward. If one wagered 100 taels on high and another 50 taels on low, the former would lose 50 taels while the latter would win only 50 taels. With multiple players, the winnings were distributed in accordance with the proportion of their bets. As the dice tumbled onto the table, Xuanyue Kongming observed Tsunade boldly placing a wager of 100,000 taels on high, prompting others to hastily bet on low. Young master, which should I bet on? You can always place your trust in Princess Tsunade. Xuanyue Kongming smiled at her, signaling encouragement. I shall bet 10,000 taels on low. Whatever the young master bets, I shall mimic. In the first round, with a roll of 10, low emerged victorious. Xuanyue Kongming disregarded the discontented expression of Princess Tsunade, cheerfully collecting his winnings. Younger master, we have amassed a considerable fortune. Uchiha Itachi exclaimed, shaking his arm in glee. Shoo, let us remain discreet. Huh, what is so remarkable? We too have won. The Senju will prevail, ha. Unable to muster the courage to bid against Princess Tsunade, he still sought to reclaim the funds he had given her. Feigning generosity, with a penchant for mockery, he dared to overstep. System, procure me a set of cheating techniques. 50 million points for the most sophisticated techniques, including card peeking, card counting, shuffling, swapping, and altering dice results, among others. That will suffice. I shall purchase it. In the serene stillness of frosty November, a myriad of cheating methods flickered momentarily in Kongming's mind. In the second round, he once again wagered on the small, while Tsunade placed her bet on the large. The points remained at 10, with Tsunade perpetually a mere billion points away from triumphing in the game. I refuse to believe it will open small again. I shall bet on large. Tsunade slammed 100,000 taels onto the large. Frosty Moonlight similarly wagered 100,000 taels on the grand outcome. And I admire your indomitable spirit. I shall join you in this bold bet. Your discernment is commendable, for this endeavor shall lead us to victory. The audacity of Frosty Moonlight's wager left Tsunade momentarily speechless. Frost Moon Kongming had already discerned the outcome of the dice. 6, 3, and 1 still amounted to 10 points. With a gentle tap on the table, the dice rolled, transforming the 1 into a 2. Thus, they revealed a total of 11 points, leading to victories for Frost Moon Kongming, Uchiha Itachi, and Tsunade. Did you see that? My luck has arrived. Betting with me was a wise choice. However, Tsunade did not share in the elation. A shadow of concern crossed her mind. Why had she won? Did this portend some misfortune? Damn, even Princess Tsunade can win. It is nothing short of miraculous. In the fourth round, Frost Moon Kongming refrained from betting alongside Tsunade, resulting in her defeat. The fifth round saw Tsunade triumphant once more, only to falter again in the sixth. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Yagura sensed that matters were more intricate than they appeared. It seemed that Frost Moon Kongming had indeed not lost a single round. They discreetly resolved to place their bets with him. You three are quite the clever little foxes, aren't you? In the frost-kissed month of November, Kame squandered the 2 million ryo gifted to Tsunade. The unworthy Tsunade, reminiscing about her backup, cautiously extracted a few tens of thousands from her small purse. Hilariously, the Princess of Finances is on the verge of losing it all. What a joke. Just take a look at your own funds. You too have lost a significant sum. Could it be? Indeed, I have lost several hundred ryo. Witnessing Princess Tsunade's downfall made me think I had emerged victorious. All the money has already been claimed by Tsunade's false brother, who, alongside his little sister, continues to triumph. Senju's prowess is undeniable, living up to its illustrious reputation. In the frosty month of November, Kame declared to Tsunade, "Let us depart. Remember this. I shall certainly reclaim victory next time." With a forceful slap upon the gambling table, Tsunade made her resolute statement. "Princess Tsunade, you have unjustly accused us. We have not emerged victorious either, for it was your brothers who triumphed over us. Indeed, they are formidable. If only I possessed half of their prowess, I would seek to become their disciple. I too desire this, even if it is merely to learn the slightest skill." In the quiet of the night, Shuangyue Kongming held a thick stack of money, meticulously counting each bill. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of resentment surged within him as he met the gaze of Tsunade, filled with a deep and sorrowful longing. "You scoundrels, as friends, do you not feel a pang of guilt for winning my money?" he exclaimed, only to dismiss the thought with a chuckle. "Of course not, for I possess no conscience at all," he declared with a laugh. "Just teasing you. Let me treat you to some barbecue." At the barbecue restaurant, Tsunade, in a foul mood, ordered an extravagant spread of dishes, stuffing her mouth with food. "You all are truly excessive. Winning money without inviting me along shows a lack of camaraderie," she lamented. "Come, my dear Tsunade, all the winnings belong to you. Take it and enjoy." Shuangyue Kongming offered her the cash. "Very well, that is generous of you. From now on, you shall be my good friend," she replied. After a while of playing, they found little reward. The only worthwhile gambling was among family, friendship, and leadership. Everything else seemed a mere squandering of time and energy. "Soon, I shall treat you all to a relaxing soak in the hot springs," he promised. As evening fell, they arrived at the Deer Antler Hot Springs. "There are so many people. Let us arrange for 2 private rooms," he suggested. In the serene embrace of the hot springs, Shuangyue Kongming pondered how to guide Jiraiya towards unlocking the gateway to a new world, the key to which had been delivered to him just yesterday. "Hey, Jiraiya, how do you find the novel?" Shuangyue Kongming playfully inquired. "It's captivating. I aspire to create a novel of the same genre myself." To write a novel, one must possess inspiration, and the hot springs are the perfect sanctuary for such creativity. "Come, let me take you on a journey to broaden your horizons." Frosty November led 3 companions out of the private room, traversing the men's bathing area before swiftly entering the women's hot springs. "I shall demonstrate this once. Pay close attention." Shuangyue Kongming gradually approached the door while leaning against the wall. Gently, she parted the door curtain just enough to create a narrow opening, bending down to peer inside. Her eyes fixed intently on the scene within. "So, have you learned it? Now, it's your turn to give it a try." In the clear light of Frost Moon, the protagonist observed 3 individuals stealthily approaching the women's bathing area. Tsunade and Kurenai were not present, allowing for their undisturbed observation. Silently, he returned to the men's hot spring, contemplating the necessity of providing Jiraiya's 3 companions with an unforgettable memory, one that would serve as an indelible mark upon their lives. Moments ago, he had seen 3 suspicious figures enter the adjacent room, likely intending to spy on the female ninjas as they bathed. Earlier in the day, he had accompanied them to considerable success, earning enough to cover medical expenses. On his way back to the private room, he discovered Danzo enjoying the hot spring next door, a fortuitous encounter. "Lord Frost Moon, do come in," Danzo invited, having finished his work quite early. With tasks complete and a desire for leisure, he sought the soothing waters of the hot spring. Given Danzo's capabilities, he was more than qualified for the position of Hokage. The duties of a Hokage's assistant were hardly trivial. Yet, Frost Moon continued to subtly incite Danzo, lamenting that Hashirama Senju had chosen Hiruzen Sarutobi as the Hokage instead. In the serene moonlit night of frosty November, the ever-annoying assistant of Hokage caused Danzo's irritation to swell immensely. Just yesterday, a flicker of goodwill had briefly ignited, only to be extinguished in an instant, causing his disdain for Sarutobi Hiruzen to escalate yet another notch. Apprehend the lecher. The melodious yet piercing cries of the female ninja reverberated throughout the hot spring establishment, leading to chaos within the women's bathing area as they hastily donned their robes and rushed out. Meanwhile, the male ninjas observed with keen interest. Elder Danzo. Shall we go and take a look? Frosty November Sky completed her attire and, alongside Danzo, entered the women's bathing area. At first glance, she beheld Jiraiya's three companions. Battered and bruised, sprawled upon the floor. Tsunade and Uchiha Kagaya stood nearby, impeccably dressed. Tsunade's fists were clenched tightly, her sleeves rolled up, indicating the severity of her actions. As several bones in their arms and legs lay shattered, the behavior of Hinata's disciples had become increasingly outrageous, audaciously forming a team to invade the women's bathing area. I shall inquire how Hinata has been instructing his students. Under the ethereal glow of the frost moon, Danzo was the first to speak. His words sharply directed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had not anticipated that a simple visit to the hot springs would yield such unexpected revelations. Sarutobi, accompanied by his three disciples, basked in the glory, his position as Hokage becoming increasingly secure. Danzo yearned to return to the route immediately, orchestrating the dissemination of information among the members to seize the opportunity to undermine Sarutobi and expand his own power. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, succumbing to a nosebleed, collapsed, his clamor revealing their presence. The three were subsequently met with a fierce reprimand from Tsunade. Unbeknownst to them, there was a traitor within their ranks. Having already reported their actions, their fates of punishment had been sealed from the very beginning. Shuangyue calming approached Tsunade and gently patted her on the back. Calm down, she said. It's only natural for the young to be filled with curiosity. A little scuffle will suffice. You scoundrel, did you join them? Tsunade retorted. Do not wrongfully accuse the innocent. I have been soaking in the hot springs with Elder Danzo, and only after hearing the screams did I hastily put on my clothes and come over. As Shuangyue calming finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of his three companions sprawled on the ground, struggling to raise their right hands and defiantly presenting him with their middle fingers, muttering under their breath. Shameless. The trio, unfortunate souls, found themselves admitted to the Konoha hospital. Alone, Shuangyue calming made his way to the Hokage's office. Mr. Sarutobi, I have explored every corner of Konoha village. Tomorrow, I shall depart for the capital of the Land of Fire, and I wish to issue an S-rank mission, requiring your three disciples to protect me for 2 months. Will you accept this task? The esteemed Shuangyue had issued a mission that was hard to refuse. He would take on the task on their behalf. Very well, this will not impede your duties, Mr. Sarutobi. I bid you farewell. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt quite reluctant, as his three disciples were at the prime of their training years, and accepting Shuangyue calming's mission would squander 2 months of their potential. However, with Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Danzo's disruptive presence looming nearby, it would be prudent to send them away for a while. In the ensuing 2 months, Shuangyue calming traveled to the capital of the Land of Fire, where he sold a horse-drawn carriage. He accompanied Tsunade on 2 visits to the Short Book Street. He traversed much of the Land of Fire, visiting picturesque sites and exploring perilous locations, yet regrettably, the entrances to the 3 great sanctuaries remained elusive. The negotiations for grain trade had been finalized, with the Land of Fire set to supply the Land of Water with 500 million ryo worth of grain within 6 months, delivered in 3 installments. The relationship between Shuangyue calming and Tsunade has progressed to a point beyond mere friendship, yet still shy of the intimacy of lovers. Beneath the dimly lit sky, a gentle drizzle falls. At the port of the Land of Fire, Shuangyue calming and Tsunade share a paper umbrella, strolling leisurely along the streets. Damn it, after 2 months, I am finally set to receive my mission reward, allowing me to return to the gambling den, though it is likely I will win nothing again. You are welcome to seek me out. At any time, I shall gladly lose to you. Frostmoon calming turned her head and gazed intently at Tsunade, raising her hand to point at her own lips. I shall await your arrival in the Land of Water, where I shall let you win on numerous occasions. You rascal, do not bring this up again. I shall no longer accompany you for drinks. At 10 years old, Tsunade felt her cheeks flush, internally chiding Frostmoon calming for uttering such words. How could she let others know of such matters? How about you return to the Land of Water with me? I could make you the wife of a lord. Tsunade paused in silence for a moment before shaking her head. Not at the moment. My grandmother cannot leave the village, so I must stay and accompany her. Perhaps in the future, I may venture there. Then I shall await you in the Land of Water. Before you depart, allow me to present you with a gift. Shuangyue calming gently took Tsunade's right hand and adorned her ring finger with a ring. With this ring, you are mine. From now on, should anyone dare to approach you, you must strike them. This ring is a unique ninja tool. Infused with chakra, it allows for short-distance teleportation. And it must not be removed. What an arrogant scoundrel. Who do you think you are? Tsunade murmured softly. Understood. Here, this necklace, passed down from my grandfather, is for you. This shall serve as our token of affection, shall it not? If you say so, then I suppose it is, though I shall not admit it. Kongming, you must depart now. The fleet is ready, and your sister has already arrived. Tsunade gazed intently at Yue Kongming's face, wishing to imprint it upon her heart. I will come to see you when I can, little Tsunade. I await you. You shall always have that room. I will keep it for you. By the flower boat. Yue Kongming pulled Jiraiya aside, saying, This is for you, my dear brother Jiraiya. I hope to read your works soon. Jiraiya nodded vigorously. I certainly will. In the frost-laden month, Sora Mizukage presented a tome on genetic biology to Orochimaru. Standing upon the deck, Tsunade's figure dwindled until it vanished from sight. The flower ship, once again setting sail, embarked on a fresh journey. Chapter 22. The Man Who Aspires to be King of the Seas. In the month of frost, Kongming sailed upon a floral vessel, leisurely navigating the waters for 7 days until he returned to the land of water. Standing atop the vessel, he gazed down upon the entire harbor. In the span of 2 months, the port, once ravaged and unrecognizable due to his actions, had been meticulously restored, with workers bustling about, transporting goods. Young master, welcome back, greeted Uncle He. My apologies for your toil during my absence these past 2 months. I shall ensure a raise for you on another day. In the crisp moonlight of frosty November, Sara held the small hand of Kwa as they disembarked from the flower-laden boat, gazing at the somewhat plump Uchiha River. The transformation of the port over the past 2 months has been remarkable, a testament to the collective efforts of all. As Yue Kongming settled into the carriage, he remarked that matters could be discussed upon their return to the Deming prefecture. The proximity to Deming City grew ever closer, and he pulled back the curtains of the carriage to gaze outside, noting that the throngs of displaced individuals had departed, leaving behind only cleared ruins. Upon returning to the council hall, Yue Kongming perused the documents on the table with his left hand while his right hand rhythmically rubbed his chin. His expression one of deep concentration, occasionally nodding or frowning. The atmosphere in the hall was charged, with everyone holding their breath, their emotions mirroring the fluctuations of Yue Kongming's demeanor. After closing the documents, he emphatically tapped on them with his finger, inhaling deeply, and stated, I cannot comprehend the contents herein. Please summarize the key points. Master, replied Uchiha He, the document records the work summaries of various departments over the past 2 months, primarily focusing on 2 matters. First, the resettlement of the displaced, and second, land allocation. Uchiha He extracted 2 specific documents from the pile. Next time, please ensure that the documents convey the information clearly. Brevity should be the guiding principle. In the month of frost, Kongming reviewed the documents resubmitted by Uchiha Kawa. Well done. Now, in the forthcoming 2 months, ensure the completion of both tasks with utmost thoroughness. Yue Kongming, accompanied by Guerre, entered Palai Island. After 2 months of neglecting his cultivation, he felt as though his body was on the verge of rusting. Without delay, he entered the gravity training chamber, completing 10 laps. Guerre, come in and train. I have set it up for you, he said, adjusting the gravity to twice its normal level. Guerre cautiously stepped into the training room, moving forward little by little. All right. Young master, she replied. In the tranquil ambience of Frost Moon, Kongming sat nearby, observing Guerre as she diligently practiced. Her delicate visage glistened with perspiration, her garments thoroughly soaked, and her lips appeared somewhat pallid, yet she persevered. Very well, Guerre, take a brief respite, he urged. It's all right, young master. I can endure, she replied resolutely. I must grow stronger to protect you. Guerre exerted herself to wipe away the sweat trickling into her eyes and continued her training. Frosty moonlight approached and gently embraced Guerre. Am I truly so inept? I have yet to become a chunin. I shall strive harder. Please do not abandon me, my lord. Silently observing the resolute Guerre, he thought. You are but 8 years old. System, can the items I purchase be utilized by others? Indeed, however, items that directly alter one's constitution are considerably more expensive. For instance, purchasing chakra for another requires the system to formulate it into a pill, costing 100 million. That is still acceptable. Procure 2 for me. Guerre, here are some fine items for you. Consume this, and you shall grow stronger at once. Now, open your mouth. Leaning against him, Uchiha Guerre gasped heavily, taking deep breaths. My lord, keep it for yourself. I do not require it. I can strive even harder. Shuangyue Kongming gently placed 2 chakra pills into the small mouth of Guire. Moments later, Guire, nestled in Shuangyue Kongming's embrace, looked up with surprise and exclaimed, "Young master, this candy is extraordinary. I can feel my chakra surging within me, increasing by dozens of times. With a few days of training, I could ascend from a lower ninja to near the strength of a Kage, and within 2 years, I shall reach Kage level. That is splendid. As long as it proves useful," Shuangyue Kongming replied, playfully tapping the tip of Guire's small nose. "Indeed, once my power surpasses my father's, I shall seize his wealth to lavish upon you, young master. Last time, he promised me, but soon after he reneged. I will take all his money," making him understand the true meaning of ruthlessness. In the month of frost, Kongming was taken aback. Is it truly the time-honored virtue of the Uchiha clan to honor one's father and be filial to one's daughter? Unbeknownst to him, a month had slipped by. And with a heavy heart, he gazed upon the news brought by Uchiha Kawa. In the 23rd year of Konoha, he had earned not a single coin, instead incurring losses exceeding 2 billion ryo. This could not continue. He must find a way to profit. Straining his mind, Kongming recalled the extravagant seafood prices of his previous life. The land of water, surrounded by ocean, offered an abundance of seafood, ripe for the taking. The timing was opportune. The season for sowing had not yet arrived, and countless citizens were toiling in search of a livelihood. They should venture out to sea to fish. Kawa promptly issue an announcement. The daimyo's office will purchase various marine products at any quantity. Kongming instructed without delay. "Young master, buying such a large quantity would be excessive. We cannot possibly consume it all, and some seafood is rather unpalatable," Kawa replied. "Fear not, I possess a plan for that," Kongming assured him. Once the announcement from the daimyo's office was released, many citizens were stirred, especially those residing along the coast. "Saburo, your family should also venture out to fish." "Indeed. There has been little work lately. It just so happens that Lord Kongming wishes to purchase seafood. It's a perfect opportunity to explore the seas," Saburo replied while preparing his fishing nets. "Ha! A bunch of fools. With so many people fishing, how will they sell their catch? It would be futile. They might as well rest at home. The announcement from Lord Kongming is quite clear. Any quantity will be accepted. How much fish can the daimyo consume in a single meal? Look at how many are heading out to fish. If each person catches 10, it could last him for years." He uttered this casually, yet many citizens began to waver in their resolve. "I still wish to give it a try." In the month of frost and brightness, Kongming procured a tome titled The Culinary Bible of All Realms, seafood edition from the system, astonishingly composed in square characters. The power of food enthusiasts is indeed formidable, having infiltrated the entire universe. Others could not comprehend it, thus he was compelled to personally train dozens of chefs. Have they mastered the art of handling seafood? Is there anyone left untrained? Days later, fishing boats returned one after another from the sea, their crew entering the procurement station established by the renowned lord with a mixture of apprehension and hope. As proclaimed, they would accept all catches without reservation. "Ha ha ha, splendid. All the fish have been sold, and this year we can enjoy a prosperous existence. Sanlang, it seems you have reaped a decent harvest. Not too shabby. I earned over 3,000 taels this trip. I shall buy new clothes for my wife and children." Sanlang carefully tucked the money close to himself. "I am in a similar situation. Those who did not venture out must be regretting their decision." The announcement was genuine. They would accept as many seafood products as were brought in. They should not have listened to the baseless gossip of the lazy Takegawa. Now, who knows if it is too late to go to sea? It is all that scoundrel Takegawa's fault. He is indolent and drags others down with him. That fellow caught a boatload of seaweed-like debris and still managed to sell it for 100 taels. They should never have doubted Lord Kongming. Come, let us seek retribution from Takegawa. Shuangyue Kongming observed Uchiha He, who was devouring his food with fervor. "Uncle He, do take your time. There is more than enough." "My lord, the seafood is truly delectable," Uchiha He replied indistinctly. "Since it is so delightful, indulge yourself further," Shuangyue Kongming mused, pondering how it could be anything but exquisite. With the system's top-tier seasonings, he called out, "Guire, come and taste the lobster." Following the new year, the authentic seafood from the land of water would be launched nationwide. With aspirations to expand throughout the Shinobi world, Shuangyue Kongming was determined to become the sovereign of the seas. Chapter 23, inviting them to their doom as the new year dawned in the 24th year of Konoha. Shuangyue Kongming orchestrated the simultaneous grand opening of seafood establishments across the 18 counties of the land of water. In the frost-laden month of November, the Soromitsu clan dispatched emissaries nationwide to disseminate promotional leaflets and coupons, leaving no stone unturned. even in the smallest of villages with merely a handful of residents, thus making their presence widely known throughout the Land of Water. They assigned the trained chefs to the branch in the county town, utilizing the mid-tier seasonings provided by the system for their culinary offerings. In the private chamber, Shuangyue Kongming sat, listening to Uchiha Kawa presiding over the opening ceremony outside. Silence. Please, he announced. The establishment of the Daimyo shop is now officially open, and all purchases will enjoy a 20% discount. The culinary creations personally crafted by Lord Shuangyue, utilizing the Daimyo's secret seasoning, are certain to delight all. We warmly invite everyone to partake in the Frost Moon's luminous presence. The citizens of the Water Nation wholeheartedly embraced him, and on the inaugural day of his venture, business flourished remarkably. Who could have anticipated that Lord Frost Moon's secret seasoning could elevate seafood to such exquisite heights? Indeed, each method of preparation boasts its own unique charm, inviting one to experiment with creating their own culinary masterpieces. Frosty Moonlight embraces a high-end approach, with prices that are anything but modest. However, he harbors no objections to others profiting from his methods. Influenced by him, a considerable number of individuals in the Land of Water have swiftly ventured into the seafood trade. Unbeknownst to them, 3 months have passed, and Frosty Moonlight's prowess has further intensified, having developed a celestial physique with chakra reaching 200 calories. The final batch of grain from the Land of Fire is on the verge of delivery, and it is time to convene with the Minister of Finance to persuade him to return to the Land of Water. Uncle River summoned Chuan and the two esteemed jonin. The council hall is ablaze with light as Chuan and Hechuan enter, their faces adorned with smiles, for Frosty Moonlight summons heralds yet another opportunity for profit. In the ethereal glow of the frost-laden moon, Kongming held a mask delicately, her brush gliding over its surface with meticulous care. She cast a fleeting glance at the two individuals before her. You two, she began, the final shipment of grain from the Land of Fire, valued at 200 million taels, is about to be delivered. Setting aside the mask, she continued, Governor, he is indisposed, and I wish to entrust this task to you. Do you have the time to assist? As the frost-laden moonlight descended, the expressions of Chuan and Air became visibly reluctant. My Lord Frost Moon, while we have time, our primary duty is to safeguard the safety of the Daimyo's residents. Surely, you comprehend my meaning. Rest assured, the reward for this task is 1 million ryo each. Taking on a private assignment may complicate our standing with Lord Mizukage. He exchanged knowing glances with Chuan. Frosty November's serene expression remained unchanged as she contemplated the task at hand, pondering whether it would truly be so difficult to accept the mission of delivering death. I can offer an additional sum, 2 million taels each. Surely, you wouldn't refuse such an enticing offer. The cargo, valued at 200 million taels, undoubtedly carried immense peril, a burden beyond our capabilities. However, Hechuan remained unmoved, desiring even more. State your terms, he demanded. The Frost Moon, feeling somewhat vexed, acknowledged the inevitability of their fate, as the two were destined for a one-way journey. They could stipulate any terms they wished, should they succeed in their endeavors. He would concede defeat. My esteemed Lord Frost Moon, is it unreasonable to request 500,000 taels per person? Hechuan raised a hand, fingers splayed. Not at all. Upon the successful retrieval of provisions, you shall receive your payment immediately. Do prepare for your return, Frost Moon remarked, once again picking up his mask to continue his artistry. Wait, I have yet to finish speaking. Do you not find your demands somewhat excessive? Frost Moon's countenance darkened, a fierce glint flickering in his eyes. If that is the case, feel free to seek others to undertake the task. Hechuan replied, spreading his hands and shrugging nonchalantly. Please, continue. We desire to exchange for 2 maidservants for our amusement. The one who escorted us inside earlier is quite satisfactory, along with 2 songstresses. Frosty November's serene countenance remained unperturbed as she silently gazed at Hechuan. The grand hall was hauntingly quiet, save for the crackling sounds of the burning candles. Very well. Prepare to depart, she finally spoke. The two departed from the council chamber, their hearts filled with contentment. In the frosty moonlight, Kongming watched the two depart, and suddenly broke into a smile. She picked up her mask and resumed her delicate painting. Chuan and the two, filled with excitement, hastily left the Land of Water, steering their small boat with urgency towards the capital of the Land of Fire. On the night of their departure, Shuangyue Kongming departed from the daimyo's residence, riding the winds to arrive in the Land of Fire ahead of the others. In a secluded forest of the Land of Fire, the masked Shuangyue Kongming approached the cylindrical building, gently tapping on the door. Shortly thereafter, the door creaked open, and Shuangyue Kongming was ushered inside by a staff member. May I inquire what brings you to the underground exchange? The staff member asked, pulling out paper and pen, gazing up at Shuangyue Kongming. I wish to issue a task, came the reply. Ah, you're here to post a task, the staff member responded, intrigued. The rewards from the underground exchange are quite substantial. Are you certain? Indeed. Shuangyue Kongming affirmed. A task worth 30 million ryo? Will you accept it? In the frost-laden month, the pale light of the moon illuminated the reception desk, where a masked figure leaned closer to the staff member. Certainly, we accept all tasks as long as the remuneration is agreeable. The staff, intrigued, inquired further. What kind of mission do you wish to undertake? The two elite shinobi from the Mist Village will be passing through the Deer Village on their return to the Land of Water, and I require the provisions they carry. To ensure absolute success, the individual undertaking this task must possess a minimum of 20 years of experience. Not a problem. Please provide the deposit and sign here. Frostmoon Kongming accepted the task scroll handed to him by the staff, verified its accuracy, and inscribed his name, General, after paying the deposit. He departed from the underground currency exchange and made his way to Kamishika village, waiting patiently for an opportunity. Shortly after his departure, Kakuzu arrived at the underground exchange. Upon entering, he was informed, Kakuzu, there is a task that suits you perfectly. Would you care to accept it? The reward is undoubtedly substantial. As long as the price is right, I shall take on any task, he replied. The scroll was presented to him, detailing a mission to eliminate 2 jonin from the hidden mist village and procure their supplies, a task deemed uncomplicated. Kakuzu grasped the scroll and reviewed the details. I accept. 5 days later, Kakuzu infiltrated the village. That afternoon, Chuan and another individual entered as well. The intelligence capabilities of the underground exchange were indeed formidable. The task proved to be exceedingly simple. Leaving the land of fire, he pondered the taste of the maids that served the feudal lord. What might that experience entail? Humph. You shall have no opportunity. Surrender the supplies, and I may allow you to retain your bodies intact. Kakuzu emerged from the shadows. Who dares? You think you can rob the supplies of the hidden mist village? Chuan and his companion, their bodies already ravaged, retorted with feigned bravado. Do not speak of the supplies of the hidden mist village. Should the price be right, I would even consider claiming the head of the village as Mizukage. If you do not comply, I shall personally retrieve what is mine. In the distance, Shuangyue Kongming stood observing the battlefield where Kakuzu faced off against 2 inept members of the Mist Village. There was no suspense in the outcome, as he effortlessly subdued the 2 within mere minutes. Applauding, Shuangyue Kongming strolled forth, acknowledging the audacity of those who dared to accept an assassination mission against Senja Hashirama. Shuangyue Daimyo? What brings you here? Hekawa inquired, visibly astonished. I have come to deliver your reward, a gesture of goodwill from afar. Are you not moved? As he spoke, Shuangyue Kongming raised his right hand, aiming at their lower regions, preparing to fire. Ah! Hekawa and his companion clutched themselves, rolling on the ground in agony. How does it feel? Do you still dare to harbor thoughts against my maid? With no further utility, you are free to meet your demise. Spare us, they pleaded. With a swift motion, he aimed at their heads and with 2 resounding shots, sent them to meet the Sage of 6 Paths. Chapter 24. The Initial Operations of the Pot Shadow. In the frosty moonlit night, Kongming gazed intently as the 2 from Hechuan reluctantly shut their eyes, casting a sidelong glance at the vigilant Kakuzu beside them. Kakuzu, a rogue ninja from Takigakure, I harbor no ill will towards you. In the crisp air of frosty November, Escalates scrutinized Kakuzu with keen curiosity. Adorned with a protective forehead guard and a mask that concealed his features, only his pair of eyes remained visible. Recalling the anecdotes from his previous life, he pondered with intrigue whether Kakuzu, from a distance of 800 meters, could indeed strike Hashirama Senju with a shuriken. The goodwill exuded by Shuangyue Kongming failed to sway Jiaodu, who continued to fixate on him with unwavering intensity. I have invested a considerable sum to draw you out. Is your hostility not a touch excessive? The implication of Frost Moon's words is that he perceives Jiaodu's sincerity to be profound. However, this had the opposite effect. Upon hearing it, Jiaodu became increasingly vigilant, questioning, I do not know you. What business do you have with me? In the frosty month. The clear sky illuminated the moment of enlightenment for Kongming. With a gentle tap on her own head, she exclaimed, Oh, did I forget to mention? It matters not. For I am the Lord of the Water Nation, and I hereby extend a formal invitation for you to assume the role of Minister of Finance for our realm. Regrettably, I must decline. I find great contentment in my current existence. Kaku resolutely responded after a moment of contemplation. Oh dear, your refusal has left me quite disheartened. In the frost-laden month of November, Kongming stamped her foot fiercely, and in an instant, a barrier enveloped the entire village. No one could refuse me. And as long as I draw breath, Today shall either witness your demise at my hands or my own at yours. Water release. Whales swallow the world. In an instant, the frost-laden moonlight transformed, as with a swift motion of her right hand, 100-meter-long whale crashed down, effortlessly claiming a life beneath its immense weight. In the ethereal glow of the frost-laden moon, Escalates observed with keen amusement as Kakuzu performed, feigning death and lying motionless upon the ground. It is said that the secret art of the Takigakure village, known as the Cursed Grudge, allows one to seize hearts and possess 5 lives, and even attain immortality through such means. Tell me, Mr. Kakuzu, do you find these rumors to hold any merit? Frost Moon's ethereal gaze lingered upon the lifeless form of Kakuzu as he murmured to himself. No sooner had he uttered his thoughts than Kakuzu, feigning death on the ground, stirred. It seemed that a desperate battle was inevitable, invoking the secret technique of vengeful spirits. 3 masks materialized behind Kakuzu, his entire being ensnared by dark tendrils. Water style, whirlwind of the world. Frosty moonlight swiftly unleashed an even larger whale, slamming it down with a resounding crash, rendering Kakuzu once again prostrate upon the ground. With 3 lives remaining, the moment to unleash a formidable technique was dwindling. The combined ninja art, Inferno Wind Chaotic Wave, erupted forth as 2 masks materialized behind Kakuzu's shoulders, synergizing to cast a more potent jutsu. Indeed, this was commendable. Frosty Moonlight expressed admiration as the water release technique, whale devouring the world, manifested. The 300-meter-long whale once more struck Kakuzu down, leaving him vanquished. Frosty November gazed at Kaidi as he rose, retracting the heart from his back. What is it? Have you relinquished your resistance? What do you truly intend to do? Kaidi silently wept within, feeling utterly oppressed from the very beginning. He had been subjected to a single ninjutsu, deprived of any opportunity to resist. In the ethereal glow of the frost-laden moon, Shuangyue Kongming disregarded the grievances of Kakuzu and extended yet another invitation. I invite you to assume the role of Minister of Finance for the Land of Water. Have you made your decision? This is your final opportunity. Very well, I accept, Kakuzu replied with an eager nod, firmly convinced that Shuangyue Kongming was not merely casting out a larger fish. Absolutely not. In the crisp embrace of the frost-laden month, Kwangming Shuangyu withdrew a mask from his bosom and cast it aside into the corner before departing with the wind. Upon returning to the Lord's estate, he reclined in a rocking chair within the courtyard, observing Guerre diligently honing her skills while awaiting the arrival of Kakuzu. Guerre had pilfered her father's secret stash, and in return, Shuangyu rewarded her with a tender kiss, further igniting her fervor for training. 3 days later, Shuangyu welcomed Kakuzu's presence. He is Kakuzu, who will henceforth assume your position as the Minister of Finance, Ishu. You will take on the role of Minister of Personnel, overseeing the assessment and promotion of officials from the Land of Water. This is Uchiha, the former Minister of Finance, and Kakuzu will now take over his responsibilities. Frosty November introduced the 2 individuals to one another. It is a great honor to meet someone so courageous as to engage in battle with Senja Hashirama. In our clan, only Lord Madara possesses the prowess to contend with Hashirama, and henceforth we shall look out for one another. Once adversaries, the 2 Hashirama found common ground in that fleeting moment and engaged in pleasant conversation. Feel free to continue your discussion at leisure. Kaku's annual salary is 10 million ryo. Should Uncle River consider raising it further? It matters not to me. I am indifferent to wealth. Speaking of salaries, Frosty November nearly fell victim to Uchiha River's ire. Not long ago, after granting him a raise, the unassuming little coat of wind was swiftly snatched away. Frost Moon, in a moment of clarity, dismissed the 2 individuals and, with pen and paper in hand, composed a letter to the Water Shadow. The letter detailed the absence of Ming Chuan and 2 ninjas, who had yet to return from their mission, urging the investigation of the truth by the Hidden Mist Village. Upon receiving the correspondence, the Water Shadow dispatched a reconnaissance team to the Land of Fire. In the village of Upper Deer, they unearthed the lifeless bodies of the 2 ninjas, having met their demise by a single fatal blow. Among the remnants of the scene, a mask was recovered. Intelligence from the underground exchange revealed a bounty issued by a ninja named Root. Kakuzu accepted the task but failed to report back. Instead, he journeyed to the Land of Water, bartering grain for the position of finance minister. Since the issuance of the bounty, Root had been conspicuously absent until a spy from Konoha relayed information. This spy, a friend of a certain clan, lamented to him about Danzo's increasingly audacious behavior, coercing the clan's prodigies to join Root's ranks. Upon reviewing the investigation report, the Water Shadow was invigorated, realizing that Konoha was stirring trouble. The newly recruited thousands of ninjas finally had a purpose. He promptly sent envoys to Konoha, demanding an explanation from Saratobi Hiruzen. Danzo, Is this your doing? Saratobi suspected that Danzo was indeed responsible, as he had taken in numerous orphans for his root division, making the theft of grain appear all too plausible. Of course. It was not I. Someone must have framed me, Danzo vehemently denied. Then what of the mask from Root? Saratobi scrutinized the evidence provided by the Hidden Mist Village. Noting the mask's resemblance to those worn by Root members. The organization had only recently been established, and few in the village were aware of its existence. How could outsiders possess such knowledge? How would I know? I could just as easily accuse you. Danzo retorted, contemplating the possibility of Root's expansion. You speak nonsense. The Hidden Mist demands reparations. How shall we compensate? Saratobi slammed his hand on the table. Why should we compensate? A war would be preferable. Danzo echoed the sentiment, striking the table in defiance. The village had only recently emerged from a devastating conflict. Peace was paramount, and war with the Hidden Mist was not an option. You are too weak, Hiruzen, Danzo glared, pounding the table once more. Unyielding, Saratobi met Danzo's gaze, asserting, I am the Hokage. My word holds weight. You will live to regret this. Danzo stormed out of the Hokage's office. Ultimately, Saratobi chose to yield, after deliberation with 2 senior advisors. He resolved to compensate the Hidden Mist Village with 100 million ryo. The Water Shadow remained unsatisfied with the compensation, demanding either an increase in the reparations or the elimination of 2 jonin from Konoha, a life for a life. Konoha countered, insisting that such a demand was unacceptable due to the high value of jonin. However, they could offer a modest increase in funds. The Hidden Mist declared, I am not in need of money. Konoha must compensate us with several A-rank ninjutsu. In the midst of the unfolding drama, Kwangming Shuangyue forcefully interjected. Declaring herself a victim as well, she lamented the near loss of her food supplies and the subsequent forfeiture of her position as Minister of Finance, insisting upon compensation. Thus commenced a verbal skirmish among the 3 parties. Chapter 25. A new avenue for profit after enduring over 2 months of remote exchanges marked by heated rhetoric. The involved parties finally reached an accord. Konoha Village agreed to compensate Kirigakure with 1 A-rank ninjutsu, 5 B-rank ninjutsu, and a sum of 150 million ryo. In addition to 1 million ryo for the families of the slain jonin. Kirigakure, having received the compensation, expressed considerable satisfaction, acknowledging Konoha's sense of propriety. They promptly withdrew the thousands of ninjas stationed at the front lines. In the frosty month of November, Kwangming, upon discovering the dubious pact forged between 2 scoundrels to cast him aside, felt an insatiable discontent. Unwilling to accept this betrayal, he resolved to protest, penning a letter each day to condemn the 2 knaves. In the end, Shuangyue Kwangming, unable to endure the incessant nagging from Konoha, ultimately acquiesced and compensated him with 2 shop premises, and that was that. With the acquisition of these 2 establishments, he intended to establish a business in Konoha Village. Should he not receive adequate compensation, he would resort to earning money from Konoha. There would come a day when they would rue their decision. Additionally, Shuangyue Kwangming did not forget to give Tsunade a permanent free card. Frost Moon Kwangming, lacking the luxury of time to continue his antics with Konoha, received word that the newly established food processing plant outside the city had completed its first batch of products. Guaya, accompany me to the outskirts to inspect the new offerings from the factory. Frosty Moonlight gently grasped Guayer's small hand as they ascended into a humble carriage. Relishing the comfort of Guayer's lap, reflecting on the past 2 months, he recalled how his seafood venture had expanded beyond the Water Nation, establishing branches in the grand capitals of several kingdoms. Anticipating future challenges, he began to contemplate new business opportunities. The revenue from his seafood enterprise was bound to gradually stabilize, as common folk could not afford to indulge frequently, and ninjas needed to maintain their physique and stamina, refraining from frequent indulgence. With the exception of a certain red bean delicacy, Frosty Moon, in pursuit of expanding his business across various industries to amass wealth throughout the entire ninja world, ultimately selected the military rations as his next flagship product. In his previous life, he faced formidable competitors such as the compression series, self-heating series, canned goods, and the fasting elixirs mentioned in novels, all of which posed significant challenges to the military rations. We warmly welcome Lord Frosty Moon for an inspection. Our staff is presently occupied and unable to greet you in person. We kindly ask for your understanding, said Yuji Tashiyama, the factory manager, bowing apologetically. In the serene month of frost, the sky is clear, and I dismiss trivialities with a wave of my hand. I harbor no fondness for superficial endeavors. It is far better to remain industrious. How has the task entrusted to you been progressing? Rest assured, the self-heating instant noodles and fasting pills are on the verge of mass production, and you shall facilitate the integration of Frost Moon's brilliance within the factory. My esteemed Lord Frost Moon, behold the sample of the self-heating noodles. By infusing it with any attribute of chakra or simply cold water, it generates warmth, allowing one to savor delectable noodles within mere minutes. As Frost Moon Kongming reached out to take the ramen offered by Yu, he was met with disappointment, for he grasped only emptiness. However, Yu was quicker, seizing the opportunity to utilize her chakra to cook the noodles to perfection. She carefully blew on them to cool them to a palatable temperature before presenting the steaming bowl before him with both hands. In the ethereal glow of the frost-laden moon, Yue Kongming gracefully lifted her chopsticks, indulging in 2 hearty bites under the eager gaze of Yu. The flavor was delightful, yet taste is subjective. Thus, she resolved to experiment with various flavors. Gently, she picked up a morsel and offered it to Yu, encouraging her to savor the exquisite taste. Rest assured, esteemed Yue. Goro replied, the renowned ramen masters of the Water Nation have generously shared their ancestral recipes for our exploration, ensuring that we satisfy the palates of the majority. Following the direction indicated by Yue Kongming beheld 8 spirited gentlemen in their 60s, intently engaged in the art of noodle making within the research laboratory. It is paramount that Daimyo acknowledges their invaluable contributions. Thus, I shall bestow upon them medals. Yue Kongming held a favorable impression of these individuals and decided that in the future, when they procure products for use in their own establishments, they shall receive a generous 60% discount. Supervisor Yu led the way to observe the progress of the fasting pills. Following the guidance of Yue Kongming descended to the 2nd underground level. Progressing along the lengthy corridor, he was met with an imposing iron door at the end, guarded by 6 middle-ranking ninjas. Upon the door's opening, Yue Kongming beheld an expansive subterranean space, excavated over thousands of square meters. The ground was adorned with numerous large cauldrons, beside which several workers were diligently occupied. Some managed the heat, others added ingredients, while some were tasked with stirring, shaping pills, and finally packaging them. According to the method you provided, Master Yue, a small quantity of medicinal herbs can yield a pill that sustains a sense of fullness for an entire day. We incorporate various ingredients to create an array of flavors: honey, fruits, floral notes, fish mint, stinky tofu, and other peculiar tastes. The ethereal Yue Kongming, upon hearing the news, was greatly satisfied. He patted Yu's shoulder and declared, "Excellent. Expedite the production. I wish to commence sales in the shops of Konoha Village within a month." A month later, the long-closed establishment adjacent to the seafood shop in Konoha Village proudly displayed a news sign: Fast Foodism. Curious villagers strolled in, discovering shelves adorned with boxes of instant ramen and an array of colorful military rations. "What do you sell here?" inquired a cautious civilian, gingerly touching a ramen box. "Dear patron, what you hold is self-heating ramen. Add water or utilize chakra for a few minutes, and you shall savor a steaming bowl of delectable ramen." "Allow me to demonstrate," the shopkeeper proclaimed. He took a box of ramen and, after adding water, within moments, an irresistible aroma wafted from the container. Surrounding villagers inhaled deeply, their mouths watering as they leaned toward the counter, eyes fixed on the enticing box. "It's ready to eat. Please, do try." The shopkeeper placed chopsticks beside the ramen. "I shall have a taste first," someone exclaimed, slurping. "It's truly delicious. Just a taste will suffice, but save me some. Leave me some broth." "Shopkeeper, how much for the ramen?" "I'd like a box." Villagers clamored, eager after tasting its flavor. Prices ranged from 15 to 100 ryo, with the cheapest vegetable ramen at 15 ryo and the most expensive seafood ramen at 100 ryo. "How affordable." "I'll take 2 boxes of vegetable ramen and 3 boxes of seafood ramen." The shopkeeper struggled to navigate through the crowd of eager customers, offering the newly developed fasting pills to the surrounding ninjas. "Esteemed ninja friends, we present our latest creation, fasting pills. Consume one, and you won't feel hunger for an entire day, available in various flavors." "Is it truly possible to remain satiated for a day with just one?" The Konoha ninjas questioned, skeptical yet intrigued. Indeed, the reputation of the Land of Water's Daimyo guarantees satisfaction. Unsatisfied customers may return them at any time. "Then I shall take 10. No, 5. I desire 5. "Certainly, you may return any time for more." The enterprise of fast foodism thrived remarkably, with the fasting pills proving effective. Their price comparable to military rations, garnering the favor of Konoha's ninjas, resulting in a surge in demand. In the Hokage building, the proprietor of a declining restaurant stormed into Sarutobi's office, exclaiming, "Hokage-sama, you must intervene. That vegetarian establishment is engaging in vicious competition, stealing away our customers." They must be compelled to raise their prices. Indeed, they should double their prices, Sarutobi Hiruzen lamented, his head aching from the incessant complaints. Having just settled the compensation matter with the Mist Village, he regretted not having ignored that troublesome establishment from the outset. In the frosty month of November, Kongming was blissfully unaware of Sarutobi's predicament. Had he known, he would have surely laughed heartily, thinking, "You brought this upon yourself, you mischievous monkey." Suddenly, he recalled his last unsuccessful attempt to summon the bed-warming beast, the Hound Honglian. Chapter 26, A Profound Exchange with Honglian in the Frost-Laden Month. Kongming entered the enchanting realm of Palai Island, stepping gracefully into the estate, where he summoned the spirit of the Hound, Honglian. "Has my little master finally remembered me?" The Hound lamented, its voice tinged with a sense of forlorn longing after such a prolonged solitude. Frost Moon Kong has indeed left her behind in her thoughts. But can she truly acknowledge it? With her right hand stroking her chin, a sudden spark of inspiration ignites, and her high emotional intelligence effortlessly comes into play. "I shall prepare a gift for you, for as a host, how could I not present a delightful offering to my beloved pet? Thank you, dear master. I eagerly await your gift." As Frost Moon Kongming felt the piercing gaze upon him, Inauguration was about to press closer. And he could already catch a whiff of a delicate fragrance. "I assure you, you shall be satisfied," he said, closing his eyes and gently patting Inauguration's head. "System. Provide me with a canine demon template." "Certainly, please hold on, host." Earth attribute groundbreaking canine, capable of burrowing and splitting the earth, requires 100 million points. That's insufficient. It's merely suitable for tilling the land. I need something more formidable. How about the blazing three-headed dog, fire attribute, capable of incinerating lakes and mountains? Costing 300 million points? That's too grotesque. I cannot bring myself to consume it. Please, something more aesthetically pleasing. Frost Moon Kongming displayed a look of disdain. Wind and Thunder Howling Moon Canine, possessing wind, thunder, and Yin attributes, able to soar through the skies and alter its size, requires 1 billion points. That will suffice. Frost Moon Kongming nodded in satisfaction, appreciating both its prowess and appearance. Template generation complete. Please infuse your blood essence, and upon fusion, it will automatically recognize you as its master. In the ethereal light of frosty November, Kongming bit his finger, squeezing out a drop of his essence to merge with the template. Hana, he intently focused, preparing to receive the bestowed gift. In the frost-laden twilight, Kongming affixed the template upon Inauguration's forehead. Gradually, the template melded into her being, and she sensed a marked enhancement in her aura. As her momentum and strength steadily ascended, Frost Moon's gaze was fixed unwaveringly upon Hana, observing as she transformed into a canine form. Her pure white body adorned with a small tuft of red fur on her forehead that resembled a blossoming lotus, with a pair of thunderous wings upon her back. Hana soared through the air before gracefully alighting beside Frost Moon, reverting to her human guise. "Thank you, my little master. You have truly bestowed upon me a delightful surprise." The arm of Shuangyue Kongming was embraced by Inauguration, gently caressing her heart. Feeling the softness that radiated from the arm, one could sense the sincerity of affection. A sentiment not wasted. "I am utterly enamored," as Inauguration gazed at Shuangyue Kongming with shimmering eyes, filled with tender emotion. "My little master, do you require warmth for your bed?" "Of course," replied the little enchantress. "Allow me to demonstrate my prowess." Shuangyue Kongming took Inauguran's small hand and led her to the entrance of the little building. It was not too late to have second thoughts. Soon, the opportunity would vanish. Yet, Yenner had no regrets. "My master, feel free to proceed boldly." In the serene embrace of the night, Shuangyue Kongming drew the slumbering Inauguration into the chamber. Gently drawing the curtains, the moon in the heavens blushed, casting a soft glow, while the flowers below seemed to shy away, their petals tinted with a delicate crimson. The spring breeze galloped with exuberance, reminiscent of a plum blossom that blooms 7 times. As dawn broke the following day, Shuangyue Kongming opened her eyes to find Inauguration peacefully asleep beside her. With a playful swat upon her thigh, she exclaimed, "Yenner, rise and shine, you little sleepyhead." "Master, grant me a few more moments of slumber. You nearly exhausted me," Inauguration mumbled groggily, turning over to reclaim her dreams. As noon approached, Guoyer entered to practice her cultivation, prompting Shuangyue Kongming to finally rise from her slumber, for rising early to perform push-ups was indeed a tiring endeavor. "Guoyer, allow me to introduce my spirit beast, Yenner," Shuangyue Kongming said, intertwining the hands of both young women. "Yenner, this is my most loyal and devoted guardian, Guoyer." "Yenner, elder sister, how lovely you are," Guoyer beamed. "Yenner finds you quite beautiful as well, Guoyer, younger sister," Yenner replied, taking Guer's small hand in hers. In the enchanting month of frost, the curious Shuangyue Kongming pondered the rapid formation of friendships among young girls. A simple exchange of words could forge bonds akin to those of sisters. They would clasp each other's hands and whisper secrets. Xiaoguo, feeling the warmth of embarrassment, would steal glances at Shuangyue Kongming with her big, expressive eyes. Whenever he looked her way, she would resemble a startled fawn, blushing deeply as she hastily lowered her gaze. In the ensuing days, Shuangyue Kongming devoted time to individually mentor Lianer in her training. His approach was rather rigorous. He would only conclude the session when Lianer's legs grew weary. Lianer, he instructed, these ninja hounds shall be entrusted to you. You must care for them diligently. For the future of the ninja hound business in the land of water rests upon your shoulders. Frosty Moonlight led Lianer to a designated area where he entrusted her with 100 pairs of various breeds of ninja dogs. As Lianer gazed at the lively creatures within the enclosure, she confidently patted her chest and assured him, Master, rest assured, with the special food you provide, I will undoubtedly deliver hundreds of puppies within a few months. Very well, I entrust this matter to you with complete confidence. In the month of frost and clarity, the dogs purchased by Shuangyue Kongming were all renowned breeds from a previous life, transformed through systematic enhancement into ninja hounds. Although their aggression was minimal, their functionality was remarkably high. They excelled in tasks such as tilling the soil, guiding the blind, guarding homes, and herding chickens and sheep. With Liana by his side, there was no need for him to concern himself with the care of the dogs. Over the course of a year, the initial 200 dogs, under Lianer's meticulous care and aided by the growth-accelerating dog food provided by Shuangyue Kongming, had multiplied to over 1,000. The Frost Moon's plan is to invest half of its resources into the market as a trial. In the grand city of the Water Nation, at Lianer Pet Shop, a few cages are displayed at the storefront, each containing lively little puppies. These puppies are irresistibly adorable. I yearn to possess one. Look at that black and white one. A Siberian husky, with its fierce gaze and resounding bark, it must be an exceptional hunter. However, I hold a greater admiration for the Alaskan Malamute beside it. Both share a striking resemblance, yet the latter's larger stature suggests a correspondingly bold spirit, making it an excellent guardian. The shopkeeper stands at the entrance, welcoming patrons with a warm greeting. Hello everyone, welcome to our pet shop. We offer a variety of dog breeds. They will undoubtedly become your most loyal companions. Curious patrons inquire about the prices of the dogs. How much do they cost? Are they expensive? A customer interested in the Shiba Inu eagerly asks. The pets are provided by the renowned Daimyo Prefecture. These dogs are the first batch, with prices ranging from 100 to 1,000 taels. The most expensive being the rural dog, which excels in both hunting and guarding. Today, Lord Frostmoon is also launching a promotional event, 10% off for one dog, and 20% off for two, while supplies last, first come, first served. I would like a white one. We will purchase 2 huskies, perfect for tomorrow's hunting trip. Please bring me a rural dog. I adore its color. In the serene glow of Frost Moon, Kongming held the transformed and diminutive Lianer in his embrace. Seated across from the bustling sea, observing the eager crowd below clamoring to purchase dogs. Lianer, I never anticipated such a thriving business. It appears that many people are fond of adorable pets, though the initial batch was rather limited. Do not worry, Master, in a few days, a new litter of puppies will be born, and soon, our numbers will increase, leading to an ever-flourishing enterprise. Lianer's eyes, crescent-shaped with delight, relished the gentle caresses from Kongming. In the month of frost, Escalates May's 3 ventures flourished, yielding ever-increasing profits, rendering the precious items in the system shop no longer an unattainable dream. He planned to acquire a pair of Sharingan. As a man endowed with a system, it felt somewhat disgraceful to lack such a unique pair of eyes. Chapter 27. The Eternal Kaleidoscope Unveiled. In the 27th year of Konoha, Escalates May's enterprises expanded exponentially, establishing branches in every nation, regardless of size. While some rejoiced, others despaired. Escalates May's stores infiltrated Konoha, aggressively seizing business, leaving local competitors increasingly beleaguered. Chief, we can no longer sell a single soldier's ration. Complaints about the quality of our snacks are mounting. You must devise a solution, lamented the 9th elder of the Akimichi clan, who had long overseen the soldiers' ration business. Recently, he had been troubled, his once silver hair dwindling like the clan's fortunes. Akimichi Torikes crunched on a handful of chips, lamenting. What else can we do but lower the prices? We spent over half a year on developing a fasting pill, only to come up with a stinky tofu flavor for the soldiers' rations. Displeased with the taste of the chips, he set them aside and retrieved a package of branded goods, which he used to consume daily 3 years ago, now resorting to stealthy indulgence. Don't blame me. My 6 brothers' RD department is ineffective, he said, hesitating momentarily before resolutely addressing the 9th elder, Chief. Speak to the Hokage and advocate for the closure of fast foodism. Useless. Sarutobi Hiruzen is continually besieged at the door. If he had a solution, he would have acted by now. At the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in exasperation, gazed out at the protesting masses below, contemplating the closure of the store in the Land of Water and expelling its merchants to support Konoha's goods and resist foreign products. Ever since fast foodism opened, protests erupted every few days, unwavering through rain or shine, more fervent than the act of dining itself. Tsunade, Jiraiya, conflicts have reignited below. Go quell them. That scoundrel Escalates is indeed a significant nuisance. Tsunade stifled a laugh, a certain scoundrel's visage dancing in her mind filled with nostalgia, pondering whether he had grown leaner in their years apart. Arrest them all. Lock them in the guardhouse. The Uchiha clan of Konoha's security force arrived to detain the protesting citizens. Fear not the wicked Uchiha. For every one of you he sees, there are countless others. Let me go first. The crowd scattered in chaos, leaving the Uchiha helpless. Capturing them bore little fruit, as they would be released after 2 days, only to return again. Apologies for your futile trip, Tsunade and Jiraiya remarked as they descended the stairs, only to find the citizens had vanished without a trace. You must find a solution. For 2 years, we have accomplished nothing of substance. Uchiha Rin, leading the team, felt his frustrations boiling over, having always been the one called upon during crises. Sensei is in discussion with Elder Danzo. Surely a resolution will be reached. Hiruzen, you are a worthless leader. What do you fear? Simply reclaim the stores, and all problems will dissipate. Danzo's contempt for the indecisive Sarutobi Hiruzen grew, believing he himself would make a more suitable Hokage. No, the village's reputation cannot be compromised. Hiruzen firmly rejected Danzo's proposal. Sensei, why not send someone to the Land of Water to negotiate directly with Lord Escalates? Tsunade suggested without a trace of selfishness. I concur. Akimichi Torikaze entered the Hokage's office. I can lead a team to the Land of Water to discuss this matter. Torikaze, what brings you here? Hiruzen was taken aback by his former comrade's rare involvement in Konoha's decision-making. With our clan's business severely impacted, my kin are urging me to intervene, Torikaze replied, his tone heavy with resignation. Very well. Torikaze, you shall lead Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru to the Land of Water. Why go through such trouble? I propose we simply seal it off, Danzo reiterated, discontented. Danzo, be silent. I have made my decision. You will come to regret this, Hiruzen. At this moment, Zhuangyue Kongming is on Palai Island, reclining in a rocking chair under the sun, summoning the system. Over the past few years, he has not spent a single point of the 80 billion he has accumulated, and now he has decided to customize a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan. For a legend cannot be without a pair of unique eyes. System, I wish to purchase a pair of Sharingan. Is it possible to customize the abilities of the eyes? Yes, host. What abilities would you like to customize for the Sharingan? Is there a version that grants immunity to illusions? Indeed, there is the Heavenly Demon Descend, which bestows the host with supreme willpower, rendering them immune to all illusions. It also possesses the innate skill of Heart of Tao, which continuously enhances the loyalty of practitioners toward the host. Each eye can be used once every 10 years. Excellent. I am fond of these eyes. 600 billion? Purchase confirmed. Commencing the activation of the eyes for the host. Please prepare yourself. In the frosty month of November, a flicker of doubt arose within him. The system had never prompted him to prepare when making purchases before. After a moment's reflection, he grasped the system's acquiescence. Overwhelmed by despair, he found himself besieged by a torrent of negative emotions, sadness, anger, disappointment, and pain, each recurrently assailing him. Zhuangyue Kongming wept incessantly, kneeling on the ground, her hands uncontrollably grasping at her hair, her mouth emitting heart-wrenching screams. The chakra within her surged chaotically, spiraling out of control and wreaking havoc upon her surroundings. This torment endured for a full 15 minutes, an agonizing eternity during which Zhuangyue Kongming seemed to traverse centuries, repeatedly confronting the anguish of life and death. It took her half an hour to gradually calm her tumultuous emotions before she rose from the ground, drenched in sweat, her clothes thoroughly soaked. System, you truly are a source of frustration. Is there no eye-opening service without side effects? The pain is unbearable. No, came the reply for the Uchiha clan. The process of awakening one's eyes is a rite of passage. Surely, it is a precious life experience? Frosty Moon Kongming gazed into the mirror, activating his Sharingan, his blood-red eyes swirling with an alluring malevolence. His Sharingan evolved into the Rinnegan, granting him the ability to acquire yet another skill. As he ceased the operation of his eyes, Frosty Moon Kongming noticed Guire and Liener hastily approaching him, drawn by the commotion. Frost Moon's brilliance was incessantly explored by Guire's delicate hands, while Liener curiously sniffed around him. "Young master, what transpired just now? Are you injured?" They both inquired simultaneously. "I am unscathed. I was merely experimenting with ninjutsu, and the destructive force was somewhat considerable, which caused you concern," he reassured them. Upon departing from Palai Island, Frost Moon promptly employed the Dao Heartseed Demon on the capital and the Arrow Warehouse. 3 days later, a letter arrived from Konoha, expressing a desire for him to permit Akimichi Takakaze to lead a delegation to the Land of Water. "Haha, Saratobi Izashi can no longer remain idle. I had thought he would endure longer. Let them come," he chuckled. In the month of Frost, Kongming noticed a certain name on the visitor list and readily agreed. The businesses of the Konoha leaders were increasingly declining, with Danzo secretly instigating trouble from the shadows, deliberately guiding the situation. Daily, there were disturbances beneath the Hokage building. Kakuzu and Uchiha Kawaki wore expressions of amusement. Half a month later, the capital of the Land of Water welcomed the quartet from Konoha. Chapter 28, The Wallet Under Scrutiny. A few days prior, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru received an order from Saratobi Hiruzen to accompany the head of the Akimichi clan on a mission to the Land of Water. Upon receiving the command, Tsunade's heart soared across mountains and seas, traversing through throngs of people, landing in the capital, where it yearned for the presence of Kongming. Jiraiya, with utmost caution, carefully wrapped his first novel, eager to share this joy with his elder brother, Kongming. Orochimaru flipped through genetics literature, thirsting for more related texts, hoping that the esteemed Kongming could provide them, with 4 distinct objectives yet united by a shared urgency. The quartet hastened to the capital of the Land of Water in the shortest possible time. Over the years, the capital had undergone 2 expansions. Residential, commercial, administrative, and market districts were meticulously arranged around the central estate of the feudal lord. As the Akimichi quartet arrived outside the city, donned in their ninja attire and unfamiliar forehead protectors, they instantly captured the attention of the townsfolk. "Look, 4 ninjas are coming from outside the city. And that one in the lead is quite portly," exclaimed a citizen, out of breath while being walked by a Siberian husky. "Let me take a look. They seem to be ninjas from the Land of Fire's Konoha village. I often go there for supplies and have seen them a few times," remarked a shop owner, rising from the counter to approach the door, an Alaskan Malamute hidden behind him. "Aren't ninjas from Konoha supposed to be heading to the Mist Village? What are they doing in the capital? What is that to you? Just walk your dog. It's about to run off." The shopkeeper quickly sidestepped, casting a glance at the Alaskan Malamute that had already scurried back to hide in the store, exchanging knowing looks with the citizen. In that moment, they understood each other's unspoken thought. Lord Kongming truly is a troublesome figure. "Tsunade, this capital is remarkably prosperous. It's even larger and cleaner than the capital of the Land of Fire," Jiraiya exclaimed, astonished since entering the city. "Look, even the common folk are walking their ninja dogs." With pride, Tsunade held her head high. Hearing Jiraiya's shout, she followed his pointing finger and indeed saw an unnamed citizen running about with a ninja dog. Jiraiya eagerly dashed over. "Hello. May I inquire where you acquired your ninja dog?" Breathless and wiping sweat from his brow, the citizen replied, "I bought it in the commercial district. They sell all kinds of ninja dogs." "That's wonderful. Does it possess any special skills?" Jiraiya continued to probe. "Of course. It's particularly lively and has a knack for dismantling things." "What kind of skill is that?" The 4 were left perplexed. "Let us attend to business at the feudal lord's estate first. We can discuss other matters later," Akimichi Torif interrupted Tsunade and the others' inquisitive thoughts. At the political hall of the feudal lord's estate, Kongming greeted Akimichi Torif, accompanied by Kakuzu. "It's been a while. How have you all been?" In the frost-kissed November, the moonlight gently swept over the autumn path, where Orochimaru gazed tenderly at Jiraiya, his eyes soft as he casually inquired. Tsunade, equally filled with emotion, returned his gaze and nodded lightly. Akimichi Choza set aside his chips, offering an awkward smile. "Can I honestly say things are quite dire?" "Haha. The leader of the Akimichi clan is a man of integrity. No worries. Once the conversation concludes, all that is amiss shall transform for the better, will it not?" Frostmoon's gaze shifted away from Tsunade, turning instead to Akimichi Choji, who possessed a touch of humor. "That would indeed be most desirable. The owner of Konoha village stirs trouble daily, and there must certainly be someone orchestrating it from behind the scenes. How do you propose we address this matter?" "It is not a difficult issue to resolve. I have contemplated this long ago. We could select a few agents from Konoha, Shuangyue Kongming took a sip of tea and continued. The agents acquire goods at a 10% discount. The more they purchase, the greater the discount, ensuring they profit and thus will likely cease their disturbances. Akiyato Torikes and his companions exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Lord Shuangyue, may I inquire if we could collaborate on the production of the Bigu pills? Akiyato Torikes asked with hopeful anticipation. Certainly, we have two collaborative options, Shuangyue Kongming replied, raising two fingers. First, as before, you purchase the finished products for resale. The second option entails my imparting the production methods of the Bigu pills to you, allowing you to manufacture them yourselves. In this case, we would require half of the profits from each sale. However, one particular herb essential for the Bigu pills can only be sourced from me, so I will remain aware of the quantity of finished products produced. Ultimately, the choice of method lies with you, Akiyato clan leader. Akiyato Torikes lowered his head in contemplation, weighing the pros and cons of both options. Lord Shuangyue, may the Bigu pills produced by the Akiyato family be sold in other locations? He inquired. Of course. It would be even better if you can sell them to other ninja villages, Shuangyue Kongming affirmed without hesitation. I choose the second option, Akiyato Torikes declared resolutely, making his choice. A wise decision. There is also a minor matter to address. We must close the self-service ramen shop in Konoha. The premises cannot remain vacant. I see no issue in conducting my pet business there. Are we referring to those popular dogs within the city? Jiraiya interjected before Akiyato Torikes could respond. Shuangyue Kongming turned to observe Jiraiya, who winked at him, revealing a corner of the novel he held close. Indeed, Shuangyue Kongming nodded knowingly. He planned to offer only 3 breeds of dogs in Konoha: Huskies, Alaskans, and teddy bears. The proposal put forth by Shuangyue Kongming is both reasonable and compelling. Leaving Chiodao chiefing with no grounds for refusal, he nods in agreement. Jiaodu, there are several matters entrusted to you. Shuangyue Kongming instructs Jiaodu to attend to these tasks. Let us proceed, for the banquet is already prepared to welcome our esteemed guests. Frostmoon Kongming convened with the 4 from Konoha, reaching an accord that has become widely known throughout the Land of Water. He had never contemplated keeping this matter a secret. His actions have incited discontent within the 3rd Mizukage, who views Frostmoon Kongming's agreement with Konoha as a missed opportunity to leverage against the village. In the month of frost, Escalates had never received assistance from the Hidden Mist village. Recently, an agreement was reached between the Hidden Leaf village and the Hidden Mist village, of which he was conspicuously excluded. Moreover, Escalates had amassed a considerable fortune, all of which he invested in constructing roads, bridges, and houses. The budget for the Hidden Mist village had not seen a single increase, much to the discontent of the 3rd Mizukage. Jinjia, you are to visit the Daimyo's castle and convey to Escalates my displeasure regarding his unilateral agreement with the Hidden Leaf village. Instruct him to annul it. The Mizukage stated in a tone devoid of emotion, as though addressing a trivial matter. Yes, Lord Mizukage, Jinjie replied, turning to leave. Wait, the Mizukage interjected. Inform Escalates that the budget for the Hidden Mist village has not changed in years and must be increased. Next year, the budget needs to be 10 billion Rio, not a single Rio less. Otherwise, the Hidden Mist village will be unable to safeguard the security of the Land of Water. Jinjie was taken aback, rendered speechless for a moment. Yes. Is there anything else, Lord Mizukage? The 3rd Mizukage set down the documents and pondered carefully. Escalates has earned a substantial amount of money and ought to allocate a portion to the Hidden Mist village. Ensure he prepares 20 billion Rio. You will bring it back directly. Jinjie felt as though the Mizukage had succumbed to madness, with demands growing increasingly outrageous. Chapter 29. Kakuza takes the blame. Frosty Moon, unaware that someone has set their sights on the riches in his pocket, would surely beam with delight if he were to discover it. At this moment, he is accompanying Tsunade and her companions as they stroll through the bustling commercial district, reveling in the vibrant atmosphere of everyday life, a scene he cherishes most. He observes the stylish citizens traversing the streets, immersed in the cacophony of lively vendors' calls that fill the air. In the month of frost and clear skies, Kongming consumed food without expending any currency. The common folk, instead of expressing gratitude, grew irate at his generosity. Over time, he ceased to offer payment altogether, instructing his subordinates to discreetly take note of the expenses, and when the time for taxation arrived, he would deduct a small sum to balance the accounts. In the crisp air of frosty November, Escalates expertly tossed a handful of delicacies to Tsunade. How is Granny Mito faring? She inquired. In good health. But she often laments why you haven't visited her. She insists that I write to you daily, which has become quite tiresome, Tsunade murmured as she swallowed the morsel. In the crisp air of frosty November, Escalates delicately retrieved a handkerchief, gently wiping the oil smudge from Tsunade's lips. That is good to hear. I shall pay a visit to her venerable self when time permits. He inquired, what is your current strength? He awaited the onset of the Second Shinobi World War, as a certain event during the conflict might compel Tsunade to forsake Konoha. Without a moment's hesitation, Tsunade responded, I can be promoted to Jonin immediately. The three of us are. In the frost-kissed moonlight, Keimei gently ruffled Tsunade's hair and raised his thumb in admiration. My Tsunade is truly formidable, he proclaimed. Of course. Jiraiya and Orochimaru are impressive in their own right. With a scoff, he added, but Jiraiya, my dear brother, frequently indulges in peeking at female ninjas while they bathe. Showing no signs of reform. He incessantly clamors to pen a novel to share with you. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with a fierce glint, her grip tightening with a creaking sound. Pray tell, she demanded, what novels have you been perusing? Frosty Moonlight was taken aback to discover that Jiraiya had betrayed him, casting a fierce glare in his direction. It was nothing more than a tale of love between male and female ninjas, filled with intimacy, passionate exchanges, and a journey towards paradise together. Wouldn't you agree, dear Jiraiya? Frosty Moonlight fixed his unwavering gaze upon Jiraiya, placing a hand upon his shoulder. Jiraiya felt as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Instinctively recoiling and wiping the cold sweat from his brow, affirming, yes, yes, you are indeed right, my esteemed brother. Look, we have nothing to worry about. Let us proceed to the pet shop, and I shall gift you a puppy. Yuki no Jikai, filled with trepidation, prepared himself and made his way to the Great Lord's castle, taking cautious steps towards his destination. Despite the short distance of merely a few kilometers as a ninja, it took him several hours to arrive. Upon finally reaching the Great Lord's residence, he fortuitously encountered Frosty Moonlight and his companions returning from a shopping excursion. Lord Frosty Moonlight. It has been a while. I hope you are well. Yuki no Jikai stood at attention, bowing in greeting. He aimed to leave a favorable impression on the Great Lord, hoping that when the time came for punishment, he might endure a lighter sentence. He believed that merely stating the demands of the Water Shadow would inevitably lead to a beating. Ah, I recognize you. You are the one from the Mist-Hidden Village. Yuki. Shuang Yue Kongming furrowed her brows, meticulously recalling for a moment before she exclaimed, I've remembered. Why is Yukino Shinjike here in Daimyo City today? Observing Yukino Shinjike hesitating and struggling to utter a single word, she added, Is it difficult to speak? Please, do share. In the ethereal light of frost-laden November, Shuang Yue Kongming escorted Zuezijinji to the council chamber, directing everyone to take their seats in succession. Fear not, for I am not a beast of prey. What brings you to the esteemed Mingfu? Zuezijinji ventured, casting a furtive glance at Shuang Yue Kongming, whose expression remained inscrutable. He continued. The Mizukage commands you to annul the agreement forged with Konoha. Furthermore, it has been decreed that next year, the budget for Kirigakure shall ascend to 1 billion ryo. Frosty Moon, with a countenance still devoid of expression, inquired, Is there more? Let us conclude together. He remarked that you have amassed considerable wealth, and the Hidden Mist Village is to receive a share of 2 billion taels. As Frosty Moon prepared to respond, a loud crack echoed as the ornate conference table collapsed. How outrageous. Who did he think he was? Brazenly making 1, 2, 3 demands, utterly shameless. In the frost-laden November, Sora was not perturbed by the Water Shadow's ire, but rather taken aback by Tsunade's sudden outburst. No need to be angry. Is it merely money you seek? Very well. I shall promptly draft a note for you to present to the Minister of Finance. Yukinijin found it utterly astonishing that not only had he avoided a beating, but he was also on the verge of acquiring funds. Elated, he clutched the note as he proceeded to claim his due. Humph, what a feudal lord. He is merely fearful of the Hidden Mist Village and the Water Shadow. Such an outrageous demand, and yet he does not dare to refuse. How can you possibly acquiesce to him? That is your hard-earned money. You need not fear him. Allow me a moment to devise a plan. Amidst the chill of the frost-laden moon, Keimei was grasped by the hand of Tsunade, leaving him bewildered by the profound concern reflected in her gaze. Indeed. Dear Keimei, your unwavering contributions have fortified the strength of the Hidden Mist Village. Alas, a heart-wrenching cry escaped from Keimei's lips, suddenly struck by an idea. Tsunade sharply slapped her thigh, infusing her formidable strength into the gesture. Even with his robust physique, he winced in pain. Grimacing, he bared his teeth, prompting Tsunade to hastily massage his leg while reassuring him, We must disseminate the information. Other ninja villages will not want Kirigakure to acquire the funds. They will undoubtedly devise ways to thwart it. Grasping Tsunade's delicate hand, he interrupted her tangled thoughts. Enough. I need the money for myself. Jainin are showing reluctance. And for Yukigakure, obtaining the funds will be more challenging than his ascent to the position of Mizukage. Shuangyue Kongming exhibited not the slightest concern. Kakuzu was undoubtedly a competent minister of finance. He was acutely aware of every expenditure from the treasury. And the Water Shadow's desire to acquire 20 billion ryo without compensation was no trivial matter. Yukino Jikai, holding a note personally pinned by Shuangyue Kongming, approached Kakuzu with the intent of claiming the 20 billion ryo. Kakuzu's expression shifted instantly as he snatched the note from her grasp. The Water Shadow of the Mist Village sought funding of 20 billion ryo, with an annual request of 10 billion ryo commencing next year. You may dispense the funds to him. Kakuzu promptly returned the note to Yukino Jikai, forcefully ushering her out and shutting the door behind her. Shuangyue Kongming has conveyed his intentions to Jiaodu in the past. He would demand money from Jiaodu with an array of imperative phrases such as necessary, immediate, and no refusal allowed. However, this time, he did not include the note intended for Shueji Jinjie. Nor did he affix the grand seal of the Deming Prefecture, yet Jiaodu comprehended the message in an instant. Once again, Shuangyue Kongming was approached by Shueji Jinka. My lord Shuangyue, the Minister of Finance refuses to allocate funds. What shall we do? He withholds funds? Seeking my counsel is futile. The position of Minister of Finance is obtained through the exchange of grain with Jiaodu. You are all aware of this. I have no authority over him. If you have a solution, you may pursue it. In the month of frost, Kongming casually spread his arms and swayed back to sleep. There was no other choice. Yuki no Jinji had returned to the financial department, forcefully breaking through the doors. Within a mere 15 minutes of entering, he was unceremoniously ejected. His attire in tatters. Covered in dirt and shame, Yuki no Jinji made his way back to the hidden mist village, where he relayed the events to the Mizukage. Upon hearing the report, the Mizukage seethed with anger. Cursed be Kakuzu, cursed be Kongming, cursed be the village hidden in the leaves. What now? Lord Mizukage, Kakuzu refuses to pay. Go negotiate with Kakuzu. As long as he vacates the Daimyo's residence, the hidden mist village will appoint him as the head of a certain department. The Mizukage acknowledged Kakuzu's prowess and confidently extended an olive branch. Surely, being the head of a department in the hidden mist village is superior to being the financial minister of the Daimyo's residence? He believed no one would decline such an offer. Is it me again? Not you. Should I go myself? Reluctantly, Yuki no Jinji sought out Kakuzu once more, proposing terms to entice him. Upon hearing the offer, Kakuzu remained unfazed, even suppressing a chuckle, before once again casting Yuki no Jinji aside. Frosty November's serene brightness did not evoke the slightest surprise regarding Kakuzu's methods. Gazing at the 3 chakra orbs nestled in the palm of his hand, a wicked smile graced his lips. Chapter 30, Kakuzu's Display of Ferocity. Shuangyue Kongming carefully returned the chakra pill to its porcelain vial and gently placed it on the table. She then called out towards the door, "Come in." From a shadowy corner, a ninja swiftly appeared, kneeling on one knee outside the door, his head bowed slightly, awaiting Shuangyue Kongming's command. Summon the Minister of Finance, Kakuzu. As you command. In the serene month of frost, Sara entrusted Guaro with a mission in the land of the sea, and urgently sought a Chunin to convey his orders in her stead. Shortly thereafter, Kakuzu hastened to the council hall, with a ledger in his left hand and an abacus in his right. Frosty Moon gazed at Kakuzu's attire, feeling immensely gratified for having chosen him as the Minister of Finance, observing his earnest demeanor. Lord Frosty Moon, may I inquire what brings you to seek my counsel? There are numerous ledgers that require my calculation and analysis. As he spoke, he rhythmically shook the abacus in his hands, producing a lively clatter. Frost Moon K-May extended a finger, gesturing towards the adjacent chair, inviting Kakuzu to take a seat. There is no need to rush. The work is never-ending. Once you finish one ledger, there are countless more awaiting your attention. Would you not agree? Ha ha ha. Frost Moon K-May chuckled wickedly. Under Kakuzu's forlorn gaze, she pushed a porcelain vase towards him. Your efforts regarding the hidden mist village have been commendable, so here is a token of gratitude. You will need to exert yourself further, as you must thwart the onslaught of the mist village ninjas. Open it and partake. Frosty November's clear sky observed as Jiaodu placed the ledger and abacus upon the table. Reaching for a porcelain vial, he uncorked it and took out a single piece, inhaling its scent before consuming it. Moments later, with wide eyes, he hastily poured the remaining 2 pieces into his mouth. Shuangyue Kongming held the teacup delicately, gently blowing to dissipate some of the heat, achieving the optimal drinking temperature. After taking a sip, the cup remained full, still steaming. How is it? Quite effective, isn't it? Shuangyue Kongming remarked with a smile that was almost enigmatic, addressing Jiaodu. The effect is exceptional, Lord Shuangyue. Is there more? I am willing to purchase it, Jiaodu said, his hands tightly gripping the porcelain bottle. Frost Moon Calming nodded gently, extending 2 fingers, indicating 200 million. Lord Frost Moon, I wish to purchase 20. He declared, preparing to retrieve the funds immediately. Before he could finish his sentence, Frost Moon Calming observed Kakuzu rush through the door. In merely 5 minutes, he returned to the council hall, clutching the sealed scroll and swiftly advancing towards him. Lord Frost Moon, the entirety of 4 billion is here. In the month of frost. Keimei took the sealed scroll and handed 20 chakra pills to Kakuzu, effortlessly shifting them from his left hand to his right. Thus pocketing a tidy sum of 2 billion, what a good man Kakuzu is. After being cast aside onto the street for the second time, Yukihira felt a wave of despair wash over him, covering his face as he fled back to the hidden mist village. Lord Mizukage, Kakuzu remained obstinate, impervious to threats and bribes alike. Are we truly to let this matter rest? The Mizukage raised his voice, declaring, let it rest? The land of water is not a playground for Kakuzu. Summon the clan leaders. As the clan leaders gathered, having suffered humiliation twice, the Mizukage's agitation escalated. He bypassed any discussion and issued a direct command. Kakuzu, the rogue ninja from Takigakure, has been wreaking havoc in the land of water. This is a disgrace to both the hidden mist village and our nation. He must be taught a lesson. The Mizukage slammed his fist on the table. Pointing at the clan leaders, you are the finest warriors of the hidden mist. Go to the castle of the Daimyo and teach Kakuzu a proper lesson. Let the other villages witness the strength of the hidden mist and warn them not to meddle in our affairs. Show the so-called Daimyo who the true ruler of the land of water is. The clan leaders, eager for action, rubbed their fists in anticipation. Fear not, Lord Mizukage. Fighting is our forte. We shall accomplish this mission without fail. Yukihira, acting as their guide, made his third appearance at the Daimyo's castle within a fortnight. Unlike his previous cautious visits, this time he arrived with a sense of purpose, leading his comrades with formidable resolve straight to the financial department. Upon receiving the news, Shuangyue Kongming summoned a group of dragon steeds and rode swiftly towards the financial department. Upon his arrival, he found several individuals already in a standoff, and the situation appeared dire. Shuangyue Kongming urgently called out, urging them to take their fight outside the city, as engaging within its confines would result in damage to buildings that would require costly repairs. Upon hearing the mention of expenses, the clan leaders, who were prepared to showcase their prowess, instinctively made their way towards the city's outskirts. In the frosty month of November, Kongming Shuangyue rode closely behind as a few individuals exited the city. He ascended the city gate tower to observe the battle from a distance. Jiangdu, instead of diligently pursuing your bounty hunter duties, you have frivolously ventured into the land of water. Today, you shall receive a lesson you will never forget. Indeed, time and again you have challenged the boundaries of the hidden mist village, dismissing the olive branch extended by the Mizukage. You are living recklessly. Having been cast aside twice in succession, I am no longer the person I was yesterday. I shall repay that slight and demonstrate to a certain someone who truly reigns as the sovereign of the land of water. As I spoke, my gaze did not waver from Shuangyue Kongming. The battle was about to erupt. In the frosty month of November, Kongming stood atop the city walls, grinning as if watching a film. Below, thick smoke billowed, and an array of ninjutsu unfolded. Alas, the brutality was overwhelming. Some had their hair singed away, while others were left scorched and smoldering, and yet another was left to choke on the earth. Aspirations may be splendid, yet reality is merciless. For every fierce proclamation made, there exists an equally grim consequence. Do not approach. How can you be so formidable? Begone. In the frosty moonlight, Kongming cheerfully gazed at the departing figures of a few individuals from the hidden mist village, who supported each other as they left. He mused to himself that the Mizukage would likely take matters into his own hands next time. He couldn't help but wonder what expression would grace the Mizukage's face after being reprimanded. The group returned to the hidden mist village, battered and bruised, their clothes in tatters, while the townsfolk laughed merrily, oblivious to their plight. You worthless fools! You've brought disgrace upon the hidden mist village, losing to a single opponent. How dare you show your faces here again? The Mizukage, seething with rage, stood in his office, unleashing a tirade upon them, spittle flying as he spoke. Yukizi remained silent, pondering how formidable Kakuzu truly was. The various combinations of ninjutsu had caught the group off guard. With no words to offer, he lowered his head and silently endured the Mizukage's wrath. After exhausting his fury, the Mizukage commanded, "You lot should return and tend to your injuries. In a few days, I shall personally escort you to the land of water." Frost Moon Kongming returned to the daimyo's residence, while Tsunade also arrived from outside. "Why are you back so early? Have you already squandered all your money?" Tsunade remarked, her expression laden with concern. Little Tsunade, you have truly set a record. I haven't, she replied. I heard that Kakuzu taught a lesson to several elite jonin from the Hidden Mist Village. Indeed, is there a problem with that? Frost Moon Calming inquired, perplexed. With his formidable prowess, how could he willingly serve as your treasurer? Does he harbor ulterior motives? Tsunade said earnestly, considering future circumstances. Isn't it the best scenario for Kakuzu to clash with the Mizukage? As Frost Moon Calming pulled Tsunade to contemplate, she concluded that, for the time being, no better solution presented itself. You are correct. The situation is advantageous for you. I shall also devote myself to rigorous training. Fulfill Kakuzu's demands to the best of your ability, and await my return. 7 nights later, at 10 o'clock, the Mizukage and his forces abruptly descended upon the Daimyo's city, forcefully assaulting the financial department and demolishing numerous surrounding structures, resulting in injuries to many citizens. The Mizukage's actions appeared quite deliberate, intended to instill fear in Frost Moon Calming. Chapter 31. Overturning the Hidden Mist Village table. The blast within the city roused the slumbering populace, who emerged from their homes to investigate the commotion. In the first instance, Shuangyue Kongming detected the fluctuations of chakra and swiftly rushed to the scene, setting up a barrier before hastily returning to the daimyo's residence. Kongming, the Hidden Mist Village is launching another attack, and you are forbidden from leaving the daimyo's estate. I shall gather the information for you. Tsunade and Uncle He entered the daimyo's residence in succession, effectively cornering Shuangyue Kongming within a room, insisting he must not be allowed to indulge in the spectacle. In the serene glow of frosty November, Kongming Shuangyue appeared as a docile child. Let us proceed together. I assure you, I shall keep a safe distance. What is my status? They would not dare to harm me. The two pondered this truth in the realm of ninjas. No madman would be audacious enough to act against a feudal lord in such a public spectacle. You must remain by Uncle He's side and refrain from wandering. Tsunade declared as she placed a large slug upon Shuangyue's shoulder. Slug, keep a watchful eye on him. In the distance of 1,000 meters from the battlefield, Shuangyue Kongming observed the confrontation between the Mizukage and Kakuzu. Kakuzu stood opposite the Mizukage, questioning the need for violence within the city, where the cost of repairing buildings and treating the wounded would be substantial. Ha ha ha. I relish this sense of boundless freedom, he proclaimed. Even if I were to raise the daimyo's estate to the ground, you would be powerless to intervene. Who dares to defy me? Who can thwart my intentions? The Mizukage stood atop the crumbling ruins, uttering words of bravado. Kakuzu, I offer you one final opportunity. Join the Hidden Mist Village, or today you shall surely meet your demise. I refuse, came Kakuzu's curt response. Very well. Excellent. The third Mizukage suddenly turned his gaze towards Shuangyue Kongming, pointing at Kakuzu with a menacing glare. Shuangyue Kongming, has Kakuzu emboldened you to reject me? Now, witness how he meets his end. And understand the fate that awaits those who oppose me. You shall pay 40 billion ryo instead of the 20 billion previously demanded. That is impossible. Shuangyue Kongming flatly denied the demand. Then you must ensure the safety of your people. Should hostilities commence, a significant number of innocent civilians may be caught in the crossfire. He emphasized the phrase innocent civilians with deliberate weight. Frost Moon Kongming seethed with rage, stepping forward and bellowing, Dare you threaten me? Yet, before he could take another step, he was firmly restrained by Uchiha River. The water shadow cast a fleeting glance at Frost Moon Kongming, raising a single finger and shaking it gently. With a swift hand sign, he unleashed a ninjutsu, obliterating several distant residences. No, 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 I have threatened no one. You are free to disregard my request. I merely state a fact, just as it is. Frosty November, in a subdued tone, remarked, Very well. I promise you, as long as you can prevail. The water shadow erupted in fits of maniacal laughter, exclaiming, How delightful it is to comply. Why can't you comprehend this? In the frost-laden month, Kongming clandestinely commanded Kakuzu to unleash his fury and sever an arm. Upon issuing the command, he witnessed Kakuzu initiate an assault, and in that fleeting moment, combat erupted. Kakuzu immediately activated his Earthgrudge fear mode, with 4 masks separating from him, unleashing a barrage of 5 elemental ninjutsu without the need for chakra. The Mizukage, endowed with formidable strength, had garnered notable acclaim as the first Mizukage's guard during the inaugural 5 Kage Summit. His mastery of ninjutsu was unparalleled, expertly transitioning between defense and offense with impeccable timing, resulting in a standoff of equal prowess between the two combatants. As the battle raged on, the Mizukage's chakra gradually waned, diminishing the potency of his techniques. In a last-ditch effort, he summoned a colossal water leech as a summoning beast. The leech exuded a corrosive, dissolving liquid, its sharp mandibles relentlessly pursuing Kakuzu. The collaboration between the Mizukage and the Leech barely managed to turn the tide of battle. Meanwhile, the quartet that had sustained the onslaught lay incapacitated on the ground. In the month of frost, Kongming had grown weary of watching the performance. Observing that Kakuzu was struggling to subdue the water shadow, a sense of urgency arose within him. Stealthily, he unleashed a tempest, immobilizing the water shadow's legs. Ultimately, the earth grievancy took aim. Seizing the opportunity, Kakuzu unleashed a combination of chakra blasts towards the water shadow's left arm, which was unable to evade in time and was struck, resulting in a severed limb. Grasping the snow's progress, the water shadow hurled it into the maw of the leech, whose surface shimmered with a veil of crimson mist. The water shadow retrieved the severed arm and leapt into the leech's mouth, vanishing instantaneously, only to reappear outside the city. Wait for me, this matter is not yet resolved. The water shadow sacrificed the snow's progress, executing a blood-based escape that left the three clan leaders in awe, gazing dreamily at the water shadow's graceful retreat. In the crispness of frosty November, Keimei approached a few individuals, his expression a tapestry of emotions, hesitatingly exclaiming, "Why are you still here? Shouldn't you be leaving to dine?" Gently brushing aside Uchiha Kawa's hand, he added, "Uncle Kawa, there are no outsiders present, so please release me. The leech's senses have been effectively muted by my actions." The water shadow had suffered a significant blow and would undoubtedly refrain from wreaking havoc in the Lord's residence again. Yet, he would not resign himself to defeat so easily. Other maneuvers were surely in the offing, necessitating heightened vigilance. As Shuangyue Kongming observed the approaching Team 7, he promptly silenced himself. "Kongming, I have tended to all the injured. It will not be long before they recover. Are you all right?" Tsunade, having treated hundreds of wounded, forced her weary body to hasten to Shuangyue Kongming's side. In the serene light of frosty November, Kongming gazed at Tsunade's weary countenance, gently urging her to find a flat spot to sit. "I am perfectly fine. Your summoned beast provides me with an abundance of assurance. Please, take a moment to rest and lean on my shoulder for support." Frost Moon Kongming pressed Tsunade's head against his shoulder and turned to Akimichi Choza, nodding in acknowledgement. "Thank you for coming to assist us. The nation is unfortunate, and I apologize for bringing embarrassment to the Akimichi clan." "My Lord Frost Moon, there is no need for such formality. It is our duty. Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask." Meanwhile, the Mizukage hurried back to the hidden mist village, rushing straight to the hospital, where he summoned all the medical ninjas in the village to the ward. With a fierce expression, cold eyes, and a menacing tone, he commanded, "Find a way to reattach my arm. Otherwise, you shall face death." The ninjas present felt a chill run down their spines and exerted every ounce of skill they possessed to reattach the Mizukage's arm, though the speed of his hand seals was significantly impaired. Upon returning to the Mizukage's office, the third Mizukage's chest heaved with anger, his hatred for Kakuzu reaching a fever pitch, along with a profound loathing for Frost Moon Kongming. He picked up a pen and paper, composing a letter to Frost Moon Kongming. "Frost Moon Kongming, you truly are ungrateful. Protected by the hidden mist village, yet you show no gratitude. Possessing a heart as treacherous as a wolf's. Because of your actions, the hidden mist village has lost its face, and you must transfer all business beyond the borders of the land of water to the hidden mist village. Should you refuse, the hidden mist village shall never collaborate with you again. Consider the consequences carefully. Kakuzu alone cannot safeguard your extensive business across the ninja world." Frosty Moonlight received a letter delivered by the emissaries of the Water Shadow sect. With just a glance, her eyes filled with disdain, and she couldn't help but laugh aloud. The Water Shadow sect, having suffered a setback, still failed to learn from their mistakes, as the letter brimmed with arrogance. "They partake of my sustenance yet wish to wield my authority. Then let them cease their consumption. The Frost Moon's clear plan intends to replace the current Mizukage with one of their own, aiming to facilitate their dominion by eroding the trust of the populace in the third Mizukage. The initial phase of this scheme involves severing his financial resources." That very afternoon, Frost Moon issued a decree to all citizens of the Land of Water. The third Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village launched an assault on the treasury, wreaking havoc in the castle of the Daimyo and injuring hundreds. He openly threatened the Frost Moon Daimyo. "From this day forth, the Land of Water shall cease all funding to the Hidden Mist Village and prohibit any assignments from being dispatched to it. Those who contravene this order shall be tried for treason." Upon the decree issued by Shuangyue Kongming, the populace of the Land of Water was left astounded, igniting a tumult of public opinion. The citizens rallied in support of Shuangyue Kongming, vociferously denouncing the Mizukage. Meanwhile, other ninja villages watched the unfolding drama with amusement, reveling in the spectacle. Chapter 32: The Onset of Poison and the Commencement of Carnage. The feudal lord of the Land of Water and the village hidden in the mist severed all ties, while other ninja villages, feeling relieved, continued to enjoy the unfolding events. Shuangyue Kongming's business is flourishing at an unprecedented pace, garnering the attention of various villages. The hidden villages harbor concerns that he may form an alliance with the Mist Hidden Village, as he generously provides substantial financial support to facilitate its rise. Fortunately, Shuangyue Kongming is primarily focused on his own enjoyment. The roads are insufficiently wide and smooth to accommodate his opulent carriage, prompting him to undertake road construction. The rivers lack the necessary width and depth to accommodate his grand flower boats, leading him to construct canals. The scattered distribution of shops proves inconvenient for his leisurely outings, compelling him to demolish numerous buildings in order to consolidate and rebuild the shops in a more centralized manner. Shuangyue Kongming did not allocate a single coin to the Hidden Mist Village, much to the relief of the various ninja villages who regard him as dim-witted. Nevertheless, this thorn remains firmly embedded in the hearts of many. There will come a day when the roads are completed, a day when the houses are built, and inevitably, there will be a moment when Shuangyue Kongming recalls the Hidden Mist Village. The nations and villages are preparing to curtail his ability to amass wealth, with the Land of Lightning already planning to shutter his establishments and expel merchants from the Land of Water. However, before these measures could be enacted, fortune smiled upon him as an unexpected windfall struck him like a pie to the face. Chaos erupted within the Land of Water, leading to a complete rift between the Daimyo and the Mizukage. This surprise arrived with such abruptness that the various nations and villages momentarily abandoned their schemes against Shuangyue Kongming, especially considering he pays substantial taxes each year. Frosty Moonlight took a moment to breathe, having anticipated the oncoming scrutiny from various nations. He severed ties with the Hidden Mist Village, temporarily alleviating the impending crisis. His next step involved forging alliances based on mutual interests. Yet he lacked a catalyst for this endeavor. In a clandestine chamber within the daimyo's residence, Frosty Moonlight discreetly summoned the young Yagura, who had just turned 10. Gazing at him with a mix of emotions, reluctant to assign a perilous task to such a tender age, he recognized that Yagura was indeed the most suitable candidate. Yagura, there is a mission I need you to undertake. Return to the Hidden Mist Village and infiltrate the side of the current Mizukage, awaiting my command. With a resolute heart, Frosty Moonlight entrusted the assignment to Yagura. Rest assured, Lord Frosty Moonlight, even if it leads to my demise, I shall fulfill my mission, Yagura declared with unwavering determination. In the frost-kissed month of November, Kongming stretched forth her hand into her bosom and retrieved a porcelain vial, presenting it to Yagura. The feudal lord's estate could offer little assistance, all would depend on one's own endeavors. The vial contained 3 chakra pills designed to rapidly augment chakra levels, to be taken once a year in multiple doses to avert the suspicion of the Mizukage. Yagura promptly consumed half a pill, her prowess nearing that of A.J. Nin. In the frost moonlight, Escalates May handed a sheet of paper to Yagura, upon which was inscribed the escape plan. Make sure to memorize it. The mission is perilous. One must act with caution and deliberate thought, exercising utmost care. 3 days later, a kid took to the wind, completing his task and departing the Land of Water. Kakuza personally saw him off, and by midday, the group left the Lord's castle. That very afternoon, calamity struck the beleaguered finance department once more, igniting chaos. Hailing from the village of Kirigakure, the current bodyguard to the Lord, Yagura, was discontented with the Lord's treatment of Kirigakure, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Kaku, the finance minister who had injured the Mizukage. Aware that he was no match for Kakuzu, Yagura seized the opportunity as Kakuzu departed the Lord's castle, storming into the finance department, injuring several, and wreaking havoc by destroying vast sums of money, accounts, and documents. 3ch Nin were left to guard the Lord's estate and, upon hearing the commotion, rushed to the scene, leading to a fierce confrontation. Overpowered, Yagura fled the Lord's castle, pursued relentlessly. Arriving at Kirigakure, nearly out of strength and on the brink of death, he was rescued by patrolling ninjas. Awakening in the Kirigakure hospital, Yagura was bewildered. Where am I? Was I not supposed to be killed? Struggling to sit up, he conversed with himself. Just then, a medical ninja entered. Ah, you're awake. Please lie back down. You were rescued by the village's patrolling ninjas and are currently receiving treatment. Wonderful. I have finally returned. For 5 consecutive days, Yagura remained in the hospital receiving care. On the 6th day, a masked ninja from Kirigakure entered his room. Follow me. The Mizukage wishes to see you. Yagura accompanied the dark-clad ninja to the Mizukage office. The 3rd Mizukage stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his left hand idly manipulating 2 walnuts while a leech crawled up his right arm, his gaze contemplative as he observed the ninjas of Kirigakure coming and going below. Suddenly, the Mizukage turned, fixing Yagura with a silent stare. Yagura, filled with admiration, gazed up at the third Mizukage. Why have you returned? Is being a bodyguard to the Lord not an advantageous position? It offers safety and substantial remuneration. Yagura shook his head vigorously, retorting loudly, certainly not. Born a child of Kirigakure, I would rather die as a ghost of Kirigakure. This village is my home, and my heart shall always belong to Kirigakure. The Mizukage, pleased with Yagura's response, scrutinized him from head to toe, a faint smile gracing his pallid face. Ha ha ha, this little rascal possesses remarkable insight. You speak well. Creating a ruckus in the Lord's castle shows great courage and a keen sense of timing. You shall serve as my bodyguard. Yagura, overwhelmed with excitement, repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Mizukage. I shall strive to become a worthy protector. Good. Now summon all the high-ranking officials of the village for a meeting. I have matters to announce. As Yagura departed, the Mizukage began to tap rhythmically on the desk. Kirigakure was currently beset by crises. Years prior, they had amassed 40 billion ryo through the purging of feudal lords, resulting in an increase in the village's ninja population. However, this influx led to escalating expenses, with the once substantial 40 billion ryo visibly dwindling. Each year, numerous ninjas graduated from the academy. Yet the funding of 3 billion ryo annually was but a drop in the ocean. To exacerbate matters, escalates may withheld even minimal support from Kirigakure and forbade the citizens from issuing missions to the village. With no means to increase revenue, the only recourse was to tighten expenditures. Reducing the number of graduates from the ninja academy could potentially alleviate some of the burden. Furthermore, the Mizukage had a peculiar fondness for his little pet, requiring sustenance from blood to evolve, thus serving multiple purposes. As he stroked the leech, a sinister chuckle escaped his lips. When several clan leaders and elders had gathered, the Mizukage had already prepared his speech. You are all undoubtedly aware of the dire situation facing Kirigakure. With an excess of ninjas and a shortage of funds, if this continues, our village may very well collapse. The high-ranking officials in attendance nodded in agreement. Observing their reactions, the Mizukage smiled knowingly. Seizing the moment while others pondered, he laid the groundwork further. The greatest threat comes from the Dog Lord, who has ceased the funding for Kirigakure and cut off our sources of missions, making it increasingly difficult for us to secure finances. I propose that rather than wasting resources on training every ninja, we should concentrate on nurturing the most promising graduates from the academy. What do you think? Upon concluding his groundwork, the Mizukage tossed the question to the assembly. He speaks the truth. Given the current circumstances, there is no better alternative. Yuan Jun nodded in agreement. Elder Yuan Jun considered that reconciliation with the Lord would be the best solution, but that was clearly impossible at present. The Mizukage harbored a desire for vengeance against Kakudu, wishing to flay him alive. The current Mizukage's arrogance was problematic. Perhaps a change in leadership would be beneficial. Very well, since all agree. I hereby announce that the graduation assessment of the Ninja Academy will now be a life-or-death battle. Victors shall graduate as genin. The Mizukage eagerly unveiled his bloody policy. Chapter 33. The Blood Mist Village makes use of the Mizukage. As soon as the Mizukage finished speaking, the high-ranking officials of Kirigakure were rendered speechless, their hearts gripped with horror. Even accustomed to the cycle of life and death, they found themselves taken aback by the brutal elimination theory. Their eyes fixed on the Mizukage in disbelief. Unperturbed by the expressions of those around him, the Mizukage pressed on with his policy, convinced that once the leech evolved into a leech king, he, the third Mizukage, would ascend to become the emperor of the ninja world. While Kakuzu would be left in the dust, Escalates would kneel at his feet, begging for forgiveness. Yuan Jun hastily interjected, Mizukage. This method of assessment is far too cruel. It is unacceptable. Cruel? To tread the path of a ninja is to prepare for death at any moment. I act for their benefit, to expose them to bloodshed early on. The third Mizukage dismissed the concerns, feigning a benevolent intent. If they cannot pass such a simple graduation test, they will be useless on the battlefield, dragging their comrades down. Why can't anyone comprehend my good intentions? The Mizukage categorically rejected Yuan Jun's proposal, leaving no room for negotiation, before dismissing everyone from his office and collapsing into maniacal laughter in his chair. The third Mizukage, exceptionally gifted from a young age, had served as the bodyguard to the first Mizukage in his youth, earning the admiration of villagers and the flattery of peers, which fostered an extreme arrogance within him. After GT Mitsuki assumed the mantle of second Mizukage, he seethed with anger, privately cursing the White Lotus for their lack of discernment, utterly blind to the brilliance of the third Mizukage. The third Mizukage was convinced that the GT clan had conspired behind the scenes to elevate GT Mitsuki to the position of second Mizukage, fostering a growing disdain for the powerful ninja clans. The once invincible third Mizukage of the Land of Water was ultimately defeated by Kakuzu, losing an arm and shattering his pride. Consumed by hatred and filled with thoughts of vengeance, the individual was in a state of constant anxiety. The leaders of the Hidden Mist Village departed from the Water Shadow's office, their hearts heavy with concern. The Water Shadow's demeanor was fearsome, and they sensed a gradual descent into extremism, foreseeing an ominous future for their village. As they had anticipated, the Water Shadow demanded that the Land of Water increase the commission and the number of employed ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village for long-term contracts. After enduring persistent pirate invasions, the Land of Water begrudgingly acquiesced, resulting in a rift in their relationship, prompting the Land of Water to secretly dispatch envoys to the Sand Ninja Village. Furthermore, the Water Shadow insisted that the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village undertake a bounty task for the underground gold exchange, each required to complete a task worth at least 1 million Ryo annually. With the third Water Shadow having a long tenure and a substantial number of staunch supporters within the village, they rallied to the Water Shadow's call, venturing into perilous bounty missions, leading to an increasing number of hidden mist ninjas meeting their demise in foreign lands. Doubts began to surface within the village for the first time, but were swiftly quelled by the Umbu. As the annual graduation day for the Ninja Academy approached, the training grounds were filled with youthful faces, brimming with hopes for the future. Congratulations were in order for completing their ninja training, and they were on the verge of graduation. This year, however, the assessment criteria had changed. The Water Shadow refrained from directly stating the evaluation's content, instead employing their usual method to guide the thoughts of the crowd. Becoming a ninja meant stepping onto the battlefield, living in constant peril, and facing death at any moment. Are you afraid? Not afraid. A chorus of resolute young ninjas shouted back with fervor. You are indeed brave, the Water Shadow continued. The assessment was transformed into a practical examination, requiring them to enter the nightmarish forest and eliminate former classmates and friends, with only half of them expected to pass. Outside the academy, parents were in an uproar, anxiously storming the gates, desperate to retrieve their children. Without exception, they were halted by the Umbu ninjas. Water Shadow, I implore you, my son does not wish to be a ninja. Please, allow me to take him home. Parents outside knelt on the ground, pleading loudly, their heads bloodied from repeated blows. Masked Umbu ninjas stood silently, heads lowered, biting their lips, their fists clenched in anguish. The Water Shadow coldly glanced at the tear-streaked faces of the beseeching parents before leading the participating ninjas to the examination site. The supervising teacher gazed at their students, knowing that at least half would remain forever in the exam hall, eternally frozen in their most beautiful years. With a heavy heart, they sent the students into the nightmarish forest. At the center of the nightmarish forest stood a colossal locust tree, towering 300 meters high, its trunk thick enough for several individuals to embrace. Perched among its branches were a pair of young men and women, playfully teasing the birds. Frosty November interrupted Leonor as she playfully teased a few young eagles. The little ninjas of Misty Village had already been driven into the forest to work. Master, a group of mere genin are not worth the trouble. If we nurture them ourselves for a few years, we could reap a bountiful harvest. What do you know? There is no such thing as a free lunch. Obey and get to work. In the ethereal twilight of frosty November, Kongming Xuanyue received a message relayed by Yagura. Contemplating the rigorous examination methods employed by the Water Shadow, he found them somewhat extravagant for a ninja, unable to bear witness to such wastefulness. Thus, accompanied by Leonor, he ventured forth to partake in a free indulgence. Leaping down from a towering tree, he meticulously arranged a disposable illusionary array in the clearing, casting into the formation the summoned beast of the Water Shadow that he had captured from the babbling brook. Let the winds arise. With a graceful command, Xuanyue summoned the wind to usher the participating students into the array. Leonor took action, spirited away the most vociferous little rascals who had harshly criticized the Water Shadow, leaving the remainder to accompany him as they continued their mischievous endeavors. Frosty Moonlight unsheathed a small dagger and playfully inflicted a minor wound upon each individual, compelling them to open their eyes and recognize the true nature of the Water Shadow. He stood aside, chuckling as he observed the little ninjas performing within the formation. Turning to Leonor beside him, he inquired, So, have you selected a few? Master, the selection is complete. One of the little ones has already paid respects to the 180 ancestors of the Water Shadow, she replied. What a talent. Off you go. Frosty Moonlight then scattered the remaining ninjas to various corners of the nightmarish forest. In the frosty moonlight, Kongming Shuangyue perched joyfully upon the back of Lianer, her transformed steed. Casting a glance over her shoulder at the ninjas of the mist-hidden village, who were burdened by various ninja hounds, unable to contain her laughter, she silently bestowed a grand commendation upon the water shadow, who selflessly burned brightly for the sake of others. Truly, the award for the year's most remarkable contribution in the ninja realm belonged to him. The thrill of free resources was delightful. The enjoyment of such bounty was boundless. Kongming Shuangyue resolved to return once more the following year. Outside the Nightmare Forest, the villagers of Mist Hidden awaited the conclusion of the assessment, their parents anxiously anticipating the safe return of their children, each silently praying for their well-being. The first young ninja emerged, and all eyes remained fixed on the exit. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the bereaved parents, having lost their children, wept bitterly, frantically rushing into the Nightmare Forest. The water shadow rose, setting aside the walnut he had been holding, and began to applaud, disregarding the grief-stricken parents. Internally racked with guilt, he bore a smile, congratulating the students on their graduation and their successful ascension to the rank of genin. Well done. Congratulations on officially becoming ninjas. May you continue to strive and bring greater value to the Mist-Hidden village. The second objective of the third water shadow was also achieved, as most of the students who passed the assessment hailed from ninja families, inadvertently fostering a rift between commoners in the ninja clans. Retrieving the summon leech, which had absorbed a substantial amount of blood energy, he anticipated a significant enhancement in its strength, eagerly looking forward to next year's genin examination. With his goals accomplished, the water shadow momentarily relaxed, rubbing his subtly aching left arm, and resolved to create some trouble for Kongming Shuangyue. Chapter 34. The Water Shadow's Revenge. Frost Moon Kongming has been thoroughly loathed by the third-generation Mizukage. His relentless pursuit of wealth has become even more distressing than the losses incurred by the Mizukage himself. Anger ignited within him. He resolved to take action, seizing pen and paper to compose letters to the lords of various nations. In these missives, he reiterated the peril posed by Frost Moon Kongming, asserting that he was siphoning wealth from their lands, driving them into poverty, and threatening to seize control of their economic lifelines. Should they allow him to continue his enterprises, their downfall would be inevitable. The core message was unequivocal. The threat of Frost Moon Kongming loomed large. The Mizukage incited the lords to take decisive measures against him, shut down his establishments, detain his staff, and restrict the trade of his goods, compelling him to divulge his recipes and methods. The third Mizukage summoned Yagura, a ninja from the Umbu, entrusting him with the task of delivering these letters personally to the lords, ensuring that no one, especially those from the land of water, glimpsed their contents. That afternoon, Frost Moon Kongming read the Mizukage's letter with a smile. The writing was exquisite, neat and coherent, and with a hint of absurdity. Such talent for prose should not go unrecognized. Shuangyue Kongming read the entire letter without a trace of worry and returned it to Yagura, allowing him to continue his delivery. Shuangyue Kongming felt an uncanny familiarity with the actions of Shueying. "Young master, I have returned. I have missed you so dearly." Frosty Moonlight heard the call of Guayur from outside the door and swiftly rushed out. A small figure leaped into his embrace, and he gently stroked Guayur's back, murmuring, "It is so good to have you back. The journey must have been arduous." "It wasn't difficult at all. I simply missed you, young master. I think of you every day," Guayur exclaimed, clutching tightly to the fabric of Frosty Moonlight's robe. Frost Moon Kongming gently patted Guayur's head. "I too wish for little Guayur to stay home and not venture outside anymore." "That is not an option," Guayur resolutely replied. "I must alleviate the young master's concerns. The young master's belongings have already been delivered, and he assures you that the task will be completed." Frost Moon's Clarity found herself at a loss with the earnest Guayur, gently pinching her delicate face. She had grown so thin. Undoubtedly, she had not been eating well. "Come, I shall take you to enjoy a splendid meal, and then we shall rest for a few days." The letter from the Mizukage had finally reached the hands of the feudal lords, garnering a myriad of disdainful glances. The Hidden Mist village had not severed ties with the lords. They might indeed give serious consideration to the Mizukage proposal, as imposing sanctions on Frost Moon's Clarity would prove to be a thankless endeavor. Frost Moon's financial gains are of little utility, as he encounters numerous challenges in his aspiration to train ninjas. There also exists the possibility of compelling Frost Moon to reconcile with the Hidden Mist village. Shuangyue Kongming not only generates considerable tax revenue but also necessitates the procurement of goods and materials from their own nation, ensuring that the funds ultimately return to their homeland. The feudal lords of various nations tactfully declined the proposal from the Mizukage, with the feudal lord of the Land of Wind even vehemently denouncing the third Mizukage. A dog bares its teeth at its owner while scheming behind their back. Such treachery is unbecoming. The village of Kirigakure should refrain from sullying my vision and retreat. Xuangyue Kongming is justified in his actions. Disobedient dogs ought to be taught a harsh lesson, their funding curtailed, denying them even a single coin. The third Mizukage nearly spat blood, having attempted to steal a chicken only to suffer a loss. Xuangyue Kongming faced no detriment, merely enduring a scathing rebuke from the feudal lord of the Land of Wind. How dare he? Indeed, the feudal lords are nothing but inept. A collection of worthless individuals who failed to comprehend his far-sighted vision. The Mizukage recalled how recently Xuangyue Kongming had stirred up discontent in the Hidden Leaf village. The incompetent feudal lords are unreliable. A mountain chicken cannot fathom the phoenix. As fellow leaders of their respective villages, Sarutobi Hiruzen would surely empathize with his plight. The Mizukage once again picked up his pen, believing that as co-leaders, Sarutobi Hiruzen would readily reach a mutual understanding to jointly confront Xuangyue Kongming. To foster camaraderie. The Mizukage referred to Sarutobi Hiruzen as brother, asserting that as leaders of the same village, they could not tolerate the inept feudal lord acting with impunity above them. Meddling as he pleased, they should unite to deal with him. On the frosty moonlit night, news relayed back from the Yagura spoke of a minor flaw. Shinobi, the water shadows, had neglected to mention a certain name in his correspondence. With this discovery, Frost Moon commanded the transmission of this intelligence to the Daimyo of the Fire Nation. Furthermore, caution was advised regarding the rumors circulating in Konoha, claiming that Sarutobi Hiruzen forbade villagers from trading goods from the Land of Water. Upon receiving the message, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly comprehended that the water shadow was beckoning him to confront Frost Moon. He neither acquiesced nor outright declined. The water shadow, meanwhile, was busy disseminating letters far and wide, causing a frenzy across the ninja world, with countless versions of his messages circulating. The water shadow's declarations to the various daimyos were met with derision from the Wind Daimyo, who dismissed him as a mere dog. Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that the Fire Daimyo remained oblivious to these nuances and dispatched a minister, brimming with indignation, to confront him in Konoha. "What are you doing?" the minister demanded. "The water shadow writes to you, yet you do not refuse him. Do you harbor ulterior motives?" The Fire Daimyo had his own suspicions. Was Sarutobi Hiruzen engaging in clandestine communications with the water shadow, perhaps aspiring to incite rebellion akin to that of the Mist Village? He threatened to curtail Konoha's funding. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could pacify the daimyo's envoy, Konoha's villagers had unearthed dusty banners, hastily altering them to rally in front of the Hokage building in support of the Land of Water's goods, demanding the expulsion of the Mist Village's envoy. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself in exasperation, feeling the weight of troubles descending upon him unbidden. In a moment of frustration, he tore the water shadow's letter to shreds before the Fire Daimyo and the people, declaring that he had no ties with the water shadow, and that Konoha would forever remain a steadfast ally of the Fire Nation, wholeheartedly supporting the daimyo's vision. He assured the villagers of Konoha's commitment to free trade, allowing them to sell whatever they pleased. After exhausting all diplomatic niceties to placate the daimyo and the populace, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly expelled the Mist Village's Umbu from the village, warning the water shadow, the harbinger of chaos, to refrain from disturbing him further. The water shadow, facing yet another setback, lamented his failure to ensnare the cunning fox while finding himself entangled in further complications. Regret washed over him as he pondered the ineffectiveness of his previous letters and the frivolity of his sentiments. He sat down with pen and paper, struggling to decide whom to address. Realizing he needed assistance, he called upon others, knowing that 3 inept artisans could rival the wisdom of a strategist. Plans were concocted. A raid on the daimyo's castle was proposed by Take, while a plan to seize their sealed scrolls was suggested by Akatsuki's Yujutsu. A darker notion emerged, obliterating the merchants altogether, as articulated by Yuki's Damu, who was brimming with murderous intent. Yet, when the question arose of who would handle Deidara, a silence fell upon the group. While they were fortified by the protective barriers of the Mist Village, they feared being cornered by Deidara's onslaught. After all, ninjas, too, required sustenance. "Return," the water shadow finally commanded, realizing the daunting challenge of finding a keen strategist within the Mist Village. The current clan leaders of the major ninja factions were not particularly astute, their minds consumed solely with thoughts of combat, and they collectively faltered against Deidara's might. With no viable options left, the Water Shadow prepared to temporarily abandon his pursuit of Frost Moon when unexpectedly, a potential ally emerged, proposing a collaboration. Elated, the Water Shadow readily agreed, initiating the second round of conspiracies against Frost Moon. Chapter 35, The Water Alliance. On a deserted island in the Land of Water, two figures clad in heavy attire stood face to face. One donned a hat, while the other wore a mask. Shimura Danzo, are you not afraid I might eliminate you? I harbor the same disdain for you, one declared. Silence. I am here to discuss an alliance against the Daimyo of the Land of Water, the masked figure retorted. What grievance do you hold against him? Danzo inquired. He siphons the wealth from Konoha. His profit-seeking methods cannot be mine. The two shared a laugh, hoping for a fruitful collaboration. 2 months later, a sense of urgency enveloped the Water Shadow. Lord Frost Moon, shopkeepers across the nations have been facing disturbances simultaneously. I suspect a conspiracy, Daedara hastily reported. Investigate this matter and eliminate those responsible, Frost Moon commanded. At a bustling street in the Land of Fire, at a seafood restaurant, Frost Moon sat in a private room, savoring hot pot, eager to uncover the source of his disturbances. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the main hall. Peering through the window, Frost Moon observed a group of unruly thugs confronting the shopkeeper, accusing him of serving dishes infested with flies. Shopkeeper, explain yourself. Why is there a fly in my food? One thug demanded. Please, refrain from causing a scene. You must have placed the fly there yourselves. I shall report you. The shopkeeper retorted, having witnessed the act. Did we? Do you have proof? Did anyone see it? The thug sneered, brandishing a dagger menacingly at the surrounding patrons, demanding a witness. As fear gripped the customers, none dared to speak up. No one. What a cowardly lot, he mocked. Shopkeeper, since no one witnessed this fly's arrival, what will you do about it? The thug leader climbed onto the table, slapping the shopkeeper's face with the blade, while his henchmen pounded the table, howling in unison. Your meal is on the house. Now leave, the shopkeeper implored helplessly. Huh? You think that will suffice? What say you, brothers? The thugs rampaged through the establishment, sending other patrons scrambling to settle their bills and flee. Of course not. We have been served flies. The establishment must compensate us. Frosty November's moonlight illuminated the scene as she discreetly leapt from the window, seeking out the most formidable gang leader in Short Book Street. With a nonchalant gesture, she tossed a stack of cash before him. A life costs 1,000,000 taels if you wish to stir up trouble in the sea, she declared. To which the gang leader, bending in servile deference, replied, Understood, I shall see to it at once. Turning away, he barked at his men. What are you standing around for? If you don't want the money, then be gone. The shopkeeper, coerced into parting with the sum, reluctantly handed over the cash to the ruffians. Things should have been this way from the start. We'll return tomorrow, ensure the money is ready. One of the thugs remarked before they pushed through the shop's door. Just then, a group of burly, tattooed men entered without uttering a word, seizing several thugs and dragging them away, leaving a scattering of bills in their wake. In a secluded alley seldom traversed, the unfortunate thugs found themselves on their knees, battered and bruised. Brothers, what brings you to us? They quavered. You have committed a grave transgression. There are those who seek your lives. Upon hearing this, fear washed over them, and a stream of yellow liquid pooled beneath them as they pleaded, Spare us, we shall never dare again. Open your eyes in your next life. Not every venture is permissible, nor every coin worth taking. Act swiftly. A few minutes later, at the alley's mouth, the leader remarked, The deed is done. Wiping his neck with a dismissive gesture, Frost Moon Kongming detected a faint metallic scent in the air, vanishing into the depths of the night. This evening, countless oblivious lives would pay the price for their actions. Jiao Do, following the trail, obliterated 2 strongholds and dispatched over a dozen ninjas. Danzo, your methods are utterly ineffective. What shall we do next? If chaos is not an option, then let us resort to murder. Let us kill until fear grips their hearts, until no one dares to work for Frost Moon Kongming. In a certain city of the Land of Wind, at the stroke of midnight, when silence enveloped the surroundings, several figures emerged outside a fast food establishment, violently forcing their way through the door and storming inside. They ruthlessly slaughtered the proprietor and 5 employees within, plundering the establishment of its riches and absconding with all its goods. Throughout the night, numerous shops were ravaged, with several proprietors slain and over 100 staff members meeting their demise. Upon receiving the news, Frost Moon Kongming was furious. He arranged a grand burial for the deceased shopkeeper and generously distributed substantial compensation to the bereaved family. He once again resorted to monetary persuasion, offering a reward of 1,000,000 taels for credible information. My Lord Frost Moon, I shall immediately pursue them, ensuring that not a single one escapes. However, the realm of martial arts is not solely about violence. It is also about the intricacies of human relationships. He extended an invitation to various ninja villages, requesting their protection for the shop, offering them a commission of 30% of the shop's profits. In the month of frost and bright moonlight, a portion of the profits was relinquished to safeguard the establishment, simultaneously forging a bond of interest with various ninja villages. In the underground exchange for gold, every participating ninja was marked for a bounty of 10,000,000 ryo, with the stipulation that one could evade death by presenting 3 heads. Captain, what shall we do? We are merely chunin, and the bounty exceeds that of jonin. There is no escaping this endless pursuit. How regretful. Why did we succumb to the temptations of others? What are we to do now? Is regret of any utility? You showed no mercy when it came to slaying the shopkeeper and the staff, each struck down without hesitation. Under the cover of night, the captain, while his comrades slumbered, raised his blade against them. Should he eliminate them, collecting the requisite 3 heads? He could secure his own survival. His companions harbored similar thoughts. A fierce conflict was inevitable, and all would exert themselves to the utmost in pursuit of victory. But does the victor truly attain life? In the month of frost and clarity, the bounty is set at an unwavering 10,000,000 ryo for a mere chunin, a reward that equates to the completion of at least 10 S-rank missions. Few remain unmoved by such temptation, as ninjas can be seen throughout the shinobi world. Driven by the allure of riches. Useless fool, you have failed once more. Danzo, your tactics crumble before the financial onslaught orchestrated by frost and clarity. The Mizukage, in a fit of rage, finds himself beleaguered by a series of failed schemes, resulting in the loss of dozens of Umbu operatives. The store of frosty moonlight continues to thrive, with copious amounts of gold flowing into that scoundrel's pocket. Is there no remedy? Speak quickly. Let us propagate the theory of frosty moonlight's threats, guiding the sentiments of the populace to resist the goods from the water nation, thereby preventing frosty moonlight from profiting. If we pursue this course, will we not incur significant losses among our ranks? To achieve our objectives, sacrifices must be made. It is an inevitable reality. Very well. I shall trust you one last time. Days later, individuals from various nations and villages appeared, scattering flyers haphazardly and fleeing in fear of being discovered by a certain someone. Taro, is what the flyer states true? The water nation is purchasing our grain at a low price, processing it slightly, and then selling it back to us at a premium. I am uncertain. The flyer also claims that job opportunities in the grass nation are dwindling, and we may lose our employment. It is plausible. Consider our purchase of instant ramen. Will the ramen chefs not face unemployment? Indeed. It makes sense to collectively boycott the goods from the water nation to safeguard our livelihoods. Shuangyue Kongming gazed at the weary Jiaodu before her, who had been frantically running about these past few days. Jiaodu, what is the matter? What has happened? My lady Shuangyue, Jiaodu replied, his anger unabated. Some scoundrel has been spreading malicious rumors, claiming that we are usurping the livelihoods of the common folk. Now, many citizens in various nations are boycotting our products. I am determined to hunt down these miscreants. But it is an endless pursuit. For every batch I eliminate, another emerges in their place. After listening to Jiaodu recount the events, Shuangyue Kongming wore an expression of indifference, even displaying a hint of joy. There's no need for concern, in fact. This is a tremendous boon for us. A boon? Jiaodu appeared utterly bewildered. Chapter 36. The Fire Attribute Evaporation Technique invites several prominent merchants from various nations. I shall engage them in a mutually beneficial grand transaction, paving the way for shared prosperity. Within the deliberation hall of the Daimyo's office, the air of August was tinged with a slight heat. The tightly shut doors and windows allowed no light to penetrate, and the flickering candlelight illuminated a series of anxious faces. Merchants hailing from different countries gathered in the deliberation hall, their hearts restless, unable to find solace as they wiped their brows with handkerchiefs. They felt both fear and trepidation towards Shuangyue Kongming. His invitation was one they dared not decline. In the frosty moon's ethereal glow, Kongming entered the council hall and beheld the merchants, flustered and anxious, rising to greet him with trepidation. He proceeded to take his seat at the head of the table and extended his right hand, gently pressing downward to signal the merchants to sit. There is no need for fear. I am not a devourer of men. The merchants, reassured, thought among themselves, while you do not feast upon flesh, you have a penchant for placing bounties on the heads of others. Frosty November Sky inquired of several merchants if there were any who did not relish the prospect of wealth. Lord Frosty Moon chuckled and remarked, "Who among us does not yearn for prosperity?" "Very well," he continued. I happen to have a lucrative opportunity for us all to discuss. What would you have us do? My lord? Please, do not hesitate to instruct us. In the ethereal twilight of frosty November, I can only shrug in resignation. Some have stirred the populace to boycott the wares of the water nation, yet I find myself powerless against the will of the people. Business has become a formidable challenge. After much contemplation, it seems my only recourse is to sell everything to you. Surely, you shall make a purchase? The merchants from various realms nodded in a manner that conveyed their resigned understanding, their faces etched with a semblance of hardship. Upon concluding my discourse, I offered to sell you the goods. With the Water Nation providing an exclusive service, each item would be adorned with your unique insignia. At this juncture, Shuangyue Kongming paused momentarily, lifting her teacup to moisten her throat, allowing the merchants a moment of contemplation. Today's gathering was graced by esteemed merchants from various nations. Seasoned by years of navigating the intricacies of the marketplace, they swiftly grasped the essence of Shuangyue Kongming's words, recognizing the potential for profit that lay within. As Shuangyue Kongming observed the reactions of those around him, he continued, the cost of goods remains unchanged. The selling price is entirely at your discretion. How much you sell and how much profit you make depends solely on your own abilities. Do you understand? His previously passive demeanor transformed into one of exuberance. As he assured them, rest assured, we can absorb as much inventory as you have. I appreciate the opportunity you've provided for us to prosper. From now on, should any matters arise, you may command me directly. Thus, a business negotiation unfolded with mutual satisfaction. Shuangyue Kongming mused that the citizens of various nations would delight at spending more money to acquire the same goods, waking from their dreams with smiles. The third Mizukage and Toanzo were in high spirits lately, as Shuangyue Kongming's business faced a significant downturn, with revenue plummeting and throngs of citizens protesting outside his shop daily. Despite their ninjas being relentlessly pursued and attacked by Kakuzu, and receiving no tangible benefits, they found joy in the simplicity of adult happiness. Master Toanzo, trouble is brewing. Goods from the land of water have begun to gain popularity across nations, and prices have surged dramatically. Toanzo, incredulous, pressed for clarification. What is happening? Explain yourself. The situation unraveled as it was revealed that the land of water had made slight modifications to their product packaging, emblazoning it with the exclusive insignia of merchants from various nations, who then brazenly claimed these goods as their own creations, prompting citizens to eagerly part with their money. Why has it come to this? I refuse to accept it. How does Shuangyue Kongming always find a solution? The frustrations of adulthood can culminate in an instant. The third Mizukage, engulfed in rage, his hair standing on end, kicked over a nearby table and wreaked havoc upon the surrounding trees. Lord Mizukage, be cautious. Yugura shouted from afar. Regaining his composure, the third Mizukage felt a surge of chakra behind him and hastily summoned a water leech to deflect the incoming attack, though it quickly drained a significant portion of its blood energy. Shimura Toanzo, you seek death. Toanzo thought, contemplating that if he could not best Shuangyue Kongming, severely wounding the Mizukage would still benefit the village. The Mizukage, momentarily blinded by fury, had lost his rationality, presenting the perfect opportunity for a surprise attack, which was unfortunately thwarted by a mere child. In a fit of rage, the third Mizukage, betrayed and ambushed by Toanzo, succumbed to his anger, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu. He forsook all notions of strategy or defense, focusing solely on pure assault. Toanzo, lacking the means for surgical enhancement, having not yet implanted Hashirama's cells or acquired the Sharingan, found himself at a disadvantage, his fury eclipsed by the Mizukage's strength. He was left battered and retreating, abandoning numerous root ninjas in his flight from the deserted island. Shimura Toanzo, I will not let this go. One day, I shall bring ruin upon Konoha. The third Mizukage yearned to wage war against Konoha immediately. Yet the logistical challenges and preparations mirrored those of the Mist Village, and he himself was not at his peak. Initiating warfare felt akin to delivering provisions. He contemplated the two-tailed beast of the Mist Village, silently resolving to acquire them for Konoha, delivering a few tailed beast bombs in due time. Multiple schemes were deftly unraveled by Shuangyue Kongming, leading to discord between the Water and Earth alliances, resulting in a dog-eat-dog scenario that formally declared their separation. With no one seeking conflict, Shuangyue Kongming returned to his previous tranquil existence, dedicating his days to training, evenings to entertainment, and late nights to dog training fulfilling and delightful. With idle time on his hands, Shuangyue Kongming recalled the substantial points he had accrued in the system. He opened the shop to explore for enticing items. As he browsed through page after page, inspecting one item after another, he chanced upon a skill that piqued his interest, the liquid release, evaporation technique, priced at 30 billion points. This technique required the fusion of wind, water, and fire chakra, offering two methods of application, one offensive against foes. Unleashing a vast expanse of water vapor that would absorb moisture from the surroundings, turning soil to sand, trees to debris, and humans to desiccated husks, the second. A subtle maneuver for oneself, transforming all within its radius into vapor, allowing for silent and undetected transportation upon the winds. After a brief contemplation, Kwangming Shuangyue ultimately resolved to make the purchase, for it is likely that he would find it useful in the near future. Utilizing this technique for clandestine endeavors could also afford him the opportunity to pay a visit to the mountainous graveyard and catch a glimpse of Uchiha Madara receiving intravenous treatment. Shuangyue Kongming required a mere 2 billion points to enhance his chakra attribute, a purchase he had consistently refrained from making. His strategy was to acquire skills prior to obtaining chakra. Upon deducting 50 billion points, he was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming warmth, his body radiating a vivid crimson hue as vapor began to rise around him. Within a minute, he returned to his original state, now endowed with fire attribute chakra, thus enabling him to wield fire-style ninjutsu. As Frost Moon Kongming commenced his training in the art of evaporation, he practiced diligently and, after numerous repetitions, mastered the technique. He procured several sheep and, employing his magical prowess, transformed them into desiccated meat, drier than mummies. He then cast the evaporation spell upon himself, floating effortlessly toward the hidden leaf village, where he soared high above, observing the scene below. Jiraiya was gathering materials, Orochimaru was dissecting small creatures, and Tsunade was surprisingly taking a bath at home. Avert thine eyes. A sudden breeze, seemingly from nowhere, whisked Frost Moon Kongming into Tsunade's chamber. He had no control over the wind techniques. After indulging in the view, he returned to the daimyo's estate. Unbeknownst to him, during his 28 years in the Hidden Leaf, he had been enjoying the fruits of the Mist Village ninja's labor as a winged figure approached Frost Moon Kongming. Chapter 37. The Defection of the Ghost Lantern from the Mist Village. Frosty November's ethereal glow guided Guayer and Lianer to the nightmarish forest, where time stood still, and the familiar setting enveloped them. Beneath the ancient locust tree, the trio gathered, playfully enticing the birds nearby. In the distance, a leech concealed within the babbling brook reveled in its futile attempts at catching fish, yet remained feeble, showing no sign of growth, a reminder that the herbs still required time to flourish. Here it comes. Huh? What is happening? Frosty Moon gazed intently, unwavering, at the small ninja entering the forest. The numbers were conspicuously insufficient, a stark decrease of 20% compared to the previous year. The third Mizukage truly is incompetent. With such a significant reduction in students, how could he possibly continue to serve as Mizukage? Perhaps he should take a cue from his peers, who spend their days clandestinely observing from their offices, indulging in the relentless pursuit of their desires. In the frosty month of November, Kongming gritted his teeth and resolved, with a heavy heart, to uphold his principles. Regardless of the number of participants in the examination, the quota for free resources would remain unchanged, even if it meant leaving just one for the Hidden Mist Village. No reduction in the free resource quota would be tolerated. He could not afford to compromise his own integrity, even for the sake of others. Outside the nightmarish forest, parents who had lost their children once again succumbed to despair. Discontent towards the water shadow escalated to a new level, further intensifying the rift between commoners and the ninja clans. 2 months later, Yagura stealthily relayed news that a minor incident in the Hidden Mist Village had unveiled a series of underlying conflicts. The matter traced back to the bloody policies of the water shadow. Since the alteration in the lower ninja examinations, a new component, practical combat, had been introduced in the Ninja Academy. The intention was noble, aimed at acclimating students to the rhythm of battle and reducing mortality rates during assessments. Supervision by instructors during these engagements was meant to ensure safety. However, exceptions invariably arose. During one such practical combat session, the young Mizuki inadvertently injured his opponent's eye, resulting in blindness. In the ninja world, acquiring a new eye is as simple as procuring a meal, and blindness is not deemed catastrophic. The crux of the issue lay in the fact that the opponent was a commoner, whose resources were severely limited. The child's talents were unremarkable, and participation in the ruthless lower ninja examination would likely lead to certain death. The parents of the injured child contemplated withdrawing him from school to preserve his life, allowing him to endure until he could receive treatment for his eyes at a more opportune time. The tensions between commoners and ninja clans deepened. Under the influence of certain individuals, a considerable number of commoners began to demand an eye for an eye, insisting that Mizuki should also be blinded and denied treatment. Mizuki, Possessing exceptional talent, rivaled even the second-generation Water Shadow, and was regarded as a beacon of hope for his clan. Naturally, the Mizuki family would not acquiesce. Mizuki Ugetsu bluntly stated that the status of their children was incomparable, and such an exchange was utterly unreasonable. This incendiary rhetoric ignited a fierce conflict between commoners and the ninja clans. The commoners, feeling scorned by the ninja clans, reciprocated with disdain, opting for separations. They would no longer purchase their goods, demanding the ninja clans keep their distance. The ninja clans, not to be outdone, retorted that they would sever ties with the commoners, refusing to team up for missions, each choosing to pursue their own paths. As tensions escalated, the identity of Mizuki became irrelevant. Sensing the imminent chaos, the third-generation Water Shadow intervened to mediate. The initial approach was to administer a reprimand coupled with a sweet concession. The commoners would receive treatment for the injured eye, while the Mizuki clan would offer some form of compensation, thus resolving the matter amicably. However, when personal sentiments became entangled in the affairs, complications invariably ensued. The third-generation Water Shadow, a former protector of the first-generation Water Shadow, harbored grievances against the Mizuki clan stemming from past entanglements. Suddenly, an unexpected rival, Mizuki Hanatsuki, emerged, usurping the position of second-generation Water Shadow and relegating him to the status of an interloper. With animosity brewing against the Mizuki clan, the opportunity for revenge presented itself. He proclaimed vehemently that the fault lay squarely with the Mizuki clan. Ugetsu vehemently disagreed, seeking justice through the elders of the various clans. They summoned the elders, urging them to rectify the Water Shadow's skewed judgment. Under the leadership of the Water Shadow, a formidable coalition comprising the elite Umbu, the medical department, and the finance department unanimously condemned the Mizuki clan, insisting on punitive measures. Numerous powerful ninja clans, however, deemed the Water Shadow's ruling unjust and demanded a fair resolution. As for the commoners, their voices echoed unheard amidst the clamor. Frosty November's clear skies evoke a sense of intrigue in me. Far away in the capital, I relish the spectacle, thoroughly enjoying the entertainment. Kaku, accompany me on a journey to the hidden mist village. The conflict is nearing its conclusion, and we shall lend our support to enliven the festivities. Frost Moon Kongming employed the technique of evaporation to depart from the daimyo's residence. Soaring towards the village of Hidden Mist, Kakuzu increasingly felt that he was an enigma beyond comprehension. As dusk fell, the remnants of the setting sun bathed the sky in a tapestry of crimson hues. In the realm of the Akatsuki clan, Akatsuki Yue, weary and disheartened, returned to the clan's dwelling, trailed by the young Akatsuki Shinue. After enduring numerous battles that culminated in defeat, some clansmen succumbed to the pressure, ultimately yielding and relinquishing their prodigy. Their family need not endure the burden of losing their own. Upon pushing open the grand hall's doors, Akatsuki Yue instantly became vigilant, readying himself for potential combat. In the dimly lit hall, illuminated by the last vestiges of sunlight, Akatsuki Yue beheld a figure seated in the main seat, sipping tea. With Kakuzu standing respectfully behind him, Shuangyue Kongming set down the teacup and smiled warmly at the doorway, where Gue Ding Yue was vigilantly watching the corner behind him. Gue Ding Yue tugged at Yue's sleeve, her large eyes brimming with curiosity, gazing intently at Shuangyue Kongming. Chief of the Gue Ding clan, it has been a long time. Please do not linger at the entrance. Come in and take a seat. Frost Moon Kongming beckoned, and a chilling breeze swept Ghost Lantern Yue and Shin Yue before him. With another wave, he firmly closed the door, sealing it tight. Please, take a seat. Ghost Lantern Yue mechanically complied, still reeling from shock. He had never anticipated that the Lord of the Land of Water would not only master ninjutsu but possess formidable strength, leaving him utterly defenseless. Hush. Understanding without voicing it is the key to true friendship. Ghost Lantern Yue nodded vigorously. You are absolutely right. May I inquire what brings you here today? I have come to illuminate a path for you. Frost Moon Kongming replied earnestly. You must depart from the Hidden Mist village. Otherwise, the incidents surrounding Ghost Lantern Shin Yue will persist. Do you comprehend? Lord Frost Moon, I understand. However, we are no match for the Mizukage and cannot escape. Ghost Lantern Yue was being tugged at by Shin Yue, who was casting him meaningful glances, yet he remained oblivious. Father, you are so foolish. Since Lord Frost Moon has brought this up, he must possess a solution. Ghost Lantern Shin Yue, seeing his father's confusion, finally spoke directly. Shuangyue Kongming expresses considerable satisfaction with Huiding Shin Yue, noting their quick wit and innate intelligence. Lord Shuangyue, please instruct us on what is required of our Huiding clan. Shuang Yue Kongming nodded slightly, retrieving 5 chakra pills and placing them upon the table. You shall travel to the land of the moon, settle yourselves there, and await my command. Furthermore, I intend to take Koizumi Shingetsu with me. Very well. I trust you will not let me down. As Frost Moon Kongming spoke, he simultaneously employed the technique of evaporation, causing him to vanish, his voice lingering in the air. Chapter 38. The 7 Ninja Swordsmen Kinyua searched the house for any trace of Frost Moon Kongming, leaving no corner unexamined, not even the decades-old mouse hole. She even interrogated their longtime neighbor to ascertain whether he had any visitors that day, convinced that Frost Moon Kongming had departed with his companions. Kaito turned her gaze to the pills he had left on the table. Approaching, she pinched one between her fingers and scrutinized it closely, finding nothing remarkable. She pondered, is Frost Moon serious? Can a few pills truly resolve the Kaito clan's predicament? It seems utterly implausible. However, in desperation, she decided to take a chance, popping a pill into her mouth and swallowing it with a crunch. It held no flavor, yet soon her stomach roiled violently, alternating between discomfort and pain. In agony, she managed to utter 2 words, it's toxic. The chakra pills were meant to be consumed whole, allowing chakra to gradually assimilate into her body. Instead, she had crushed it, leading to a sudden surge of chakra that was far from pleasant. After a few minutes, as the integration completed, Kaito felt a remarkable shift within her body. Elated by the realization that these pills might indeed alleviate their current troubles, she silently praised Frost Moon for his ingenuity, continuing to consume the remaining chakra pills. Each one brought a mix of discomfort and joy as she endured the process. When she prepared to ingest the last one, her clan members exclaimed in alarm, "Chief, what should we do? We cannot allow New Moon to lose her eyesight." Startled, Kaito swallowed the pill hastily, nearly choking in frustration, lamenting the waste of a precious dose. Just as she was about to express her anger, she noticed that the pills were effective and painless, nearly regretting her previous haste. It appeared that swallowing them whole was the correct method after all. Why are you shouting? It's late at night. Don't disturb the clan. They have work tomorrow. Kaito ordered. Summon the elders. I have devised a strategy. Before long, the main hall was filled with elders of the Kaito clan, their feet damp from the ground. They held deep respect for their chief, recognizing his sacrifices for the family and for New Moon, even foregoing personal needs. Chief, just tell us what to do. We are all ears, but some matters cannot be resolved here, one elder remarked. You are right, second elder. We cannot resolve this in the hall. Let us convene in the Mizukage's office, Kaito replied. The elders nodded in approval, expressing admiration for their chief's bravery. With newfound confidence, Kaito initially considered confronting the Mizukage in his office, but then realized it would hinder their clan's escape. Never mind. Gather everyone. Tonight we shall leave the hidden mist village and seek our fortunes in the land of the moon. Chief, remain calm. The Mizukage will not allow us to leave. He will certainly try to intercept us, and our clan might suffer severe losses, several elders warned anxiously. With unwavering confidence, Kaito thumped his chest, declaring, what can the Mizukage do? He is merely a man like the rest of us. Leave him to me. Prepare to depart. As the night deepened, the plaza of the Kaito clan was filled with clan members, laden with belongings and packages. My kin. The Kaito clan has become a target for the Mizukage and despised by the villagers. We can no longer remain here. Tonight marks our journey toward freedom. I will lead the way out of the hidden mist village. Do not lag behind. In the deserted streets of the hidden mist village, illuminated only by moonlight, the Kaito clan stealthily made their exit towards the village gate. A sentry ninja spotted them, recognizing the large bundles they carried. This is no mere relocation. The Kaito clan is fleeing. He immediately signaled for reinforcements. As the signal flare shot into the sky, the Kaito members promptly retaliated, forcing open the gates and surging forth into the night. Mizukage, it's bad news. The Kaito clan has defected and breached the gates, escaping the village. The third Mizukage rushed from his chamber. The Kaito clan is indeed treacherous, betraying the village. Gather the ninjas, pursue them, leading a contingent of Mist Village ninjas. The Mizukage chased them for over 100 kilometers, finally encountering Kaito and the elders who had remained behind. Kaito, how dare you betray the village? I will deal with you first, then pursue your clan. Faced with the third Mizukage, Kaito, empowered by Frost Moon Kongming, was reluctant to engage directly, proceeding with caution as a battle ensued. The two clashed back and forth, each exchanging blows equally. The Mizukage felt increasingly frustrated. His strength seemed diminished. Unable to subdue even a mere novice like Kaito, You scoundrel, you once crumbled under a few blows from the lord of the clan. Yet now you act so brazenly. Regardless of your words, the Kata clan must leave the hidden mist village today. We seek freedom. I would rather die than remain in chains. Kata Yue shouted defiantly. Half an hour later, the third Mizukage watched helplessly as Kata Yue led the retreat. Glancing at the surrounding ninjas, he noted their lack of effort. The battle concluded with not a speck of dust on their garments, nor a crease in their attire. Seething with anger at this duplicitous group, he resolved to cultivate his loyal followers, establishing a team that would heed only his commands. In the Mizukage's office, shrouded in darkness, the cold moonlight illuminated his icy gaze as he pondered how to nurture his trusted subordinates, recalling the 7 ninja swords. Once, Kaito Kageyuki had aspired to form a ninja swordsman unit, but the plan had faltered due to a lack of suitable candidates. Now, however, the time had come to resurrect this initiative. The Mizukage contemplated throughout the night and, upon dawn, summoned the village's high-ranking members. With the defection of the Kaito clan, our village has suffered a significant decline in strength. The 7 ninja swords must be put to use. Are there any objections? Silence ensued, as all present shook their heads, voicing no dissent. What could they say? The Mizukage had already made his decision. Opposing him at such a critical moment would be foolish. Since there are no objections, we shall form the 7 ninja swordsmen, dedicated to serving each generation of Mizukage, ensuring continuity. The Mizukage refrained from explicitly stating that they would serve him alone, instead invoking the legacy of past leaders. With a plan in mind, preparations commenced, and the hidden mist village began the fervent selection of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The selection process was straightforward. The 7 swords were placed on display, and ninjas from the hidden mist village approached one by one, feeling the blades, pairing up as they found their match. The selection continued for several days, seemingly guided by fate. The first batch of the 7 ninja swordsmen emerged as the formidable 7 from the Watermelon Mountain. They made a grand entrance, having lost 4 members and 3 escaping. Upon seeing the roster of the 7, the Mizukage felt optimistic, believing that with a few years of training, the 7 ninja swordsmen could stand on their own. What Kaito Kageyuki had failed to accomplish, the third Mizukage had achieved, proving once again that he was superior to his predecessor. Chapter 39. Escalating tensions in the hidden mist village. Since the formation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the Mizukage devoted all his energy to their training. However, losses incurred during the war, particularly targeting Frost Moon Kongming, had diminished his available ninjas. Yet, Yagura remained steadfastly loyal to the Mizukage, ever obedient to his commands. Shueing increasingly placed her trust in Yagura. Time passed swiftly, and before one realized, 3 decades had elapsed in Konoha. The trajectory of fate showed no significant alterations. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki welcomed the birth of their child, while a certain fish began to emerge prominently amidst the rain. The bloody policies of the hidden mist village continued unabated, resulting in a dwindling number of graduating ninjas each year. The villagers grew increasingly discontented with the situation. The business of Frost Moon Sky Bright remains thriving, while the actions of those seeking to exploit the mist-hidden village's ninjas persist unabated. Next year, the Vortex Nation will face annihilation, and the Vortex clan will be scattered, concealed in the various corners of the ninja world. In order to seize the opportunity for profit, Frost Moon Kongming must thoroughly master the hidden mist village to have the necessary room for maneuver. He stealthily infiltrated the village and entered the home of the Yagura family. Yagura has performed admirably, consistently relaying a wealth of useful intelligence each year, his efforts commendable. Frost Moon Kongming gazed at Yagura, nodding in satisfaction. It is no burden. Merely my duty, Yagura replied. My lord, should you infiltrate the hidden mist village in secret and suffer injury, I would be utterly remiss. Yagura knelt before Frost Moon Kongming. Speaking with utmost seriousness, Xuanyue Kongming found a seat and carefully observed Yitsong, whose strength had evidently progressed, nearing the level of shadow, though still in need of a touch more time to consolidate. Well, no need for such solemnity. At present, I have few rivals within the ninja realm. Has anything significant occurred in the hidden mist village recently? Yitsong, still with his head bowed, pondered for a moment. There is nothing of great consequence. The Mizukage has entrusted me with certain affairs while he has taken the 7 ninja swordsmen to a remote island for training. Excellent, Xuanyue Kongming responded with delight, as if a long-awaited pillow had been presented to him by the Mizukage. Yitsong, I urge you to wield your authority to sow discord within the hidden mist village. intensifying the rift between the Mizukage and them. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Xuanyue Kongming raised his hand to gesture towards the door, indicating for Yitsong to step outside and observe. After a brief moment, voices could be heard from beyond the threshold. Lord Yitsong, the latest batch of assignments has been issued. Lord Shuang requests that you distribute the tasks promptly. Very well, you may return now. I shall join you shortly. A few minutes later, once Yitsong confirmed that the Umbu of Wuyin village had departed, he turned back to the room. Since you have matters to attend to, I shall be succinct. Xuanyue Kongming placed 2 items upon the table. Escalating the conflict is merely the first step. Your ascension to Shuang is the ultimate goal. Seize the time to grow stronger. Yitsong gazed at the objects on the table, resolutely replying, rest assured, I will ensure the completion of the task. Frosty November. Keimei stood up and approached Yagura, gently patting his shoulder. I have faith in you. In the twilight of Frosty November, Saraku was entrusted with 10 chakra pills and a unique bloodline activation pill. Possessing 2 elemental affinities, wind and water, he held the potential to unleash the powers of ice release. Upon returning to the Mizukage Tower, he contemplated the mission assigned by the residents of the Hidden Mist Village, pondering how to utilize it to his advantage. The following day, he assigned low-reward, high-risk missions to the clan-born ninjas, while allocating high-reward, low-risk missions to the commoner ninjas. This decision garnered Saraku considerable favor among the common folk. The various ninja clans were not surprised. Saraku was a staunch supporter of the Mizukage, and following the defection of the Kirigakure's Ghost Lantern clan, the Mizukage had increasingly targeted the ninja clans. Saraku's actions were undoubtedly influenced by the Mizukage directives. Yet again, he received a tedious courier mission with an exorbitant reward. He longed for an intelligence-gathering mission instead. Alas, the Mizukage, favoring certain clans, reserved such tasks exclusively for them, leaving Saraku in a state of bemusement. As commoners received lucrative missions, they boasted incessantly to the ninja clans, fostering a sense of resentment among the latter. As grievances mounted, the time for retribution drew near. Saraku altered the village's defenses and repositioned personnel. The ninja clans were tasked with scouting for spies and guarding the gates of the Hidden Mist Village, while the commoner ninjas formed a militia to maintain order. The ninja clans, already harboring disdain for the commoners, began to retaliate. Stop. Submit to inspection. I suspect you are a spy from another village, a prominent clan ninja declared, obstructing a commoner returning from a completed mission. I am merely returning from a task. How could I be a spy? Open the gates and let me in. The clan ninja roughly pulled the commoner into an interrogation room. How can we be certain you haven't used transformation techniques? Enough chatter, strip down, we need to search you. You are utterly unreasonable, maliciously retaliating against us, the commoner protested. While executing missions outside the village was relatively straightforward, returning after completion was fraught with humiliation and scrutiny. The militia, composed of commoners, turned a blind eye to the clan's business, allowing them to face troubles unchallenged. Saraku's arrangements, perceived as justified by the Mizukage, led to escalating tensions within the village. One evening, a commoner's son, returning home from school, was knocked unconscious and hidden away by Saraku. When the parents reported their child missing to the militia, investigations revealed the boy's last known whereabouts near the Takakuri clan's territory. The militia demanded entry to search the Takakuri grounds, but the clan, with their limited intellect, adamantly refused. A physical altercation ensued, devoid of ninjutsu, merely a clash of fists. The commotion eventually reached the Mizukage's office, where he, preoccupied with the 7 ninja swordsmen, displayed impatience at being interrupted by such trivial matters. Takakuri, did you or did you not kidnap that child? Allow them to search and prove your innocence. Mizukage, that is our ancestral land. How could we permit indiscriminate entry? Takakuri resisted vehemently. The Mizukage, dismissive, retorted, what of your ancestral land? Why should it be off limits? Unless you harbor some unspeakable secret. As both sides dug in, neither willing to concede, the child eventually awoke and returned home, bringing the farce to a close. Incompetent fools. You can't even manage a simple matter. Do not disturb me with such trivialities in the future. The third Mizukage aspired for grand achievements. Unwilling to be ensnared by petty concerns, the discord within the Hidden Mist Village escalated to a new level, evolving into a cold confrontation, with interactions between commoners and the ninja clans dwindling. Children at the Ninja Academy divided into stark factions, drawing clear lines of separation. The task teams within the village had to be restructured, as the previously mixed groups of commoners and clan members could no longer function cohesively. The Mizukage remained engrossed in his schemes regarding the leeches and the 7 ninja swordsmen, as he faded from the villagers' view, becoming increasingly irrelevant. Dissatisfaction among the hidden mist ninjas grew. From the Blood Mist village to the 7 ninja swordsmen, the Mizukage gradually lost the hearts of the people. The oppressive atmosphere and sharpened conflicts in the hidden mist village resembled a powder keg poised to explode at any moment. In the frosty month of November, Kongming held a match, igniting the fuse. Chapter 40. The Turmoil Within the Village of Mist. After 30 years of peace in the Hidden Leaf Village, the lower ninja examinations of the Hidden Mist Village are about to commence. Frost Moon Kongming intends to ignite the conflicts within the Hidden Mist Village by starting with the students participating in the assessment. He proactively approached Yagura, acquiring the list of students along with their detailed information. Frosty November, with a swift gust of wind, gathered the scattered students into a cohesive group, summoning the assistance of individuals such as Kakuzu. Following the designated list, they meticulously selected the commoners, ensuring not a single member of the ninja clans was disturbed. In a remarkably brief span of mere minutes, the entire assembly of commoners had been efficiently identified. In the tranquil embrace of Frost Moon, Kongming surveyed the surroundings, entrusting the scattered little ninjas lying on the ground to Uchiha River. Uncle River, please direct your subordinates to escort the students back. Once they awaken, ensure they clarify the situation and prevent any attempts at escape. Shuangyue Kongming resolved to remain and watch the performance. Having emerged from the nightmare forest, he employed his transformation technique to alter his appearance, blending into the crowd as he took his place in an inconspicuous corner, engaging in cheerful conversation with the person beside him. In the frosty moonlight, a pair of small eyes darted about, eagerly awaiting the moment the results would be revealed. As the evaluation concluded, the participants emerged from the nightmarish forest, and he observed the incredulous expressions on the faces of the bystanders. Astonishingly, every member of the Shinobi clan had passed the assessment without exception, while not a single descendant of the common folk had returned, all meeting their demise. How extraordinary this was! Frostmoon's eyes widened in astonishment as she covered her mouth, letting out a gasp. The surrounding populace shared her bewilderment. Indeed, in previous years, they had predominantly passed the assessments, yet there were also commoners who succeeded in the evaluations. Shuangyue Kongming pointed towards the students in the distance, urging them to inquire about the situation of the emerging ninjas, for they were surely in the know. Surrounded by a throng, they were bombarded with a myriad of questions. Yet the group stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. These young ninjas were oblivious to the circumstances. After traversing the illusionary array, they had been unceremoniously expelled by Shuangyue Kongming. I surmised that it was undoubtedly a conspiracy among the ninja clans, orchestrating a directive to eliminate the offspring of their rival families, compelling them to seek retribution from the water shadow. In the tranquil November twilight, Kongming concealed himself behind the crowd, his voice resonating with an air of mockery. After his proclamation, he shifted his position to continue observing the spectacle. With a gentle nudge, he guided the citizens' thoughts, and their minds swiftly opened to the truth. Indeed, the long-standing conflict between the two factions had reached a boiling point. Unable to confront the elders directly, the ninjas chose instead to target the children. Yes, let the water shadow uphold justice. In the frosty month of November, Kongming followed a throng of individuals as they clamored towards the water shadow tower, wailing pitifully and collapsing en masse in despair. Water shadow, you must intervene on our behalf. The Shinobi clan has gone too far, conspiring in the lower ninja examinations to systematically eliminate innocent children. The water shadow was momentarily taken aback by the spectacle before him, fearing that yet another uprising was brewing. Fortunately, the worst did not unfold. Upon grasping the circumstances, he could not help but lament the madness exhibited by several ninja clans. He felt a deep discontent within. The ninja of his own clan disregarded his orders, and such behavior from their ranks would only diminish the number of loyal ninjas at his disposal. Why must you resort to cheating? Collaborating to annihilate all the civilian participants in the examinations? Do you even comprehend the essence of fairness? Water Shadow, you cannot solely rely on their claims. Do they possess any evidence? Their accusations are baseless. We have not conspired in any manner. Frostmoon gazed at the increasingly grim expression on Water Shadow's face, and with a sharp motion, shattered the teacup in her hand against the ground, striking the edge of the table with a forceful slap. Do you still require evidence? The fact that not a single member of your family perished during the assessment should suffice to illustrate the matter, Water Shadow exclaimed in fury. And what of it? That merely indicates the exceptional prowess of our children. It does not substantiate any argument. In the frost-laden month, Kongming gazed at the water's reflection, trembling fingers pointing at a certain clan leader, as neither of us uttered a word for what felt like an eternity. I discreetly signaled to Yi Tsong, who understood my gesture, subtly nodding in agreement. Stepping forward, he addressed Lord Shuing. Might I suggest that we transfer the ninjas who have passed the assessment to the interrogation department? They possess the expertise to extract the necessary information and provide you with a satisfactory answer. Indeed, Yi Tsong, you are correct. Take them to the interrogation department. Now, everyone disperse and await news from the department. Frost Moon and Yagura exchanged a glance before turning away from the hidden mist village, seeking out Kakazu and his companions in the nightmarish forest. Let us go, Guoder, Liener, we shall fish. If all goes as planned, we will intercept the third Mizukage by the seaside tonight. Kakuzu, you will remain behind to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. The interrogation division is a pack of ravenous madmen. Falling into their clutches means enduring unspeakable horrors. Zukuri invited Yukino's clan leader and several other clan heads to his home to discuss strategies for rescuing their kin who had been taken by the interrogation division. In the underground chamber of the Zukuri clan's estate, the heavy door slammed shut, sealing them in a dimly lit space illuminated only by a few blood-red candles. Gentlemen, the Mizukage has completely disregarded us, taking our clansmen to the interrogation division. We must devise a plan to rescue them. Ever since the third Mizukage ascended, he has relentlessly targeted the Shinobi clans, and our status diminishes by the day. The defection of the Akatsuki was a masterstroke. The clan leaders lament their helplessness. Their strength pales in comparison, leaving them to swallow their grievances. The Mizukage continuously challenges the limits of the major Shinobi clans, reducing their boundaries time and again, trampling upon their familial dignity. Until we eliminate the Mizukage, our hope of rescue is futile. In my opinion, we should mobilize our clan's resources and directly assault the Mizukage's tower, Yukino declared vehemently. Zukuri wholeheartedly agreed with Yukino's proposal, even feeling a sense of impatience. Very well. I have an uncle who possesses the corpse bone technique and is nearing the end of his days. He can fight for the clan one last time. My family also has an elder skilled in ice release. The clans gathered their hidden strengths, preparing for one final struggle. If they did not rise through resistance, they would perish in it. Retreat was no longer an option. As night fell, several clan leaders approached the Mizukage's tower, accompanied by their strongest warriors, including a group of elderly ninjas with white hair who were far past their prime. The hidden cards must not be used yet. They may soon become mere memorial tablets in the clan shrine. Upon storming into the Mizukage's tower, they encountered Yagura descending the stairs. He slowly raised his hand, adjusting his slightly crooked forehead protector under the anxious gaze of the clan leaders. You all carry on. I saw nothing. Good luck. He then exited the Mizukage's tower, vanishing from sight. The group exchanged glances, disregarding Yagura as they pressed on with their plan, their target being the Mizukage. One guard would not hinder their objectives. Hearing this rationale, they surged upward. Kicking open the Mizukage's office door, several elders charged in. Mizukage, tonight we shall settle this. Either you die, or we do. Chapter 41. Killing the third Mizukage. The third Mizukage was in high spirits, having evaluated the training results of the 7 ninja swordsmen that afternoon. They barely withstood 70% of his power in their combined efforts, a result that pleased him greatly. Upon returning to the village, he enjoyed a hot pot supper delivered by Yagura, humming a cheerful tune, when a group of men violently burst into his office. What is this? Do you wish to revolt? You clever dog. Indeed, I intend to rebel. Tonight, there can be only one survivor, and it will certainly be me. The Mizukage was incensed, irritated that the scoundrels of the hidden mist village were persistently plotting to overthrow him. How naive. Who do you think is behind your revolt? The Hozuki clan? None of you will survive this night. Enough of your drivel. The outcome of this confrontation is yet to be determined. Be careful not to let your tongue slip. Uncle Chien was satisfied, knowing he would not die without a fight on clan grounds. Zukuri activated the corpse bone technique to assault the Mizukage, while an elder from Yukino's clan unleashed ice release. The other elders summoned their strongest techniques to join the attack. These elderly warriors, whose bodies had already begun to decay, initiated their most powerful moves early, hoping to defeat the Mizukage before their strength waned. The Mizukage, caught off guard by the sudden explosion of power from the elderly ninjas, was struck directly and sent crashing into two nearby houses, sustaining light injuries. The battle within the Mizukage tower triggered a piercing alarm throughout the village, prompting uninformed ninjas to rush towards the epicenter of the conflict, only to be intercepted by the clan's ninjas en route. The 7 ninja swordsmen, nurtured by the Mizukage, appeared on the battlefield with their great swords, striding confidently before the villagers. Several clan leaders stood in front of them, blocking their path to rescue the Mizukage. The outcome of the battle was crucial for the survival of their clans, leaving no room for error. Stop. A military exercise is underway. You cannot pass. Get lost. We heed only the Mizukage's command. Who are you to obstruct us? Anyone who stands in our way is our enemy. Do you wish to die? The Hozuki clan's Tuntu was brazen in his defiance. Having exchanged blows with the Mizukage earlier, the 7 ninja swordsmen were brimming with confidence. Realizing that reasoning with the clan leaders was futile, they resorted to violence, resulting in a tenuous standoff. The 7 ninja swordsmen excelled in teamwork, though an earlier incident where a certain genin dispatched 4 of them was not counted. In a one-on-one confrontation, they found themselves at a disadvantage, sporting injuries. On the battlefield, the Mizukage faced several elderly warriors, the fight remaining evenly matched. As time passed, the elders began to tire, and with their final ounce of strength, they unleashed their ultimate techniques. They attempted to encase the Mizukage in ice and impale him with a barrage of bone spikes, seeking mutual destruction. Unfortunately, the Mizukage summoned a water leech, slipping through their final assault. The clan's strongest hidden cards fell short of their goal. As the distant battle concluded, the clan leaders ceased their attacks, awaiting the victor's emergence. The Mizukage stepped forth from the ruins, standing before the clan leaders. Ha! What words do you have left to say? Death awaits you. Faced with this outcome, the clan leaders remained calm, accepting that they had fought valiantly. In failure held no fear. You may as well die. The Mizukage prepared to execute them. The water mirror technique manifested before the Mizukage, reflecting his image and countering his attack, saving the clan leaders. The sound of footsteps echoed clearly, drawing everyone's attention to the approaching figure in the darkness. Moments later, a figure clad in green with purple eyes emerged, leaving everyone astonished by their identity. Yagura, you have betrayed me. I had no inkling of your collusion with them. Your concealment was masterful. The Mizukage, shocked by Yagura's treachery, seethed with rage, wishing to dismember him piece by piece. Yet, he was equally puzzled as to why Yagura chose this moment to reveal himself when the tide had already turned. Apologies, Mizukage. I have never collaborated with them. Your policies are too cruel, and the village is dissatisfied with your actions. I hope you will relinquish your position as Mizukage. To whom shall I relinquish it? Shall I give it to you? It is not out of the question. The earnest demeanor of Yagura elicited admiration from the onlookers. His unabashed seriousness reflected a truly elevated state of being. Without hesitation, Suigetsu launched an assault on Yagura, while the 7 ninja swordsmen and several clan leaders engaged in a second round of combat. Yagura consumed the chakra pills twice, and with the assistance of Getsu, he activated his ice release, matching the strength of Suigetsu at his peak. Having already endured a previous battle, Suigetsu bore light injuries, his left arm slightly impaired, hampering his hand-sealing speed. Yagura maintained the offensive, relentlessly pressing Suigetsu, and within minutes, Suigetsu acquired new wounds. In the distance, a throng of Mist Village ninjas stood watch. Neither the shinobi nor the civilians intervened, their expressions cold as they observed Suigetsu being assaulted, their eyes betraying a hint of delight. Suigetsu recognized his defeat, not only in battle but also in the hearts of the people. Yet, he was unwilling to succumb. He harbored dreams yet to be fulfilled, and thus he fled. Yagura, witnessing his retreat, prevented others from pursuing him. Suigetsu ran until he reached the seaside, where he spotted 3 figures perched upon the rocks, one of whom he distinctly recognized as having turned to ash. You have come, he remarked. I did not expect Lord Suigetsu to be in such a pitiable state. It is indeed a rare sight. Frosty Moonlight sat upon the rocky outcrop, lifting her fishing rod while turning her gaze towards the water's reflection that had fled to this place. Frosty Moonlight, have you come here to meet your demise? In the stillness of the night, Shuangyue Kongming remained silent, listening to the waves crashing against the rocks, gazing quietly into the distance at the boundless sea illuminated by moonlight, adorned with countless stars scattered across the sky. You are still so foolish. I cannot guarantee my presence here, he mused. How absurd. What do you have to rely on? Is it Kakuzu? Where is he? Let him show himself. The water shadow, with disheveled hair, spun in circles, glaring around with fury. He has not come. I alone am sufficient to vanquish you. The third-generation water shadow erupted into wild laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! You wish to kill me? That is the funniest joke I have heard all year. Is it truly amusing? Would it be even more comical if I aided the Ghost Lantern clan in their defection?" In the serene light of the frost-laden moon, Shuangyue Kongming gazed at the boisterous Mizukage with a playful glint in his eyes. Would it not be even more amusing if I were to place Yagura by your side as an infiltrator, delivering a fatal blow? A chuckle escaped his lips. Suddenly, the third Mizukage erupted in a fit of rage, spewing forth a crimson spray of blood as he pointed accusingly at Shuangyue Kongming. "So it was you behind this treachery. I shall end your life." Frosty November, with a gentle shake of her head, declared with a smile, "Then let it be death." Frosty November's ethereal light descended from the rocky outcrop, gracefully approaching the water's reflection, while behind her, the sea surged forth in great waves. With a swift incantation of evaporation, the leech transformed into dried leech, requiring no sun-drying, instantly becoming a precious medicinal herb. The water's reflection morphed into a mummy. In the chapter titled Complete Control of the Land of Water, Shuangyue Kongming incinerates the third Mizukage with fire release, scattering the ashes towards the sea, leaving no trace behind. Gazing towards the direction of the hidden mist village, it is anticipated that Itsong will ascend as the fourth Mizukage. After nearly a decade, Shuangyue Kongming has finally achieved absolute dominance over the land of water. This marks the first step toward unifying the Shinobi world, as he now intends to expand the territory of the land of water, incorporating the northern land of the moon, as well as the southern lands of earth, wind, and rainbow into his realm of governance. In the month of frost, Kongming took cautious steps, advancing slowly and deliberately. The ninja world was fraught with peril, and he harbored concerns about the sudden emergence of Tsutsuki. He had never delved into Naruto Next Generations, but had heard others speak of various organizations, the Shell Organization, the Egg Organization, and the diverse forms of Tsutsuki, such as the first and second styles, as well as the peach and pear styles. While he was untroubled by the prospect of these Tsutsuki appearing, the thought of encountering a calculus style, an editing style, or an overtime style of Tsutsuki genuinely unsettled him. Let us proceed. With matters resolved, it is time for us to return. Frostmoon Kongming leapt onto the rocks, stowing away her fishing rod, and beckoned her two companions to depart. A fleeting glance at the empty water bucket stirred the waves, and she skillfully caught two fish, tossing them into the bucket with a satisfied nod. The water shadow building and mist-hidden village lay in ruins, the surroundings a chaotic mess. The last dance of the early bracken by the bamboo gatherers had wrought extensive devastation, yet miraculously, there were no casualties. The elder, Yuan Jun, arrived late, appearing older than the patriarchs of the prominent families who had perished in battle. Assisted by others, he approached with faltering steps. Stopping before the wreckage of the water shadow building, he tremulously picked up the fallen water shadow hat and cloak, gently brushing off the dust. With deliberate steps, he approached Itsong, his murky eyes scrutinizing the young man. All present held their breath, their gazes fixed on the two figures amidst the ruins. The silence of the night thick with tension. After what felt like an eternity, Yuan Jun handed the cloak, symbolizing the identity of the water shadow, to Itsong, then turned to address the villagers of Mist-Hidden. For 3 generations, the water shadows have exhibited remarkable abilities, risking their lives for the village, leaving an indelible mark on our history, which we must honor. His voice resonated as he acknowledged the contributions of the 3 generations of water shadows, while also highlighting their missteps. However, in recent years, the 3rd generation has veered towards extremism, implementing bloody policies that incited conflict between the commoners and the ninja clans, ruthlessly targeting prominent families. The notions of right and wrong, justice and injustice, are subjective, each person wielding their own scale of judgment. A nation cannot be without a ruler for a day, nor can a family be without a leader. The 3rd generation has forsaken the village and can no longer serve as water shadow. I propose Itsong as the 4th water shadow. In Mist-Hidden Village, the elders wield power equal to that of the water shadow. With the water shadow's retreat, Yuan Jun, as the decision-maker, found overwhelming support among the villagers for his proposal. Itsong, known for his strength and reputation within the village, raised concerns among the villagers due to his previous role as the bodyguard of the 3rd generation and fears that he might perpetuate their bloody policies. 3 days later, the succession ceremony for the water shadow was to take place. Yuan Jun made the final decision with resolute authority, after which he was assisted away, gradually fading into the night. The villagers of Mist Hidden dispersed, clan leaders gathering the bodies of their elders and returning to their respective territories with their kin. On the following morning, the acting water shadow, Itsong, released the family members taken away for interrogation, shifting the blame onto the third generation. Standing at the edge of the nightmarish forest, he summoned the villagers of Mist Hidden, clearly stating the primary motive behind the third generation's implementation of the Blood Mist policy. Everyone present understood that the third generation summoned beast was a leech, but they were unaware that this leech could consume blood essence to evolve. Itsong paused before continuing. Every year, the third generation would release the leech into the nightmarish forest, where the blood shed during the lower ninja assessments and the corpses of fallen students would serve as fertilizer for the leech's evolution. Outraged, the villagers erupted with furious exclamations, interrupting Itsong's revelation of the truth. Cursed third generation. No wonder the bodies of our children are never found. Their actions are inhumane. They lamented. How could he be so heartless? I once admired him. My poor child. May the third generation suffer a wretched fate. Itsong, moved by the villagers' anger, raised his right hand to signal for silence, resolutely assuring them, rest assured, the village will seek justice for its people, relentlessly pursuing the third generation to the ends of the earth. As soon as we receive any news, I guarantee that I will lead the charge. He shared a wave of revelations about the third generation, momentarily appeasing the villagers' emotions, while not intending to fully resolve the conflict between the commoners and the ninja clans. The day of Itsong's succession as Water Shadow arrived as scheduled. The feudal lord's relationship with Mist Hidden Village had soured, and Frost Moon Kongming did not send anyone to attend the ceremony. Elder Yuan Jun presided over the ceremony, recounting the illustrious history of Mist Hidden Village, discussing the challenges it faced, and personally draping the cloak over Itsong's shoulders and placing the hat upon his head. Leaning closer, Yuan Jun spoke in a hushed tone, audible only to Itsong. I am unaware of your plans with the one behind you, but I sincerely hope for the prosperity of Mist Hidden Village. Indeed, the wisdom of age prevails. Rest assured, the Lord holds great expectations for Mist Hidden Village. Let me share a piece of information. All the departed children are receiving training under the Lord's guidance. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jun's murky eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Very well, very well. I am growing old, but otherwise, I would follow that Lord to accomplish great deeds. Once the ceremony concluded, the fourth water shadow, Itsong, entered his temporary office to issue his first decree. He announced a change in the assessment method for lower ninjas, maintaining practical combat evaluations while abolishing the previous deadly elimination process. Instead, they would collectively confront ninja beasts or summon creatures, with teachers grading based on combat performance. Achieving a certain score would ensure passage. While the reformed model still posed dangers, it significantly reduced the mortality rate compared to before, garnering considerable satisfaction from the villagers. Those fearing for their lives could now observe from a distance without the risk of being slain. After tending to matters in Mist Hidden Village, Itsong discreetly departed for the feudal lord's residence. Itsong has arrived. Please rise and take a seat. In the ethereal glow of the frost-laden moon, Xuangyue Kongming gently lifted Itsong from his kneeling position and guided him to the chair. My lord Xuangyue, such actions are unbecoming and contravene the established decorum. Xuangyue Kongming interrupted the fidgeting Itsong, who was squirming uncomfortably in his seat. Sit properly, or your bottom will catch fire. He inquired about the situation in Wuyin Village, wondering if any difficulties had arisen. With his back straight and hands resting on his thighs, Itsong reported the matters concerning the Yuan army to Xuangyue Kongming. Frost Moon Kongming found nothing peculiar. Individuals in their 70s or 80s often possess a more profound understanding of issues. Considering the performances before and after the Agura, it is reasonable to deduce that he has assistance behind him. Regardless of him, as long as he does not impede our progress, it is inconsequential whether he is aware. He might yet prove useful in the future. Chapter 43, Cultivation of Depth. In any case, the antagonistic relationship between the Hidden Mist Village and the Daimyo's residence must remain unchanged. The play must continue, and we must be vigilant not to reveal any flaws to the other ninja villages. Xuangyue Kongming solemnly addressed Yagura, emphasizing the significance of this matter to his financial aspirations, which warranted his utmost attention. Yagura nodded earnestly, comprehending the gravity of the situation. Lord Xuangyue, do you have any further commands? Xuangyue Kongming lowered his head in contemplation, realizing that several years remained until the onset of the Second Shinobi World War. During this interval, he found little need for Yagura's assistance. With a temporary lull in activity, he remained vigilant, keeping a close watch on the movements of other ninja villages, uncertain if the Mist Village would receive an invitation to participate. In the 31st year of Konoha, the land of whirlpools faced annihilation, with all major ninja villages, besides Konoha, playing a role. The Mist Village was a key player. Presently, the Mist Village was undergoing significant changes, leaving Xuangyue Kongming uncertain about the potential shifts in the situation. Having gained complete control over the land of water, he found himself with ample free time, prompting him to ponder ways to elevate the strength of his domain. Reclining in a rocking chair, the gentle hands of Guer, tender and delicate, began to massage his shoulders. Xuangyue Kongming raised his gaze to meet that of 15-year-old Guer. She stood tall, her figure perfectly proportioned, her features increasingly exquisite. Her red eyes sparkling as she bestowed upon him a radiant smile, nearly overwhelming him. He mused to himself that there were still 6 months to go. "Young master, you must be tired. Allow me to soothe your shoulders." "You should rest for a while," she offered kindly. "Not weary at all. Come. Let us bask in the sun together." He pulled Guer onto the rocking chair beside him, cradling her in his arms as he continued to contemplate how to cultivate a greater number of ninjas. Primarily, he recognized the importance of secrecy. Training a substantial number of ninjas could not be discovered by other nations, for he was not yet prepared to confront the entirety of the ninja world. Spies from various villages infiltrated everywhere, making defense nearly impossible. These spies were audacious, with those from the land of water daring to gather intelligence in Konoha. Since defense proved futile, the only recourse was to conceal his plans. In the ethereal glow of frosty November, Kongming found himself lost in contemplation. Tilting his head, he noticed Guer staring intently at him, her eyes unwavering. A spark ignited within him as he recalled the fabled Isle of Palai. Indeed, acquiring another blank sanctuary to conceal all the ninjas would effortlessly resolve the dilemma at hand. Frosty Moonlight turned her head and affectionately kissed Guer. "Guer, you are truly my lucky star. As long as I can assist the young master, that's enough," replied Guer. Her face flushed with shyness as she buried her head in Frosty Moonlight's embrace. With the concealed issues resolved, Frosty Moonlight pondered whom to cultivate and which individuals were worthy of his investment. The outcomes for the members of the Dawn organization were rather grim, yet it was undeniable that each one possessed remarkable talent. The second batch of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the Hidden Mist Village, including Zabuza Momochi, Kurajiri Yuki, and Kageyama Mitsuki, had all displayed commendable performances. Xuangyue Kongming gently pinched Guer's delicate waist, reminiscing about his 2 elder nephews, yet hesitating to proceed further. Reluctantly releasing his grasp, Xuangyue Kongming straightened in his rocking chair and took Guer by the hand, urging her to rise. "Come now, Guer. Let us attend to our important matters." In the crisp embrace of November, Kongming Xuangyue arrived at the esteemed Yurin Primary School, which, on the surface, appeared to be an ordinary institution but, in reality, served as a covert training ground for ninjas. Dismounting from the carriage, he entered a certain teaching building, where he unveiled a concealed door nestled within the storage room. Grasping Guer's hand, they descended dozens of steps, waving dismissively to the vigilant ninjas stationed in the shadows. Turning left, they continued their descent for another 30 steps, then veered right, traversing a lengthy corridor, ultimately halting before a grand door. Lord Xuangyue intoned 2 elite shinobi, kneeling in deference. Upon his command to open the door, the 2 shinobi produced twin keys, unlocking the dual locks and drawing the grand entrance wide. As the frost-laden moonlight illuminated the scene, I stepped into an expansive subterranean realm, where several towering edifices had already been erected, and a multitude of children moved in and out with lively energy. "Young master, what brings you here?" Uchiha River, who was wholly responsible for the training of ninjas, hurried over upon hearing the sound of the gate opening. "I came to take a look. There haven't been any difficulties, have there?" "None at all. The children are quite obedient, and they train with diligence and dedication, leaving no cause for concern for their instructors." As Frosty Moon Kongming observed the little ninja's performance, he nodded in satisfaction and invited me to witness their training. "Lord Frosty Moon," he heard someone calling as he approached the training ground. Turning around, he saw the exuberant figure of Akari, the new moon, rushing towards him with palpable excitement. "Little Akari, why aren't you training with your classmates? Have you been brawling with them?" "Not at all. I have mastered everything they are learning, and my teacher has allowed me to train independently," Akari proudly proclaimed to Frosty Moon Kongming. "Young master, the little one learns swiftly. Perhaps we should provide him with some extra guidance," suggested Uchiha River. "Indeed. Tailored instruction yields the best results, and you have executed this splendidly," Frosty Moon Kongming replied, then turned his gaze to Akari, gently ruffling his hair. Of course, little Akari. You are remarkable as well. Keep up the diligent work. I shall certainly do so, Lord Frosty Moon. As Shuangyue Kongming followed Uchiha, he to the training ground. He stood at the periphery, observing hundreds of young ninjas training vigorously, a sense of gratification swelling within him. Young master, please offer them a few encouraging words. Uchiha, he called everyone together. Is that our savior, Lord Shuangyue? Such an impressive presence, one young ninja remarked. Thanks to Lord Shuangyue, I was rescued. Otherwise, I would have perished in the nightmare forest. I will train diligently to repay Lord Shuangyue. So will I. I aspire to become the sharpest blade in Lord Shuangyue's hands, vanquishing all foes. A chorus of whispers filled the air as the young ninjas gazed at Shuangyue Kongming with admiration and gratitude. I see your efforts. You are all commendable. I hope you persevere, for the ninja world is fraught with peril. With every ounce of effort you exert, the dangers diminish, and your chances of survival increase. Thank you, Lord Shuangyue. We will, they replied earnestly. We will surely endure and become formidable ninjas to repay you. As he turned to leave the training ground, he looked back at the group of endearing children, hoping their names would grace the retirement list rather than the list of the deceased. Uncle He, please accompany me. In the frost-kissed month of November, Soramitsu led Uchiha Kawa into the equipment room, where he opened an unremarkable door, granting access to the new sanctum HJ Island. Uncle Kawa. From now on, the ninjas brought back from the hidden mist village shall be placed on this island for training. Ensure they do not venture out easily. Young master, what is this place? It is a secret realm, well concealed and not easily discovered. In the ethereal light of the frost-laden moon, Escalates succinctly elucidated to Uchiha Kawa the essence of a secret realm, leaving the latter utterly astounded, rendered speechless. I understand, he reassured. Rest assured, my lord. I vow that no one shall unveil the secrets. You handle your affairs. I have complete faith in you. In the ethereal glow of frost-laden November, Escalates meticulously orchestrated all matters, returning with Quar to the Grand Estate to continue their rhythmic sway. Half a year later, news arrived from the Yagura clan, announcing that the three great shinobi villages were poised to dispatch representatives to the Hidden Mist village. As anticipated, the inevitable approached. The Land of Waves remained under the watchful eyes of several villages, struggling to evade the grim fate of annihilation. Frosty Moonlight must attend the meeting to comprehend the plans of several nations, facilitating his scheme for the sealing technique of Whirlpool Village. His primary objective is to exploit the labor of the Whirlpool workers. Chapter 44, The First Encounter with the Blood-Red Chili. In the frost-laden month, the air transformed into mist, swaying gently with the wind, silently enveloping the hidden village. Lord Frost Moon, the envoys from the other ninja villages are soon to arrive at the Hidden Mist village. Will you personally preside over the meeting? Frost Moon Kongming contemplated for a moment. After all, his full participation in the meeting might yield better results if he were to preside over it personally. Very well, you shall greet them before the meeting commences. I will assume your role as the host. Not far from the Hidden Mist village, in a dimly lit forest, dense trees obscured much of the sunlight. Yagura met with the envoys from the three villages. The newcomer, clad in a black robe that blended seamlessly with the surroundings, donned an unsightly mask, and spoke with a voice distorted to a raspy whisper akin to grinding glass. After confirming the identity of the visitor, Yagura discreetly led them into the village. In the office of the Mizukage, Yagura and his three companions took their seats in succession. Congratulations on becoming the fourth Mizukage. On this occasion, I bring a personal letter from the Reikage for your perusal. The burly cloud ninja, robust with muscles, spoke first, reaching into his ninja tool pouch to present a letter with both hands to Yagura. The representatives from the other two villages followed suit, each offering letters from the Tsuchikage and the Kazakage in turn. Yagura refrained from opening the letters immediately, placing all three upon the desk. Please wait a moment. I shall step outside. Yagura exited the office, turned the corner, and transformed into a member of the Umbu. Frost Moon Kongming then took on Yagura's appearance and re-entered the office, with Yagura following closely behind. My apologies, but nature calls. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the Hidden Mist village? Frost Moon Kongming fixed his gaze upon the envoy from the Sand village, inquiring about their purpose in Wuyin village, while his footsteps remained unceasing as he made his way to his seat. Inwardly, he mused that the attire of these individuals was undoubtedly indicative of ill intent, pondering what schemes they might be concocting. After exchanging glances, one of the cloud shinobi stepped forward to respond to Frost Moon Kongming's query. You must be aware of the events surrounding the distribution of tailed beasts by Shinja Hashirama. Decades have passed, and the first generation of Jinchuriki is aged. Each village is preparing to replace their Jinchuriki, and Wuyin village ought to be no exception. Frost Moon Kongming held a dismissive attitude towards the Cloud Shinobi's assertions, feigning an air of agreement. While it was true that Wuyin village needed to replace its Jinchuriki, he could not fathom how this concerned them. Did they not wish to retain the tailed beasts for their own village? The envoy exchanged eye rolls, recognizing the absurdity of his assumption. Do not jest. We have no intention of selling tailed beasts. To replace a Jinchuriki, one must employ sealing techniques. The three Kage unanimously believe that the village's sealing arts are insufficiently robust to effectively subdue the tailed beasts, posing a risk of the Jinchuriki going berserk. Would you not concur? You speak truthfully. I too share the sentiment that your village's sealing arts lack strength. Frosty November, with a resounding clap of his hands, nodded vigorously in agreement with their assertions. He adeptly played the fool, skillfully diverting the conversation to evade being led astray by them. However, it seems you have ventured to the wrong place. The sealing techniques of Misty Hidden Village are not for sale. The representatives from several villages nearly choked on their indignation. Even if you were to sell them, we would have no interest. Frosty November gazed at the expressions of those suffering from constipation, feeling a secret delight within. A group of scoundrels, meandering about, continually tried to lead him astray, enticing him into their trap. They wished to employ the Hidden Mist Village as their enforcers. Taking advantage of what was readily available, how utterly delightful for them. Lord Mizukage, you are undoubtedly aware of the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their mastery of sealing techniques. The three shadows aspire to acquire the sealing arts of their lineage. Shuangyue Kongming stroked her chin, her gaze fixed intently on the envoys from several villages. What purpose would it serve? The means by which the Uzumaki clan sustained themselves could never be bestowed upon others. Do you truly believe you can acquire them? A smile crept across the faces of the representatives. It was sufficient that you were tempted, for they feared your indifference. Lord Shuaying. The Uzumaki clan resides in the humble village of Chaojiao. The three shadows hope that the mist-hidden village will take action to obliterate it and seize the sealing techniques. And then what? She inquired. Then the villages shall collaborate on research, replied Yunin, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Frost Moon, upon hearing this, nearly burst into laughter, having never encountered such audacity. I wish to inquire, have you made any effort? Merely touching your upper lip to your lower lip. Expecting rewards without any contribution, do they truly believe me to be a fool? Frosty Moonlight suddenly rose to her feet, knocking over the chair behind her and slamming the letter from the three shadows onto the table, her finger emphatically pressing down on the three letters. Please do not take offense. The esteemed Lords of Shadows did not intend any disrespect. This matter was meant to be a collective effort from several villages. However, the distance between us has rendered collaboration impractical. Rest assured, once this is accomplished, you shall receive a satisfactory reward. As the conversation threatened to unravel, the Earth Ninja hastily stood up to mediate. Frosty Moon, with an air of disdain, remarked, a mere 10,000 Earth Shinobi launching a surprise attack on the Land of Lightning. Why do you not speak of distances? The Land of Water lies even farther. Yet you ventured forth regardless. You exhibit not an ounce of sincerity. Return whence you came. The Hidden Mist Village shall not partake in your endeavors. And I shall act as if you have never set foot here. Frosty Moonlight gracefully lifted the chair, settled back down, and began to peruse the documents laid out on the table, no longer paying heed to the emissaries from the several villages, allowing them to exchange glances among themselves. We, the villages, can contribute financially, each offering 100 million. What do you think? Not satisfactory. It must either be a joint effort from all four villages or a collaborative endeavor from your three villages. I shall not be foolish enough to act alone, especially with the wife of Shinja Hashirama, Uzumaki Mido, still alive. Shuangyue Kongming, without raising her head, spoke directly. Regardless of how the representatives from the four villages tried to persuade her or what conditions they proposed, Shuangyue Kongming remained resolute and unwavering. Ultimately, the four villages decided to take action together. Shuangyue Kongming arranged for several individuals to depart and spoke to his companion Shakura. You have also heard the conversation. Summon the most trustworthy ninjas and await my command to set off for the Land of Whirlpools. 3 days later, Shuangyue Kongming utilized the technique of evaporation to journey to the Land of Whirlpools, where there existed but a single village, Whirlpool Village, where the nation was synonymous with the village. And the village embodied the nation. As Shuangyue Kongming approached the village entrance, he was halted by the guards. He deceitfully claimed to be a merchant from the Land of Fire and was scrutinized for several minutes before successfully gaining entry into Uzumaki Village. Upon surveying his surroundings, he noticed that the streets were teeming with villagers sporting fiery red hair. As he walked along the thoroughfare, he occasionally caught the gaze of the villagers upon him. "Do you wish to be beaten? Return my belongings to me." In the distance, Shuangyue Kongming could hear the sounds of an argument. Following the noise, she spotted a little girl with fiery red hair, glaring furiously at a small boy before her. In an instant, Shuangyue Kongming recognized the girl Kushina Uzumaki, with her vibrant crimson locks, who, without a doubt, had just turned 5 this year. Frosty November slowly approached, her gaze fixed intently on Kushina. At that moment, filled with rage, she seized the little boy by his collar and shook him back and forth. The boy, perhaps overwhelmed by the shaking, abruptly dropped the fried dumplings he had hidden behind him onto the ground. With a playful grimace directed at Kushina, he laughed and ran away. Kushina stared at the dumplings scattered on the ground, tears welling in her eyes as she bit her lip tightly. In the ethereal light of the frost-laden moon, Kei-mei knelt before Kushina, gently wiping away her tears. "Little sister, what troubles you? Please, confide in your brother." Kushina shook her head, her gaze fixated on the dumpling before her. She extended her small hand to pick it up, blowing away the dust that clung to its surface, ready to indulge in its sweetness. Frosty Moonlight swiftly intervened, snatching the soiled fried meatballs away. After a moment's contemplation, she addressed Kushina, "Little sister, I seem to have lost my way to the village chief's house. Would you kindly guide me there? I shall treat you to some fried meatballs as a token of my gratitude, if you please." Chapter 45, The Organization Big Brother. Take a left at the upcoming intersection. Do not miss it. Understood. In the frosty moonlit night, Kongming strode briskly along the streets of Guoqiao village, cradling Kushina in his arms. He had successfully lured a little girl with the enticing price of 3 skewers of fried meatballs. Moreover, he found the daughter of the fried meatball vendor to be somewhat familiar. "Are they delicious?" "Absolutely. Would you like to have a taste, big brother?" Kushina earnestly nodded her little head, her tiny hands gripping the 3 skewers tightly as she made an effort to open her mouth wide, taking a hearty bite, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. "If you're not eating, then I shall," she insisted. "In the future, I will treat you to even more delectable delights." Frostmoon gazed at Kushina, her chubby little face smeared with grease and seasonings, resembling a tiny flower kitten. She raised her hand to wipe it away and gently ruffled Kushina's little head. "Big brother mustn't touch my head. It will hinder my growth. You must offer 3 to 5 skewers of fried meatballs before you may touch it just once." In the serene light of the frost-laden moon, Kei-mei was almost amused by Kushina's earnest demeanor as she haggled. He thought to himself how endearing she was, wishing to take her home. Perhaps he could treat the little sister to a bowl of ramen, which would grant him a few chances to ruffle her hair. Indeed. She might allow the older brother to do so twice. In the frosty month of November, Kei-mei followed the guidance of Kushina, making their way towards the Uzumaki clan's residence. Along the journey, they engaged in cheerful banter, eliciting peals of laughter from the little girl. "Big brother, we have arrived. Up ahead is Grandpa Ashina's house. Do hurry along." "Have we truly arrived? Will you not accompany me inside, Kushina?" Shuangyue Kongming donned a mask upon her visage and gently prodded Kushina's delicate face with her fingertip. "Am I allowed?" Kushina inquired cautiously, twisting her fingers in apprehension as she sought Shuangyue Kongming's approval. Shuangyue Kongming embraced her and stepped forward to knock on the door. After a brief moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from within. Shuangyue Kongming took a step back, creating some distance from the entrance. The door was gently pulled open, and Shuangyue Kongming scrutinized the elderly man before him, who in turn assessed him with equal curiosity. "I am the leader of the Whirlpool Aomi clan, and I humbly seek your forgiveness for my unannounced visit. May I inquire if it would be permissible for me to enter and converse?" Shuangyue Kongming spoke first. Vortex Looming stepped aside, granting Shuangyue Kongming passage. "Of course, please enter." In the tranquil embrace of Frost Moon, she carried the serene little girl through a courtyard carpeted with fallen leaves, following the servant towards the reception room. The reception room was furnished with utmost simplicity, featuring merely a low table adorned with a teapot. In the corner, a bouquet of flowers had withered, and several spiders busily spun their webs upon the beams above. Shuangyue Kongming gracefully seated herself on the couch, pouring a cup of tea, which she delicately sipped, only to find it had cooled. Moments later, Xianyuan Lunan entered the reception room, followed by several elderly men with crimson hair. They settled beside Shuangyue Kongming, forming a semicircle that encircled her. "I am uncertain of your identity, veiled as you are. It would be prudent for you to elucidate your origins." Frostmoon Kongming was gazed upon fiercely by several individuals. Yet he remained entirely unfazed, playfully teasing the anxious Kushina in his embrace. I am the leader of the Akatsuki, codenamed Emperor. Surely, you have heard of me. The Uzumaki group appeared utterly perplexed, a flurry of question marks hovering above their heads as they murmured amongst themselves. Elder, you are the most knowledgeable among us. You must have some understanding of the affairs within the ninja world. Surely, you have heard of the Akatsuki. Do enlighten us. Uzumaki Runa formed a loose fist with his right hand, covering his mouth as he cleared his throat. Silence. Of course, I have heard of them. Though my knowledge is limited. The leader of the Akatsuki is present. Let him speak. Frost Moon Kongming suddenly raised his head. Staring in astonishment at the swirling vortex of Amina, inwardly reflecting on the old man's surprising knowledge of the fictitious organization he had invented merely 3 minutes prior. He chose not to expose the ruse and continued his fabrication. In times of hardship, one should cultivate oneself. In times of prosperity, one should strive to benefit the world. The organization remains concealed in the shadows of the ninja realm, working for the welfare of all the people. In the ethereal glow of Frost Moon, the heart of K may yearn for the unification of the shinobi world, aspiring to encompass all under his dominion. He proclaimed that the notion of benefiting the world was not without merit. I have come to implement the organization as principle of universal prosperity. Do you still harbor doubts? He inquired. Rest assured, the citizens of Uzumaki village lead fulfilling lives, requiring no intervention from your organization. It would be best if you departed promptly. Haha. In the frosty month of November, Escalates burst into laughter, lifting Kushina into his arms, eager to make his way outside. Yet, after taking but 2 steps, he was halted by the grasp of Uzumaki Ashina. What is it that you find so amusing? She inquired. I laugh at your ignorance, at your self-righteousness, and at your obliviousness to the impending doom that approaches. The words of Kamai and Frosty Moon not only failed to alert the Uzumaki clan, but also provoked ridicule from several elders. Is this all? Our Uzumaki lineage has endured for centuries. Who among us dares to court danger without fear of death? We are allies with the mightiest of ninja villages, Konoha. As for the so-called organization, such alarmist rhetoric merely reveals its hidden agenda. What organization? Merely flies hiding in a filthy drain, unworthy of any respect. Depart at once. Your threats do not intimidate us, nor do we require your nonsensical organization. Leave quickly. Your very presence is repugnant. Shuangyue Kongming freed himself from the grasp of Uzumaki Lanming and hastily made his way to the entrance. Casting a sweeping glance over the reception room before lifting his gaze toward a certain point. When people depart, the warmth dissipates. Do the allies of Konoha remember you? Open your eyes and observe your reception area. It would be prudent for you to venture beyond the village. I hope you do not come seeking my assistance. With that, he decisively turned and left. TCH, what a nuisance. I wouldn't even beg a dog for help. As the clan leader, Uzumaki Lanming maintained a more composed demeanor. To err on the side of caution, he dispatched several elders to scout the situation. Leader, you can't possibly be frightened by the ramblings of a madman, one elder remarked. Silence. It's better to be safe than sorry. Only after the investigation will I feel at ease. Reluctantly, the elders set out to gather intelligence. Uzumaki Lanming raised his head, directing his gaze towards a certain area previously observed by the leader of the organization, where several spider webs were visible. The organization was correct. As people left, warmth faded. Konoha village had not been in contact with Uzumaki village for many years. Leader, it's dire. The elders sent out for reconnaissance have returned in a panic, tumbling and scrambling back to the Lanming household. One elder, visibly shaken, had lost all arrogance he exhibited when mocking Shuangyue Kongming. Have you discerned which village's ninjas are surrounding us? Awagakure, Sunagakure, Kumogakure, Kirigakure, the elders replied in unison. Their expressions mirroring the gravity of the situation, as if the sky were about to collapse. With all 4 major ninja villages acting in concert, even Konoha would be troubled. How could their small Uzumaki village resist such overwhelming might? Uzumaki Lanming felt darkness encroach upon his vision, nearly succumbing to despair. It seemed as though a vast net was descending upon Uzumaki village. A swarm of bloodthirsty spiders had already fixated upon them. What to do? What to do? Quickly. Seek aid from Konoha. Yet, any plea for assistance could not be dispatched. The elders were in a frenzy, while Uzumaki Lanming stroked his chin with fervor. Almost igniting from the intensity of his thoughts, a sudden inspiration struck him. He sprang to his feet, lost his balance, and slid beneath the table. Emerging, he called out to the other elders, Hurry, summon the leader of the organization. Chapter 46. The transaction. Eat slowly. Be careful not to choke. Fear not, big brother. For I am quite capable and shall not choke. In the serene month of frost, Escalates May was accompanying little Kushina to enjoy a bowl of ramen. After departing from the Uzumaki family, Escalates gently set Kushina down as they entered the realm of fast food. With a generous spirit, he declared that all ramen was at her disposal, and he would take care of the bill. A mere 15 minutes later, he found himself wincing, propped against the counter, shielding his eyes with his hand. It was a sight too overwhelming to behold. Kushina, clutching a towering stack of ramen that surpassed her own height, had her tiny head obscured as she took delicate steps to inch closer to the counter. Frosty November's clear sky witnessed the moment when Kame gently accepted the bowl of ramen from Kushina's embrace and placed it upon the counter, instructing the staff to package it. With a swift motion, he lifted Kushina into his arms, pondering the risk of stumbling while carrying such a hefty load of ramen. Did Kushina perhaps take too many? It would be perfectly acceptable to forego one box. Her tiny hand delved into the neatly packaged bag, slowly retrieving a box of ramen. Her large eyes fixated upon it, her cherubic face brimming with reluctance. After a moment of contemplation, she bit her lip, turned her delicate head, and returned the box of ramen to the counter. Frostmoon's gentle hand caressed the little head of Kushina. I didn't take too much. I fear you might stumble. Next time, remember to ask the kind shopkeeper for assistance. I understand, dear big brother. In the frosty twilight, Escalates held Kushina in one arm while carrying a bag in the other. He turned to the shopkeeper and said, Inform your master to depart from Uzumaki village at once. As you command, my lord. As Frostmoon's luminous glow illuminated the path to the outskirts of Whirlpool village, he beheld the dilapidated abode of Kushina. The entrance had succumbed to decay, emanating a musty odor, while the wooden structure teetered precariously, with several gaping holes in the walls hastily patched with paper. With each step upon the creaking wooden staircase, the sound echoed in the silence. Upon pushing the door ajar and stepping inside, he found the room immaculately clean yet nearly devoid of furnishings. A faded quilt in the corner was riddled with patches. Dear brother, make yourself comfortable. I shall prepare water to cook some ramen. No need to boil water. Leave it to me, and you shall soon indulge in delectable ramen. In the tranquil light of frost-laden November, Yue Kongming skillfully prepared the ramen, gently blowing on it before presenting it to the young Kushina. With great care, Kushina accepted the bowl, taking a small taste, finding the temperature to be just right. Consequently, she indulged heartily, filling her mouth to the brim with the delightful noodles. Meanwhile, the Whirlpool of Uzumaki was actively searching the village for Yue Kongming, accompanied by others in their quest. Frosty November is characterized by its distinct features, with raven hair and a mask adorning his visage. Many villagers from Whirlpool Village recall him vividly, and based on their descriptions, Uzumaki Ashina diligently pursued the trail to Kushina's residence. Stepping forward, Uzumaki Ashina gently rapped on the door, attentively listening for any sounds from within. Big brother. It seems someone is knocking, the cherubic Kushina said as she set aside her chopsticks, preparing to rise and answer the door. In the chilly November twilight, Yue Kongming gently held back Kushina, urging her not to rush and to finish her meal first. A short while later, he observed the little girl's belly, round and full, and marveled at how such a petite figure could consume 2 large bowls of ramen. I suppose little Kushina has had enough, he mused. Let us stretch our legs and see who knocked on the door earlier. Oh dear. I completely forgot someone was at the door. It's all your fault, big brother, exclaimed Kushina, as she sprang up and hurried to open the door. Big brother, it's Grandpa the village chief. She called back to Yue Kongming. Please come in, Grandpa. Frosty November gazed at the group of individuals jostling and entering in succession, her eyebrows arched in disdain. She held the elderly men in contempt. Pondering how a village like Whirlpool could have such inept leaders, it was a wonder that the nation had not perished. So, have they finally begun to panic upon discovering the fishmongers outside, brandishing their chopping boards and sharpening their knives? Ah, indeed, how curious. In the frosty moonlight, the elders of Guachao village found themselves in an exceedingly awkward predicament, wishing fervently to vanish into the earth. Ahem, esteemed leader. I extend my sincerest apologies on their behalf. May your magnanimity overlook their transgressions and grant them forgiveness this once. One elder struck his own face with a resounding clap, exclaiming, Esteemed leader, I beseech you to disregard my foolish prattling and come to the aid of Guachao village. The other elders, emulating his actions, followed suit, delivering several slaps to their own faces, and then bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle in a show of contrition. Yue Kongming observed that the elderly gentleman displayed a relatively sincere demeanor, and thus did not intend to further complicate matters for them. Speak. What is it you wish to convey? Vortex Lanming, perceiving Yue Kongming's willingness to lend an ear and eager to avert any unforeseen complications, hastily replied. We hope that the leader of the Hope Empire can assist us in transmitting our plea for aid to Konoha. The people of Vortex Village would be immensely grateful. Frost Moon's gaze was filled with uncertainty as she shook her head. In the depths of despair, the swirling vortex of Amina questioned. Are you truly unable to convey the message? I certainly can, came the reply, but are you certain that Konoha will come to your rescue? We must be certain, was the resolute response. In the serene twilight of frosty November, a few individuals' tones suggest a lingering hope for Konoha's intervention. Yet, Konoha will undoubtedly remain indifferent to your plight. Can the movements of 4 ninja villages go unnoticed by them? The elderly men exchanged glances, gradually bowing their heads in resignation. Uzumaki Mido, the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, will undoubtedly see the next Jinchuriki emerge from the Uzumaki clan, a fact you all should be aware of. Is there a problem with that knowledge? Uzumaki Asuna pondered. Unable to comprehend, Uzumaki Mido was the wife of Senja Hashirama, a citizen of Konoha, while the future Jinchuriki hails from the land of whirlpools. If you were among Konoha's elite, would you feel secure? The elderly men, placing themselves in that position, shook their heads in dismay. How can one ensure the Jinchuriki's allegiance? The solution is deceptively simple: annihilate the land of whirlpools. With their homeland obliterated, they would have no choice but to seek integration into a new one. The explanation of Frost Moon's clarity opens the mind to the higher realms of the vortex. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that the reasoning is indeed sound. Furthermore, aiding the land of the vortex may provoke an assault from the 4 great ninja villages, proving to be a thankless endeavor. The village hidden in the leaves requires the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, but does not necessitate the clan itself. Do you still seek assistance? Uzumaki Ashina was about to decline the plea for help when an elderly man beside him suddenly recalled something, interrupting him with a gesture. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki belongs to the Uzumaki clan. Does the Leaf Village possess any alternative candidates for the role of Jinchuriki? One is sufficient, through the heritage of bloodlines. The Leaf Village will cultivate its own Uzumaki clan, rather than relying on that of the land of the vortex. The frost-laden moonlight shattered the last vestiges of hope for several individuals, instantly aging them by decades as they sank into an abyss of despair, bereft of optimism. The elderly men exhibited a myriad of lamentable demeanors, each one dejectedly hanging their heads, their hands entangled in their disheveled hair. Enough. Let us maintain our dignity and not disgrace the land of the whirlpools. The village chief of the whirlpool, Erashur, interjected amidst the elders' frenzied lamentations, preparing for the worst. Indeed, Chief Erashur managed to retain his composure in this dire moment, a testament to his capacity for significant endeavors. I propose a transaction, though I am uncertain if you possess any interest. As the frost moon illuminated the sky, the moment seemed ripe for a proposition. The leader of the empire was urged to speak. I require all the techniques of the Vortex clan in exchange for my promise to escort 200 of your clansmen out of the land of whirlpools. After a brief contemplation, the clan leader, Aquatic name, acquiesced to the proposal. True to his nature, Chief Aquatic promptly instructed, prepare swiftly, the sooner, the better. Our adversaries may strike at any moment. In the frosty month of November, Escalates may found himself contemplating the Grim Reaper, particularly the masked hall of the Uzumaki clan. He resolved to acquire the 27 masks. Chapter 47, The Masked Hall. After Uzumaki Ashina departed with his companions, Escalates may cast a glance at Kushina, who was concealed in the shadows. She peered out cautiously, akin to a thief, furtively assessing the doorway, ensuring that the several frenzied old men had vacated before stepping forth with a demeanor reminiscent of an adult, confidently patting her chest. Frost Moon calming beckoned with a graceful finger, and Kushina skipped joyfully to his side. Big brother, will you take me away? She asked with her large, twinkling eyes. Yes, indeed, but I can't bear to leave little Hannah behind. Frost Moon Kongming continued to entice her. Come with big brother, and there will be fried meatballs every day. Little Kushina furrowed her tiny brow, caught in a dilemma, but we play together every day, and sometimes we even sleep together. Frost Moon Kongming is entirely unaware of who Xiaohua is, yet Xiaohua holds a significant position in Kushina's heart. It seems that in order to win over the adorable little loli, he must employ extraordinary measures. Not only are there fried meatballs, but he can also indulge in delectable savory ramen every day. Alas, big brother truly has a fondness for Kushina, and I can only acquiesce to your wishes, for you leave me with no choice. Kushina, with her small hands clasped behind her back, gently shakes her little head, lets out a sigh, and expresses her helplessness in a cheerful tone. In the crisp month of frost, Kongming Shuangyue stifled a chuckle as he observed Kushina's performance. Very well. Go bid farewell to your friends. We shall be departing shortly. He pinched his thigh with force to suppress his laughter. All right, big brother. In the frost-kissed month of November, Soramitsu was led to the entrance by Kushina, who then relinquished his hand. Shortly thereafter, she picked up a stick and ventured to the corner of the yard, where she struck down the flower spider that was weaving its web, crushing it beneath her foot. Little flower, farewell. You shall no longer accompany me in play. Kushina now has a far better older brother who promises to take me away and treat me to fried meatballs and ramen. In the frost-laden month of November, calming Xuangyue observed Zhongli's expression as he gazed at his mobile device, utterly astonished by Kushina's actions. A pang of pity stirred within him, replaced by a sense of embarrassment at being outwitted by a mere 5-year-old girl. After the farewell ceremony concluded, Xuangyue sat upon the ground, propping his chin on his hand, watching as Kushina meticulously arranged her small belongings, beginning with neatly folding her tiny garments. Subsequently, she retrieved a crumpled photograph from beneath her diminutive pillow. In the image, a young couple radiated joy with their brilliant smiles. Kushina tenderly secured the photograph close to her heart. Meanwhile, the whirlwind of the Uzumaki clan moved swiftly. Within less than an hour, they had replicated all the jutsu of the Uzumaki clan, efficiently completing their preparations. The elder members were equally industrious, selecting 200 promising children from the Uzumaki lineage, the seeds of exceptional talent, the future of their clan. In the frost-laden month of November, Keimei grasped Kushina's delicate hand, returning for the second time to the Uzumaki household. The leader of the empire, everything is prepared. When shall you depart with your people? Now. In the frosty month of November, Kongming received the carefully packaged technique from the Uzumaki clan, closely observing the curious little ones of the Uzumaki family. Their large eyes sparkled with wonder as they chattered incessantly. Xuangyue Kongming raised her hand, pointing towards a group of children as she addressed Uzumaki Lanming. Without any adults to lead, who will care for these children? Who will guide them in their cultivation? Surely, you do not expect me to undertake such responsibilities? What has happened to Elder 8? Uzumaki Lanming inquired, turning to the elder responsible for this matter. My apologies, Chief. I completely forgot. I shall go find her immediately. Elder 8 replied hurriedly before dashing away. Please summon Uzumaki Zihua. She is sufficiently attentive. After a brief interval of 10 minutes, Elder 8 returned accompanied by a frail old woman of 50. Uzumaki Lanming informed Xuangyue Kongming, Chief, they are now prepared. Very well, Village Chief Lanming, until we meet again. In the frosty month, the air shimmered with billowing steam emanating from Kongming, enveloping all the children in its embrace. Moments later, the vapor dissipated, leaving no trace of the swirling Uzumaki and the children. What kind of ninjutsu did the village chief and the emperor employ? It is truly remarkable. Indeed, it is formidable. If only we could master such a technique, the crisis would be resolved. How could I possibly know? Return and prepare to sacrifice ourselves for the village, roared Uzumaki Rina. In the frost-laden month, Kongming returned to Yurin Primary School, bringing the Uzumaki clan into the hidden realm and entrusting them to Uchiha Kawa. The first batch of laborers has successfully obtained their rewards. Uncle Kawa, I have entrusted the Uzumaki people to you. Please arrange them with the other ninjas. In time, they too shall become members of the Land of Water. Xuangyue Kongming gently held Kushina's small hand as they made their way back to the daimyo's residence. Upon arriving at the entrance, Xuangyue noticed that Kushina's palm was sweaty, a sign of her nervousness. Come on, little Kushina, he said. You will be living here from now on. Do you like it? Big brother, will I really live in a big house? Kushina replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. I like it very much. In the month of frost, Kongming entrusted Kushina to Quarer, for the affairs of the Land of Waves were not yet concluded, and he still had tasks to attend to. What an adorable little sister, young master. From where have you lured her? In the ethereal glow of frosty November. The enchanting Kushina was swiftly whisked away by the exuberant Quarer, overflowing with affection. As he prepared to utter a word, Kushina preempted him with her charming exclamation. Big sister is so beautiful. From Uzumaki village, right? Big brother lured me away from Uzumaki village with ramen. In the quiet of the frost moon. Keimei was met with a sharp glare from Quarer, while Gioxin stifled her laughter. He felt somewhat superfluous amidst the lively banter of the two girls. With a sense of relief, Keimei departed from the daimyo's estate, making his way back to the village of Uzumaki. Outside the village, the activities of ninjas had become increasingly frequent, brazenly encroaching upon the vicinity. He sensed that the specter of war loomed ever closer. For the third time, he visited the home of the Uzumaki clan. The elderly leader, with his snow-white hair, gently polished a kunai that had long lain unused. Ah, I have heard much about the mysterious Nami Hall of the Uzumaki clan. Might you indulge my curiosity, esteemed village chief, and grant me a tour of this Nami Hall? Certainly, chief, replied Uzumaki with an unexpected alacrity, which took Kame by surprise. He had initially intended to achieve his goal through negotiation. Following Uzumaki, they entered the ancestral hall of the Uzumaki village. The hall was adorned with the memorial tablets of generations of Uzumaki clan members, with several cushions placed before them. Uzumaki grasped a candlestick, turning left 3 times and right 3 times, before lifting one of the cushions. Beneath it lay a concealed compartment. Pulling on a ring revealed a hidden door in the right wall. Entering through this door, they walked for approximately 10 minutes until they arrived at a secret chamber, where 27 masks were displayed upon the walls. Chief, this is the Nami Hall. My clan has safeguarded this place for generations to prevent the masks from leaking into the ninja world. What purpose do the masks serve, and why must they remain concealed? The records have long been lost to time, yet it is our ancestral decree that we cannot transgress. Zhuangyue Kongming nodded thoughtfully and approached the wall, scrutinizing the mask before him. Aside from its somewhat unappealing design, it appeared to possess no extraordinary features. He was aware that the Mask of Death held unique powers, and he surmised that the other masks might similarly be imbued with significance. As he lifted one of the masks, Zhuangyue Kongming felt a compelling force tugging at his soul, prompting him to relinquish his resistance in order to uncover the nature of this enigma. In an instant, his soul was transported to a peculiar realm. Chapter 48, Impure Soil. A realm devoid of sun and moon, shrouded in dimness and oppression. In the frost-laden month of November, Kongming gazed around, his feet resting upon expanses of blood-red scorched earth that stretched to the horizon. He advanced forward, startling flocks of crows that took flight, their wings beating against the air before finally alighting upon the charred remnants of withered trees, their beaks cawing incessantly in a discordant symphony. Ignoring the cawing crows, Kongming pressed onward. Along his path, he encountered naught but withered vines, dead trees, and crows. After wandering in a state of bewilderment for nearly an hour, he at last stumbled upon a cluster of buildings, which appeared to form a small town. The structures were adorned with dark bricks and tiles, while ominous black mist hung heavily in the air. As Zhuangyue Kongming approached the edifice, he beheld a throng of unconscious souls meandering aimlessly through the town streets. Upon entering the town, he sensed a pervasive atmosphere saturated with various negative emotions. Immersed in such an environment, he felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy enveloping him. Zhuangyue Kongming was meandering through the town, strolling and pausing intermittently, occasionally engaging with a few wandering souls for study. His actions drew the ire of several peculiar individuals who had been observing him from the shadows. As if their unsolicited presence wasn't enough, he had the audacity to wander about as if it were a casual outing. Could he not show some semblance of respect to the local inhabitants? Even a faint sense of trepidation would suffice. The oddities decided it was time to teach him a lesson. Consequently, as Zhuangyue Kongming continued his leisurely exploration, he found himself encircled by these eccentric figures, their faces contorted in a manner reminiscent of the masks worn by the Vortex clan. "Young man, do you know where you are?" one of them inquired. "If you do not tell me, how can I possibly know? You must inform me, and then I shall understand." Frosty Moonlight spoke with an air of certainty. He had recognized that one among them was indeed the Grim Reaper, that foolish character from the original tale. Sarutobi Sasuke had surrendered his soul to him, uncertain whether he desired to witness a mere monkey show or to have Sarutobi perform the journey to the west. Ultimately, he did nothing, and Sasuke's soul was later rescued, leaving the esteemed Grim Reaper to toil in vain. This was the tainted soil he had brewed. Did he think it akin to his warm hearth, wandering about as he pleased? Frosty Moonlight sensed the fervor of the Grim Reaper, who unleashed a furious roar. "What? Do you intend to serve as my guide?" It was not entirely out of the question. "You truly are a passionate soul. Curse you. If I do not vanquish you today, I shall call you father." After the Grim Reaper's thunderous outburst, Frosty Moonlight beheld the Reaper's form swelling in size, as he clutched a dagger between his teeth, glaring menacingly. "This is no way to engage. Can't we converse civilly?" Zhuangyue Kongming, upon uttering these words, closed his eyes once more. When he reopened them, they had transformed into a crimson hue, and a swirling aura of demonic energy enveloped him. His presence intensified, exuding a force 100-fold stronger than the negative emotions of the small town, filled with brutality and allure. With the manifestation of the heavenly demon, Zhuangyue Kongming gazed upward at the Reaper, and the two exchanged a silent stare, as if a battle could erupt at any moment. 3 minutes later, he spoke. "Father, is it comfortable sitting upon my shoulder? Allow me to guide you through the town of filth." "Very well." In the ethereal embrace of the frost moon, the spectral figure of K made drifts above the desolate town, gazing down upon the entire realm of filth and decay. Has anyone else ventured into this tainted land? Indeed. There was once a man named Senju Tobarama who entered, engaging in transactions with us. The Grim Reaper recollects, recalling the presence of that singular individual. Senju Tobarama? What dealings did you partake in? Ah, he offered fresh souls as sacrificial offerings, using the essence of the deceased as bait. And we aided him in pilfering souls from the sanctum of the ancient relic known as Yuhia. Frosty November, lost in contemplation, wondered if it could be the impure world reincarnation technique of Senju Tobarama. There exists a plausible possibility. How do you know that the one who stole your soul is not Senju Tobarama? How could we possibly know? As long as the method is correct. We are indifferent to who requires assistance. After all, whose business is it if we can create trouble for that old fool Yui? Frosty November, too, was rendered speechless. What is the cause of your prideful demeanor? He discerned that this group of spectral entities harbored a conflict with the Six-Path Sage. You possess the audacity to pilfer from the Six-Path Sage, quite impressive indeed. We have treasures, father, allow me to show you. The Grim Reaper led Frosty November before a mirror, stating, I shall demonstrate for you, so please observe closely. Frost Moon, surrounded by the mirror, turned around once. Finding nothing peculiar, quietly awaiting Death's demonstration. After a moment, the mirror rippled in concentric circles, his vision darkened, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself within the vortex of the netherworld. He had fallen prey to Death's trickery. Grasping the Death Mask, he received no response. He tried another. Yet still no reaction. He examined all 27 masks, each proving ineffectual. Just as Death had sealed the channel of the impure, he heard someone addressing him. Death. The reincarnation mirror has activated. Are you stealing another soul? Stealing? Nonsense. I just escorted a father to the afterlife, Death replied, a look of trepidation crossing his face. Yama. Be cautious. Do not encounter that father again. Fear not. Do you not know me? I have remained in the realm of the impure. It is impossible for me to cross paths with your father, Yama confidently declared. Frostmoon's clear thoughts conjectured that it was the work of the Grim Reaper. Currently, his strength was insufficient to breach the realm of the corrupted soil, so he could only wait for a future opportunity. In his heart, he marked a note against the Grim Reaper, vowing that at their next encounter, if he did not strike the Grim Reaper so fiercely that he would not even recognize him, he would not be worthy of being the Grim Reaper as progenitor. Leader of the Empire, do you have any discoveries to share? During the period when the Frost Moon's ethereal spirit lingered in the tainted soil, his physical form remained in a state of stupor. Upon witnessing his return to activity, the vortex of the Nameless approached him and inquired softly, nothing much. The mask seals a group of fools, posing no real threat. Frosty November's serene demeanor remained unperturbed as she waved her hand dismissively. How's the preparation by the village chief of the Akagami village coming along? Shall we engage in another transaction? She pondered. What could possibly capture the attention of the esteemed leader from the Uzumaki clan? The young Uzumaki Lu Ming found himself at a loss, unable to conceive what else they might offer in exchange. Frosty November Kongming pointed at the masks in his hands, a total of 27. The village chief, upon seeing them, could take them without hesitation. The village was on the brink of annihilation, and the villagers could carry nothing away. Vortex Looming had come to terms with the situation. He was uncertain of the mask's purpose, and since the villagers could not take them, offering them could still yield a favor in return. All right. I shall not take your possessions without offering something in return. I will provide you with a path to survival. Frost Moon, with a serene demeanor, stored away the 27 masks and continued, you may allow the ordinary villagers to depart from the side of Hidden Mist Village. I can assure you that they will not initiate any aggression. In the stillness of the frost-laden month, a brief pause ensued. As for the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan, I recommend that you make your way towards the village of Konoha. Uzumaki Mido remains the host of the Ninetales. Should you approach Konoha, even if they are reluctant, assistance will be rendered. Uzumaki Ashina began to stroke his beard, pondering two minor concerns. The vast ocean is fraught with peril, and it is exceedingly challenging for ordinary citizens escaping the land of the whirlpools to ensure their survival. Foolishness. Gather a few young ninjas, remove their headbands, and don the attire of commoners. In the frosty month, Kongming mused that the old man, Lu Ming, was somewhat foolish. Chapter 49, The Battle of the Country of Vortex. The Emperor's leader spoke the truth. In the month of frost and bright moonlight, Kongming bid farewell to the swirling whirlpool of the Amina clan and leisurely made his way to the joint command center of the four villages. From a distance, he could already hear the raucous voice of a certain individual from Yunin village, thumping the table and shouting. All personnel from the four ninja villages were present. Why had they not yet launched an attack? Do not rush. The sun is setting. We shall act promptly. A certain figure from Tsuchi hurriedly reassured the anxious Yunin. In the serene atmosphere of Frost Moon, the protagonist, Kong Ming, grew weary of the incessant chatter of a gathering crowd. He beckoned Yagura to step outside the tent, and together they ventured into a nearby grove. Once they had distanced themselves from the camp, ensuring they would not be disturbed, Yagura knelt before him, bowing his head in inquiry. "My lord Frost Moon, what are your commands?" He raised his gaze towards the sun's position, calculating that the allied forces would likely commence their assault in approximately 3 hours. This night, the fog-hidden village shall refrain from attacking the civilians of the Uzumaki clan. Allow them to depart, and exercise caution to avoid detection by the other 3 villages. In the tranquil embrace of Frost Moon, Kei-mei pondered deeply, questioning whether he had conveyed matters with sufficient clarity. He endeavored to facilitate an offensive from the western side of Sunagakure. Recalling a vital detail, he had successfully acquired the sealing technique. Pursuing the Uzumaki clan and seizing ninjutsu need not be executed with utmost seriousness. Instead, he would merely engage in a charade with the other villages. Ensuring no detail was overlooked, Kei-mei returned to Uzumaki village, where a flurry of villagers rushed past him, their urgency palpable. Uzumaki Amino began to gather the villagers, a multitude from the Uzumaki clan congregating before the shrine. Kei-mei joined them, lifting his gaze to behold Uzumaki Amino kneeling upon a raised platform. Almost all were present. As the clan leader, I have failed my ancestors. As the village head, I have failed my fellow villagers. Below, some bewildered citizens murmured amongst themselves. Kei-mei grimaced. Time was of the essence, and it was imperative to address the pressing matters at hand. This night, adversaries will assault Uzumaki village, and our chances of victory stand at naught. Therefore, I urge everyone to prepare for escape. The gathering fell into a profound silence in an instant. Moments later, the faint sounds of a woman's sobs emerged, while the men maintained their composure, offering solace to those nearby. Uzumaki Amino continued, I have struck a bargain with someone. The eastern route is relatively safer than others. Once you manage to escape, make your way towards the land of water. Now, return and prepare. I hope we may meet again in the future. In the frost-kissed November, the wise old man understands the plight of the laborers. Let us commend him with a nod of appreciation. The night has arrived, just as anticipated. Amidst the frost-kissed twilight, Getsu stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing down from the highest point of Whirlpool Village, which was poised to become a battlefield. The coalition of 4 villages began to converge upon the village, while the villagers of Whirlpool had already prepared for flight. Suddenly, a dozen figures stealthily emerged behind the coalition, drawing closer to Whirlpool Village. Led by Uzumaki Ashina, the ninjas of Whirlpool Village manifested, dividing into 4 factions to confront the 4 great ninja villages. The 2 forces faced each other across a towering wall. In an unexpected turn, a whale breached the ocean's surface, emitting a resounding cry. This seemed to signal both sides, igniting an instantaneous eruption of combat. In a surprising twist, the other 3 factions turned tail, retreating westward without unleashing a single attack against the ninjas of Whirlpool. Stunned for a moment, the ninjas from the 3 villages pursued them, while the villagers of Whirlpool seized the opportunity to escape. Uzumaki Ashina regrouped with the other ninjas arriving from the 3 directions and launched a fierce counterattack. The Sand Ninjas, responsible for the western assault, found themselves unaccustomed to the humid environment of the island after a long tenure in the arid desert. Under the relentless assault of the entire Whirlpool ninja contingent, they soon faced overwhelming pressure. Within half a minute, a breach in their defenses appeared, and Uzumaki Ashina surged forth. The ninjas from the 3 villages, who had just arrived, were bewildered as they witnessed the Whirlpool ninjas breaking through their encirclement. This was not the outcome they had envisioned. They had anticipated vanquishing Whirlpool Village and seizing the sealing techniques to triumphantly return to their own villages. Where had all the villagers gone? They must pursue. The 4 village ninjas hastily set off in pursuit. As they departed, several ninjas infiltrated Whirlpool Village, meandering until they arrived at the home of Kushina. Where is she? The little girl who resided here was the most suitable candidate to become the Jinchuriki. How could she be missing? Among the fleeing villagers of Whirlpool, she was nowhere to be found. Frost Moon Calming overheard the dialogue between the 2 individuals and surmised that they were members of the Konoha Ambu. It was evident that they would inevitably fail to locate Kushina, prompting him to pursue Uzumaki Ashina. Swiftly leaping from treetop to treetop, within a mere span of minutes, he caught sight of Uzumaki Ashina's silhouette. The ninjas from the Whirlpool Village were in a constant flight, relentlessly pursued by the ninjas from the 4 villages. A group of elderly men from the Whirlpool Village gradually began to tire, as the distance between the 2 sides diminished. A few of the elders prepared to stay behind and sacrifice themselves. Standing atop a tree, Frost Moon Calming timely interjected with a warning. He tossed a scroll towards the IWA ninjas, directing it solely to them. Uzumaki Ashina promptly heeded the suggestion, throwing out several ninjutsu scrolls. The IWA ninjas swiftly collected the scrolls. Once the battle concludes, we shall study them together. I shall take care of them for now. The other village leaders nodded in agreement, subtly signaling their respective ninjas. The three villages converged towards the IWA ninjas, causing their ranks to thicken, albeit slightly slowing their pursuit. Throw again. Uzumaki Ashina once more cast out several scrolls, but before the IWA ninjas could secure them, they were snatched away by the nearby Cloud ninjas. I shall take one. Uzumaki Ashina learned from this and hurled several more scrolls. The ninjas from the four villages began to scramble for them. Hours later, all the scrolls from the Whirlpool village had been dispersed, with the encouraging news that they were drawing closer to Konoha. Sarutobi Hizashi received the report and led the Konoha ninjas to provide support. In the frosty moonlight, Kongming sat atop a tree, observing as the three factions drew ever closer, ultimately converging upon the plains. The Leaf Village and the allied forces arranged their formations, with hundreds of swirling ninjas caught in between. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the forefront of the Leaf contingent and inquired, "You four great ninja villages have appeared in the Land of Fire. Do you intend to wage war against the Leaf? Hand over the ninjas from the Whirlpool village, and we shall depart immediately," the Cloud ninja retorted. "That is out of the question. The Uzumaki clan is the Leaf's most esteemed ally. We shall never forsake our friends." After half an hour of confrontation, the coalition of four villages retreated, having acquired sealing techniques that rendered further conflict with the Leaf unprofitable. "My sincerest apologies, Chief Uzumaki. I express my deep sympathy for the plight of the Land of Whirlpool. We have received the news, but it is too late," Sarutobi Hiruzen began. Yet before he could finish, an Umbu member appeared, escorting a young girl from the Uzumaki clan. Upon seeing a group of Uzumaki staring at him, she froze in place. In that instant, silence enveloped them all. Uzumaki Ashina cast a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, remarking, "The speed of the Leaf's Umbu is truly remarkable. We fled desperately to the Leaf, while simultaneously, the Umbu could make a round trip. Let us proceed to the village. From now on, consider the Leaf your home." He added, "No need for that. We must search for our missing clansmen. Farewell," Uzumaki Ashina declared, leading her kin away without a backward glance. "Ha ha, how amusing. The Leaf's Umbu ninjas are impressive, dismantling the Hokage's platform right before our eyes. Surely, the Uzumaki clan has come to understand the true nature of the Leaf." Another voice jeered. In the month of frost, Kongming gazed at the expressions of the higher-ups of Konoha as they indulged themselves, unable to suppress a chuckle. Chapter 50. The Placement of the Uzumaki Clan. Frosty Moon gazed longingly at Tsunade from afar. It had been a considerable time since their last encounter, and Tsunade had gained several centimeters in height. The most striking transformation, however, was that the small dumpling had now become a white steam bun. Tsunade, sensing something, turned her gaze toward the position of Frosty Moon. After a prolonged moment, as the people of Konoha departed, she turned and walked away. In the frosty month of November, Kongming Xuangyue rose and returned to the Land of Water. He commanded someone to summon Kakuzu to the council hall. While awaiting Kakuzu's arrival, he pondered how to accommodate the Uzumaki clan. In the coming days, a significant influx of Uzumaki people would enter the Land of Water, the majority of whom were ordinary citizens, making it unsuitable to place them in the secret realm. His contemplation was abruptly interrupted by a sudden knock at the door. Xuangyue Kongming lifted his head. "Come in." As the words fell, the hall door was gently pushed open from the outside, and Kakuzu stepped over the threshold. Turning to close the door behind him, he approached Xuangyue Kongming and inquired, "My lord, what is your command for summoning me? Is there something particularly important that requires my attention?" "No, I have been meticulously reconciling the accounts daily, ensuring that every penny is accounted for. However, let us set aside the matter of the accounts for now, as I have a task I would like to entrust to you." Xuangyue Kongming harbored concerns about others potentially mismanaging the situation. Thus he resolved to entrust the matter to Jiao Du, whose strength was undeniably formidable. The incident in the Land of Whirlpools had come to a conclusion, and members of the Uzumaki clan would soon arrive in the Land of Water. It is your duty to ensure their reception and gather them at the capital city. In the frost-laden month of November, Sora Mizukage may retrieve the list from the table and handed it to Kakuzu. "You may summon any of the ninjas listed here. But I have but one stipulation. Any who dare obstruct us shall face death without mercy. Is that clear?" Kakuzu accepted the list, his gaze transforming into one of fierce ruthlessness. "No issues here. I assure you I will fulfill the task." In the ensuing days, Kakuzu traversed the land, returning with a substantial number of members from the Uzumaki clan, while simultaneously eliminating numerous ninjas from the other 3 hidden villages who had pursued him. In the month of Frost, Getsuke Mei chose a village not far from the castle of the Daimyo, relocating the original inhabitants and temporarily settling the entire Uzumaki clan there. 10 days later, prominent members of the Uzumaki clan emerged in the Land of Water, proactively seeking out the daimyo's estate. The ninja who had fled from the Land of Whirlpools was concealed by Uzumaki Erasure in a secluded forest, accompanied by several elders. He stealthily infiltrated the Land of Water, removing their forehead protectors and donning ordinary attire to avoid complications, as Uzumaki Seichimura no longer existed. As they departed the Land of Fire, Uzumaki Erasure pondered the future trajectory of the Uzumaki clan. After careful consideration, he turned his thoughts to the Land of Water. From the villagers who had escaped, Erasure learned that the Hidden Mist village had not engaged in the massacre of Uzumaki clansmen, and there existed no profound enmity between the two. Furthermore, the daimyo of the Land of Water was renowned within the ninja world for his wealth and naivety, making it plausible that he might welcome the Uzumaki clan, even if there were conflicts with the Hidden Mist village. As Erasure and his group stealthily approached the daimyo's castle, they were abruptly apprehended by Kakuzu. "Who goes there?" he exclaimed. "Humph, a tiger fallen to the plains, and yet anyone dares to obstruct my path. Seize him." Moments later, Kakuzu found himself kneeling amidst the ruins, his robe tattered and sweat beading on his forehead. "Are you all right? Please, do not perish," he anxiously called to the fallen Uzumaki Erasure and his companions. After a brief interval, Erasure rose, inwardly relieved that his forehead protector had not fallen off at such a crucial moment. Had it done so, he would surely have met his demise. For Kakuzu was even more formidable than the rumors suggested. After regaining their composure, the bruised group followed Kakuzu and knocked on the gates of the daimyo's estate. In the tranquil embrace of frosty November, Kongming sat in the courtyard, savoring a drink while admiring the moon. "Ah, Jiaodu, you have indeed become quite accomplished," bullying a few venerable comrades. "What is the meaning of this?" Jiaodu replied softly, "I might even be older than they are. They stealthily infiltrated the grand city, and I assumed their intentions were nefarious." Frostmoon Kongming instantly recognized the members of the Uzumaki clan, but feigned ignorance. "And who might you be?" Uzumaki Asuna touched the corner of his mouth and replied, "Ah, I am Uzumaki Asuna, the village chief of the original Uzumaki village. And I have come here specifically for you today." "Oh, you seek me? What is it that you desire? Have we met before?" Frostmoon Kongming pointed to himself. "I hope that you, esteemed Frostmoon, will accept us. You must be here to cause trouble, then. On what grounds?" Uzumaki Asuna took a deep breath, carefully organizing his words. "We can ensure your safety, esteemed lord." "Jiaodu, listen to this. They claim they can protect my safety. Do you think they are capable?" Frosty November's clear gaze swept across the face of the Vortex Elder, causing several individuals to lower their heads in shame. Their prowess is quite commendable. "I believe they are worthy of remaining," remarked Kaidi thoughtfully. Frosty November nodded in agreement. "In that case, let us remain. Is there anything else?" Vortex Uzumaki felt a surge of joy within, pondering whether she could bring her kin along. "Certainly. You and Brother Kaku. Are you once again indulging in secret drinks and delightful treats without inviting Kushina?" In the midst of Xuanyue Kongming's speech, he was abruptly interrupted by a melodious call. Turning towards the source of the sound, within moments, 2 girls, a large one and a small one, appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. Just as he was about to invite them in, Xianju Lu Ming, brimming with excitement, fixed her gaze intently on Kushina. "Kushina, what brings you here?" she exclaimed. "The big brother brought me here," Kushina replied, releasing Guer's hand and joyfully bounding over to Xuanyue Kongming's side. In the tranquil light of the frost moon, Soramitsu Akira gently lifted Kushina and placed her upon his lap. The members of the Uzumaki clan, wide-eyed and agape, extended their trembling hands, first pointing towards Kushina and then towards Soramitsu. "Why you are the Emperor's leader." A sharp sting jolted through them, a reminder that this was no dream. Yet the impossibility of the situation left them bewildered. In the frosty moonlight, a few individuals were cast a fleeting glance, evoking a sense of astonishment. What is truly impossible? Each person is a world unto themselves. Very well, the clan will cooperate with your arrangements for the tribe members, but please do refrain from venturing outside. The distinctive hair traits of the Uzumaki clan are too conspicuous. Elder brother and sister Kwa both possess black hair, while Kushina has striking red locks. I too desire black hair. Shuangyue Kongming was momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning. How had she not considered dyeing her hair? It was all due to her past life as a solitary recluse, devoid of a girlfriend who adored perming her tresses. Rubbing Jiu Shinai's head, she thought to herself, I have a solution. In the ethereal glow of frosty November, Kongming purchased a small assortment of hair dye from the system, encompassing an array of vibrant hues: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Without hesitation, he applied these colors to several elderly members of the Uzumaki clan. Half an hour later, the transformed elders re-entered the courtyard. Their appearances decidedly less flamboyant, as they had all opted for the classic shade of black. Frostmoon Kongming gazed at them, feeling quite content. So, what are your thoughts? He inquired. No particular feelings, replied the black-haired Uzumaki Ashina, but it certainly conceals the traits of the Uzumaki clan, making our outings considerably safer. That's good to hear. Frostmoon Kongming responded with a gentle nod. With the issue resolved, he poured himself a full glass of wine. Hasten to bring the remaining members of your clan back. Kaku, take them to the village outside the city to meet the Uzumaki people and assist them in dyeing their hair. In the tranquil glow of the frosty moon, Shuangyue Kongming had meticulously arranged all matters, sending them away while he continued to indulge in wine and moon-gazing. Chapter 51. The rising winds of the ninja world. Kakuzu escorted Uzumaki Rumi to the entrance of the Whirlpool village, leaving behind a bottle of hair dye before turning away to pursue his tasks. Upon entering the village, Uzumaki Rumi and his companions were greeted by the sight of the Whirlpool clansmen, some seated, others standing, chatting in small groups. Is that the village chief standing at the entrance? One clansman mused. Under the shade of a tree, a group of Whirlpool villagers, leaning on their hoes, turned their heads in curiosity upon noticing Uzumaki Rumi's presence. It seems so. Let us go take a look, they decided, gathering in increasing numbers at the village entrance. From the crowd emerged an ordinary-looking clansman, his hair as white as snow, who grasped Uzumaki Rumi's hands tightly. Village chief, it is truly wonderful to see you well, he exclaimed. Everyone is here and in good health, Uzumaki Rumi replied, returning the elder-esque grip, pleasantly surprised to reunite with an old friend. You must have faced numerous dangers along the way. It was quite perilous at first. The village's young ninjas helped us escape while we were pursued. The Whirlpool clansmen recounted, voices rising in excitement as they shared their experiences. Eventually, a formidable ninja appeared, masked and powerful, who eliminated our pursuers and rescued us. Have you met him, village chief? Uzumaki Rumi brushed his fingers against his sunken eyes. Indeed, I have encountered him. He is indeed quite impressive. Chief, you will stay with us, won't you? Yes, I shall not depart. Shuangyue Daimyo has accepted the Whirlpool clan. Uzumaki Rumi responded to the eager gazes of his clansmen. Tears welled in their eyes as they embraced one another. Wonderful. Shuangyue Daimyo is truly a good person. Indeed. Not only has he saved our lives, but has also provided us with a new home. We are forever grateful to Shuangyue Daimyo. Observing the emotional outpouring of his kin, Uzumaki Rumi felt as though he had returned to the village of his youth, his own eyes misting with gratitude towards Shuangyue Kongming. After a few moments of release, the villagers recalled the transformation of Uzumaki Rumi's hair. Chief, how did your hair turn black? Uzumaki Rumi tilted his head slightly, running his fingers through his hair. It is a hair dye invented by Shuangyue Daimyo, available in various colors. I have brought some. You may select your preferred shades to dye your hair. He set the dye on the ground, and the clansmen rushed forward to choose their colors. Once their hair was dyed, they reconvened, a vibrant tapestry of hues before them. Shuangyue Kongming would surely feel a sense of kinship upon witnessing this scene, reminiscent of the nonconformist trends of yesteryears. Purple suits you wonderfully. Shuangyue Daimyo is truly clever to create such a variety of dyes. Indeed, Shuangyue Daimyo has treated us with such kindness. We must repay him well. Uzumaki Rumi cleared his throat, bringing the discussion of hair to a halt. After enduring countless hardships, we are reunited once more. Let us hold a grand feast to celebrate our rebirth. Having endured the calamity of their nation's destruction, the Whirlpool clan ended their flight and settled down. The feast commenced, with all in attendance indulging to the point of inebriation, releasing pent-up emotions accumulated over the days. The following morning, Uzumaki Rumi departed the village alone, heading towards the hiding place of the Whirlpool ninjas to bring his kin back to the land of water. For years passed in the blink of an eye, marking the 35th year of Konoha. The atmosphere in the ninja world grew increasingly tense as war loomed ever closer, a specter of imminent conflict. After the conclusion of the First Great Ninja War, the 5 great ninja villages signed a peace treaty, temporarily laying down their differences, ushering in a brief period of tranquility. Yet, it was common knowledge that this agreement was as unreliable as mere toilet paper. The next war was inevitable. Nations fervently focused on economic development, amassing strength. After over a decade of peaceful progress, each nation achieved significant milestones, with thriving economies and rapidly advancing power. The number of ninjas surged, surpassing the figures prior to the war. A myriad of peculiar new ninjutsu techniques emerged, desperately seeking a platform for demonstration. The 4 great nations advanced particularly swiftly, riding the coattails of Xuanyue Kongming's economic boom, accumulating vast wealth. The 4 great ninja villages provided security services for Xuanyue Kongming's shops, receiving generous compensation. While the number of ninjas approached saturation, leading to an escalating demand for expansion. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the ninja world, turbulent undercurrents brewed. With their strength restored, the militant factions in each nation began to rise, proclaiming the inequity of resource distribution and the irrationality of territorial arrangements. Look at the vast plains occupied by Konoha, where they suffer no shortage of provisions. Meanwhile, we in the land of wind endure daily strife with the sand, hardly daring to quench our thirst, the sand ninja lamented. The sands of Sunagakure hide gold, a mere sieve can yield abundant resources. Yet, in our land of earth, beneath the stones lies only more stone, the rock ninja retorted. Under the pretext of demanding greater equity, the militant factions in each village attracted a multitude of passionate ninjas, gradually beginning to dominate the actions of their respective villages. If we lack resources, then we shall seize them. While our neighbors hoard provisions, I will stockpile weaponry. My neighbor shall be my granary. Ninjas from the larger nations began to rampage, recklessly seizing resources from the smaller nations, occasionally clashing with one another. The smaller nations found themselves powerless to resist, helplessly watching as larger nations plundered their sustenance, leaving them impoverished. Caught between the 3 great nations, the land of rain faced particularly dire circumstances, provoked daily by their neighbors. While others could endure, Hanzo the Salamander felt he could not, perpetually shifting battlefields and engaging in skirmishes with foreign ninjas. As battles raged on, he gained notoriety, earning the title of a demigod in the ninja world. Ah, how delightful! He mused, I never realized I was so formidable. I am not invincible. But if they can seize from me, I too can take from others. Other nations were formidable foes, yet surely, the Iron Nation, devoid of ninjas, would present no challenge. With a sweeping gesture, Hanzo declared war on the Iron Nation. Xuanyue Kongming set aside the intelligence report in his hands. His gaze fixed ahead as his fingers rhythmically tapped against the table. 3 years prior, he had established the intelligence department, yet lacking a suitable leader. The responsibility temporarily fell to Uzumaki and Nina. Is this all there is? Are there no more specific pieces of intelligence? He inquired. Uzumaki and Nina, fearing the wrath of Xuanyue Kongming, hastily began to explain. My lord, the members of the intelligence department have only recently infiltrated each village. Thus, they could only acquire some rather inconsequential information. What exactly constitutes inconsequential information? Well, it is essentially information that is widely known by nearly everyone. Uzumaki and Nina's voice dwindling to a whisper. Frostmoon Kongming furrowed her brows. Could such information truly be deemed reliable? Nevertheless, it is of no concern. One must proceed with caution, prioritizing stability. The task of infiltrating the major ninja villages with spies is indeed a formidable challenge, as secret techniques are elusive and various methods of interrogation can even lead to direct memory extraction. Lord Frostmoon, a confidential letter has arrived, announced a ninja from the intelligence department, who knelt on one knee before Kongming, holding the letter aloft with both hands. Xuanyue Kongming picked up the confidential letter. The envelope devoid of the Cinder's name, marked only by a crescent moon insignia. You may return now, Minister Luna. Please expedite the enhancement of the intelligence department to ensure its smooth operation. He dismissed the 2 individuals and, once alone, unfurled the letter, swiftly scanning its contents before incinerating it with his fire chakra. He found the matters mentioned within quite intriguing. Chapter 52, The Hidden Village of the Moon Country Young Master. What brings you here? Uchiha, he hurriedly approached Xuanyue Kongming, whispering in inquiry. It's nothing significant, just a casual stroll. Where is that imp, Kirigakure Shinua? Upon receiving a secret missive, Kwangming Xuangyue ventured alone to the Yuan school in search of the enigmatic Kido Shingetsu. This little spirit dedicates 18 hours each day to cultivation, a period that should be spent on the eastern side of the island. Shall we take a look, young master? Ah, how diligent this little spirit is. Let us proceed, for I have matters to discuss with him. In the frost-laden month of November, Kongming admired the scenery of Fozhong Island as he gradually approached its eastern side. As he strolled along, a sudden sight caught his attention. An object, merely 20 centimeters in height, leaped into view before him. Frost Moon Kongming reached out and grasped the small creature, bringing it closer for a meticulous inspection as it began to plump up. Extending a finger, she sealed the creature's chakra and called out to a nearby large tree. Little rascal, are you still not coming out? Do you think you can evade a reckoning? Hee. Dear Frost Moon, could you perhaps release my clone first? I still have training to attend to, replied Ghost Lantern Xinyue as he leapt down from the tree, scratching his head with a foolish grin. Frost Moon Kongming entrusted his doppelganger to him. Indeed, he has merely grasped the rudiments of your grandfather's ultimate technique. Hee. Lord Frost Moon has imparted his teachings well. Enough with the flattery, Frost Moon Kongming chided as he delivered a playful slap to the back of his head. Go gather your belongings. We shall return home for a visit. Very well, Lord Frost Moon. Please wait for me a moment. Having not returned home for 3 years, the will-o'-the-wisp, Guidang Xinyue, darted away in a flash, leaving no trace behind. That night, Frost Moon Kongming escorted Guidang Xinyue into the hidden village of the moon. He ambled along the street while beside him, Guidang Xinyue fidgeted anxiously. You should head home first, enjoy a meal, and reminisce with your parents. I shall join you shortly. Thank you, Lord Frostmoon. In the blink of an eye, he had sprinted over 100 meters, his voice echoing in the air. At the tender age of 10, he was indeed a mischievous lad, perfectly at the age where mischief often invites reprimand. In the stillness of the frost moon, Keimei found himself shaking his head in resignation as he continued to observe the village of Tsukikage. A few years prior, Keimei had aided the Kaminari clan in their defection from the Hidden Mist village. Under Keimei's command, Waigetsu led her kin to the land of the moon. This land, rich in resources yet devoid of shinobi villages and ninjas, welcomed the Kaminari clan with open arms, inspiring the Daimyo of the moon to conceive new ideas. The Daimyo, Tsukikage, warmly embraced the Kaminari clan, suggesting that they incorporate the character for moon into their name. As they were well suited to one another, he proposed the establishment of a new shinobi village, promising to fund the endeavor. With the generous support of Tsukikage, Waigetsu swiftly founded Tsukikage Village. Initially modest, the village began with merely a few hundred inhabitants, predominantly from the Kaminari clan. Through years of growth, it welcomed wandering shinobi and ordinary folk, ultimately swelling its population to 3,000, with its infrastructure steadily developing. As Xuangyue Kongming traversed the streets, he meticulously observed the layout of the village, inadvertently finding himself at its heart. Approaching the residence of Guidang Yue, he could already hear the anguished cries of an individual. He leaped onto the surrounding wall, quietly watching as someone was mercilessly beaten. I'll beat you to a pulp, you wretched brat. Leaving Lord Xuangyue abandoned in the streets while you scurry back. How dare you? Guidang Yue brandished a stick, fervently pursuing Guidang Xinyue throughout the courtyard. Xinyue circled around her mother, exclaiming in desperation, "Oh dear, Lord Xuangyue allowed me to return first. Mother, save me. Meiwa, step aside, let me deal with this little scoundrel." Well, at least Xinyue displays some sense. She wouldn't forsake Lord Xuangyue without cause. It must be the command of a superior. Cough, cough. Frosty Moonlight leapt down from the wall, her soft cough interrupting a few individuals. My Lady Frosty Moonlight, please come inside. Tomorrow, I shall teach that scoundrel a lesson. Frost Moon Kongming walked ahead, softly inquiring of the lowered head new moon, is the meal satisfactory? The stir-fried meat is delightful. Hsuki new moon, with an expression of mild grievance, raised her gaze. Lord Frost Moon, there is something I am uncertain whether to voice. It is better left unsaid. Upon reaching the reception room, Frost Moon Kongming entered directly, taking the seat of honor and gazing toward the three outside. Mei Moon, do hasten to brew a pot of fine tea. You, little rascal, come in with me. Outside, Zuki Waigetsu instructed his wife to prepare the tea as he led New Moon into the reception room. Upon entering, Zuki Waigetsu offered a deep bow to Frost Moon Kongming. Please rise, we are old friends, and such formality is unnecessary. In the frost-kissed month of November, Eskitsuke may held up Zuki Waigetsu. One must not disregard etiquette, Lord Eskitsu. That scoundrel, Shigetsu, has not caused you any trouble, has he? Please feel free to chastise him. Keizuki Waigitsu fixed his gaze upon Shigetsu, poised to act upon receiving a confirming answer. Frosty November's clarity held profound implications as it cast a fleeting glance at the ghostly lantern, the new moon, whose gaze bore a hint of supplication. No. He exerted himself tirelessly, dedicating over 10 hours each day to rigorous training, making remarkable strides in his progress. Observing the triumphant demeanor of the ghostly lantern, he continued, remarking that he had nearly grasped the threshold of his grandfather's ultimate technique. In a few years, the village chief of Uyue might find himself outmatched. One must seize the opportunity to challenge his son while the time is ripe. Zhuangyue Kongming observed the frozen smile of Guizhi Xinyue, a smirk of unkind amusement crossing his face. The tea is ready, my lord Zhuangyue. Do have a taste and see if it is to your liking. Just then, Guizhi Meiwa entered, bearing the tea. It tastes delightful. Please take Xinyue downstairs. I have some matters to discuss with village chief Yue. Frostmoon Aoki accepted the tea, taking a delicate sip before dismissing the two individuals. Elder Yue, you have done commendably well. In a short span, you have developed Moon Shadow Village remarkably. Continue to strive forward. Reflect on what you may still lack, and I shall send someone to assist you. With a playful jab at the lantern, New Moon, Frostmoon Aoki proceeded to address the matter at hand. At present, there is nothing we particularly lack. The Kingdom of the Moon is affluent, and the annual funding from Moonrise is quite sufficient for the expenses of Moon Shadow Village. Yue, retrieving her work log, perused its contents before providing a thoughtful response to Frost Moon Aoki's inquiries. That is splendid to hear. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to consult Kakuzu. He is like a brick from the land of water, able to be moved wherever there is a need. Do you understand? Frost Moon K May delegated the matter to the diligent JD, knowing that if JD could not resolve it, he would naturally seek his assistance. Understood. Does Lord Frostmoon have any tasks for the Moon Hidden Village? As the second great ninja war looms on the horizon, your primary mission is to advance the interests of the Moon Hidden Village. After taking a sip of tea to moisten his throat, he continued. The Moon Hidden Village lies between the land of water and the land of lightning. You must closely monitor the movements of the Cloud Hidden Village to prevent any surprise attacks on the land of water. Can you manage that? With a confident pat on his chest, Akatsuki Waigitsu readily accepted the responsibility. Rest assured, Lord Frostmoon, starting tomorrow, I will arrange for the village's ninjas to disguise themselves as fishermen and venture out to sea. I will ensure that the Cloud Ninjas do not slip past my watchful eyes. Having settled the trifles of Tsukiheim Village, Escalates may recall the confidential letter penned by Waigitsu. Village Chief Waigitsu, is the information you mentioned in your correspondence genuine? When did the Prime Minister of the Moon Kingdom reach out to you, and what could be his intentions? I am uncertain, came the reply. A few days prior, he dispatched a messenger with a request for a meeting. Beyond that, he disclosed nothing further. How do you suggest I respond to him? In the frosty month? Kongming closed her eyes, leaning back to find a comfortable position against the chair's backrest. With her hands crossed upon her lap, she gently tapped her thighs. After a few minutes, she opened her eyes, resolving to meet him and uncover the true intentions of Shabadaba. Chapter 53, The Conspiracy of Yunrin. In the ethereal glow of the frost-laden moon, Escalates may resolve to meet with Shabadaba, intent on unraveling the nefarious schemes of the rebellious miscreant. Engaging in a seemingly endless conversation with KD Yuzuki, the hours slipped away unnoticed, and Getsu found himself residing temporarily in Yuzuki's abode. At the break of dawn the following day, KD Shingetsu was roused from his slumber by his father, who urged him to deliver a message to Shabadaba. Mentioning the significance of his esteemed staff, the dutiful Shingetsu eagerly accepted the task of conveying the message, and by that afternoon, he had received Shabadaba's response. In the tranquil embrace of the frost moon, Keimei awoke at his leisure, while Zuki and the others busied themselves with their tasks. With nothing to occupy his time, he ventured alone to the seashore to fish. As he prepared to cast his line, a sound sliced through the air from the woods behind him. Without needing to glance back, he already knew who approached. Had he agreed to a meeting? Keimei cast his fishing rod and inquired about Zuki Waigitsu. Yes, he had consented. However, his proposal to convene at Tsukikage village was met with refusal. Where did he suggest the meeting take place? Zuki Waigitsu perused the letter, his fingers gently tapping against his temple. Ah, if memory serves. The requested rendezvous was by a small lake. Very well, you may prepare. Shin gets to accompany me. Here we go. Zhuangyue Kongming tightly grasped the fishing rod in her hand, sensing that a fish had taken the bait, though its size remained uncertain. 3 days later, Shuangyue Kongming, donning a mask, arrived at the designated location, a secluded lake nestled deep within a forest of the Moon Kingdom. The area surrounding the lake had been cleared, with a temporary wooden cabin erected to the south and hundreds of soldiers stationed around it. In the frost-laden moonlight, calming Shuangyue retrieved the letter from Shibata. The soldiers parted to create a pathway. Pushing open the door of the wooden cabin, he immediately discerned the arrangement within, a low table adorned with delectable dishes, behind which sat a most distasteful man. As calming Shuangyue stepped into the wooden cabin, she exclaimed, "Why have you only just arrived? I've been waiting for you for ages." She scolded him with a flurry of words, urging him not to stand foolishly at the entrance but to come inside. In the ethereal glow of the frost-laden moon, Kongming caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye as the crescent moon took a tentative step forward. He hastily intervened, for the situation had yet to be unraveled, and there was no need to act in haste. Shuangyue Kongming settled onto the couch, poised to speak. "What is the purpose of wearing such a mask? Where did you acquire such an unsightly visage? How can you bear to don such an unattractive mask?" Shibata ba, once again, a trifecta of actions. Frosty Moonlight clenched her fist, then relaxed it, taking a deep breath. She mused to herself that soon they would understand the reason behind the brilliance of the flowers. What if the soldiers outside were those who emerged with the moon? Are you not afraid of the plan being exposed? Frosty Moonlight spoke in a low voice. Indeed. You make a valid point, replied Shibata, lifting his cup to take a sip of wine. Frost Moon's disdain for Shibata has been growing increasingly palpable, and he yearned to swiftly unravel the ulterior motives of this individual. Thus, he boldly inquired, "Speak plainly, what is the purpose of your summoning me?" He continued, "That wretched moonrise is unworthy of the title of Daimyo. It is a position I am destined to hold. I trust you will refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you." In response, Shibata nonchalantly tapped Frost Moon with his chopsticks across the table. "Hehehe, on what grounds do you presume I would acquiesce?" Shuangyue Kongming was left utterly speechless, perplexed by the audacity of this scoundrel. Shibata cast a disdainful glance at Shuangyue Kongming. "Isn't the moonrise merely a matter of offering you some money? There is no need for you to pledge your loyalty to him. I, too, can bestow upon you a similar fortune. Is that satisfactory? If so, be gone and wait in silence." With that, he waved his hand dismissively, urging Shuangyue Kongming to depart. Frosty Moonlight, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Do you take me for a dog? Those who offer bones are the ones I follow." His eyes narrowed, and he articulated each word with precision. "Ha ha ha, you? What are you even worth? You think you deserve this?" With a swift motion, he hurled his chopsticks onto the table, slammed his hand down with great force, stood up in a fury, and pointed an accusing finger at Frosty Moonlight. "Let me tell you, I have powerful backing. Think carefully. I advise you not to be ungrateful." "Huh, not only do I have support," Frosty Moonlight retorted, gesturing toward the figure of the new moon, "but I also have my own loyal companion." "A companion? What companion? A foolish dog? How dare you insult me?" At last, the reaction dawned upon him, the mixed practitioner. Frost Moon Kongming rose to his feet and strode purposefully towards the exit, leaving behind the furious Shibata. Just as he reached the door, it swung open from the outside, revealing two formidable ninjas entering the wooden cabin. "Wait a moment, Chief of the Ghost Lantern Clan, I believe we can engage in a discussion," declared the leading ninja as he approached Shibata, delivering a resounding slap to his face, sending him sprawling to the ground, several teeth lost in the process. "Useless. A failure in every endeavor," he scoffed, raising his foot to kick Shibata. "Hold on," Frost Moon Kongming interjected. "Isn't the chief of the Ghost Lantern Clan eager to exact his vengeance?" Shuangyue Kongming shook her head. "You misunderstand. I fear the sight of blood. New moon. Let us step outside to settle this." The ninja, poised to strike, found his feet suspended in midair, neither able to kick nor retreat, and ultimately lowered himself. The leader of the Ghost Lantern Clan was indeed a person of genuine temperament. "Oh, not at all. Just an ordinary individual. I am uncertain about the purpose of your visit, as we seem to be strangers. Allow me to introduce myself. I hail from the formidable Unified village, which shall ultimately ascend to become the most powerful ninja village." With that, he gazed at Shuangyue Kongming with an expression of pride. Shuangyue Kongming discerned that the figure before him, Yunrin, was an ardent proponent of martial prowess, a staunch advocate of Yunrin supremacy, and appeared to be in high spirits. Internally, he scoffed at the notion of pride. What was there to boast about? He hailed from the Blue Star village, where his kin had already ascended to dominance across myriad realms. Was he truly filled with pride? Nevertheless, he felt compelled to indulge Yunrin's performance, exclaiming, "Wow, you're truly remarkable. He added, "Ah, chief of the Hozuki clan, there's no need for envy. The Hozuki clan currently has a prime opportunity to join the hidden cloud village." Yunrin displayed a countenance that suggested immense profit was at hand. "The village has entrusted me with the task of assisting Shibata in taking control of the Moon Kingdom, transforming it into a forward base for the Land of Lightning." And then, Shuangyue inquired, "Then, the Moon Kingdom will serve as a launchpad for a surprise assault on the Water Kingdom." "Ah, I see. Your calculations are astute." Shuangyue Kongming finally grasped the underlying truth, what benefits the Hozuki clan could reap. As long as the Hozuki clan refrained from aiding the feudal lord of the Moon Kingdom, they would subsequently be able to join the hidden cloud village and fight on its behalf. Frosty November gazed at the cloud ninja before her, perceiving an undeniable foolishness. There was no tangible benefit. The Akatsuki clan would never ally with them. The cloud ninja spoke in disbelief, pondering how many had earnestly sought to join the hidden cloud village, while the leader of the Akatsuki clan seemed intent on squandering this opportunity. "Begone, fool," she scoffed. "Humph, Akatsuki leader. Since you are so oblivious to your own interests, brace yourself for the retribution of the hidden cloud village." Frost Moon Kongming struck down two individuals with great force. "If a battle is to ensue, I shall await you in the land of the moon." Chapter 54, Guiding the New Moon. "You shall not forget this. The matter is far from resolved. The hidden cloud village shall anticipate retribution from the hidden moon village." The two cloud ninjas, sporting panda-like eyes, supported each other as they gradually made their way to the door. Leaning against the doorframe, one of them attempted to deliver a threatening remark to Frost Moon Kongming, but alas, the absence of two front teeth rendered their words ineffective, allowing the air to escape from their mouth. Frost Moon's clear sky shivered in place, while the two Yunrin trembled all over, scrambling out of the wooden cabin in a flurry. With their legs intertwined, they vanished in a flash. "We shall return," they vowed. "Damn it, I was too lenient. Next time, I must not show mercy." Shuangyue Kongming brushed off the dust from his body and tidied his disheveled attire before stepping out of the wooden cabin. As he surveyed his surroundings, an unsettling feeling washed over him. All the soldiers that had once surrounded the cabin had vanished without a trace, and the ominous glow of the crescent moon was nowhere to be found. Frosty November's sky was clear as he leaped onto the rooftop, shielding his eyes with his hand to gaze around. In the distance, he discerned shadows flitting amongst the trees. With a few agile bounds, he hurried over. "Ah, you scoundrel! Release me! Ah, grandfather, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please do not strike me. Help!" Frosty November's ethereal glow lingered upon a great tree, closest to the throng below. As she gazed downward, there, soldiers encircled the figure of the ghost lantern New Moon, their spears gripped tightly, hesitating to advance. In her hand, the ghost lantern New Moon wielded a whip, relentlessly striking at the wretched Shibata, while simultaneously issuing threats towards the soldiers. Shibata hung from the tree, his body and face marred by lash marks, his mouth emitting continuous cries of agony. Frosty Moonlight gracefully leaped, landing silently beside the ghost lantern's radiant moon. "My Lord Frosty Moon, do take a look at my performance. Are you satisfied?" In a tone reminiscent of seeking praise, Ghost Lantern's New Moon inquired of Frosty Moonlight, all the while not forgetting to strike the whip with a swish. "It's passable," Frosty Moonlight acknowledged with a nod. "Then I shall continue." In an instant, Shibata's face turned pale, and he cried out to Frosty Moonlight, "Father, grandfather, ancestors, I was wrong. Please do not allow him to torment me any further." In the frosty moonlight, Kongming was disinclined to engage with Shibata. Numerous pressing matters awaited his attention. "Are you not yet satiated?" he remarked as he cast aside the burden. With a swift motion, Zuki Shingetsu sheathed her whip and deftly severed the ropes with a shuriken. "Ouch!" Shibata exclaimed as he tumbled to the ground, letting out a pained cry. Seizing the moment, he executed several rolls and scurried back into the throng of soldiers. In the frost-laden moonlight, Kongming gazed as Shibata fled. Her steps light as she settled upon a tree branch, arms crossed, devoid of any intent to intervene. "The predicament you have conjured is yours to resolve, surely. You do not wish for your father to discover that you have botched the matter." Guizhong Xinyue glared fiercely at Shibata, vowing retribution. "You shall pay for this. You wretched little imp. When you fall into my grasp, you will wish for death." Meanwhile, the temporarily saved Shibata scuttled behind the soldiers, shouting frantically, "Advance, all of you. Capture them. A bounty of 100,000 taels awaits." Responding to the command, the armored soldiers, shields in hand, encircled Guizhong Xinyue. Without hesitation, she unleashed her clan's ninjutsu. The water iron cannon, firing in rapid succession. Her hands transformed into a Gatling gun, water projectiles soaring chaotically toward the soldiers in a furious barrage, though to the onlookers, she appeared rather foolish. The water projectiles, infused with the might of a chunin, inflicted virtually no harm upon the heavily armored soldiers. Reluctantly, she shifted her tactics. Employing the clan's ninjutsu, the water arm technique, her arms swelling with strength as she brandished her kunai, thrusting wildly at the soldiers. As the battle raged on, Guizhong Xinyue found herself panting, while the majority of the soldiers brought by Shibata had lost their fighting spirit. Observing the fallen soldiers from behind the ranks, Shibata quietly retreated. Frost Moon's gaze remained fixed upon the battlefield, observing the retreat of Shibata. With a casual wave of his hand, a gust of wind ensnared Shibata, rendering him immobile. Ultimately, Zuki Shingetsu emerged victorious, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. What lesson have you gleaned from this event? In the ethereal glow of the frost-kissed November, the enigmatic figure of Kong Ming appeared beside the lantern of the new moon, inquiring of him, in all endeavors, one must remain ever vigilant. Frost Moon Kong Ming nodded slightly, inquiring if there was more. The ghost lantern new moon lowered her head, idly toying with the weeds beside her, and after a few moments, shook her head. Ninjutsu is merely a tool. One must utilize it without becoming overly reliant. Physical strength and body techniques are equally paramount. As she spoke, Frost Moon Kong Ming clenched her right fist, channeling chakra into her arm, and unleashed a powerful strike towards a nearby open space. Boom! A great crater formed in the ground not far away, suggesting that soon, a new little lake would emerge within the forest. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone felt their throats dry, swallowing hard in astonishment as they stared at Frost Moon Kong Ming, trembling like leaves in the wind. Let us depart. It is time to return. In the frosty month of November, Kong Ming delivered a swift blow to Sabadaba, rendering him unconscious. Glancing back at the soldiers not far away, it was evident they were quite considerate, either ramming their heads against trees or striking their helmets forcefully against their own heads, each one endeavoring to render themselves dazed. Frost Moon Kong Ming nodded in satisfaction and departed with the wind. In the village of Moon Hidden, within the residence of the Ayakashi Ujetsu, Frost Moon Kong Ming was preparing to meet the king of the Moon Kingdom, Tsukikage. The cloud-hidden village was launching an assault on the Moon Kingdom, and as the king, one cannot remain aloof. Collective effort is imperative. Village Chief Ujetsu, from this moment forth, I shall assume the role of Elder of Moon Hidden Village. Please ensure discretion. Frost Moon stated. Understood, Lord Frost Moon. When shall we depart? Now let us go. Upon their arrival, the four had reached the outskirts of the capital of the Moon Kingdom. Let us proceed into the city, making our way directly to the royal palace. New Moon, you and Shibata shall find an inn and await our news. As Xuanyue Kong Ming and Guizhong Yue arrived at the gates of the royal palace, they were confronted and encircled by the soldiers. Halt! This is the sacred ground of the royal palace. No unauthorized individuals are permitted to approach. Xuanyue Kong Ming gestured to Huideng Yue. Understanding the signal, Huideng Yue stepped forward and addressed the soldiers. I am the village chief of Yuan Village. I understand you have matters to discuss with your king. Please notify him at once. A soldier hurriedly entered the palace. Minutes later, he returned, accompanied by King Yuechu. Haha. Esteemed guest, why did you not inform me beforehand of the arrival of the chief of the Huideng clan? I would have sent someone to greet you. Come, let us enter. King Yuechu grasped Huideng Yue's arm and led Xuanyue Kong Ming and the others into the palace. In the reception room, everyone took their seats in turn. Servants, bring forth the tea. Yuechu called out to those outside, before turning to Huideng Yue. I wonder what brings the chief of Huideng Village to seek my audience. This is the elder of Yuan Village. He possesses a clearer understanding of the situation and will explain it to you, Huideng Yue said, introducing Xuanyue Kong Ming to Yuechu. Frosty November, gazing at the moonrise, turned his head toward him and spoke with measured calmness. Yuan Village is preparing to launch an attack on the Moon Kingdom. Yuan Village? Why? Moonrise inquired, bewildered, as he contemplated why such a diminutive realm as the Moon Kingdom would attract the attention of Yuan Village. They intend to stage a surprise assault on the Water Kingdom, aiming to establish the Moon Hidden Village as a strategic stronghold. The Moon Kingdom is destined to become a battleground. This cannot be allowed. It is absolutely imperative that the Moon Kingdom remains uninvolved in the conflict between these two great nations, Moonrise asserted with unwavering conviction. Xuanyue Kong Ming nodded. Very well. I hope that you can send troops to assist Yuan Village, so we may together resist Yuan Village. Yuch readily agreed. producing a military insignia to hand over to Xuanyue Kongming. No problem. You may summon soldiers from the entire nation at your discretion. Chapter 55. Summoning the Sea to Build Walls. Frosty November sky gazed intently at the military insignia, examining it repeatedly before placing it upon the table beside him. Almost forgetting. He recalled that Shibata was plotting to usurp the throne. He wondered how King Uechu intended to address this matter. It was inconceivable, utterly impossible. Uechu stood frozen in place, the teacup in his hand clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. Startled by the noise, he abruptly rose, incredulity spilling from his lips. The Kingdom of the Moon was growing increasingly prosperous, and with Shibata's high-ranking position and influence, why would he dare to rebel? Frost Moon, with a gesture of exasperation, mused on her ignorance of the situation, suggesting instead that one might directly inquire of Shibata. Guard, fetch the Prime Minister post-haste. The moon rose, casting a shadow of despondency as she sank back into her chair. Wait, perhaps I should go. My son is watching over Shibata. I fear that mischievous boy may cause trouble. Goei Deng Yue called out to the guard, noting that Shibata had suffered greatly, to the extent that a mere stranger might struggle to recognize him. Goei Deng Xinyue, before Frost Moon, felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that he had been somewhat excessive in his actions. In the frosty month of November, Kongming finished a cup of tea. The three returned to the royal palace and gently tapped the table twice. The moon has risen, Your Majesty, we have returned. Frosty Moonlight gestured for the ghostly father and son to take a seat, then turned his head to softly remind Moonrise. With his head bowed and hands covering his face, Moonrise removed his hands and lifted his gaze. Shibata, are you all right? How did you end up like this? As he spoke, Moonrise stood up, intending to reach for Shibata. However, Shibata averted his eyes and pushed Moonrise away. Spare me your feigned concern. Do as you wish, whether to kill or to maim. Why? Is the country not thriving? Do you not wield considerable power? So what? I no longer wish to be merely a minister. I aspire to be the king. Frosty November's clarity observed them bickering back and forth, finding it rather tedious. The moon rises over the kingdom. Matters of the state are beyond the concern of Moonshadow Village. You may handle it as you see fit. Farewell. Frosty Moonlight lifted the military talisman and rose to address Moonlight. Very well, Elder Ghost Lantern is busy. The nation of the moon relies on you. In the hidden mist village, in the office of the Water Shadow Izong was kneeling on one knee. Seated in the Water Shadow's chair was a masked man. The man rested his chin on his left hand while casually flipping through the documents on the desk. His pace gradually slowed, his brow furrowing, and his eyes narrowing as he leaned closer to the papers. Bang! A headache. Reading these books and documents makes me drowsy. Never mind, I shall cease. Lord Frosty Moonlight, are you unwell? The man was none other than Frosty Moonlight himself. He had departed from the capital of the Moon Kingdom, parting ways with the Ghost Lantern father and son to seek Izong in the Hidden Mist Village. I am fine. You have done well. The development of the Hidden Mist Village is commendable. The Second War is about to commence. What are your thoughts? I am uncertain whether the Hidden Mist Village should engage in battle. What directives do you have, Lord Frosty Moonlight? It is not yet the time. Xuanyue Kongming rose to his feet and approached the window, clasping his hands behind his back, quietly observing the incessant rain cascading outside. With a crackling sound, lightning illuminated Xuanyue Kongming's face as he murmured in a barely audible voice. The rain is but a fragment of water. It shall inevitably return to the embrace of its essence. Xuanyue May turned around and retrieved a mask from his pocket, presenting it to Yagura. Let us go. It is time to establish our defenses in the land of the moon. In the month of frost and clarity, Kongming Xuanyue returned to the Moon Kingdom, where fortifications were being constructed. Standing by the seaside, he scanned the surroundings, seeking the figure of Yuzuki HD. Moments later, he spotted Yuzuki on a small hill, engaged in a low discussion with several elders. In the ethereal glow of frost-laden November, Kongming Xuanyue called out to Yue Guideng from afar, observing him approach with company. Esteemed elders, these two are the individuals I have invited to assist us, Yue Guideng proclaimed as he introduced Kongming Xuanyue to the esteemed assembly of elders. Frosty Moonlight nodded to several elders, who returned the gesture with warm smiles. Thank you for your assistance. Do exercise caution later on, one elder advised. Leave the formidable adversaries to our clan leader, for he is exceptionally powerful. Another elder chimed in. Indeed, you must still be quite young. Prioritize your own safety. Our clan leader has triumphed over the Water Shadow. and with him among us, victory is assured. Should you find yourselves outmatched, do not hesitate to flee. Our clan leader will ensure everything is taken care of." With each word spoken by the elders, Yue Gazai felt her cheeks flush deeper, her head bowing slightly further. Xuanyue Kongming smiled and nodded. "Very well," she said, prompting the soldiers to withdraw from the construction site at the behest of the leader of the Ghost Lantern clan. Gue Ding Yue swiftly commanded the soldiers to retreat. Frosty Moonlight gazed as the soldiers retreated to the rear, patting Shakura's shoulder. "Let us proceed." A group of onlookers fixed their gaze upon his silhouette, uncertain of his intentions. After a few strides, he reached the seashore and came to a halt. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, and in an instant, the wind began to stir around him, causing his garments to rustle audibly. Xuanyue Kongming spread his arms wide and shouted, "Rise!" In an instant, towering waves, reaching heights of 100 meters, surged forth from the distant sea, tumultuous and imbued with the power to obliterate all in their path. Rushing towards the Moon Kingdom, the onlookers were awestruck by the colossal waves, their legs trembling, and some had begun to retreat in haste. The waves, upon reaching the shallows, resembled a tamed pet, obediently halting just inches before Xuanyue Kongming. They gazed blankly at the immense waves and the figure who had mastered them. The silhouette, diminutive in comparison to the gigantic waves, grew exponentially in the minds of the crowd. "Chief, with such an ally, I believe you can take a respite," they thought. Their perception of the chief shifting. He too seemed less formidable, yet they still revered him for his acquaintance with such an extraordinary individual. Yue Gazai felt an overwhelming urge to chastise several elders, contemplating that their rapid shifts in demeanor would have made them excellent performers in the art of Sichuan opera. "Freeze!" A soft command echoed in the ears of the gathered crowd, and soon the waves began to crystallize. Minutes later, a towering ice wall, dozens of meters high, manifested before their astonished eyes. "Incredible! This is truly remarkable." Soldiers reached out to touch the wall, their exclamations of awe filling the air. In the serene and unblemished light of frosty November, he found himself encircled by several elders of the Ghost Lantern, all showering him with excessive attentiveness. "Are you weary? Please, take a seat and rest. Are you thirsty? Allow yourself a cup of tea to quench your thirst." Xuanyue Kongming exerted all his efforts to send a few individuals away. He then sought out the father and son of Guiding. "Regarding the battle at Yunin village, we shall not appear on the front lines. You and Xinyue will be the main forces. The primary objective of this conflict is to elevate your renown and draw more ninjas to our village. Do you have any questions?" Xuanyue Kongming inquired. "There are no questions. We will surely accomplish our mission." Xuanyue Kongming nodded slightly. Presenting 3 chakra pills to Gui's Yue and 10 to Gui's Xinyue. It was imperative to swiftly enhance their strength and acclimate to their newly augmented bodies, as they must shine brilliantly in the impending battle just days away. "As you command, Lord Xuanyue." Frost Moon, with a wave of his hand, signaled the two to depart, as he began to anticipate the impending conflict. Chapter 56, The Outbreak of War. On the night, 3 days hence, by the shores of the Moon Kingdom. "Hurry, hurry. Everyone keep up." The armored general of the Moon Kingdom urged fervently, brandishing his sword and relentlessly encouraging the soldiers to ascend the icy ramparts. Xuanyue Kongming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the dark expanse of the sea. The resolute footsteps of soldiers from the Moon Kingdom echoed in his ears, their unwavering determination mirroring the intensity of their fierce struggle. In the gaze of Xuanyue Kongming, flickers of firelight appeared as the enemy from Yunin village emerged. In that instant, an air of vigilance and tension enveloped everyone around him. The soldier beside him inhaled deeply, his grip on the bowstring turning pale. The enemy drew ever closer, and Xuanyue Kongming finally discerned their full form. Hundreds of ships, sails billowing, surged menacingly towards the shore, with a row of ninjas standing resolute upon the decks. "Release arrows, fire rockets." As the vessels piloted by the Cloud Ninjas approached the coastline, Xuanyue Kongming raised his hand to signal, decisively issuing the command to attack. No sooner had the last word escaped his lips than the well-trained soldiers beside him swiftly drew their bowstrings, unleashing a volley of fire arrows towards the foe. Obedience to commands was ingrained in the very essence of the soldiers, having become an instinctive response. Frosty November gazed upon the thousands of arrows forming a rain of projectiles, reminiscent of a meteor shower streaking across the night sky, all aimed at the Cloud Ninja. The Cloud Ninja cast a scornful glance at the deluge of arrows, swiftly employing their ninjutsu for defense. Some utilized earth release to conjure earthen walls at the bow of the ship, while others summoned wind release to disperse the barrage. Yet, a greater number of cloud ninja boldly exposed their chests at the ship's forefront, using their hands or weapons to shield against the relentless rain of arrows. Frost Moon observed the first wave of arrows effortlessly deflected, his expression as serene as if he were sipping plain water. He anticipated this outcome, remaining neither hurried nor flustered as he initiated a second barrage of arrows. The first volley had been intercepted, seamlessly followed by the second, delivered by Cloud Ninja. His intentions were straightforward. If he could not annihilate them, he would at least vex them, provoking the enemy to a greater extent. The relentless onslaught of arrows hindered the advance of the Cloud Ninja, causing their momentum to wane. The leader of the Moon Nation's operation, a figure shrouded in bandages and a mask, felt a growing irritation as the Cloud Ninja struggled to reach the shore. From a distance, he caught sight of a silhouette against the ice wall, and frustration seeped through his clenched teeth. Advance, give it your all. Frost Moon's clarity observed the Cloud Ninja's vessels hastening their pace, and caught sight of a figure leaping energetically, resembling a monkey bounding through the jungle. The Cloud Ninja navigated through the relentless shower of arrows, exerting every ounce of strength, sustaining the loss of 3 to 7 ships, and ultimately achieved a successful landing. Ha! Do you truly believe a mere handful of arrows can thwart me? How naive! The Cloud Ninja stood like a long serpent against the icy wall, while the monkey, raising its less injured hand, extended its pinky finger towards Frost Moon's clarity. Have you returned seeking a thrashing? If you are feeling restless, I could assist in loosening your bones. In the frost-laden month, a voice echoed through the air as the wall-bound Yunrin of the monkey began to stomp in agitation. Damn it, attack! I command you to attack. Suddenly, a voice, as cold as the northern wind of winter, interrupted the fervor of the monkey Yunrin. Upon hearing the voice, Yunrin shuddered, his thoughts becoming a tumultuous whirl. Yes, Frost Moon Kongming's gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over the wall beneath where the cloud dweller Yunrin stood. Yet he remained oblivious to the source of the sound. What more do you wish to convey? Frost Moon Kongming observed the hesitant demeanor of the monkey-like Yunrin, who seemed poised to speak yet faltered. Ahem, Lord Rakage hopes you will deliberate carefully. Should the Akatsuki clan submit to the village of Yunhidden, you may secure a position as an elder. The monkey-like Yunrin suppressed his inner resentment and articulated his terms. Frosty November's clear sky casts a gaze upon me as I arch my right eyebrow, resolutely dismissing any thought of compliance. Are you not elated by my refusal? You. Ha. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and engage in battle. Frosty Moonlight abruptly concluded the conversation, realizing that arguing with the monkey was a futile endeavor. His intentions were crystal clear: to elevate the reputation of the Kirigakure clan by confronting the Hidden Cloud Village and securing a resounding victory that would etch the name of the Kirigakure clan into the annals of the ninja world, alongside that of the Moon Hidden Village. Utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, they dared to strike. That voice resonated once more, colder than before. The Cloud Ninja finally sprang into action, hurling kunai at the ice wall with reckless abandon, embedding them 3 inches deep and creating footholds. The Cloud Ninja ascended the icy Fade, driven by a singular purpose: for the Land of the Moon, to slay. The general of the Land of the Moon unsheathed his prized sword and swung it at the leaping Cloud Ninja. The blade connected, yet it struck only a shadow. The spear squad advanced, ready to impale them. The leader of the Kirigakure clan rallied his comrades to provide assistance. As Frosty November gazed upon the encroaching Cloud Ninjas, he summoned all his forces, for total war was on the brink of eruption. Hearing the command, Uzuki Kaido gestured grandly, rallying the villagers of Tsukikage to swiftly approach the icy barricade. There, they wielded the water iron cannon, transforming into sharpshooters, skillfully picking off the Cloud Ninjas with precise shots. Frosty Moon, filled with enthusiasm, imitated the style of the Ghost Lantern clan and aimed a shot at a certain monkey, striking it squarely in its third leg. Observing the monkey fall to the ground, shrieking, a smile crept upon his lips. It was rather amusing. An increasing number of ninjas ascended the icy wall, while numerous soldiers lay wounded and incapacitated. Crescent Little Demon, it is your turn to take the stage. Do not let me down. In the chill of November, Kwangming Frost Moon clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the battlefield as he spoke to the spirited GT Shingetsu. Shingetsu exclaimed with fervor, "Fear not, Lord Frostmoon. I shall swiftly deliver them a resounding blow." In the blink of an eye, he had engaged the enemy, diving into the throng of Cloud Ninjas. Shingetsu fortified his right arm, seizing a kunai to engage in close combat. A clash resounded as the two kunai collided. A fierce struggle ensued between Shingetsu and a cloud ninja. Overwhelmed by Shingetsu's strength, the ninja found his right foot rooted to the ground, being pushed backward, leaving a long trail upon the earth. With his powerful right arm, Shingetsu maintained the upper hand, repelling one cloud ninja after another. Ha ha ha, this sensation is absolutely exhilarating. Bring it on. He laughed heartily, his pursuit of the cloud ninjas relentless. Be cautious. That little brat possesses considerable strength in his right arm. Do not engage him in close quarters. Maintain your distance and use ranged ninjutsu to deplete his stamina, a voice called from across the fray. Shingetsu, hearing the urgent cries of his adversaries, displayed a look of determination, swinging his right hand to push back the ninja before him and rapidly charging towards the source of the voice. He's in a hurry. He must excel in taijutsu. We shall rely on ranged attacks. As Shingetsu approached the cloud ninja, the latter promptly leaped away. Halt. Do not flee. Let us engage in 300 rounds of combat. Ha ha ha. Only a fool would engage you in close quarters. If you have the skill, then come chase me. The cloud ninja replied with a grin, playfully evading Shingetsu while failing to notice that they were gradually distancing themselves from the soldiers of the land of the moon, gathering together. A subtle smirk curled at the corners of Shingetsu's mouth as he continued his pursuit. After several minutes, the area around the cloud ninjas was devoid of soldiers from the land of the moon. The moment had arrived. Shingetsu halted his advance. Not pursuing any longer? Have you exhausted your strength? Await your demise. He taunted with a chuckle. Fool, he added, raising both hands to unleash a barrage of water iron cannons. With his enhanced power, the might of the water iron cannons surged, injuring many cloud ninjas. Be careful. Frost Moon Kongming spoke to remind Guideng Xinyue, gesturing to summon the wind that swept him aside. Chapter 57, Mastering the Land of the Moon. A sword materialized out of thin air, grazing Guideng Xinyue's face and striking the spot where he had stood. Quite a swift reaction. Little ghost, I must commend you. Would you care to join Unified Village? I could take you on as my disciple. Humph, furtive one, who are you? In the moonlit frost, Kongming Xuanyue observed the figure emerging from the darkness, recognizing the chilling voice that accompanied the mask adorning his face. It was unmistakably a member of the Umbu from Unified Village. Humph, I am Shabui, the vice leader of the Umbu. I am more than capable of being your mentor. With an unhurried demeanor, Shabui stepped forth from the shadows, raising his hand and spreading his fingers. Without any overt motion, the sword lying on the ground sprang up, returning to his grasp. I can teach you the art of swordsmanship. Guideng Xinyue shook his head vigorously, as if it were a rattle drum. No, I have no interest in wielding a sword. What a pity, Shabui retorted. A talent such as yours cannot be allowed to exist in the moon-hidden village. Rejecting my offer means you may as well embrace death. In an instant, Shabui tightened his grip on the sword's hilt and lunged it towards Xinyue's heart. Swiftly, Xinyue sidestepped to the left, raising his right hand to parry the blade with a kunai. Deflecting Shabui's sword, Xinyue darted behind him, retracting his Qilin right arm and transforming his hand into a spear, launching a water iron cannon aimed at Shabui's head. Shabui, with a single hand forming seals, activated the substitution technique in a split second as the water projectile shattered against a wooden board. Humph, allow me to demonstrate the might of Unified Village's lightning release. From a distance, Kongming Xuanyue grew intrigued, eager to witness the formidable prowess of Unified Village's lightning techniques. Shabui firmly grasped the sword's hilt with his right hand, while his left hand formed seals, enveloping his sword in a surge of lightning in mere moments. In the month of frost and clarity, Kongming raised his hand to scratch his nose, feeling as though he were already seated upon a toilet, with tissues and his phone at the ready, only to find it was merely a fleeting moment. Shabui elegantly thrust his sword towards the crescent moon of Oidu. Oidu countered with a kunai, and at the instant of collision, his body experienced a peculiar sensation. Shabui curled the corners of his mouth, transforming the thrust into a slash aimed directly at Oidu's throat. Oidu crouched low, the blade sweeping over his head, severing a few strands of hair that fell before his eyes. He swiftly distanced himself from Shabui and unleashed a water iron cannon attack. Mere moments prior, Yunrin had employed this very technique against Oidu, and now Oidu adapted it to confront Shabui. Humph, Shabui scoffed, accelerating towards Oidu while hurling 3 kunai into the sky during his sprint. He propelled himself off the ground, landing precisely atop the kunai above Oidu's head. "Prepare to meet your end," Shabui bellowed as he leaped from the air, his sword discharging bolts of lightning in rapid succession towards Oidu. At a height of several meters, he grasped the sword with both hands, its tip directed downward as he adjusted its trajectory mid-air. Just as the blade neared its target, Oidu executed a swift body flick technique to evade. Shabuyi's sword plunged into the ground, unleashing a torrent of electrical currents that radiated outward. "How many times can you escape?" Reiterating his previous tactics, Shabui leapt into the air, raising his sword to unleash electricity, only to receive a powerful kick to the waist that sent him plummeting towards an ice wall. Leaning on his sword, Shabui gazed upward, spotting a peculiar figure suspended in the air, a diminutive individual standing a meter tall. "Humph, what can a mere dwarf accomplish?" No sooner had Shabui voiced his disdain than the dwarf charged directly at him. "What foolishness!" Shabui exclaimed, leaping to thrust his sword at the dwarf. The dwarf, unflinching, allowed himself to be struck by Shabuyi's blade. However, Shabuyi's expression turned to one of astonishment. This was not good. Before he could contemplate further, the dwarf began to grow larger. With a resounding boom, he exploded. In this critical moment, Shabui released his sword and executed a substitution technique, distancing himself from the dwarf. Gasping for breath, he watched as the smoke dissipated, only to find hail falling from the sky. The dwarf had shrunk back down yet remained rooted in place, while Shabuyi's sword lay shattered. "Steaming calamity? Ha ha ha! You have an eye for quality, yet alas, you have not managed to extinguish me." Frost Moon Kongming cast a glance at his clone, which had grown significantly, just a few days prior. He could grasp it with 2 fingers. Gui Deng Xinyue unleashed a formidable technique, and Frost Moon Kongming understood that the war was nearing its conclusion. Shabui, unable to subdue Gui Deng Xinyue, would inevitably opt for retreat. The clone of Gui Deng Xinyue launched an assault on Shabui, who merely defended himself, rarely taking the initiative to strike. After a mere 10 minutes, Shabui leaped down from the ice wall. "Retreat, hastily retreat." The cloud ninjas atop the ice wall, upon hearing the command, swiftly disengaged from their foes, fleeing the battlefield to return to the ship in Yunin village. In the frosty month of November, Kongming stood before the icy wall, watching as Yunin made their escape, silently wishing them well. He hoped they would succeed in their covert operation against the Hidden Stone village. Xuanyue Kongming was taken aback to find that the monkey, Yunin, whom he had shot, was still alive. Regaining his composure, Yunin clung to Shabuyi's thigh, pleading, "My lord, we cannot retreat. I cannot return and face Raikage. Release me. That is your concern, not mine." Shabui replied firmly, prying Yunin's hands away. "The task entrusted to me by Raikage is to prevent the Kirigakure clan from escaping, and I have fulfilled my duty." Yunin was momentarily stunned. "Is that truly considered completing your mission?" By the time he regained his senses, Shabui had already sprinted far ahead, and he staggered to follow the others. "You cannot escape." Xuanyue Kongming raised his hand and shot Yunin in the head. All Yunin boarded the ship, and Shabui commanded the vessel to set sail. After they had traveled 2,000 meters, Xuanyue Kongming exhaled softly. The butterflies flapped their wings, and a tornado rose over the sea, obliterating all ships of the cloud-hidden village. "You may flee, but you must swim back. We have triumphed. At last, we have triumphed." The soldiers of the Land of the Moon began to celebrate, expressing their joy. Xuanyue Kongming arranged for medical ninjas to tend to the wounded soldiers before turning to leave. Upon returning to the home of Kirigakure Yue, he found it dark, as the absence of light favored contemplation. He sat quietly in a chair, rhythmically tapping his right hand on the table, pondering how to deal with the Tsukikage father and son. He hoped they would be amenable. The following day, Xuanyue Kongming sought out Tsukikage and confronted him directly. Tsukikage displayed a remarkable willingness to cooperate. He transferred the throne to Kirigakure Yue, though some soldiers and citizens were reluctant. Nonetheless, Tsukikage insisted on abdicating, and the ceremony proceeded smoothly. In the frosty month of November, Getsuke allowed him to take most of the wealth from the inner treasury and accompanied him to the Land of Water, where he dispatched individuals to keep watch. After a fortnight, Getsuke returned to the Lord's estate. Uchiha Kawa followed closely behind, bearing a letter. "Young master, a letter from Princess Tsunade for you." In the quiet of the frost-laden month, Kongming received the letter and began to read. The correspondence, rich with expressions of longing, predominantly spoke of her younger brother, conveying a sense of pride in his aspirations, with an undertone of heartfelt satisfaction woven throughout. Frosty Moonlight curled her lips in disdain. Dreaming of becoming Hokage? I suspect the pot has already set its sights on you. Uncle River, do you have any matters to attend to? As Frosty Moonlight set down the letter, she noticed Uchiha River still standing nearby. Young master, Guayur has already turned 22. If she does not marry soon, she shall become an old maid. In a couple of years, we shall arrange it. Little did she anticipate that after traversing realms, she would still face the pressure of marriage from the female side's family. Chapter 58. The Battle of Fire and Rain begins. In the frosty month of November, Sora wrote a heartfelt letter to Tsunade. It had been a long time since they last met, and he expressed how much he missed her. Every time he gazed at the vast sky filled with stars, it felt as though each twinkling light bore her smile, radiating warmth towards him. He wondered how she had been lately, whether she had lost weight, how arduous her training was, and if her missions posed any dangers. Today, he was urged by Kurenai's father to consider marriage, yet he longed to celebrate the wedding with them. He hoped she would consent, assuring her that he would always wait for her in the land of water. Days later, he received another letter from Tsunade. Sora, I miss you too. Are you doing well? I have attained the rank of Jonin and will soon be able to protect you. You and Kurenai can marry first. I am indifferent to the order of events. I must tell you that I have moved into the room you once occupied, sleeping in the very bed you used. For now, I cannot leave, as Tar has been incessantly clamoring to become Hokage, acting rather impulsively. The ninja world is currently unstable, and I must keep an eye on him. Once he matures, I shall come to find you. In the frost-laden twilight, Mei and Tsunade exchanged letters. The infamous Hanzo of the Salamander declared war on the Land of Iron, igniting hostilities between the two nations. At this moment, Hanzo had already established a fearsome reputation, causing the samurai of the Land of Iron to flee in terror upon encountering him. However, Mifune stood his ground and engaged Hanzo in combat, during which they discussed their respective philosophies, revealing a mutual respect. Hanzo found Mifune commendable, vowing not to slay nameless individuals, and promised to spread Mifune's name throughout the ninja world. In a remarkable display of valor, Mifune offered his life in exchange for Hanzo sparing his companions. Yet, disregarding the distance his comrades had fled, Mifune was in dire straits, having been poisoned by Hanzo, with blood streaming from his head, unable to rise from the ground. If left unattended, Mifune would not survive much longer, raising the question of whether his life was still his own. Upon hearing Mifune's plea, Hanzo, recognizing the young man's principles, chose to save him and retreated with his subordinates, as if it were a mere jest, thereby concluding the conflict between the Land of Rain and the Land of Iron. In Konoha, at the root headquarters, the subterranean base was perpetually shrouded in dim light, unable to dispel the deeply rooted darkness. The air was thick with a chilling aroma that ensnared certain individuals in a trance-like state. In the leader's office, Danzo extinguished all sources of illumination and sat quietly in his chair. The light that dared to seep through the window illuminated half of Danzo's face, casting him in an even more sinister light. Suddenly, he forcefully thrust a kunai into the desk, piercing a photograph of Hanzo. Danzo's proposal to engage in warfare against the Land of Rain was met with a resolute refusal from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Despite Danzo's clear explanations of the immense threat posed by Hanzo to Konoha, and the potential dangers to the village's interests from the rise of the Land of Rain, he felt no remorse for his clandestine actions. Danzo believed that all entities and organizations that posed a threat to the village must be eradicated. He lamented Hiruzen's lack of understanding and harbored resentment for not being the Hokage himself, convinced he would govern far better. Bring the two advisors, he commanded. Determined to persuade them to support his war agenda against the Land of Rain, he hoped to jointly pressure Hiruzen into compliance. Rising from his chair, Danzo turned on the office lights and opened the window. A breeze swept through, scattering several documents on the desk, which revealed images of Shodame and Nidame Hokage. He hastily gathered the papers and stashed them in the farthest corner of a drawer. Half an hour later, Mido Gate Inazuma and T-Ka Haruno arrived at the root headquarters. Danzo, what peculiar wind has blown today to summon us? They inquired. Indeed. You've kept the root shrouded and hidden from us. I presume you have matters of importance to discuss today. Please, take a seat. I intend to eliminate the threat posed by the Land of Rain before it can fully manifest. We must declare war. Absolutely not. The refusal was predictable. Danzo's expression remained calm as he retrieved a ninja world map, laying it out on the table in silence. Observe, the land of rain borders the land of fire. Should it rise in power, it will undoubtedly pose a threat to us. We must act to prevent its ascendance. Mito shook his head. That is merely your assumption. To hastily declare war based on personal conjecture does not align with the village's interests. You are correct, Tika added. The land of rain is a minor nation. Victory may not yield adequate rewards, and we risk being attacked ourselves due to the village's vulnerabilities. Danzo was unwilling to concede. Hanzo of the Salamander is renowned as a demigod among shinobi. If he dares to declare war on the land of iron, who can guarantee he will not turn his sights on the land of fire? We must diminish his spirit and render him despondent. Mito and Tika exchanged glances, their stances wavering slightly. After a moment, Mito posed a crucial question. War will exact a toll on our village. What benefit do we stand to gain? Hearing this, Danzo felt a sense of relief. The advisors were beginning to waver. Persuading them will surely lead Hiruzen to agree to the war. If we win, we can dictate the terms. The land of rain, who would dare refuse? Have you considered how to prevent the village from being attacked in our weakened state? Tika expressed her concerns about the village's vulnerability to ambushes from other nations. Danzo clenched his fists, a cruel smile forming as the scar on his chin deepened. As long as we are present, they would not dare approach. We will eliminate them all. Mito and Tika nodded in agreement. Indeed, Danzo, you speak wisely. Let us approach Hiruzen and discuss this further. As the root of Konoha, I must eradicate all threats to our village. Yes, Danzo, your intentions are commendable. Everything I do is for the sake of the village. Now, let us proceed to the Hokage's office and see how Hiruzen will respond. The trio departed from the root headquarters, engaged in light-hearted banter as they made their way to the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi, immersed in the monotony of reviewing documents, found solace in the routine. Suddenly, a knock interrupted his concentration. Enter. Upon seeing Danzo and the others, Hiruzen's brow furrowed slightly. Realizing Danzo's relentless pursuit of war with the land of rain was misguided and unlikely to garner agreement from the advisors. What brings the three of you here together? I warned you that you would come to regret this, Danzo replied smugly. Mito and Tika have already agreed to the war with the land of rain. What more can you say? Danzo leaned over the desk, his gaze unwavering on Hiruzen. After years of rivalry, he finally had the upper hand and was determined to remember the look on Hiruzen's face. Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded the advisors. He struggled to comprehend how Danzo had persuaded Mito and Tika, both of whom were wise and rational. Did they truly believe that war was in the village's best interest? Hiruzen, Danzo is right. We cannot allow the land of rain to rise unchecked. We agree to declare war. Why? The land of rain is small, and Hanzo is formidable. Have you considered the costs versus the benefits? Hiruzen set down the documents, gesturing for the advisors to take a seat, while instructing a subordinate to bring 2 cups of cold tea, precisely because Hanzo possesses considerable strength. Allowing him to grow and expand could likely lead to an invasion of the land of fire. Indeed, Mito's analysis is sound. Rather than waiting to respond defensively, we should take the initiative and shift the battlefield to the land of rain. Hiruzen, you opposed my proposal for war. What is there left to discuss? Let us engage in battle. Danzo spoke with a hint of triumph. Hiruzen picked up his pipe, moving to the window and gazing pensively at Hokage Rock. He took a few puffs, then sighed. Very well, we shall declare war on the land of rain, and I will lead my 3 disciples into battle. Excellent, Hiruzen. You can speak to your disciples. We shall rally the other shinobi of the village. With satisfaction, Danzo and the others exited the Hokage's office. Hiruzen tapped his pipe, calling for his students. Bring Jiraiya and the others to me. Master, did you call for us? Jiraiya and his 2 companions stood silently before the Hokage's desk, awaiting Sarutobi Hiruzen's briefing on their mission. Sarutobi gazed at his now taller disciples, feeling a mix of pride and concern as he picked up and set down the mission scroll. Ah, you have grown, and are now capable of shouldering responsibilities on your own. Our village is on the brink of war with the land of rain, and I hope you will lead our forces. Rest assured, Sensei, we will handle it, Jiraiya replied confidently as he accepted the mission. Now go prepare. Swift action is imperative. With that, he handed 3 mission scrolls to the trio. Grasping the scrolls, Jiraiya and his companions dreamed of making their names known on the battlefield of the land of rain. 3 days later, at the frontline base of Konohagakure, a subordinate approached Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, when shall we commence our assault? We agreed to strike at 3 o'clock, he replied. At 3 in the afternoon. A substantial number of Konoha ninjas, led by Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, surged into the Land of Rain, marking the official onset of the Rainfire War. Urgent news. Lord Hanzo, the ninjas from Konoha are advancing in 3 directions. Our frontline forces are struggling. We require your immediate support. Damn Konoha, let us confront Sarutobi's 3 disciples. Hanzo of the Salamander commanded, rallying his subordinates to swiftly head toward the front lines. Before long, they encountered the Konoha ninja forces led by Orochimaru. How dare the ninjas of Konoha invade the Land of Rain? You shall pay for this transgression, Hanzo declared as he engaged in battle with Orochimaru. Orochimaru, unable to match Hanzo's prowess, summoned a giant snake, managing to hold his ground for a brief moment. Fire release, exploding flame circle. Orochimaru was taken aback, unbeknownst to him. Hanzo had affixed numerous explosive tags to his back. Ninja art, needle earth grasp. In the nick of time, Jiraiya and Tsunade arrived to defend against Hanzo's assault. The 3 disciples of Sarutobi were now assembled. Let us see what you are capable of, Hanzo challenged. Summoning the salamander, Hanzo unleashed a torrent of poisonous mist, causing many Konoha ninjas to collapse. Yet, Jiraiya and Tsunade stood firm, refusing to fall. Impressive, Hanzo acknowledged as he launched his attack. The trio of Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru joined forces to confront him. The disparity in strength was evident. Hanzo, facing 3 opponents, maintained the upper hand. Ultimately, recognizing the potential of Tsunade and her companions, Hanzo decided to bestow upon them the moniker of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, allowing the remaining Konoha ninjas to retreat unscathed. The war in the Land of Rain raged on. In the month of frost and clarity, one steps onto the soil of the Rain country, where dense, ominous clouds shroud the sky. The incessant drizzle appears to be tinged with crimson, while the wind that brushes past evokes the mournful wails of a distant soul. Not far away lies a cluster of collapsed dwellings, the bloodstains upon the walls having darkened with time, and a pallid, swollen hand, clenched into a feeble fist, rests helplessly. In the ethereal glow of the frost-laden moon, I advance cautiously, enveloped in a silence so profound it is almost unnerving, apart from the sound of the rain. There exists no other whisper of life, as the insects have been rendered mute in their trepidation. That which I first behold is rightfully mine. Mine alone. Not far from the desolate ruins, 2 young boys are engaged in a fierce struggle over a moldy loaf of bread. One of them distinguished by his shock of orange hair. Xuan Yue Kongming stealthily approached, her masked visage looming above the 2 boys. Suddenly, she spoke. Those who witness must partake. Should you not share a morsel with me? The 2 young lads stood frozen, their hands trembling as they relinquished their struggle over the bread, which fell into a puddle, becoming sullied with mud. With wide eyes, they slowly lifted their gazes, only to be met with the sight of Xuan Yue Kongming's mask, which sent them into a frenzied panic. Run! Shouted the boy with orange hair, raising his foot to flee. The other boy, catching on, shoved the orange-haired lad and swiftly dashed away. Frosty November's bright moonlight illuminated the scene as Kongming watched the boy retreat into the distance. He seized the collar of the orange-haired child, lifting him off the ground. You dare to soil my bread and yet think to flee? What is your name? Mayahiko, the boy replied, tears welling up in his eyes. In the frosty month of November, Soritsuki carried Mahiko in search of a shelter from the rain. Ah, splendid, continue speaking of my bread. I can accompany you for one. But you must wait a few days, said Mahiko, drawing in his neck. Humph, I cannot wait. How about this? You take me as your disciple, and we shall forget about the bread. Is that true? What can you teach me? I yearn to learn formidable ninjutsu. With a graceful wave of his hand, frosty moonlight severed a distant tree that several people were embracing. How impressive is that? That's sufficient. I wish to learn this, master. Yuhiko kicked his little legs in a frenzy and waved his small hands, pleading, Master, could you please let me down first? Xuan Yue Kongming obediently released her grip. Ah! Mayahiko fell to the ground with a soft thud. It hurt so much. Teacher, why did you suddenly let go? Frosty November's sky was illuminated, yet a look of bewilderment adorned Kongming's face. Did you not instruct me to set you down? You cannot place the blame upon me. Frosty November followed Yuhiko to his temporary encampment, a relatively clean cave. Inside the cave, several wooden crates were arranged, adorned with grass, alongside a rusty iron pot and a few battered bowls with chipped edges. In the crispness of frosty November, Kongming stepped out of the cave, having caught several fish. Teacher, shall we indulge in fish today? How splendid it is not to go hungry. In the ethereal glow of the frost-laden moon, Kei expertly grilled the fish, observing as the young Yahiko devoured them with fervor. After consuming several fish, Yahiko leaned back against a wooden crate, patting his belly contentedly. Master, when shall we commence our studies in ninjutsu? Kei replied, in a few days, we shall discuss it upon returning home. For now, gather your belongings and dispose of what is unnecessary. Yahiko promptly hoisted the iron pot onto his back. In the frosty moonlight, Kei found himself entangled in a web of dark thoughts. He pondered whether there existed anything of sentimental value, photographs, letters, or perhaps mementos from his parents, while dismissing all else as trivial. After rummaging through various items, Mihiko shook his head in dismay. In the days that followed, Kei led Mihiko on a series of aimless wanderings, occasionally pausing to roast fish in their hunger. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. No, please, do not harm my mother. The anguished plea drew Kei towards its source, where he discovered a blue-haired girl weeping, clutching the woman before her with all her might. A leaf ninja, wielding a kunai, approached menacingly, a sinister grin plastered across his face. Chapter 60. Conan, the tear-streaked visage of the blue-haired girl, her small hands gripping the woman's pant leg, resembled a furious little cat. As she screamed vehemently at the leaf ninja, the woman's tears flowed like a deluge breaking free from a glacier, cascading down her snow-white cheeks. Her trembling legs, reminiscent of an ancient tree, stood resolute, shielding the blue-haired girl with her frail form. Teacher, please save us. Very well, are you prepared? In the crisp air of frosty November, Kongming Xuanyue nodded vigorously. Under the gaze of the perplexed Mihiko, she seized him with a swift motion, twirled him around, and cast him towards the Leaf Village ninja. Unstoppable fire wheel go. The trio heard the resounding command of Kongming Xuanyue, their eyes simultaneously turning towards her. In the frosty month of November, Getsu enveloped Yahiko in a protective wind, shielding him from harm. Floating gracefully in the air, Yahiko danced and twirled, his exuberance spilling forth in jubilant cries. Teacher, I loathe you. Ah, oh dear. Yahiko collided head-on with the Konoha ninja, sending the latter soaring several meters before barely regaining composure. Are you both all right? Xuanyue Kongming arrived beside the two with a gentle and soft inquiry. It is nothing. Thank you for your life-saving grace, sir. Xiaonan wishes to express her gratitude to uncle, and you may call me Meihui. Meihui bowed deeply to Xuanyue Kongming, pulling the timid Xiaonan from behind her. Xiaonan raised her little hand to wipe away her tears. Her large eyes filled with a blend of curiosity and fear as she gazed at Xuanyue Kongming, timidly uttering, Thank you, uncle, for saving me and my mother. Hey, why aren't you thanking me? I contributed as well, you know? Miyahiko exclaimed from the side, voicing his displeasure. Yes, indeed, we also have our great hero Miyahiko. Go on, that Konoha ninja is glaring at you with fiery eyes. You should go and deal with him. In the ethereal glow of the frost-laden moon, Getsu gently urged Miyahiko forward. Miyahiko swallowed hard, retreating steadily. Teacher, I have yet to master the art of ninjutsu. The chance to exhibit your formidable prowess is yours alone, while I shall cheer you on. Coward, he muttered, when given the opportunity, you prove to be of no use. Frosty November's clear skies saw the release of Mihiko, as the little rascal swiftly darted behind him, defiantly raising a middle finger at the Leaf Village ninja. Meanwhile, Mihiko scooped up Conan, taking 2 steps in one, also seeking refuge behind him. Under the moonlit sky of frosty November, Kei Shimizuki had a quarrel with Yahiko, while Conan, nestled in her mother's embrace, felt a newfound courage. She playfully made faces at the Konoha ninja. Who are you to dare ambush me? The Konoha ninja retorted, gripping his kunai tightly and pointing it menacingly at Kei Shimizuki. Frosty November's ethereal glow illuminated the figure of the ninja from Konoha as he turned his face aside, casting a sidelong glance. Is it of any significance? As a ninja, to resort to violence against civilians and children tarnishes the honor of Konoha. You fool. Do you even comprehend who our captain is? Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, acknowledged by the world of Shinobi as a demigod. The Konoha ninja lifted his chin defiantly, angling it at a perfect 90 degrees. Impressive, you think? A matter of pride. Perhaps. Your actions resemble the way I might bestow upon you the title of Son of the Tortoise, and you would boast about it to anyone who would listen. Frost Moon Kongming remarked nonchalantly. The acknowledgement of the three legendary ninjas of Konoha as demigods of the ninja world was, in her opinion, rather trivial. It was akin to the top student in a class casually telling the second best that they had performed well, while remaining perpetually in second place. You scoundrel, you're courting death. The Konoha ninja, enraged, hurled 3 shurikens directly at Frost Moon Kongming's face. In the frosty month of November, Escalates extended his right hand, conjuring a wall of wind before him. The shuriken collided with the wind barrier, producing a series of metallic clangs before plummeting to the ground. With a powerful thrust of his hand, the wind wall surged forward like a speeding automobile, hurtling towards the Konoha ninja. The ninja, in a state of panic, swiftly utilized the body flicker technique to evade the onslaught, as the wind wall obliterated several towering trees behind him. Hey there, brat. Wasn't that move impressive? Would you like to learn it? Frosty November, with a flick of her hair, addressed Mayahiko with an air of confidence. Mayahiko's eyes sparkled, and he nearly drooled in anticipation. He thought to himself, my teacher instructed me. Little Nan raised her small hand, gazing at Frosty November with eager longing. Uncle, I too wish to learn. Very well. I shall teach you when we return, she replied. As Frost Moon Kongming conversed with the 2 small ones, the Konoha ninja stealthily retreated. You wouldn't dare run away, would you? Humph, just wait. I shall certainly relay your words to several captains, and then you can await your demise. The Konoha ninja raised his hand and hurled 2 kunai, each affixed with explosive tags, which detonated upon impact. A deluge of mud and water splashed forth, creating a mist that obscured Frost Moon Kongming's vision, allowing the Konoha ninja to make his escape. Wow, this is so much fun. It's incredible. I want to get a whole bunch of those explosive tags too, exclaimed Xiaonan, clapping her hands, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, and her small face brimming with excitement. The explosive little girl. Xuanyue Kongming squinted her eyes into a defined arc, her hand shaped like a pistol, as she pulled the trigger towards the Konoha ninja. The wind bullet soared at supersonic speed, aiming directly at the fleeing ninja. The Konoha ninja, hearing the piercing sound behind him, instinctively executed the substitution technique honed through years of training within less than a second. He managed to evade it. Let us see how many more he can dodge. With that thought, a second wind bullet was launched from her fingertip. The Konoha ninja, having successfully evaded the first attack, remained on high alert, watching Xuanyue Kongming's movements. As the second wind bullet appeared, he was already prepared. Utilizing the body flicker technique, he dodged the wind bullet and sprinted away into the distance, creating shadow clones to confuse and distract Xuanyue Kongming. TCH, Child's Play. Frosty Moon, K-Mei, raised another hand, simultaneously firing both pistols. One shot of wind bullets struck the target, which dissolved into smoke. With dual pistols, Frosty Moon unleashed a relentless barrage of wind bullets upon the Leaf Village ninjas, who were unable to evade in time, sustaining grievous injuries and collapsing to the ground. In the frosty moonlit night, the exhilaration of the game enveloped him, particularly the eager expressions and adoring gazes of the 2 young ones, filling his heart with a profound sense of satisfaction. He approached and brought back a Leaf Village ninja, casting him down before Meihui and Xiaonan. How to deal with him was for them to decide. Grievances would be repaid, and vendettas avenged. Meihui set Xiaonan down and picked up the kunai from the ground, trembling as she grasped it with both hands, slowly advancing towards the Leaf Ninja. Let me go? I am a Leaf Ninja. If you dare to kill me, the Leaf will not spare you, he threatened, clutching his back and glaring viciously at the approaching Meihui. The intensity of his glare made her tremble even more, yet her steps did not falter. The scoundrel before her had nearly taken her daughter's life, and she was determined to seek vengeance. Standing before the Leaf Ninja, Meihui bit her lip, closed her eyes, and thrust the kunai forcefully into his chest. You will regret this, she declared. The Leaf Ninja's eyes widened in disbelief as he fell, defeated. Staggering back, Meihui collapsed beside a murky puddle, desperately scrubbing her blood-stained hands. Xiaonan, with her tiny legs, rushed to Meihui's side and threw herself into her embrace. The mother and daughter wept together, their faces adorned with bittersweet smiles. It seemed as if the clouds above, sensing their liberation, parted momentarily to allow the sunlight to cascade through, gently caressing the weary faces of the 2. As Kwangming Xuanyue approached the lifeless body of the Konoha ninja, he gently closed the man's eyes and discreetly took an item from his possession. Half an hour later, Meihui and Conan managed to compose themselves, gathering their belongings to depart alongside Kwangming Shuangyue. Chapter 61. Nagato. The war between the Rain and Fire nations raged on, its flames of conflict ever expanding, delineating several distinct battle zones. As the front lines stretched further, the logistics of supply delivery to Konoha became increasingly arduous. Occasionally, delays in the transport of provisions led to desperate Konoha ninjas resorting to pillaging the impoverished civilians of the Rain country. Frosty Moonlight led the trio into the battleground in search of the Nagato family. Unfortunately for Uzumaki Fusang, she had already endured the annihilation of her homeland and now found herself amidst the Rainfire War. After several days, Frosty Moonlight sensed that he was nearing his objective. As light failed to penetrate the corners, he erected a barrier. He had no desire to be discovered by the great filial sun perched in a nearby tree, whose half-black, half-white upper body resembled a decayed, moldy white mushroom clinging to the trunk. In the frosty moonlit night, a bonfire was kindled, roasting several fish to satiate the appetites of 4 individuals. An hour passed as they endeavored to pierce through the ominous clouds shrouding the land of rain, bringing forth a radiant sun for the people. Perhaps weary from their exertions, it took a moment to rest. A few dozen meters away, the fragrant aroma of boiled dishes wafted from a wooden cabin, where the occupants relished their dinner, quietly celebrating their survival through another day fraught with peril. As the inky darkness of night descended, lights illuminated the interior of the dwelling. The soft, pale glow seemed to forebode the onset of unfortunate events. Utagawa Fumio, see. This house still has its lights on. Let us venture inside for some food. All right. In the shadows, the voices of 2 men reached the ears of Frosty Moonlight. You all wait here. I shall go and take a look. As the frost-laden moonlight illuminated the surroundings, the momentary silhouette of a figure approached the wooden cabin. 2 Leaf Village Shinobi peered through the window, confirming the area was secure before boldly entering. The inhabitants of the dwelling, upon hearing voices, retreated into the shadowy corner of the room, the male figure cradling his partner and child, resembling a protective bird sheltering its young beneath its wings. Wenxiong, I've found a can. Hurry over, the man whispered furtively, casting a glance towards the illuminated living room. While they are focused on the can, we must escape. It is only a matter of time before they search this room. The woman and child nodded swiftly in agreement. The trio rose cautiously, but the man inadvertently brushed against a nearby shelf, causing a ceramic pot to tumble to the ground. They stared wide-eyed at the pot, their mouths agape. Clatter. Someone's inside. Let us investigate, came the approaching footsteps. The man burst forth, seizing the hand of the Leaf Shinobi, urgently exclaiming, You must flee. There are others in here. Wenxiong, go in and eliminate them. Understood, replied Utagawa Wenxiong, tightening his grip on the kunai as he brushed past the man and entered the room. You all must run, hurry. The man clung desperately to the shinobi's hand, tears streaming down his face like a dam bursting, his voice hoarse in his plea for the others to escape. Nagato, run. The woman forcefully pushed her child back, her gaze resolute as it fixed upon the adversaries. Utagawa Wenxiong, upon entering the room, noted the presence of only a woman and a child, a hint of disdain flickering at the corner of his mouth as he raised his kunai, aiming for the woman's throat. Clang. Ah, fortune smiles upon me. 2 members of the Uzumaki clan, excellent subjects for experimentation. Frosty Moonlight removed her mask, transforming into the form of Shabu-e to intercept the kunai thrown by Utagawa Fumio. Who are you? Utagawa Fumio retreated to Li Ming's side. Nagato's father, I see. Released Li Ming, taking Fuso and Nagato to hide back in the corner. Frosty Moonlight gently tapped the kunai against his forehead protector. Are you blind? Can't you see my forehead protector? I am the deputy leader of the Cloud Ninjas Dark Division. What brings you here, rascal? Aren't you afraid of igniting a war between our 2 nations? Ha ha ha, you are indeed amusing. The land of rain is known for its abundant rainfall. I suggest you wear a waterproof hat. This is the land of rain, and you Leaf Ninjas truly believe yourselves to be the masters here. Shuangyue Kongming illuminated the room, rendering it more discernible. You, Wenxiong, and he exchanged futile words. Eliminate him. Limi, a man of action, possessed unwavering confidence in himself, gripping his kunai as he charged towards Shuangyue Kongming. Wenxiong formed hand seals, joining Limi in their assault. The 2 small adversaries were no match for Shuangyue Kongming in a single confrontation. To stage a performance for Ju, he exerted every ounce of his strength in his act. In the ethereal glow of Frost Moon, a water prison emerged beneath the feet of Kongming. With a swift technique, he evaded the watery confines, rapidly drawing several shurikens and hurling them towards Liming. Clang, clang, clang. Liming deftly wielded his kunai, deflecting every shuriken. With a sudden burst of energy, he propelled himself off the ground, swiftly closing the distance between the two. In the midst of the battle, Frost Moon Kongming conjured a doppelganger to engage in combat with Li Ming, while his true self surged towards the rearmost mage, Wen Xiong. Wen Xiong transformed into an enhanced water cannon, unleashing a torrent of water from his mouth. Frost Moon Kongming sidestepped gracefully, the water wave crashing against the wooden wall and creating a substantial hole. The three combatants clashed with fervor, leaving the room in disarray, its walls shattered on all sides. Ise gently pulled on Fusong's hand, gesturing towards the door with a subtle nod. Fusong understood the cue and imperceptibly inclined her head. The family of three moved cautiously, inching towards the exit, fearful of being detected by the fierce duelists. After half an hour of arduous struggle and exhausted tactics, Frost Moon Kongming succeeded in vanquishing the Konoha Jonin. Frost Moon, you were nearly exhausted, not from battle, but from the performance itself. Where are you headed? I saved your lives, and yet you wish to depart without even a word of farewell. Frost Moon Kongming flung the shuriken from her hand, embedding it precisely 1 centimeter in front of Ise's foot. Ise halted, a sheepish smile gracing her lips as she turned back. My lord, we are going to prepare something for you to eat. Oh, is that so? Am I to thank you for this? Frost Moon Kongming inquired, raising an eyebrow. Of course, Ise stammered. No, it is our duty to do so. Enough with the pleasantries. Your wife and child must accompany me back to Cloud Hidden Village. Frost Moon's ethereal presence interrupted Ise, as she approached the family of three with deliberate steps. Ise spread his arms wide to shield Fusong and Nagato, carefully maneuvering around the kunai embedded in the ground, retreating step by step. Please, I implore you, spare Fusong and Nagato. They are oblivious to everything. Humph, came the reply. I shall seize them for my experimental purposes. Their understanding is of no consequence. Frost Moon approached the Ise family, swiftly incapacitating one of them with a single strike. Lowering his gaze, he noticed Nagato staring intently at him. You little brat, how dare you glare at me? I'll have your eyes gouged out. Shuangyue Kongming extended her 2 fingers towards Nagato. Please, do not. If you must, then take my eyes instead. Fusong, with an unknown surge of strength, grasped Shuangyue Kongming's arm, preventing her from escaping at the first moment. Humph, it is too late now. Frost Moon Kongming rendered Fusong unconscious and, in an instant, removed Nagato's eyes, discarding them into a foul ditch. He then seized Nagato, grasped Ise and Fusong, and leapt away from the Nagato household, returning to the barrier he had set. Once he set Ise and Fusong down, Frost Moon Kongming replaced Nagato's eyes with those of a Konoha Jonin and roused Ise and Fusong from their slumber. Fusong, Nagato, how do you feel? Nagato. As Ise and Fusong awakened, they immediately sat up, their eyes darting around. All right, stop calling out. Just look for yourselves. Chapter 62, Uchiha Madara. Frosty Moonlight let out a sharp command, prompting the group to swiftly retreat. All eyes were drawn to him as they followed the direction of his pointed finger. A peculiar figure, half black and half white, stood silently at the edge of the filthy ditch, expressionless, as it collected Nagato's eyes in silence. While everyone speculated when the strange being would depart, it raised its hands and swiftly formed seals, summoning a multitude of wooden spikes that impaled the body of the Konoha Jonin, rendering it akin to a hedgehog. Following this, it conjured an abundance of wooden stakes, obliterating the vicinity of the Nagato family home for miles around. It appeared to be enraged. Indeed, teacher, you are correct, but what could have provoked such anger? Yahiko, ever the curious one, inquired. Sir, could you enlighten us on what is transpiring? The Ise family asked, utterly perplexed. Vortex Fusong, your fried dumplings are truly exquisite. Frosty Moonlight remarked, reverting to his original form and donning a mask. It's you. You purchased my family's fried dumplings, and at that time, you were accompanied by an exceptionally adorable little sister. In the frosty month of November, Soramizu donned a mask, and the vortex of Fusong instantly recognized him. The impression left on Fusong was particularly profound. One day, a man with dark hair had entered her shop, his face adorned with a peculiar mask, and she had scrutinized him intently. Indeed, she never anticipated they would meet again, and her son had grown up. Yes. It has been several years since the fall of the Land of Vortex, and I have been residing in the Land of Rain. My dear, she remarked, gently caressing the corner of Nagato's eye. What about those eyes? She cautiously inquired. Oh, it is nothing. Those eyes were transplanted from someone when Nagato was but a child, came the reply. Several individuals perked up their ears to listen. Those eyes are extraordinary. Their awakening necessitates the host to undergo immense stimulation. Just now, that peculiar individual attracted the attention of the Konoha ninjas, aiming to eliminate both you and ISC. ISC and Fusang stood frozen in place. Realizing the formidable strength of the stranger, what could they possibly do if he had set his sights on them? Both felt utterly helpless. Little Nagato had already scampered off to play with Yahiko. Do not dwell on it too much. The eyes have been reclaimed, and the ordeal is now behind us. In the frost-laden month of November, a fragment of truth was unveiled by Esgetsu, alleviating the fears that had gripped the Nagato family. Now, follow me to accomplish the mission in the Land of Rain, and I shall escort you to meet Uzumaki Nagato. Thank you, sir. At the burial ground of mountains, an aged Uchiha Madara sat cross-legged beneath the ominous outer path statue, his back remaining remarkably straight despite the passage of time. His once commanding visage had been weathered by the years, his hair a cascade of gray, yet still erect. The lines etched upon his face told tales of the countless battles he had endured, resembling scars that crisscrossed his skin. Rest assured, Lord Madara, I have retrieved your eyes, said a figure nearby. What do you mean, you retrieved them? Speak clearly. Madara's agitation mounted as he coughed incessantly, prompting Obito to step forward and pat his back in a bid to soothe him. Lord Madara, I successfully lured 2 leaf ninjas into the Nagato household. Everything was proceeding smoothly until an unexpected cloud ninja appeared, slaughtering the 2 leaf ninjas and extracting Nagato's eyes, discarding them into a filthy ditch. Zetsu explained with an unchanging expression. Damn that cloud ninja, thwarting my plans and seeking his own demise. What is his name? Madara demanded. He is the deputy leader of the Umbu from the hidden cloud village, Shabui. Obito, Zetsu, bring him to me. The unfortunate Shabui remained oblivious to the impending doom that loomed over him. With the mission in the Land of Moon failing, he faced a severe reprimand from the Raikage. Losing his position as deputy leader of the Umbu, consumed by bitterness, he sought solace in taverns, drowning his sorrows in drink. Obito and Zetsu covertly infiltrated the hidden cloud village, scouring the area until they finally located Shabui in a tavern. To dare disrupt Lord Madara's endeavors. He possesses mediocre strength, but an audacious spirit. This is the one. Deliver him to Lord Madara. The method of his reckoning lies in Madara's hands. In a drunken stupor, Shabui was effortlessly escorted from the hidden cloud village. Lord Madara, we have brought the man back. How shall we proceed with him? Obito tossed Shabui before Madara. Awaken him. With a swift hand sign, Obito sprayed a concoction of salt water into Shabui's face. Gradually regaining consciousness, Shabui propped himself up on his elbows, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. Upon spotting Madara and the others, he leapt backward, adopting a defensive stance. Who are you? What is your intention in bringing me to this wretched place? No one responded. Zetsu swiftly appeared behind him, executing a sweeping kick that sent Shabui crashing to the ground. I asked the questions, you provide the answers, or you shall perish. Very well. I shall answer your queries. Why did you extract Nagato's eyes? Shabui's eyes reflected confusion. Who is Nagato? I did not extract his eyes. Still defiant, I see, Zetsu remarked. He raised his hand, conjuring 2 wooden spikes that pierced Shabui's thighs. I truly do not know. There must be a misunderstanding. I have not left the hidden cloud village in ages. Shabui exclaimed, clutching his legs in agony. Is that so? Heal him. Obito approached, roughly extracting the wooden spikes from Shabui's legs and employing ninjutsu to mend his wounds. As the pain swiftly subsided, Shabui silently stood aside, fully aware that his life hung in the balance, subject to the whims of those before him. Obito, engage him in combat, Madara commanded. Needing to ascertain whether Shabui was indeed the one who had thwarted his plans, he had previously instructed Obito on the matter, turning to Shabui to declare, Unleash your full potential, otherwise, you shall die. Obito and Shabui nodded, moving to a nearby clearing where the battle erupted in an instant. Shabui unleashed his most adept lightning techniques, yet he was vastly outmatched by Obito, succumbing within mere minutes. Zetsu, was it him? Madara inquired. Lord Madara, it was not the one who sabotaged your plans. He did not employ lightning techniques. Madara fell into contemplation, pondering the identity of the individual who had disrupted his meticulously laid plans. Who had extracted Nagato's eyes? Was it an accidental act or a deliberate scheme? Why had this individual chosen to appear as a cloud ninja? Were they attempting to conceal their actions in the land of rain? Or had they discovered Zetsu lurking in the shadows? The enigma surrounding this figure left Madara feeling increasingly uneasy. Lord Madara, how shall we deal with him? Obito's victorious return, holding Shabui with one hand, abruptly interrupted Madara's thoughts. Casting a glance at Shabui, Madara calculated the potential of his strength. He deemed him useful enough for future endeavors involving the collection of tailed beasts, a fitting pawn. Are you willing to serve me? The intensity of Madara's gaze sent a shiver down Shibui's spine. Upon realizing the possibility of survival, he hastily rose, kneeling on one knee. I am willing. Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. Your task is to venture into the land of rain and uncover the identity of the one who has disrupted my plans. If circumstances allow, bring him back. In the month of frost and clear skies, Kong Ming, accompanied by 6 individuals, 3 adults and 3 children, wandered aimlessly through the rain country. He was in search of another elder from the Akatsuki, the formidable Weitoa Tianji, whose intelligence-gathering skills were rather impressive. Chapter 63, A Small Casual Encounter. Within the makeshift shelter constructed by the ethereal frost moon, Nagato and Yahiko engaged in a playful game of marbles. Witness my flying projectile technique, he exclaimed, only to swiftly evade it with a sudden movement. Konan sat beside him, clutching a piece of paper. Her small face set in earnest concentration as she tossed it to the ground. With her delicate hands gesturing wildly, she called out in her youthful voice, explosion. In the serene month of frost, the sky appeared clear. Casting a glance outside, the rain cascaded like a waterfall, prompting Shuangyue, Kong Ming to abandon his plans of venturing outdoors. Nagato, Yahiko, Konan, come here. The rain is heavy today, making it unsuitable for an outing. I shall teach you the art of chakra extraction. With nothing pressing to attend to, he prepared to instruct the 3 young ones in their training. Really? Teacher? Konan's wide eyes gleamed with anticipation. Wonderful. Nagato, our teacher is going to guide us in our training. Yahiko exclaimed, leaping with excitement as he called out to Nagato. Nagato nodded earnestly, clenching his small fists. Yes. Come closer. Shuangyue Kong Ming beckoned the trio to him. Today, I will teach you the fundamentals of becoming a ninja, beginning with chakra extraction. Frost Moon Akira imparted the art of chakra extraction to the trio of young prodigies, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. Their innate talents shone brightly. For within the span of merely 2 days, all 3 successfully harnessed their chakra. Meanwhile, Ayase ventured to fetch water, while Nagato and Yahiko set out to catch a few fish. Fusang and Miho busied themselves with kindling a fire for their meal. As the sun once again yielded to the moon, Frost Moon Akira concluded the day's activities and sought refuge in an unoccupied dwelling. Teacher, we all have tasks to attend to. What about you? Inquired one of the students. My responsibilities are paramount, overseeing your endeavors. Konan, come here and give my shoulders a gentle massage. TCH, you lazy teacher. Shuangyue Kongming found a comfortable spot to settle down, while Xiaonan obediently kneaded his shoulders. Let go of Nagato, you scoundrel. Teacher, hurry. There's a rascal holding Nagato. The frantic cries of Yahiko pierced through Shuangyue Kongming's ears, prompting him to spring to his feet. With a single stride, he reached the entrance, kicked the door wide open, and dashed straight towards the riverbank. Cry all you want, it will be of no use. No one can save you. Shabu, he held Nagato firmly, stepping closer to Yahiko. You scoundrel. Our teacher will never let you off. Yahiko threatened Shabu, retreating cautiously. Huh. What a load of nonsense about your teacher. If he dares to show up, he will meet his end. Perhaps he has already fled, Shabui scoffed. Indifferent to the child's bravado, bolstered by the unwavering confidence bestowed upon him by the 2 strange companions behind him. Is that so? You certainly possess a bold spirit. Frosty moonlight emerged behind Mihiko, reaching out to lift him and place him behind her. Are you their teacher? It was you who impersonated me, sabotaging the adult's plan and nearly causing my demise. Suddenly, Shuangyue Kongming appeared, causing Shabu to startle and take a step back. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed 2 prominent figures behind her, which restored her confidence as she firmly stood her ground and began to question Shuangyue Kongming. Lord Chongmen, please. You must save Lord Chongmen. Hearing the commotion, Ayase Fusang and a few others gathered around, with Fusang tightly clutching Xuanyue Kongming's arm, her face a portrait of desperation. Rest assured. Frost Moon gently brushed aside Fusang's hand and turned to Shabu Yi, saying, "What of it? Who's to blame for your unattractiveness? I remember your face after a single glance. You scoundrel, tell me, who are you? Otherwise, I shall take his life." Shabu Yi's teeth ground together audibly, one hand gripping Nagamoto while the other tightened around his throat, applying pressure gradually. "Stop!" Ise and Fusang shouted as they rushed towards Shabu Yi, but Frost Moon bound them in place. "Ha ha, speak quickly." Shabu Yi increased the pressure, causing Nagamoto's lips to gradually turn purple and his eyes to roll back. "You ought not to threaten me." In the ethereal light of Frost Moon, an imperceptible speed manifested behind Shabu Yi, drawing close to her ear and softly uttering a few words. It was as if she heard the whispered incantations of a demon, causing her pupils to constrict in response. In the month of frost and clear skies, Getsuke Mei enveloped his right hand with the art of wind release, granting it a sharpness surpassing that of a blade. Furthermore, it conjured numerous miniature whirlwinds that lingered at the site of injury, relentlessly exacerbating the wound. As Frost Moon's clear blade descended, it swiftly severed Shibuki's arm, and she caught Nagato, handing him over to Fusang. Fusang quickly accepted Nagato, holding him tightly in her embrace, nuzzling her face against his head. "Ah!" The pain radiating from her arm jolted Shibuki back to consciousness, and she clutched her bleeding left shoulder, crying out in agony. Absolute and Afei, witnessing Shibuki's defeat, had no choice but to intervene personally. The two swiftly descended beside Shibuki, taking action to staunch her bleeding. "May I inquire as to your identity?" Absolute asked, his gaze fixed intently on Frost Moon. In the frost-laden month of November, Kongming raised his gaze towards the hazy moon. "Strictly speaking, I am your father from the future." The pallid visage turned dark, while the ashen countenance transformed to a ghostly white. Otsutsuki Kagaya is the absolute forbidden zone, having traversed countless years in pursuit of resurrecting Kagaya. Frost Moon's clarity not only berated him, but also desecrated her mother, causing her fury to surge. "You seek death," Afei declared as he took action. He merged with Shabu Yi, significantly amplifying her power. Shabu Yi clenched her right fist, feeling the surge of strength reinvigorate her confidence. Her eyes blazed with the fire of vengeance, capable of scorching the heavens. "You are doomed, and so are those behind you," she intoned, her voice as frigid as being cast naked into water at 40 degrees below zero. "You still believe you stand a chance?" Wind release, wind moon crescent blade. In the crisp air of frosty November, Kongming swung her right hand from below to above, unleashing a crescent-shaped wind blade. In a moment of panic, Shibuyi swiftly evaded, as a massive boulder several dozen meters behind her was cleaved in two, leaving a mark as thin as a strand of hair in its wake. This was the wind style, cascading slashes. In the frosty moonlight, Kongming Xuanyue deftly wielded her hands, unleashing a flurry of wind blades that sliced through the air. Shibuyi narrowly evaded the onslaught, darting left and right. Afei, quickly dispel the possession, Ju shouted. Just as Afei released the possession, Kongming Xuanyue's hand blade descended, nearly severing Shibuyi's head. Afei touched his neck, feeling a lingering dread. He had come perilously close to death. Oh dear, that was a near miss. In the frosty month of November, the air was crisp and clear. With a sigh and a furrowed brow, a sense of regret lingered in the atmosphere. The matter was far from resolved. We must depart. Ju led Afei into the embrace of the trees, vanishing from sight. Let us return. For now, the peril has been averted, and you all must diligently engage in your cultivation. Frosty moonlight gently patted the little heads of the three small ones. Understood, teacher. A few days later, frosty moonlight finally located the celestial aid of Weituwa Tianji, while being pursued by 3 Leaf Village ninjas. Frosty November skies shimmer as I kick stones from the ground, shattering a ninja's knee. Who dares to conceal themselves? Come forth. 3 Leaf Village ninjas stand back to back, vigilantly observing the slightest rustle in their surroundings. I only seek that child. You may depart. Frosty November's serene glow emerged from the shadows, advancing step by step towards Jinju. How audacious, to ambush us and still exhibit such arrogance. The clamor is unbearable. Frosty moonlight instantaneously arrived beside 3 Leaf Village ninjas, gripping each of their necks with one hand, gradually applying pressure. Stop, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Chapter 64, A Farewell to Tsunade. In the frost-laden moonlight, the figure swiftly turned 180 degrees, revealing the long-desired silhouette behind. Releasing the captured leaf ninja from their grasp, they took a few steps forward, turned again, and clasped their hands behind their back, standing before the formidable forces of the Leaf Village. "Who are you?" inquired Tsunade, who had just arrived. In the frost-laden month of November, Kamai struggled to restrain his legs, which yearned to rush towards Tsunade. His feet were firmly entrenched in the ground, while his hands were tightly clasped behind him, fingers interlocked. He incessantly whispered to himself that he was only drawing Tsunade's attention. How he longed to stride forward and embrace her, yet he refrained, fearing he might inadvertently place her in jeopardy. Countless eyes were upon him, and surely there were others lurking as well. His mind incessantly repeated that within a year, at most, he would be able to soar alongside Tsunade. Taking a deep breath, Kamai responded, questioning why the leader of the Akatsuki organization and one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha had arrived alone. The words escaped his lips, laden with a hoarse tremor and a hint of choking emotion. "I alone am sufficient," he declared defiantly. "Why do you target the ninjas of Konoha?" Tsunade retorted, forcefully striking the air with her fist. In the frost-laden month, Escalates shook her head, refraining from directly addressing Tsunade's inquiry. The village of Konoha had indeed deteriorated year by year, engaging in the wanton slaughter of innocent civilians from the land of rain, thus tarnishing the legacy of Senju Hashirama. Tsunade unclenched her fist and lowered her hands, enveloped in silence. "Lady Tsunade, do not heed his fabrications. He was the one who initiated the ambush and shattered my kneecap. Lady Tsunade, do you see any corpses of civilians around? He is slandering us. The fault lies with him. Indeed, Lady Tsunade, swiftly eliminate him." 3 Konoha ninjas hastily retreated to the main force, their voices rising in a fervent clamor. "Huh," Shuangyue Kongming pronounced with a nasal tone. His left eye closed while his right eye squinted slightly. With a sudden stomp of his foot, shards of stone erupted. He flicked a fragment of rock with his thumb and middle finger, propelling it with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Caution prevailed. Tsunade, channeling her formidable strength through her right hand, struck the ground fiercely, sending a large slab of earth soaring to obstruct the path of the incoming stones. The fragment, however, pierced through the earthen barrier in an instant, continuing its trajectory to strike a certain ninja in the head, one who had previously suffered a shattered knee at the hands of Shuangyue Kongming. Fortune seemed to favor him, as he had now met with calamity twice. The impact was akin to a watermelon bursting, red and white splattering across the surrounding ninjas. "I had mentioned how noisy you all were. Why did you not heed my words?" Mere seconds ago, the 2 ninjas who had been jumping about nodded vigorously, rummaging through their packs for shuriken, quickly severing a piece of their sleeves to stuff into their mouths. "You scoundrel, what are you doing? Why did you kill him?" "Well, it's all your fault. If you had blocked it, I could have taken out 3 at once." In the serene embrace of frosty November, the tranquil figure raised 3 fingers, with the thumb and index finger fortuitously forming a perfect circle. Tsunade, in a fit of fury, gasped for breath, her chest rising and falling with intense agitation. In the crisp air of frosty November, Kamai cast a casual glance, noting the subtle transformation of a small bun into a larger one. Tsunade, leading her team, had yet to arrive at the designated meeting point. After a prolonged wait, with the appointed time having elapsed, Jiraiya and Orochimaru grew increasingly concerned that Tsunade's squad might have encountered peril and decided to trace their route. What had transpired? Jiraiya sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Not only was there an eerie silence among Tsunade's team, but their breaths were also measured and cautious. Tsunade gestured towards the headless corpse on the ground. "Who did this?" "A masked scoundrel. Be careful. He is formidable." Jiraiya and Orochimaru turned to Kamai, scrutinizing him from head to toe. The legendary trio of Konoha had assembled, yet everything felt unchanged. "Why did you kill him? Did he wrong you in any way?" In the frosty month of November, Kamai clenched his right fist, surrounded by swirling winds, with the technique of wind release enveloping his entire being. "Be careful." Tsunade's words had barely escaped her lips when he retorted, "Do you think you are worthy to question me? It is only because Hanzo the Salamander has chosen to spare you that you stand here." Frosty moonlight descended before Jiraiya, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen that sent him flying backward. "You are ungrateful," destroying his homeland. In a swift motion, he teleported behind Jiraiya, delivering a kick to his back, slaying his people. With a flicker, he appeared above Orochimaru, forcefully stomping down on his shoulders, driving him into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. "I killed a leaf ninja, and yet you mourn." How many innocents of the Rain country have perished at your hands without a trace of sorrow from you? Tsunade commanded her team to assist Jiraiya and extricate Orochimaru. In war, there are always casualties. Their deaths are deserved. Why waste words with him? Let us unite and eliminate him. Silence! Shouted a disgruntled Leaf Ninja who had just arrived, emboldened by the presence of thousands of Leaf Shinobi. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru attempted to intervene, but it was too late. They immediately organized their forces for defense. Well said. I shall slay you, and you will have earned your fate. Wait, Chief of the Empire, we can negotiate. Tsunade stepped to the forefront, gazing intently at frosty moonlight. Negotiate? What is there to discuss? The winds around them grew increasingly turbulent, and the rain fell in a frantic rush toward the ground. As the frost moon ascends, it casts its luminous glow upon the Leaf Village ninja forces from above. Just hold on for 3 more minutes, and we shall grant you mercy. Humph, what are you pretending for? We fear not even the formidable Hanzo of the Salamander. In the frost-laden twilight, Escalates pointed towards the Leaf Ninja forces as countless raindrops, akin to C-rank ninjutsu, cascaded upon the assembly. Tsunade, present, had no intention of annihilating all of Konoha's inhabitants, for the prospect of sleeping on the couch in the future was far from appealing. Earth Affinity Ninjas. Swiftly employ your defensive techniques. With a flourish of the summoning jutsu, Tsunade and her companions called forth their summoned beasts. Jiraiya, you have landed yourself in quite the predicament. Fukasaku unleashed flames from his mouth while wielding his weapon with fervor. Orochimaru remarked, this time we require 500 living souls. As the robust Manda swept away raindrops with its tail, Tsunade's slug remained tranquil, dividing itself to heal the injured Leaf Ninjas. Gradually, the Konoha ninjas adapted to the rhythm, and the number of casualties ceased to rise. However, this was merely a fraction of their strength. How impressive they thought they were. Very well, Konoha ninjas possess spirit. Let us raise the stakes a little. The frost moon's ethereal light awakens the slumbering tempest, rendering the ground conditions dire and casualties on the rise. Everyone huddles together, striving for a united defense. Tsunade and her companions position themselves on the periphery, coordinating with their summoned beasts to fend off the assault of the frost moon. 3 minutes have elapsed. Time is up. I shall spare you this time. But should we meet again, fate will not continue to favor you. Xuangyue Kongming ceased her assault and seized Jinzhong, who had been watching from the sidelines. With a series of swift movements, they gradually distanced themselves. The ninjas of Konoha, still haunted by the recent skirmish, collapsed onto the ground. Tsunade and her companions assessed the casualties. 1/10 had perished, and 60% were injured, predominantly among the lower-ranking ninjas. The few upper ninjas, whom Xuangyue Kongming had focused on, had naturally met their demise as well. Given the current circumstances, a retreat to the border base for recuperation was imperative. Indeed, with 60% of the force injured, the threat posed by the Land of Rain loomed dangerously close. After deliberation, Tsunade and her team swiftly organized the Konoha ninjas' withdrawal. Chapter 65. Scheming between two nations at the Konoha frontline base. Tsunade and her companions returned under the cover of night. Upon arrival, Tsunade immediately mobilized medical ninjas to tend to the wounded. Throughout the night, the conditions of the Konoha ninjas stabilized, and for the next 2 to 3 months, they were to rest, refraining from any combat. As dawn broke the following day, Tsunade emerged from the base, her complexion resembling freshly painted walls, swaying slightly as she sat down upon a large rock. Slug, I am still too weak. Kongming is depending on my protection. Please teach me sage techniques. Tsunade, your beloved might not require your safeguarding. Do not place such immense pressure upon yourself. Slug, how can you say that? I must protect Kongming. Tsunade raised her voice. My point is that your beloved might possess extraordinary strength, perhaps even beyond comprehension. Impossible, Tsunade replied, shaking her head gently as she supported it with her right hand. The one you fought yesterday was likely your beloved. I distinctly recall his scent, the slug remarked. Really? That is splendid news. Kongming is strong and safe, Tsunade exclaimed, her fatigue dissipating like the damp morning breeze of the Land of Rain, her smile illuminating the dawn's light. Jiraiya dispatched swift ninjas to relay the news back to Konoha. Upon receiving the report, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback and promptly summoned Danzo and his companions for a discussion. Jiraiya and his team encountered a masked figure, leading to a confrontation. The village's dispatched ninjas suffered a 10% loss, with 60% sustaining injuries. What course of action do you propose? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, handing the report to Danzo. Remain inactive. The frontline ninjas should first recuperate. We must temporarily avoid engagement with Hanzo of the Salamander. The forces from the Sand Village have already entered the Land of Rain. Let them engage first. Danzo was the first to suggest. Agreed. I concur. Mito Gate In and T Nakakoha added in support of Danzo's strategy. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a decisive call. Very well. We shall proceed as Danzo advises. But what of the masked figure? Humph. Dispatch Elite Umbu to eliminate him, Danzo declared, clenching his fist and striking the nearby table. Splashing tea onto Mito Gaidon. That is inadvisable. Jiraiya's report indicates that this individual does not intend to oppose Konoha. During such a critical period of war, we should avoid creating formidable enemies. We must temporarily disregard him and investigate his identity discreetly. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted. Hiruzen, he has killed numerous ninjas from our village. And you wish to let him go? You are too weak, Danzo retorted. This is only temporary. We shall reassess everything once the war concludes. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Danzo stormed out of the Hokage's office, seething as he returned to the root headquarters. Seated at his desk, he wrote a single word, death, his pen piercing through several sheets of paper, the instrument itself becoming distorted from his grip. Come in. Lord Danzo, how may I assist you? Send a team to the Land of Rain to locate a man wearing a mask. Bring back his corpse. Understood. Thus, Danzo's clandestine endeavors were fated to come to naught. In the month of frost, Kongming grasped the hand of Jinju and returned to the sanctuary, having successfully completed the mission in the Land of Rain. He has now brought back 3 grand and 4 minor companions to the Land of Water. He shall revisit the Land of Rain in 6 months, as the heart of Tao is on the verge of cooling completely. In the frost-laden month, Getsuke may assigned Fusong and Ise to the village of the Whirlpool. Entrusted Nagato, Yahiko, and Zuki to Uchihakawa, while Konan was left in the care of Quarer. Mihue was tasked with managing the sustenance of a group of young ninjas within a secret realm. Having witnessed the dire circumstances of the common folk in the Land of Rain, Getsuke may yearn to develop a formidable tool. The industrious Uzumaki clan was finally about to be of service. Village Chief Ashina, please have a seat. The reason for your summons today is that there are matters requiring the assistance of your Uzumaki clan. Your command, Lord Getsu. Frost Moon Kongming picked up a piece of paper from the table, upon which was sketched a small figure, remarkably resembling the little imp of the new moon. This illustrated the activation principle of the new moon's perilous technique. If water, oil, and the fire release ninjutsu were to be sealed together in advance, would it not yield a similar explosive effect? Furthermore, could the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan encapsulate ninjutsu within a scroll, equipped with a switch to trigger the release after a brief interval? Uzumaki looming scrutinized the drawing intently. Master Frost Moon, we could certainly experiment, though I cannot guarantee success. Very well, proceed with the endeavor. Seek out Kakuzu if you require assistance. With that, Uzumaki looming departed, while Frost Moon Kongming entered the inner courtyard, embracing Guo for a moment and reflecting on Lien. Meanwhile, the war in the Land of Rain raged on, with Sunagakure joining the fray. Frosty Moonlight cast his gaze upon the nations below, contemplating both the Land of Water and its neighboring territories. He devised a 3-step strategy. The first step was to sow discord between the two nations. Their amicable relations must be turned into animosity. The second step involved instigating war between them, for only the citizens who have endured the anguish of conflict would welcome the dominion of the Water Nation. The third and final step was to dispatch troops to invade both lands, thereby bringing them under the rule of the Water Kingdom. In the realm of Frost Moon, Kongming publicly proclaimed his intention to wed within 2 years, aspiring to construct a resplendent palace of gold as his marital abode. The Water Nation commenced the extensive acquisition of gold, causing its value to soar with the increasing demand. A few days later, he clandestinely journeyed to the border between the two nations, burying a gold mine deep beneath the earth, encased in formidable, unyielding rock. Upon completion of his scheme, Frost Moon, Kongming orchestrated the revelation of the gold mine to both nations, eliciting jubilant cheers from their denizens. Following a thorough examination by experts, it was determined that the sole viable entrance for excavation lay on the side of this nation, adjacent to the border. The two nations resolved to collaborate in the extraction efforts. However, complications soon arose. The side belonging to the other nation was rich in gold. while this nation's side yielded nothing but stone. Brother Chiyu, it appears fortune favors me. I am grateful for your assistance in tunneling, remarked the lord of this nation. What do you imply, Brother Xiao? Do you intend to monopolize the gold mine? Queried the lord of this nation. Such words are unbecoming. For the gold mine lies on the side of your nation and rightfully belongs to me. Very well, Lord Xiao, you are most commendable. Proceed to excavate on your side of the border. I shall not grant you access to mine here. With a flick of his sleeve, the lord of this nation departed from the border, dispatching troops to guard the tunnel and barring the other nation from utilizing it. In retaliation, the lord of the other nation also stationed troops at the border, leading to a tense standoff between the two realms. In the frosty night of November, Kei-mei visited the minister of finance of this nation, urging him to counsel the lord of this land to clandestinely extract gold. Upon witnessing the staggering sum of 100 million taels presented by Kei-mei, the minister's eyes widened in astonishment as he rushed to embrace the chest of coins, eagerly nodding in agreement. The following day, he proposed, "My lord Chiyo, we have been at odds with the neighboring nation, incurring substantial expenses daily. Would it not be prudent to covertly mine for gold under the cover of night? But what if we are discovered? Such an act would surely ignite war between our two nations. My lord Chiyo, war is inevitable unless you are willing to relinquish the gold mine to them. Is that a possibility?" "Absolutely not," Chiyo declared with unwavering resolve. "You are correct. Organize a team and commence the mining tonight." After several days of secretive extraction, the neighboring nation uncovered the operation. The lord of that land furiously denounced Chiyo as a shameless thief, leading to the formal declaration of war. The army of the Water Nation stood ready for battle. Chapter 66. The conquest of two nations. The war between the neighboring nation and this land unfolded like a mere pebble cast into the vast ocean, provoking not even the slightest ripple. Various nations and villages glanced briefly at the intelligence reports regarding the conflict, carelessly discarding them into nearby waste receptacles. Their concerns were more fixated on whether the chicken killed by the sand-hidden village was a rooster or a hen. That despicable thief! Strike him fiercely and reclaim our gold mine. The lord of the neighboring nation raised an exquisite set of tea-ware high, only to hurl it violently to the ground. With a resounding crash, the tea set shattered into countless pieces. The lord cast a fleeting glance at the remnants, a flicker of regret passing through him. The tea service had been a gift from the lord of this nation, symbolizing a century of peace and friendship between their lands. Now, however, the relationship was as fractured as the shattered porcelain, irreparably broken. Yet he felt no remorse. The interests of the nation outweighed all else, and the gold mine must reside in the hands of the neighboring nation. A tug-of-war ensued over the gold mine, with both nations experiencing victories and losses, resulting in significant casualties. Ignoring the protests of their ministers, the lords of both nations resolved to enforce conscription. My lord Chiyo, we have suffered considerable losses in battle, and our reserves have already been deployed to the front lines. Soon, we shall find ourselves devoid of soldiers. The general of this nation rushed to Chiyo, his armor clattering as he approached with urgency, his face etched with concern over the dwindling manpower. Conscription must be enacted across the nation. Able-bodied men must take to the battlefield. But my lord, discontent is brewing among the populace. Forcing conscription may provoke extreme reactions from the citizens. With a resounding slap, Chiyo silenced the general. We cannot afford to lose this war. Victory is paramount. The gold mine shall be mine, and so shall the neighboring nation. As the conflict escalated in ferocity, the discontent among the populace grew increasingly palpable. In the month of frost and clarity, Kongming believes that the time has come for the Water Nation to deploy its forces. Within the grand assembly hall of the daimyo's residence, Kakazu and Hishu, the responsibility for the war between their nation and the other rests upon your shoulders. Frostmoon Kongming pointed at the map and addressed the two. Victory in this war shall undoubtedly be ours. We must seize this opportunity to train our troops. Young master, shall we deploy the ninjas we have been secretly training to the battlefield? Uchihakawa seemed to grasp his intentions. Indeed, we shall send half of our ninjas to partake in the conflict. Frostmoon Kong has clandestinely profited from the hidden mist village for several years, intercepting hundreds of young ninjas. He intends to leverage this minor conflict to hone their practical combat skills. Understood, young master. We shall prepare immediately. Go, Kakazu. Remember to bring back the gold. Indeed, the gold mined through the system does not count towards points. Frostmoon Kong must reclaim it to prevent others from benefiting. As the two nations engage in fierce battle, The forces of the Water Nation surge forth to attack both the other country and this one. The lords of the warring states, in a state of panic, call for an immediate ceasefire, dispatching envoys to discuss a meeting between the two leaders. After deliberation, Lord Chiyo and Lord Hiyu decide to meet at the border. In the forest at the border, the two lords sit at opposite ends of a long table. Just as they settle into their chairs, the lord of the other nation leaps up, one hand braced against the table, the other pointing accusingly at Lord Chiyo. Chiyo, all the blame falls on you. Had you not obstructed my mining of the gold mine, none of this would have happened. Lord Hiyu, do not twist the truth. It was your greed for monopolizing the gold mine that led to my intervention. The lord of this nation, Chiyo, remains firmly seated, his gaze fixed on Lord Hiyu, harboring a desire to see him utterly destroyed. Silence. How dare you speak, you thief? You sent men under the cover of night to stealthily mine the gold. Your shamelessness knows no bounds. Humph. We had agreed that the gold mine would be developed jointly. My mining efforts are entirely justified. We shall discuss our grievances later. For now, the forces of the Water Nation are invading, and we must drive them away. Lord Hiyu resumes his seat, his tone turning serious. Neither this nation nor that nation stands a chance against the Water Nation alone. We must act in unison. Very well, but I hope you will not betray me. Pressured by the circumstances, Lord Chiyo reluctantly agrees to cooperate. Rest assured, I can discern priorities. The brief meeting between the two lords concludes with an agreement to unite against their common foe. However, the citizens of both nations are utterly disillusioned with their leaders' actions, disregarding their commands and surrendering en masse. The forces of the Water Nation advance unhindered, gradually encroaching upon the capital of this nation. Realizing he cannot withstand the might of the Water Nation, the lord of this nation flees with the last of his loyal soldiers into the other nation, biding his time for a chance to reclaim his throne. The Water Nation captures this nation and continues its assault on the other. The lords of both nations, offering the gold mine as compensation, seek aid from the other four great nations. Konoha and Sunigakure are embroiled in a fierce struggle with the Rain Nation, while the Wind and Fire Nations decline the requests for assistance. The Earth Nation and the Lightning Nation, being too distant, similarly refuse to provide reinforcements. Faced with despair, Lords Chiyo and Hiyu expend vast resources to hire a band of ninjas to assist in the fight. On the front lines, Commanders Kakazu and Uchihakawa of the Water Nation, upon learning of the hired ninjas, feel a surge of joy. Such an addition would serve to fulfill their training objectives. With the ninjas' involvement, the danger and brutality of the war escalate significantly. The ninjas from the Water Nation, lacking battlefield experience, suffer numerous ambushes and fall into traps, resulting in considerable casualties. Despite the heavy toll, the ninjas gradually become more adept, mastering the rhythm of combat, tilting the balance of victory in favor of the Water Nation. Days later, the forces of the Water Nation encircle the capital of the other nation, setting the stage for a final confrontation. The lords of both this nation and the other gather their remaining soldiers to defend the capital. For days, they fortify the walls, construct defensive installations, and prepare ample supplies of boiling oil. The two lords mortgage the gold mine to the underground exchange for additional ninjas. A brutal siege ensues, with daily casualties mounting. The Water Nation, equipped with medical ninjas, manages to keep the death toll relatively low. In contrast, the soldiers of the other nation and the other nation suffer increasing losses. Witnessing his forces dwindle and the prospect of reclaiming his throne fading, Lord Chiyo discreetly contacts Kakazu. He plans to act as an informant, opening the city gates in exchange for his own survival, and Frostmoon Kong ultimately agrees to his request. The following day, having reached an accord, Lord Chiyo opens the northern gate under his purview, allowing the forces of the Water Nation to surge in, hastening towards the residence of the lord of the other nation. Chiyo, you treacherous wretch! I shall not let you escape my wrath, even in death. Flames engulf Lord Hiyu's palace, and a chilling wail emanates from within, akin to a vengeful specter in the night. Lord Hiyu perishes in the inferno, and with the war concluded, Frostmoon Kong successfully seizes both this nation and the other, establishing the Sea Nation's strategic foothold, with only the Rainbow Nation yet to be claimed. Throughout the turmoil of war, Frostmoon Kong remains largely indifferent, preoccupied instead with selecting a gift to propose to Tsunade. Chapter 67. A proposal at this time. It is already the 37th year of Konoha. Frostmoon, having traversed 16 years, intends to wed this year, with 3 prospective brides in mind, Guier, Lianer, and Tsunade. He prepares to propose to Tsunade. affirming their engagement even if she cannot attend the wedding this year. Summon Kakuzu forthwith. In the frosty month of November, Kongming walked with a lightness in his step, his body seemingly floating on the clouds. He appeared as though he had just emerged from a honey pot, surrounded by winds that were imbued with sweetness. In the frosty month of November, Escalates hummed a soft tune, his hands deftly selecting gifts, carefully placing the betrothal presents into a box. He had prepared 6 boxes of gifts to be delivered to Konoha village under the leadership of Kakuzu. Kakuzu, you are to ensure these gifts reach Konoha, delivering them to either Sarutobi Hiruzen or Uzumaki Mido. Make haste and return swiftly. Understood, my lord. In Konoha village, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, repeatedly puffing on his pipe, the ashtray overflowing with remnants of ash. Since receiving the news of Getsuke-mei's proposal, he found himself in a state of turmoil. Logically and emotionally, marriage was a natural course of life, and he had no grounds for opposition. However, Tsunade was crucial to the village's welfare at present, and he was reluctant to let her depart. After much contemplation, he resolved to suppress the matter for the time being, concealing it from Tsunade. The war between Konoha and the Land of Rain had reached a critical juncture, and Tsunade was an indispensable asset on the battlefield. If she were to leave, he would have to take her place in combat, and a vision of Senju Tobarama's demise flashed before his eyes. Hiruzen was unwilling to step onto the battlefield. He needed Tsunade at the front lines. Come forth. What are your orders, Hokage-sama? A masked figure appeared in the Hokage's office, kneeling before Hiruzen. Lead the Umbu to welcome Kakuzu and discreetly bring him to my office. This must remain a secret. No one must know. As you command. Kakuzu, leading a retinue of 100 suitors, departed from the land of water. After 5 days at sea, they landed in the land of fire. Just as the group disembarked, they were surrounded by a contingent of masked ninjas. You will come with us, the leader commanded. Kakuzu remained silent, raising his right hand to signal his companions to guard the boxes. He stepped forward, standing tall, surveying the surroundings to confirm that no one lurked in the shadows. His gaze returned to the masked ninjas, assessing their strengths with a discerning eye. Kakuzu began to weave hand seals, ready to retaliate. Stand aside, or perish. Humph. You refuse our hospitality. Take him down. The others are insignificant. The Umbu ninjas attacked simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu toward Kakuzu. In an instant, the area around him erupted in an explosion, enveloping the scene in clouds of smoke as the Umbu hurled shurikens blindly into the mist. Yet, as the smoke dissipated, Kakuzu was nowhere to be found. Now it is my turn to strike. Kakuzu's voice echoed from behind the Umbu, causing them to whirl around in alarm. Behind Kakuzu stood several peculiar entities. As he entered the Earth Grudge Fear state, several hearts already detached from his body. After a brief moment of confusion, the Umbu unleashed a combined ninjutsu attack, but all were caught off guard and fell to the ground. Kakuzu approached the fallen Umbu step by step. Wait, please take it slow. We come on the orders of Hokage-sama to welcome you. In the face of imminent death, the leader leapt forward, positioning himself a few meters before Kakuzu, hands raised before his chest, ready to perform a technique. His earlier arrogance vanished, urgency permeating his tone. Kakuzu halted, his gaze fixed intently on the lead Umbu. Beads of sweat trickled down the Umbu's forehead, palms dampened, and he stood frozen in place. Let us proceed. Follow me. The lead Umbu exhaled deeply, discreetly wiping away the sweat. It was no simple task for Kakuzu's entourage to stealthily enter Konoha. The lead Umbu cautiously conferred with Kakuzu. Your group is too large. Entering the village may attract attention. Would it be possible to leave some members outside? Of course. Kakuzu surmised that during wartime, Konoha might suspect his followers of being spies. His goal was solely to deliver the betrothal gifts. Other matters were inconsequential. Kakuzu nodded in agreement. As night fell, Kakuzu and his party awaited the cover of darkness. The Umbu guided them expertly through the barrier, evading hidden sentries and patrols, ultimately arriving at the Hokage Tower. Kakuzu ordered his men to place the 6 boxes on the ground, setting a smaller box on the Hokage's desk. Hokage Sarutobi, I convey my greetings on behalf of Lord Getsu. Lord Getsu is too kind. I hope he is well. Sarutobi gently opened the box, revealing a crystal orb the size of 2 adult fists, which he handled with great fondness. Lord Getsu is in good health. Now, let us discuss matters at hand. Please, Minister Kakuzu, proceed. Sarutobi feigned ignorance as Kakuzu gestured towards the 6 boxes behind him. I have come to Konoha village to propose to Princess Tsunade on behalf of Lord Getsu. What splendid news. Sarutobi rose from his seat, advancing to open one of the boxes. The golden light illuminated the Hokage's office, revealing a box brimming with gold coins, awakening a hint of greed within him. As Tsunade's mentor, I wholeheartedly support the union between Lord Getsu and Tsunade. Excellent. When might I have the honor of meeting Princess Tsunade? Unfortunately, that may not be possible in the immediate future. Tsunade is currently on the front lines in the Land of Rain. Hokage Sarutobi, could you not find someone to replace Princess Tsunade and have her return from the front? Sarutobi tossed a handful of gold coins onto the desk, firmly rejecting Kakuzu's proposal. No, absolutely not. Tsunade, as an exceptional medical ninja, is irreplaceable. I must prioritize the safety of the village and its inhabitants. Seeing Sarutobi's resolute refusal, Kakuzu recognized that further insistence would yield no results. Very well, I shall deliver the betrothal gifts to the Senju clan and entrust them to Princess Tsunade's grandmother. That may not be feasible. Uzumaki Mito, as the host of the Nine Tails, cannot be approached by outsiders. Sarutobi's eyes subtly roamed over the 6 boxes, his grip tightening around the gold coins. In that case, I shall take the gifts back with me, either delivering them to Princess Tsunade in the Land of Rain or returning another time. Minister Kakuzu, there is no need for such inconvenience. As Tsunade's mentor, I can personally relay the gifts to Uzumaki Mito. Kakuzu contemplated for a moment before nodding. Very well, the gift list has already reached Princess Tsunade, so there should be no issues. A fleeting shadow crossed Sarutobi's gaze. Indeed, there will be no issues whatsoever. Kakuzu departed Konoha with the betrothal gifts, while Sarutobi opened the 6 boxes, taking half for himself before shutting them with a resounding thud. Deliver these boxes to Uzumaki Mito, informing her that the village requires funds. We will return the other half in due time. Understood. Chapter 68. Hiruzen's cunning thoughts as the Umbu ninjas lifted the boxes to leave the Hokage's office. Hiruzen called out just as they reached the door. Wait, concerning the daimyo of the Land of Water, it would be best if I went personally. You shall follow closely behind with the items. Setting down his pipe, Hiruzen donned the Hokage hat with utmost precision, as if performing a sacred ritual. Under the cover of night, with the streets of Konoha deserted, Hiruzen led the Umbu into the Senju clan's territory. Hokage-sama, what brings you here? Please, come in. Tsunade's younger brother, Zuru, had just finished dinner and was diligently honing his skills. Ah, Zuru, still training at this late hour? Hiruzen affectionately ruffled Zuru's hair. Yes, I aspire to become as formidable as my sister and master Orochimaru, and in the future, I shall attain the title of Hokage. Indeed, such ambition is commendable. Our village shall rely on your strength in times to come. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused momentarily, removing his hand from the rope tree's head and repositioning it behind his back. Your grandmother has not yet taken her rest, has she? I wish to discuss a matter with her. Young rope tree, would you mind guiding this old man? The rope tree wiped the sweat from his brow and sheathed his kunai. No problem, Hokage-sama. Follow me. Grandmother is in the living room. Sarutobi Hiruzen trailed behind the rope tree, traversing the shadowy Senju clan territory until they reached the living room. Uzumaki Mito was seated there, mending garments. Upon hearing the commotion outside, she lifted her gaze. Hiruzen, come in and take a seat. Uzumaki Mito set aside her work, pouring a cup of tea and placing it on the adjacent table. Thank you. It has been a while since my last visit. Are you in good health? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a seat and raised the teacup in inquiry. Quite well. Hiruzen, what brings you to seek out this old woman at such a late hour? It is thus. Lord Frostmoon has sent a messenger tonight to propose marriage, delivering the betrothal gifts to the Hokage's office, which I have brought to you. That child Frostmoon is quite admirable. Has the date for his wedding with Tsunade been decided? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent for a moment. I have temporarily declined this matter. The village still requires Tsunade, and the front lines need her as well. Uzumaki Mito's face, lined with wrinkles, bore an expressionless demeanor, her ancient, murky eyes fixated on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Your actions are not without merit. In times of war, Tsunade cannot afford to withdraw. As she spoke, Uzumaki Mito retrieved the half-finished garment and resumed her needlework, threading the needle with casual indifference. Thank you for your understanding. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to the door and called out. Come in, bring in the betrothal gifts. An Umbu ninja entered, carrying the gifts into the living room. The rope tree gazed at the 6 boxes with great curiosity. wondering what treasures they contained. He often heard his grandmother praise his future brother-in-law for his understanding nature, politeness, and good character, sensing her satisfaction in him. His sister Tsunade often occupied the room that his brother-in-law once slept in, sitting alone on the rooftop, caressing the ring in her hand while gazing at the moon in a daze. The rope tree approached the boxes and opened one directly. Wow, so many gold coins and such exquisite fabric. His exclamation drew the attention of Uzumaki Mido, who quickly noticed something amiss. Each box held considerable empty space. Uzumaki Mido diverted her gaze, continuing her work, and casually remarked, "Frostmoon is truly ostentatious, sending such large boxes for betrothal gifts, yet each holds only half its potential. I shall have a word with him next time we meet." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned somewhat awkward. "Ahem, you misunderstand. The betrothal gifts from Lord Frostmoon were contained in one box. As you know, the village is preoccupied with war, and funds are somewhat tight. So I took the liberty of reserving half for wartime purposes. However, rest assured, in a few years, when the village has recovered, I shall certainly make up the betrothal gifts to you," Sarutobi Hiruzen assured her, making verbal promises without intending to leave any written evidence. Uzumaki Mido, having lived for quite some time, had encountered all manner of people. She discerned Sarutobi Hiruzen's subtle intentions at a glance. Unable to resist, she could only silently accept the situation. The Senju clan no longer wielded the former might, and she was merely a somewhat free prisoner. It is as it should be. Village matters take precedence. Feel free to utilize it. Thank you for your understanding. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having achieved his objective, departed from the Senju clan territory. Upon returning to the Hokage's office and gazing at the wealth contained within the boxes, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe, placed it between his lips, and let his fingers glide over the boxes, a smile reminiscent of caressing a lover gracing his face. After securing all the wealth, Sarutobi Hiruzen made his way back to his clan. Passing through layers of hidden sentinels, he entered the core of the clan's territory, where numerous Sarutobi clansmen were engaged in training. "Why have you returned so late today?" Sarutobi Pitahiko served dinner to Sarutobi Hiruzen and inquired, "Bring me the wine jug. Today is a day for celebration." Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed several large boxes of wealth before Sarutobi Pitahiko. "Where did you procure such a fortune?" "That fool from the water country, Frostmoon, proposed to Tsunade, delivering a total of 6 boxes of betrothal gifts, of which I intercepted half. Might there be complications?" Sarutobi Pitahiko expressed her unease, sensing that matters were not as simple as they appeared, and feared that something unfortunate might occur. "What is there to fear? I am Tsunade's mentor and the Hokage of Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his cup and drank heartily. "With this sum of money, the clan can train dozens of ninjas. One day, the Sarutobi clan shall undoubtedly ascend to become the foremost ninja family in Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen reflected on the advantages power bestowed upon him, allowing him to act as he pleased, with no one daring to challenge him, save for that wretched Danzo. He became increasingly enthralled by the power he wielded. "At the residence of the Lord of the Water Country, my Lord Frostmoon, I have delivered the betrothal gifts to Konoha village, handing them to Sarutobi Hiruzen." "Did he agree?" Sarutobi Hiruzen has been evasive. He wishes to wait until the war concludes and Princess Tsunade has withdrawn from the front lines. Frosty November. The clear moonlight cast a disdainful smile upon the lips. "Humph. The more one lives, the more one regresses. Power has ensnared Sarutobi's sight." "Have you encountered Uzumaki Mido? How is her health?" "No, Sarutobi has declined my request to meet her, citing the reason that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki cannot meet with the ninja of his village." "Humph. That cursed monkey." Frostmoon Kongming struck the table with a forceful palm, shattering it, and sending the teacup in his hand crashing to the ground. Jiao Du hurriedly knelt before him, bowing his head. "My subordinate has failed in his duties. I beseech Lord Frostmoon to administer punishment." Xuanyue Kongming shifted his position and waved his hand, signaling Jiao Du to rise. "It is understandable that you feel powerless against Sarutobi Hiruzen as the Hokage. The old monkey is undoubtedly eyeing my generous offer. He will certainly pilfer a portion of it. What is it that you require of me, Lord Xuanyue? For the time being, let us spare the old monkey. Once he utilizes my funds, we shall deal with him accordingly." Xuanyue Kongming gently tapped the table, thoughts drifting to the prominent figures in Konoha. Shimura Danzo, Kakuzu and Sarutobi Hiruzen do not permit Tsunade to leave Konoha. You must find a way to inform Danzo of this matter. Chapter 69. Engagement. Ever since Uzumaki Ashina received a new assignment from Xuanyue Kongming, the intelligence department was temporarily under Kakuzu's command. Following Kongming's orders, Kakuzu activated a certain spy within Konoha. In a secluded corner of the village, two sentinels whispered to each other. I heard a piece of news today that I guarantee you have not heard. TCH, I don't want to know. Really? What a pity. Exclusive news about Princess Tsunade, and yet someone is disinterested. Come on, have a smoke, spill the details, and I'll treat you to a meal. You must keep this confidential. Do not speak of it to anyone. Rest assured, I am the most tight-lipped. One of the ninjas cautiously scanned the surroundings, leaning closer to whisper in his companion's ear. I heard that the Daimyo of the Land of Water has proposed to Princess Tsunade, offering an abundance of betrothal gifts. Is that true? Of course, but it seems the Hokage has not consented. You must keep this a secret. The ninja, who had sworn to keep the secret, divulged the information to others within half an hour. Before long, even the dogs on the streets of Konoha were aware of it. In Danzo's office within the route, he relished the news. This is splendid. With Tsunade leaving Konoha, there will be one less threat to my position as Hokage. No, I must find a way to facilitate this. Danzo propped his chin on his hands, deep in thought. Find Hiruzen and ascertain why he disagrees. Then, devise a plan. Without hesitation, Danzo made his way to the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, why did you not inform us of Xuanyue's proposal? You unilaterally rejected it. Danzo burst through the door, questioning Sarutobi Hiruzen before he had fully entered the room. I did not reject it. Everything awaits the end of the war. Why? What does this have to do with the war? It has everything to do with it. Without Tsunade, who is an exceptional medical ninja, our ninjas will undoubtedly suffer greater casualties. I cannot allow this to happen. Danzo understood the fearsome impact a skilled medical ninja could have on the battlefield. He was unwilling to forsake this fortuitous opportunity. I believe it would be unwise to offend Xuanyue. I have many excellent medical ninjas en route who could replace Tsunade and facilitate this marriage. No, Tsunade remains our commander in this war. A sudden change could destabilize the morale of our troops and affect the outcome of the war. Hiruzen firmly rejected Danzo's suggestion, unwilling to allow Root's interference in the conflict. Danzo's ambition for Hokage persisted, and Hiruzen feared that Danzo's Root would gain recognition and support from the villagers, threatening his own position. Why not? Are you harboring ulterior motives? Using your 3 disciples to achieve your secret goals? Silence, Danzo. Everything I do is for the village. I am the Hokage. I have my own plans and do not require your meddling. Hiruzen, you will surely regret this. Danzo slammed the door behind him as he left the Hokage's office, returning to Root while plotting his next move. Plans often falter in the face of change, and before Danzo could finalize his second plan, Tsunade presented him with an unexpected gift. Konoha's ninjas had suffered greatly due to Xuanyue Kongming's machinations, rendering them significantly weakened, while the battlefield in the Land of Rain had made no progress, sinking deeper into the mire of war. Seizing the opportunity, Tsunade launched a surprise attack on a border outpost in the Land of Fire, eliminating all Konoha ninjas stationed there and invading the Land of Fire. Hiruzen hastily convened a high-level meeting. The village's war with the Land of Rain was primarily instigated by your insistence. Now, let us discuss how to respond. Hiruzen was quick to deflect blame. He would not bear the burden. Hiruzen, discussing this now is fruitless. We must find a way to drive back the Sand Ninjas. Tsunade's ally, Tsurugi Kamachi, stood and spoke. Deploy Kakashi Hitaki and his team to counter the Sand Ninjas. Hiruzen sifted through the ninja files, selecting a group that had not been dispatched to the Land of Rain. Among them, he immediately appointed Kakashi Hitaki as the commander. Moreover, after months of war in the Land of Rain, what are your opinions? A ceasefire. The Land of Rain has been ravaged and poses no threat to the village. Our ninjas should not linger there, but focus all efforts on repelling Tsunade's attack. Danzo interjected. Agreed. I concur. Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Yagura expressed their agreement as well. Very well, since you all concur, dispatch the Umbu to inform Tsunade and her team to negotiate with Hanzo of the Salamander. Hiruzen's orders swiftly reached Tsunade and her team. After several days of negotiations, both parties signed a ceasefire agreement. Unlike the original narrative, due to Xuanyue Kongming's interference, Konoha did not sign the agreement as a victor and gained no significant benefits. With the accord signed, Konoha's ninjas withdrew from the Land of Rain and returned to the village. Sister, you're back. Your brother-in-law proposed to you not long ago and sent many gifts. Little Sh-Ju, you've grown taller. Tsunade lovingly ruffled Sh-Ju's hair as she entered the clan compound to find Uzumaki Mito. Little Tsunade, you're back. Come try on the new clothes I made for you. Uzumaki Mito rummaged through a chest and handed Tsunade a garment. I'll try it on tonight. What about the gifts from Kongming? Humph. With a lover, you've forgotten your grandmother. I sent someone to bring your things to your room. After pondering, Mito informed Tsunade about half of the gifts being confiscated by her teacher. Alas, it's a pity. Kongming's gifts were halved by your teacher. How dare he? I'll go retrieve them. Tsunade slammed the new outfit onto the table, rising to stride towards the door. Come back. The Senju clan's situation is dire. Hiruzen is still your teacher. He is using the village's interests to pressure you. Going would be futile. You must consider your younger brother. He is still so small. Tsunade halted, her fists clenched tightly, glancing at little Sh-Ju with a sigh. Little Tsunade, write a letter to Kongming. Your teacher did not directly agree to the engagement. Uzumaki Mito rose from her seat, gently patting Tsunade's head, taking her hand. You should write to him personally to clarify, so he does not overthink. All right, I'll go now. Tsunade rushed back to her room like the wind, unfurling the letter and reminiscing about the past. With a chuckle, Tsunade smiled as a bee landed on her face, only to depart shortly after in confusion. Picking up the pen, she wrote of her longing. Please send someone to fetch me. I'll leave Sh-Ju in grandmother's care. I have had enough of the village. Humph, you rascal. Some matters have caused me great distress. After we wed, just wait and see how I deal with you. Days later, Xuanyue Kongming received Tsunade's handwritten letter. Very well. Frosty Moonlight shouted, come here. Summon Kakuzu. A few minutes later, Xuanyue Kongming pointed to the flower sedan placed on the ground. Kakuzu, carrying the grand 8-bearer sedan I crafted, was tasked with retrieving Tsunade from Konoha without any errors. Chapter 70. Resurgence of Turbulence. Kakuzu was ordered to head to Konoha for the second time. Just as he set out, a more significant conflict erupted between Konoha and Sunagakure. The latter invaded the Land of Fire, compelling Konoha to conclude its war in the Land of Rain. The majority of Konoha's ninja forces withdrew from the Land of Rain to regroup and prepare for the impending battle against the Sand Ninja. The third Kazekage understood that Sunagakure had limited chances of overcoming Konoha. He devised a plan to exploit Konoha's momentary respite, seizing the opportunity to strike first. Thus, he dispatched a large contingent of Sand Ninja to secretly approach Konoha's frontline stronghold and launch a surprise attack. To the Kazekage's astonishment, one of Konoha's ninjas was an ace. Hataki Sakomo turned the tide, dismantling the Sand Ninja's ambush and even slaying Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. Upon learning of her son and daughter-in-law's deaths, Chiyo left the battlefield in the Land of Rain and joined the war against Konoha. Chiyo's puppet techniques and poison inflicted considerable suffering on Konoha's ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen convened a meeting with Danzo and senior advisors once more. With the situation on the front line growing increasingly tense as more Sand Ninja entered the fray, they deliberated on their course of action. Hiruzen presented a freshly delivered report, sliding it across the table to Danzo and others. There is little to discuss. Our village's ninjas have finished their preparations. We must dispatch them to the front lines immediately to strike a severe blow against Sunagakure. Danzo clenched the report tightly, his voice dripping with malice. The village must also send medical ninjas to assist in the war. Chiyo's poison is equally formidable. Koharu, do you have any suggestions? Hiruzen inquired, turning to the quiet Koharu. I can only reiterate what Danzo and Mito have already stated. I have nothing further to add. Very well. Prepare the village's ninjas. They will depart for the front lines at dawn tomorrow. Hiruzen issued his final command, recalling his disciple Tsunade once more. Hiruzen, you summon me? Tsunade asked, having received a response from Xuanyue Kongming, who was already en route to retrieve her. Tsunade, you must be aware of Chiyo from Sunagakure. Her poison techniques are potent. I wish to send you to confront her. Teacher, please send someone else. Kongming has come for me, and I am about to depart for the Land of Water. With a resounding clap, Hiruzen struck the table, pointing a finger at Tsunade. Tsunade, you have greatly disappointed me. Do you not understand that the village's safety surpasses your personal feelings? The safety of the village does not rest solely on my shoulders. Teacher, you are capable of protecting the village and repelling the Sand Ninja at the front lines. No, I must remain in the village to oversee everything. I cannot leave. Hiruzen interrupted, resolutely refusing to abandon the village. He softened his tone, appealing to emotions. Tsunade, the village was painstakingly established by your grandfather. Surely you do not wish to see it destroyed. After a moment of silence, Tsunade looked up at Hiruzen. Teacher, I promise you this. I will assist the village one last time, but henceforth, I shall have no further involvement in its affairs. Agreed. With a heavy heart, Tsunade exited the Hokage's office, slowly making her way back to the Senju clan's residence. Sister, you have returned. You seem unhappy. The diligent SH Tree ran up to Tsunade. Grasping her hand, Tsunade patted SH Tree's shoulder and guided him to sit on the steps. I'm fine. Have you completed today's training tasks? Yes, I have. Now I shall rest a bit before continuing my training. SH Tree beamed, revealing a mouthful of small white teeth. Suddenly, he recalled something. Sister, today at school, Sarutobi-shun was boasting about a few gold coins he had. I went closer to look, and they were identical to the ones given by brother-in-law. Grandpa Hokage said that the coins would be used for the village, right? Did Sarutobi steal them? Perhaps, Tsunade replied, placing her hand atop SH Tree's head and glancing towards the Hokage building. She mused, Teacher, you have changed. You are no longer the Hokage who cared solely for the village and was filled with vigor. You have taken the gift that Kongming sent me and used it for your own clan. That is too much. Enough, SH Tree. Do not dwell on it. Focus on your training. In time, you will understand everything. The following morning, Konoha's main forces set out. 2 days later, Kakuzu arrived at Konoha village, only to find himself once again thwarted. Kakuzu, I sincerely apologize. Tsunade has already gone to the battlefield, and you have made a wasted trip, Hiruzen stated as he met with Kakuzu. While your disciples are out fighting, you sit here smoking and drinking tea in the office. How remarkable, Kakuzu scoffed, openly mocking Hiruzen. Anger brewing within him as Lord Kongming awaited his return with Tsunade. Damn Hiruzen for sending the princess into battle again. How will I explain this upon my return? I too wish to join the battle. The village cannot be left without someone coordinating its efforts. Indeed, had Senju Tobarama possessed the foresight of Hokage Sarutobi, he might not have met his demise in battle. Kakuzu glanced at the photograph of Senju Tobarama hanging on the wall. Let's talk. The princess has already agreed to marry Lord Xuanyue. She is the future lady of the land. Why send her to the battlefield? The wedding has not yet taken place. She remains my disciple and a jonin of Konoha, Hiruzen replied calmly. Humph, I shall head to the front lines and retrieve the princess. Let us see who dares to stop me. Kakuzu turned and prepared to leave the Hokage's office towards the border of the two nations. Oh, but Tsunade's grandmother and younger brother still reside in Konoha. If she abandons the battlefield, will her family not bear the resentment of the villagers and suffer from rumors? I cannot say. Behind him, Hiruzen's voice echoed with confidence. Kakuzu halted, turning to glare at Hiruzen, fists clenched in anger. Very well, Hokage Sarutobi. I hope you do not come to regret today's decision. We shall see what unfolds. Kakuzu cast a glance at Hiruzen, uncertain of the consequences he would face. However, he knew that Hiruzen had angered Lord Kongming, and he would undoubtedly face repercussions. Take care. I shall not see you off. Hiruzen remained seated, sipping his tea with composure. He dismissed Kakuzu's threat, knowing that as the leader of the strongest village in the ninja world, no one could threaten him while he remained in Konoha. Kakuzu hurriedly returned to the land of water, kneeling before Xuanyue, Kongming, to plead for forgiveness. Lord Kongming, I have failed in my duties. Please punish me. Humph. After 2 consecutive failures, your salary will be docked for 3 years, and you shall return to receive 50 lashes. In the cold moonlit night, Kongming held tightly to her teacup, which, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a fine powder. Damn that monkey, she muttered. I had no intention of engaging with you. You think you can hide safely within your shell? Allow me to broaden your horizons. Chapter 71. A Ruckus in Konoha Village. The call of Xuanyue Kongming startled several young girls playing in the backyard. Young master, who has angered you? I shall take care of him, one exclaimed. Kongming Gij. I will assist you in dealing with him. I can also help. I will throw an explosive talisman at him. The girls gazed wide-eyed at Xuanyue Kongming, their tiny fists raised high. In the frosty month of November, with dark lines of discontent adorning my brow, I ponder the genius behind the upbringing of a few fierce young ladies. Should not girls embody tenderness, rather than resorting to violence at the slightest provocation? Who could possibly have imparted such lessons? In the frost-laden month, each individual received a sharp blow to the head. Turning to gaze at Kakuzu, his eyes flickered towards the grand entrance. Kakuzu understood the unspoken cue, rising to depart from the daimyo's residence. Frosty Moonlight engaged in playful banter with a few girls for a while, until their afternoon training session commenced. After escorting them back to the courtyard, Frosty Moonlight took to the winds, departing from the land of water and traversing the seas towards Konoha. By evening, Frosty Moonlight arrived near the village. The alert level in Konoha had risen to near its maximum, with a dozen ninjas stationed at the village entrance. Concealed sentinels, densely scattered, shifted positions every few minutes, their focus unwaveringly fixed on the entrance to the village. Frost Moon, shrouded in secrecy, transformed into a vapor and infiltrated the village. Moments later, in a dimly lit alley, Frost Moon revealed their presence, casually adopting the guise of a common-faced ninja, striding confidently onto the street. Candied hawthorn, delectable candied hawthorn, coming by. Fried sea fish. Our secret recipe fried sea fish, the latest culinary innovation from the land of water, come and taste. Delicious ramen, a homegrown brand of ramen from the land of fire. The streets of Konoha were filled with the shouts of vendors, yet the flow of passers-by was sparse, most hurrying along with purpose. The hawkers' cries were loud, yet their sales were meager. Boss, I'll have a skewer of candied hawthorn. Certainly, esteemed customer, here you go, 2 coins. Xuan Yue Kongming withdrew the smallest denomination of 100 taels and handed a note to the vendor, while the vendor busily counted the change. Xuan Yue Kongming engaged him in casual conversation. Good sir, the streets seem a bit deserted today. Business must be challenging, he remarked. Indeed, it is. The village has been embroiled in conflict, and the villagers are filled with trepidation. They finish their work and hastily return home, the vendor replied, continuing to tally the coins. Many ninjas have been dispatched to the battlefield, resulting in a significant decline in affluent customers. Business has become increasingly difficult. Here is your change, esteemed guest. Xuan Yue Kongming accepted the change and tucked it into his pocket, continuing to stroll leisurely along the street. The Uchiha security department was preoccupied with their patrols, and as Xuan Yue Kongming indulged in sweet candied haws, he inadvertently brushed past the Uchiha clan twice. I did not steal. This gold coin rightfully belongs to me. A gift from my brother-in-law to my sister. In the frosty month of November, the air was crisp as I wandered through a secluded alley, where the sounds of children quarreling reached my ears. Leaning against the wall was a boy named Shinshu, encircled by several children. Humph. The gold coins were brought back by Uncle Nichiren from the Sarutobi clan. You must have taken them for their beauty. One child accused. How could your family possess coins like those of Lord Hokage? It's clear that you're the thief. Hand over the coins, or we will inform the teacher about your theft. The surrounding children clamored in unison, pointing fingers at Shinshu. Tears welled in his eyes as he clutched 2 gold coins tightly in his palm. They were indeed the coins he had taken from his sister's room. Why was he being wrongfully accused of thievery by Sarutobi? I did not steal them. I took the coins from my sister's room. He protested, still refusing to admit it. Let us beat him. With that, several children began to shove Shinshu. He retaliated by pushing back against a few of them. However, he was outnumbered. They seized his hair and forced him to the ground, where they began to kick him. Clenching the coins tightly, Shinshu shielded his head with his arms, enduring their blows and insults in silence. Cough, cough, cough. Someone approached. We'll let you off this time. But mark my words, each time we see you from now on, you will be punished. We are leaving. The cough of Frost Moon reverberated through the air, startling a few children into flight. Shingtai slowly rose from the ground, his clothes caked with dust, his body marked with footprints. Brushing off the dirt, Shungtai gazed at the coins in his palm, biting his lip as tears fell like scattered beads onto the earth. In the dim, silent alley, only the sound of Shungtai's sobs remained. Children, if you're being bullied, be sure to inform your parents and teachers, he heard. Shungtai shook his head. They have been deceived by Sarutobi and misunderstood me. I will tell my grandmother and teacher, and they will face consequences. Indeed, you are a wise child. Now hurry home. Frost Moon's clear gaze followed the retreating figure of Rope Tree as he made his way towards the Sarutobi clan's territory. After surveying the Sarutobi lands from above, Frost Moon felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Sarutobi Hizashi, with his clan of hundreds of ninjas, had yet to step onto the battlefield. Exposing them would be quite the spectacle. Humph, the turmoil caused by Danzo would be enough to keep you busy. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, a resounding explosion echoed through the Sarutobi clan's territory. Who dares? Sarutobi Hizashi exclaimed, having just returned home from the Hokage building without having a single bite to eat, only to find someone had infiltrated their grounds and unleashed a barrage of explosive tags. Ha ha ha, Sarutobi Hizashi, you need not concern yourself with my identity. Little did he know, this clandestine reconnaissance within Konoha had yielded unexpected results. As Frost Moon K-Mei listened to the sound of air being sliced, he surveyed his surroundings. The majority of the remaining ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village had gathered around him, and he had successfully achieved his aim of tossing the explosive tags. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you have indeed concealed your ambitions well. After merely a decade as Hokage, your clan has already amassed hundreds of ninjas. Given a few more decades, the Sarutobi clan is destined to become the paramount clan in the ninja world. I find myself somewhat impressed by your prowess. Sarutobi Hiruzen, sensing the gravity of the situation, sharply interrupted Frost Moon K-Mei. Silence, do not utter such nonsense. In your haste, it is evident that you are flustered. Ha. Not a single one of your hundreds of ninjas has taken to the battlefield. In the month of frost and moonlight, Esgetsu appeared unabashedly before the crowd, transforming the rooftops of the Sarutobi clan into his stage, leaping gracefully from one house to another. The thoughts of the ninjas who were valiantly fighting for the village on the front lines remain unknown, as do the sentiments of the friends and family of those who had perished in battle for the village. The words of Frost Moon resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Through the crumbling walls, the entirety of the Sarutobi clan unfolded before the onlookers. Hundreds of Sarutobi ninjas surged forth, striking fear into the hearts of all present. It was indeed true, the Hokage's family possessed hundreds of ninjas. Why is it that they are spared the horrors of battle while our husbands and children are compelled to face the front lines? Is this truly fair? In the crisp air of the frost-laden November, the whispers of the villagers reached the ears of Xuanyue Kongming. How can Sarutobi Hiruzen be the Hokage? Questioned one voice. Brother Hiruzen, raising hundreds of ninjas must require an immense amount of funds. Where could he possibly procure such resources? Surely not from the village's coffers, misappropriating public funds. I never imagined the Hokage would be such a person. Can he truly lead the village? Silence, roared Sarutobi Hiruzen, his fury igniting. He unleashed his most formidable jutsu, the Five Elements Great Shuriken technique, aiming directly at Xuanyue Kongming. The attack, however, was child's play. Xuanyue Kongming effortlessly leaped aside to evade it. In a show of power, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned the mighty Monkey King, combining their forces to launch a coordinated strike against Xuanyue Kongming. Ha, I tire of this. Farewell, until we meet again, he declared, as he prepared to unleash the water release, storm of pear blossom needles. In the tranquil month of frost, K-Mei swiftly departed, casually unleashing a jutsu before vanishing. Chapter 72, Danzo's Secret Triumph. The frosty moonlight has vanished. The ninjutsu he casually executed remains, as dark clouds relentlessly gather above Konoha. These heavy clouds, seemingly stained with ink by an unseen hand, cast an oppressive gloom, as if a 1,000-pound burden rests upon the shoulders of all beneath them. The villagers, gazing upwards, inexplicably feel their breaths grow labored, instinctively parting their lips to gulp in air. A thunderous rumble echoes as the clouds churn incessantly, and a bolt of lightning suddenly strikes down, illuminating the villagers' eyes. Under the gaze of all, it strikes the Hokage rock, shattering half of Sarutobi Hiruzen's visage. The thunder that follows reverberates in the hearts of every villager. Countless raindrops coalesce in the sky, transforming into water needles several millimeters thick, glistening like numerous steel pins suspended in midair. The villagers scatter like frightened birds and beasts, seeking refuge beneath what they perceive as the safest cover. Crouching on the ground with their heads buried, all ninjas, heed my command. Quickly assemble and employ defensive ninjutsu to protect the villagers. Danzo can no longer restrain himself. Leaping atop the rooftops of the homes, raising his right hand high, and energetically directing both villagers and ninjas. In the frost-laden twilight, Xuanyue Kongming cast an explosive talisman, wreaking havoc upon the Sarutobi clan's domain. Danzo, having received news early on, led a handful of loyal subordinates to depart from the underground. Upon reaching the surface, he stealthily blended into the crowd, allowing Xuanyue Kongming to rampage through Konoha, a smirk of satisfaction curling at the corners of his mouth. Observing the impotent fury of Sarutobi Hizashi, Danzo felt a sense of perverse delight, akin to savoring a chilled watermelon in the sweltering summer or burrowing into a lover's warm embrace on a wintry night. A sudden crack echoed as a raindrop struck the ground, shattering the wooden roofs of homes beneath. At that moment, it seemed as if the sky's water needles had received a signal, and in an instant, countless needles cascaded downwards. Defenses were hastily erected. Earth-style ninjas crafted slanted earthen walls while others sought refuge behind them to counter the onslaught of water needles. Sarutobi Hizashi, shaken from his stupor, vigorously shook his head. In that instant, he understood the necessity of stepping forward to lead the villagers of Konoha. Other matters could wait. Addressing the impending deluge of needles was of utmost urgency. Sarutobi Hizashi swiftly organized his clan members to assist the villagers. He was acutely aware that the villagers' goodwill towards him had plummeted to an all-time low. He had to act to salvage his reputation. He resolutely commanded the clan elders to lead efforts in rescuing the villagers, urging his kin to leave their territory and join the defense against the needle storm. Unfortunately, the villagers were not swayed. Upon the approach of the Sarutobi clan, they recoiled in fear. Hizashi, you lead the clan ninjas to defend the second commercial street. Reluctantly, Hizashi was compelled to order his clan to secure a designated area. Minutes later, Xuanyue Kongming's chakra was depleted and the needle rain ceased, the ominous clouds gradually dispersing. The needle storm had left Konoha in tatters, simultaneously tarnishing Sarutobi Hizashi's image. Sunlight once again bathed Konoha as Hizashi squatted amid the remnants of his clan's territory, smoke curling from his extinguished pipe. A tumult of emotions swirled within him. His expression weary, yet a flicker of resolve ignited in his eyes. Coughing, he extinguished his pipe and stood, facing the villagers of Konoha. Villagers, I acknowledge my shortcomings. The Sarutobi clan boasts hundreds of ninjas, and I should not have concealed this from you. However, the situation is not as you perceive. The Sarutobi clan is not evading the war. Prior to its onset, I had devised a plan. The ninjas of the Sarutobi clan are a pivotal element of this strategy. They are the trump card, poised to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy during the tumultuous battles between the Wind and Fire nations. Sarutobi Hizashi stood forth, fabricating a narrative to provide the villagers with an explanation. Yet, the villagers were not naive children. Their unwavering gazes bore into him, silent and unyielding. Please return home. We will provide you with a satisfactory account. Mizukage and Uzumaki Kokoro stepped forward to soothe the villagers, harboring their own discontent towards Hizashi. As former comrades of Hizashi and now pillars of Konoha, they were taken aback by how deeply Hizashi had concealed his clandestine training of hundreds of clan ninjas. With the villagers' trust eroded and Danzo lurking in the shadows, relishing the unfolding drama, both public sentiment and military morale wavered. Despite their grievances, Mizukage and Uzumaki Kokoro found themselves compelled to take action. Indeed, we shall thoroughly investigate this matter. Everyone, please return and assess your losses. The village will bear the costs. The two senior advisors had spoken, and the villagers understood that remaining would yield no favorable outcome. They turned and dispersed. Bah! The despicable Sarutobi, some muttered as they walked home. Let us go back and have some milk. Oof, once home, I'll write to have my son return from the front lines. How I long for the past Hokage, who led from the front in every battle. The third Hokage. Bah! Never have I seen clan members partake in missions, nor engage in war, while they hide in the village, allowing their clan to grow ever stronger. Isn't that a marvel? As the villagers made their way home, they murmured amongst themselves, subtly lambasting the Sarutobi clan. Suddenly, one villager recalled Xuanyue Kongming. Did you see that enemy who invaded Konoha today? What enemy? He is a hero. Without him, you'd never know of the Sarutobi clan's treachery. Yes. A hero. He was incredible, moving freely within the Sarutobi territory, wielding a jutsu that nearly obliterated the village. Hearing you speak, it sounds perilous. I'll pack my belongings and prepare to move. Mizukage and Uzumaki Kokoro exchanged glances, their expressions growing darker, shadows deepening even in the night. Hizashi, we shall head to the Hokage's office first. You need to arrange the clan's affairs and join us as soon as possible. The two beckoned Danzo to exit the Sarutobi territory. In the Hokage's office, Danzo entered first, taking a seat not in his usual spot, but in the Hokage's chair. Closing his eyes, he gently caressed the Hokage's desk as though it were the delicate hand of a lover. A smile crept across his face. He had never been this close to the position of Hokage, within arm's reach of power. Humph, Danzo, you've seated yourself incorrectly. That is my position. Sarutobi Hizashi, having hastily concluded arrangements for his clan, rushed into the office. He was greeted by the sight of Danzo lounging in his chair. A lewd grin plastered across his face as he stroked the desk. Hizashi, how dare you speak? Are you unaware of your own actions? Do you still have the audacity to occupy this seat? Tawanzo reluctantly rose and returned to his seat as Sarutobi Hiruzen brushed past him. Everything I do is for the village. I don't need your incessant criticisms, he asserted. Is it truly for the village, or for your own Sarutobi clan? You know in your heart the truth, Tawanzo retorted, unwilling to back down as he initiated his interrogation of Hiruzen. Training hundreds of ninjas must require a considerable sum, Hiruzen. You ought to clarify the source of your funds. No need for your inquiries. I will elucidate everything in due course, Hiruzen replied, reaching into his chest pocket to produce a ledger, placing it on the table. Chapter 73. Hiruzen faces accountability. Tawanzo eagerly stepped forward, snatching the ledger from Hiruzen's hands, and began to flip through its pages. The ledger chronicled the Sarutobi clan's income and expenditures over the years, and Tawanzo found nothing amiss upon a cursory glance. He returned to his seat, meticulously scrutinizing each page, until he finally uncovered an inconsistency. The ledger indicated that the Sarutobi clan received a significant annual income from merchants as tributes, amounting to 20% of their total revenue, occurring twice a year. Hiruzen, which merchants bestow gifts upon you annually, and how much do they contribute each time? You must inform the three of us, Tawanzo demanded, passing the ledger to Karui. Hiruzen, this sum is not insignificant, and the sources are not clearly documented. Please enumerate a few merchants so we may verify later and restore your reputation, she added. I am not certain. The income from merchants is managed by the clan elders. They have never disclosed this information to me, nor have I inquired, Hiruzen replied thoughtfully. Yet, deep down, he understood that only a minuscule portion of that money derived from merchants. The majority was misappropriated funds. The village provided security for Moku's shop, earning substantial commissions annually, a portion of which Hiruzen diverted for clan development. Is it truly ignorance, or fear to speak the truth? Tawanzo pressed relentlessly, seizing the opportunity to undermine Hiruzen, believing that only by discrediting him could the position of Hokage fall into his own hands. Hiruzen, cease your unreasonable provocations and restrain your ulterior motives. Hiruzen feigned outrage, slamming his fist onto the table as he glared at Tawanzo. Tawanzo, undeterred, stood and faced Hiruzen, their gazes clashing with palpable tension. Hiruzen, your guilty conscience is evident. I ask for the benefit of all Konoha citizens, yet you refuse to answer, clearly harboring secrets. Enough, both of you. The most pressing issue is to soothe the villagers, Mito Yamanaka interjected, rising to mediate. Tawanzo scoffed and returned to his seat, while Hiruzen sat down, lighting a cigarette. The villagers' discontent was palpable, their sense of reliance and belonging to the village diminishing rapidly. We must devise a way to restore their trust, Mito analyzed astutely. Furthermore, the village had been invaded, with enemies brazenly departing under the villagers' watchful eyes, leading to growing concerns about safety. This was a critical matter that needed addressing. The incompetence of Hiruzen has led us here. He bears undeniable responsibility. Mito and Karui diligently assessed the village's current predicament. Tawanzo remained steadfast, seizing every opportunity to attack Hiruzen with his words. I acknowledge my shortcomings and am willing to take responsibility. Let us collaboratively devise a concrete plan moving forward. Hiruzen articulated his intentions, signaling his stance. Tawanzo's eyebrows raised, unable to conceal the joy that illuminated his eyes, spilling onto his face. Hiruzen, however, scoffed internally, casting a disdainful glance at Tawanzo. Tawanzo believed success was within grasp. The war was not yet over, and the outcome remained uncertain. Hiruzen could not continue as Hokage. The position must be filled by someone more capable. Tawanzo was the first to voice his opinion, his gaze fixed on the Hokage cloak, envisioning how splendidly it would adorn him. Mito and Karui exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. We concur with Tawanzo's proposition. Hiruzen should temporarily step down as Hokage to quell the villagers' dissatisfaction. Your reasoning is sound. I agree to relinquish my position as Hokage. However, I propose Tsunade as the next generation Hokage, Hiruzen stated. Tawanzo's smile grew as he heard the first part of Hiruzen's sentence, but it faltered upon hearing the latter. Tawanzo's expression morphed dramatically, his smile evaporating into fury as he kicked over the chair behind him, glaring at Hiruzen. I oppose this. What qualifications does Tsunade possess to assume the role of Hokage? Tsunade is the granddaughter of Tobirama-sensei. Given her lineage, there should be no issue with her assuming the title. Hiruzen replied, noting Mito and Karui's nods, disregarding Tawanzo as he continued. Tsunade has demonstrated exceptional prowess on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, earning the respect of Hanzo. And her medical ninjutsu has saved countless ninjas in the village. She is a formidable asset against the Suna ninja Chiyo. Her impressive achievements warrant her succession as the next Hokage, Hiruzen asserted, promoting Tsunade's candidacy. While Hiruzen appeared to support Tsunade, it was merely a strategic maneuver to buy time. Should Mito and Karui concur, he had an alternative argument ready. I believe it is a viable choice. Princess Tsunade, despite her penchant for gambling and indulgence, is reliable in critical moments. With her temperament, she would fulfill her duties as Hokage diligently. I concur. Though I believe Jiraiya would be more suitable, Tsunade is not without merit. Towanzo seethed with barely contained rage. Tsunade and Jiraiya are too young. They lack the gravitas required for Hokage. The Hokage must have battlefield experience and a spirit of sacrifice. It is essential to lead the entire village and ideally possess prior leadership experience in a department, Towanzo argued, barely concealing his desire to name himself as the candidate. Towanzo, we must extend some trust to the younger generation. Hiruzen became Hokage at a similar age to Tsunade. Karui attempted to persuade Towanzo, understanding his implications, yet believing his methods were unscrupulous and unfit for the role of Hokage. Cough, cough. Hiruzen interjected, let us settle this. Tsunade shall be the fourth Hokage. He decisively concluded, pausing momentarily before continuing. Given the village is currently engaged in war with the Suna, Tsunade cannot return to the village yet. I propose we delay the inauguration ceremony until after the conflict. Mito realized Tsunade's necessity to remain on the front lines to contend with the rampaging Chiyo. Hiruzen's reasoning held merit. He would continue to act in the role of Hokage for a while longer until the war concluded and Tsunade could assume her position. As the meeting adjourned, Towanzo kicked the door of the root office open with force. Seated, his chest heaved with agitation as he abruptly opened a drawer, retrieving a confidential document from the root laboratory. Towanzo studied the document intently, his resolve growing ever stronger. Come in. Lord Towanzo, how may I assist you? Lean closer. I have an ultra-secret mission for you. Remember, no one is to know. Otherwise, the consequence is death. The root ninja bowed his head and leaned closer to Danzo, committing his words to memory. A shiver ran through him at the thought of the mission being revealed to others. It would spell his certain demise. Elder Danzo, rest assured. I shall fulfill the mission, he vowed. Chapter 74. The death of Rope Tree. The Umbu ninja, Hikaru Hanin, departed from Danzo's office, inhaling deeply before hastily making his way out of the root, heading towards the forests outside the village to prepare. At the border of the Land of Fire, in the Konoha outpost, trouble loomed for the teacher. It was uncertain how he would cope. As expected of our teacher, shrewder than a monkey. Raising hundreds of ninjas in silence, Orochimaru remarked as he, Jiraiya, and Tsunade gathered to discuss Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade's gaze was fixated upon the campfire, absent-mindedly. She poked at it with a stick, her thoughts wandering far beyond the present moment. Jiraiya and Orochimaru's words fell on deaf ears. The invasion of the village seemed too peculiar, rife with absurdities. Tsunade pondered who among their enemies would dare to invade the Sarutobi clan. Suddenly, a smile broke upon her face. She was utterly convinced that the one who wreaked havoc in the village, disturbing the Sarutobi clan, was none other than her beloved. Kmish Getsu. What a petty fellow, but I adore him. She mused, envisioning how much Sarutobi Hiruzen must despise him now. Tsunade's laughter erupted, leaving Jiraiya and Orochimaru bewildered. Tsunade, what is it? Jiraiya asked, perplexed. What has you so amused? Orochimaru inquired, curiosity piqued. Nothing. I'm heading back to rest. You two carry on, Tsunade replied, leaving them in silence as she departed. Tsunade is quite displeased with the teacher, Jiraiya noted. The teacher's actions have indeed been excessive. Everything that has transpired with the Sarutobi clan is justly deserved. Regardless, he is still our teacher. At the very least, Orochimaru, you should show him some respect, Jiraiya added. Understood, Orochimaru retorted disdainfully, striding out of the tent. I shall return as well. The conversation among Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru merely reflected the sentiments of numerous ninjas on the front lines. Thousands of Konoha ninjas were reluctant to leave their outpost and engage in battle with the Sand Ninja due to the Sarutobi clan incident. The following day, Sarutobi Hiruzen, alongside Mito Uzumaki and Nara Shikaku, appeared before the Hokage building. Villagers, regarding the Sarutobi clan incident, I acknowledge my shortcomings. I apologize for betraying your trust. Therefore, I have decided to resign from the position of Hokage, passing the mantle to my disciple, Tsunade, Hiruzen announced, stepping back after declaring the High Council's resolution. It was not appropriate for Hiruzen to continue speaking. Mito stepped forward to elaborate. Tsunade is currently engaged in combat on the front lines against the Sand Ninja. She cannot assume the role of Hokage at this moment. Therefore, her teacher will temporarily exercise Hokage powers to manage the affairs of the village in her stead. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in dissent. Isn't that still Sarutobi Hiruzen? What difference does it make? Those in power have always protected one another. The village grows increasingly dark. It would be best to leave sooner rather than later. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Nara Shikaku sensed the villagers' anger directed towards her and Mito, prompting her urgent attempt to clarify. Everyone, please remain calm. Sarutobi Hiruzen will only handle administrative matters in place of Tsunade and holds no other authority. Mito and I will supervise him. Seeing the villagers' dissatisfaction persist despite her words, Shikaku gritted her teeth and declared, "Rest assured, within a month, we will ensure everything is ready for Princess Tsunade to assume the position of the fourth Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen stood expressionless, seemingly accepting the reality of relinquishing his role as Hokage, while inwardly he chuckled. Fortunately, no one knows of my conversation with Tsunade. Her heart has long departed Konoha, yearning for my Getsu in the land of water. There is no way she would accept the position of fourth Hokage. Your attempts to tether her will only buy me a bit more time. Shikaku's final statement provided a clear deadline, softening the villagers' stance slightly and diminishing their resistance. Mito seized the opportunity, urging the villagers, from this day forth, we will publicly disclose the village's administrative matters each month, striving for fairness, justice, and transparency. With this assurance, the villagers understood that the matter had reached its conclusion. Prolonging the dispute would yield no better outcome. Groups of villagers began to disperse. Phew, they finally left. That was quite the ordeal. Immediately send word to Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed, summoning a few Umbu to relay the message to Mito. He chose not to involve himself further, claiming it was to avoid suspicion. Mito dispatched the Umbu to inform Tsunade of the need to prepare for her succession as Hokage. Contrary to Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectations, Tsunade resolutely declined. A drawn-out tug-of-war between Mito and Tsunade ensued for half a month, with Mito failing to persuade Tsunade. Meanwhile, Danzo had not been idle over the past fortnight. Preparations by the root ninjas were nearing completion, and they were poised to act. Have you brought the items? One masked figure inquired. Of course. Do you have enough money? Rest assured, we have long been prepared. Under the cloak of night at the border of the Land of Fire, two factions engaged in a transaction, one comprised of Sand Ninja, while the other was shrouded in mystery, their identities concealed by masks. The objects of their exchange were familiar to Jiraiya, maps detailing Konoha's frontline defenses. One corner of the map was unfurled. I need to verify the authenticity of this map. The masked ninja gestured to his companions, who understood the cue and retrieved the map, revealing a portion for inspection. A Sand Ninja approached to scrutinize it, meticulously confirming its validity before nodding to the lead Sand Ninja. Excellent. Let us commence the transaction. Wait, you verified the map. But I have yet to see the money you've brought, the masked ninja retorted, retracting the map. Humph, we Sand Ninja are one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Would we deceive you? Heh, one can never be too sure. After all, your Sand Ninja are notoriously impoverished. You, open the box and show them. The Sand Ninja swallowed hard. The plan was of utmost importance to Sunagakure and must be secured. The masked ninja confirmed that the Sand Ninja had brought sufficient funds, and the two parties commenced their formal transaction, exchanging money for goods. A few minutes later, the trade was completed, and both groups vanished into the night. 2 days later, a faction of Sand Ninjas infiltrated the Land of Fire, breaching the Konoha defenses, prompting Tsunade to lead an urgent pursuit. Danzo suggested that the village's ninja numbers were insufficient and proposed that Nin lead a team composed of academy students to scout and guard the village perimeter against potential Sand Ninja ambushes. The Nin leading the team would significantly reduce the risks associated with reconnaissance duties, and several of Sarutobi Hiruzen's companions concurred with Danzo's proposal. A few evenings later, the team led by Moku discovered traces of the Sand Ninjas. You must return immediately and report this to the village, commanded the leading Nin, sending a few students back while he stealthily followed the Sand Ninjas. Moku and his companions promptly returned, but on their way, they encountered several more Sand Ninjas. You two head back. I will follow and investigate, Moku insisted. It's too dangerous. We should report this to the village, and they will send reinforcements, cautioned his comrades. It's fine. I will be careful, he replied, leaping after them. However, within mere minutes, an explosion echoed from a distance. Chapter 75. The Resurrection of S.H. Moku. At the explosion's epicenter, Senju S.H. Moku lay motionless on the ground. "Retrieve his organs, they will be of use," commanded one of the masked figures clad in sand ninja attire. "Hurry, the village's ninjas will be here shortly." The group swiftly approached S.H. Moku's lifeless body, extracting his innards with precision. Task accomplished, they retreated in an orderly fashion, turning away from the scene without hesitation. Once clear of the blast site, they changed out of their clothing and headbands, circling back into Konoha. Minutes later, the Konoha ninja forces arrived, urgency palpable. "Hurry, the explosion originated from this direction." S.H. Moku's teammates returned to the village and immediately informed the reconnaissance leader, Hinata S.H. Sei, about the 2 waves of sand ninjas spotted outside the village. Upon receiving the report and learning that S.H. Moku had gone to track the sand ninjas, S.H. Sei promptly informed Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 2 advisors. Without a moment's hesitation, Hiruzen dispatched the village's elite, including the Inuzuka, Nara, and Hijie clans, to search for S.H. Moku. Upon arrival at the scene, the Konoha ninjas gasped in horror at the sight of S.H. Moku on the ground, unsure of how to proceed. "This is dire." Just then, Tsunade's anguished voice pierced the air. She rushed to S.H. Moku's side, collapsing to her knees, cradling him in her arms. Gently stroking his head, she lamented the silence that had befallen him, yearning to hear him call her sister once more. 1 minute passed, then 2, 5, and half an hour. Tsunade remained silent, holding S.H. Moku tightly as tears streamed down her face, soaking the bloodied ground beneath them. Her tears seemed to be tainted by the crimson of his lifeblood. 2 hours later, Tsunade wiped her tears, slowly rising to her feet, and carefully sealed S.H. Moku's body within a scroll. Casting a final glance at the Hokage rock, she resolutely turned away, leaving without uttering a word, moving farther away from Konoha until she disappeared from sight. "This is catastrophic. Princess Tsunade has left, and the next Hokage has vanished. Quickly, inform Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 2 advisors." Though they were indifferent to S.H. Moku's death, Tsunade's departure left the major clans in disarray. "Yes, hurry to the Hokage's office and report this incident." At the Hokage building, in Hiruzen's temporary office, "Lord Hiruzen, Tsunade has left the village, her whereabouts unknown. What should we do now?" The usually composed Nara Kamaru was at a loss for a solution. S.H. Moku's death has struck Tsunade hard. Perhaps she has gone to clear her mind. I suspect she may have headed to the land of water, as she recently accepted a proposal from S.H. Getsukame. "Why didn't you share this with us earlier?" asked one advisor, surprised. "The villagers were aware. I assumed you both knew as well," Hiruzen replied, looking bewildered. While rumors had circulated, neither Monin nor I could ascertain their source. Furthermore, you and Danzo never mentioned it, leading us to believe the news was false. Nara Komaru felt a twinge of annoyance. Tsunade had agreed to the proposal from the land of water, which explained her reluctance to assume the mantle of the 4th Hokage. She and Monin had been oblivious, foolishly attempting to persuade Tsunade to accept the position. The Umbu and Root were under the control of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, and intelligence was firmly in their grasp. Unexpectedly, the 2 individuals who had always been at odds joined forces to deceive her this time. Humph. Let that matter rest for now. Tsunade is no longer suited to succeed the 4th Hokage. I propose that Jiraiya take on the role of the 4th Hokage. What are your thoughts on this? Mito Minyan harbored similar reservations, yet it was inappropriate to dwell on such matters at present. Determining the Hokage's successor was of utmost importance. The Akimichi clan has no objections. Neither do we. Indeed, the Hyuga clan concurs as well. The prominent families present expressed their support. The identity of the Hokage bore little relevance to them, as it would not be their turn. The current high-ranking officials in Konoha were once teammates. Firmly entrenched in the village's affairs, naturally, the Hokage would be chosen from among their disciples. In a few decades, perhaps members of their families would have the opportunity to ascend to the position, but for now, it was certainly out of the question. Very well, once the war concludes, let Jiraiya assume the mantle of Hokage. Sarutobi Hizashi also raised no objections, though he shifted the conversation. However, we must seek vengeance for Rope Tree. The grandson of our teacher must not have perished in vain. Tika Shikamaru and Mito Minyan were reluctant to agree, but with Sarutobi Hizashi invoking their teacher, Senju Tobarama, and with numerous clan members present, they could only nod in acquiescence. Hizashi, you speak truthfully. Sunagakure must be held accountable for this, and we must ensure they pay the price. Indeed, we shall order the village to heighten its vigilance and launch assaults against the sand ninja on the front lines. Sarutobi Hisashi forcefully slammed his hand on the table, rising with an air of determination. Very well, in pursuit of avenging Rope Tree, the entire Sarutobi clan will mobilize. And I shall lead the charge myself. At dawn tomorrow, we will head to the battlefield and engage Sunagakure with unyielding resolve. Hisashi's sudden declaration surprised all present. They were puzzled as to why the usually composed Hisashi would make such a rash decision. The assembly chose not to delve into Hisashi's reasoning, viewing this as a positive development. Very well, Hisashi, your decision is commendable. We eagerly await your triumphant return. Hisashi, the front lines are entrusted to you. May you lead our village's ninja to victory. Excellent. The Akimichi clan shall dispatch 2 additional Jonin. The Nara clan will also send 2 more Jonin. The Inuzuka clan will contribute more ninja as well. The Hyuga clan will do the same. The major clans dispatched their own members, demonstrating their support for the vengeful endeavor. With your backing, victory is assured. We shall prevail over Sunagakure and avenge the fallen ninja of our village. Once matters were settled, the assembly exited the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hisashi stood by the window, pipe in mouth, gazing down at the entrance to the route, his eyes piercing through the layers of obstruction to focus on Danzo. Old comrade, you have not disappointed me. My opportunity for a comeback has arrived, ha ha ha. Departing from Konoha, Tsunade hurriedly made her way to the Land of Water's daimyo's residence within 2 days. Frosty November gazed deeply at Tsunade, opening his arms wide. In an instant, Tsunade leaped into his embrace, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. In the frost-laden month, Kongming embraced Tsunade, gently patting her back with his right hand. Kongming, Jew has perished. He was taken from us by the hands of another. Such a trivial matter. Reviving a mere child is an effortless task for me. Bring forth the body. Before the arrival of Frosty November, I sought to recruit the skilled artisan Scorpion and procured a method of resurrection from the system. Tsunade, filled with skepticism, retrieved the corpse of the rope tree. Xuanyue Kongming took out 2 sheets of paper and set them ablaze. As the paper ignited, the decayed corpse of Xingqiu began to undergo a gradual restoration. Chapter 76, Analysis of the Murderer. Tsunade clutched Xuanyue Kongming's arm tightly with her right hand, while her left hand covered her mouth. Her eyes widened like brass bells, fixated on the corpse of Xingqiu without the slightest blink. Frosty November gazed at his right arm, where a violet-hued bracelet adorned his wrist, the color gradually spreading further. Initially, he felt merely a pang of sympathy, but now, pain coursed through his arm as well. In the frost-laden month, Kongming incinerated 2 pieces of parchment, each valued at a staggering 1 billion points. One was a soul guide, capable of beckoning back a spirit that had departed from this world no more than a year prior. The other, known as the Toll of Passage, remained a mystery to Kongming, as she could not fathom who might have claimed it. Surely, the Six-Path Sage would not covet such a trifling sum. Perhaps it was the malevolent spirits of the underworld that had taken it. How long it had been since she last beheld the Grim Reaper's eldest son. A twinge of nostalgia welled up within her. Kongming, is this truly the case? Can the soul guide genuinely resurrect the deceased? Tsunade inquired, her voice quivering with trepidation. Indeed, it is true. In approximately half an hour, the body of the soul guide will be restored, Kongming replied. By the way, I almost forgot to ask you, what happened to the soul guide's body? It appears exceedingly tragic. Frosty November's azure sky left Kongming unprepared. He had meddled with Konoha and the legendary Sarutobi Hiruzen, entwining their fates in a chaotic web. Yet, the inevitable transpired. Shinju met his demise, unchanged by Kongming's interference. Ah, Tsunade, could you perhaps loosen your iron grip? If you persist a moment longer, my arm shall surely be rendered useless. Xuanyue Kongming, unable to endure the pain, was compelled to remind Tsunade. Upon seeing his bruised arm, Tsunade immediately released her grip and employed her healing jutsu to aid Xuanyue Kongming. How is it now? Does it still hurt? She inquired softly, holding his hand while gently massaging his wrist with her other hand. Xuanyue Kongming shook her head and gently grasped Tsunade's hand, guiding her to the steps. It's already fine. It'll take some time for Shungtai to recover. Let us sit and talk. All right. Tsunade intertwined her fingers with Xuanyue Kongming, resting her chin on her left hand. I am not entirely sure what transpired. By the time I reached Shungtai's side, he was already in this state. Tsunade tilted her head, reflecting carefully on the circumstances surrounding Shungtai's demise. According to the ninja from the Hyuga clan, Shungtai's team had detected traces of the Sand Ninjas, and he had resolved to track them alone. During the pursuit, he inadvertently triggered an explosive tag, resulting in a fatal explosion. I see, she mused. But surely the explosion could not have obliterated his innards entirely. Shuangyue Kongming raised her right hand and pointed towards the hollow chest of the rope tree. I too found the situation rather perplexing. For several days, the two villages had remained in a stalemate. For reasons unknown, Sunagakure suddenly discovered a vulnerability in our defenses, breaching the lines and directly infiltrating the Land of Fire. I suspect there may be a traitor within Konoha. After completing her analysis, Tsunade turned her gaze towards Shuangyue Kongming. There is no doubt, a traitor must exist. It could either be Danzo or Sarutobi Hizashi. The death of the rope tree is likely a scheme orchestrated by one of them. Shuangyue Kongming expressed his conjecture. He had not been to the scene, and the origins of the matter remained unclear to him. Why was that? How old is Shungtai? What threat does he pose to them? While Shungtai himself does not present a danger, you certainly do. Danzo is wholly intent on becoming Hokage, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is unwilling to relinquish his position. Should Shungtai perish, it is certain that you would not succeed him as Hokage, thus granting them the opportunity to realize their ambitions. In the crisp air of frosty November, Keimei raised a wooden stick in her right hand and inscribed the characters for Hokage upon the ground. Subsequently, she pinned the names of 4 individuals, encircling those of Tsunade and Shinji with a loop, before decisively crossing out Shinji's name with a bold X. Reflect upon the validity of my words, if you will. Tsunade gazed intently at the intricate lines upon the earth, lifting her foot to erase the names of Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. There is indeed merit in my claims. However, their reasoning is profoundly flawed. I harbor no desire for the title of Hokage. Their willingness to target a child in their schemes against me is utterly reprehensible. In the frosty moonlight, Kongming discarded the branches, dusted himself off, and stood up. The allure of power captivates the eyes, while the lure of profit stirs the heart. For the sake of these temptations, humanity can indeed be forsaken. Leaving aside the two of them, the rope tree should be awakening soon. Let us go and take a look. In the ethereal glow of frosty November, Keimei Shimazuki guided Tsunade into the realm of Shinji, where the once fragmented and dilapidated body had undergone a miraculous restoration. The internal organs had regenerated, and the charred skin that had once flaked away lay scattered upon the ground, replaced by a fresh layer of dermis. Moments later, under the vigilant gaze of Keimei and Tsunade, the chest of Shinji exhibited a subtle rise and fall. Tsunade released her hold on Keimei and rushed to Shinji's side, placing her hand beneath his nostrils, feeling the warm breath that brushed against her palm. Keimei, this is splendid. Shinji is breathing. He has truly returned to us, Tsunade exclaimed exuberantly, her hands resting upon Shinji's chest as she sensed the steady and robust rhythm of his heartbeat. You see, my husband, when I take action, success is assured. With Shinji's revival, a weight lifted from Tsunade's heart, restoring her original demeanor. Humph, had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten. You have been deceiving me all along. Haven to you? You have always been formidable. Merely average, came the reply. Frosty November's clarity wipes away the non-existent sweat from her forehead. It was you who orchestrated the massacre of the Leaf Village in the Land of Rain, wasn't it? You were also the one who infiltrated the Sarutobi clan under the cover of night, correct? Deceiving a mere novice like myself into diligently honing my skills to protect a deity such as yourself, Lady Frosty Moon. How do you find the audacity for such actions? Tsunade flexes her fingers, producing a creaking sound, a smile gracing her lips, one that conceals the power of a nuclear bomb. In the frost-laden month, the clear sky envelopes the scene as my ears are seized, turning crimson in a matter of moments. Sister, shouldn't I have perished by now? As Frost Moon Kongming was preparing to flee, his savior, Ju, awoke. Ju rose from the ground and examined his body, finding no injuries, and scratched his head in confusion. Tsunade pinched Ju's ear and scolded, "You little rascal, showing off your abilities when you lack them. If it weren't for your brother-in-law, you would have perished." "Ah, thank you, brother-in-law," Ju exclaimed, his face lighting up with a radiant smile that crinkled his eyes. "Sister, it hurts. You still no pain? Now recite what you remember," Tsunade replied. She released Ju and inquired about the events preceding the explosion. Ju pressed his finger to his lips, tilting his head back, frowning in deep thought. After a moment, he vigorously shook his head. I don't remember. I was following a few sand ninja, stepped into a trap. And then, boom, I lost consciousness. Tsunade raised her hand to grab S.H. Ju's ear again, but he swiftly darted behind Frost Moon Kongming. Well, it's all in the past now. Blaming him is futile. Just advise S.H. Ju to be more cautious in the future. In the frosty moonlight, Kongming winked at Shengtong. Shengtong promptly replied, Sister, I acknowledge my mistake. From now on, I shall refrain from overestimating my abilities and will exercise caution in my endeavors. Tsunade continued her admonishment of Shengtong. And judging by Tsunade's demeanor, it seemed she would not cease her lecture for at least 10 hours. In the quiet of frosty November, Kongming stealthily slipped away, for he wished to avoid the burdensome chatter of idle minds. There were far more pressing matters that demanded his attention. Tsunade had arrived in the land of water, and several brides were already prepared, allowing his wedding to be set in motion. Chapter 77, The Eve of the Wedding. Shuangyue Kongming stepped into the council hall, glancing back at the guard stationed at the entrance. He then commanded, summon the Minister of Finance. As the guard departed, Shuangyue cleared his throat. From behind a tree in the corner of the courtyard, a figure gradually emerged, bowing their head as they approached Shuangyue, kneeling on one knee, patiently awaiting his orders. Hasten to the academy and invite Uchiha, he to the council hall. As you command. Shuangyue Kongming nodded slightly and turned to enter the council hall. The ninja from the intelligence department had received orders and waited patiently until Shuangyue Kongming stepped into the hall, the sound of the door closing resonating in his ears. Before he lifted his head and swiftly departed. As Kuramitsu Sora settled into his seat, a maid promptly approached, serving him tea and delicacies. He lifted the teacup to soothe his throat before beginning to peruse the documents laid out on the table. The first document contained delightful news. The research on the Uzumaki clan had made significant progress, and technological breakthroughs suggested that, before long, a ninjutsu-based grenade would be unveiled. Struggling against drowsiness, he continued to sift through a pile of routine documents, only to realize that half an hour had passed when Kakuzu and Uchiha Kawato arrived. You have come. Please take a seat, he invited. Thank you, Lord Kuramitsu. They replied in unison as they positioned themselves on either side of him. Lady Tsunade has arrived in the land of water. Preparations for certain matters can now commence, Kuramitsu stated. Uchiha Kawato, who had long anticipated this moment, immediately grasped the implications of Kuramitsu's words. Master, are you finally to be wed? I will ensure everything is arranged with utmost clarity. Kakuzu, realizing his earlier oversight, mentally berated himself for failing to understand Kuramitsu's intent regarding Princess Tsunade on 2 previous occasions. I comprehend now, Lord Kuramitsu. Rest assured, the wedding will be a grand spectacle, one that the entire shinobi world shall know of. Master, how many brides are there? Kawato inquired. 3, Ren, Kwa, and Tsunade. As you are both aware, Kuramitsu replied. A look of joy crossed Uchiha Kawato's face. As a father, he felt a sense of fulfillment at his daughter's impending marriage, and his wallet felt equally pleased. Understood. Master, we shall begin preparations at once, they affirmed. Go forth, and do remember to send out plenty of invitations. A large gathering will bring much merriment, Kuramitsu instructed. With that, Kakuzu and Uchiha Kawato hurriedly departed from the lord's estate to orchestrate the wedding. After completing his official duties, Keimai Shimizuki found himself momentarily at leisure. He surmised that Tsunade's lecture had concluded and proceeded to the front courtyard. The presence of S.H. Ju was not yet suitable for public viewing. He needed to arrange for S.H. Ju's entrance into the secret realm. Do you remember what I told you? I remember, sister. S.H. Ju's voice was soft and feeble. Lacking vigor. Repeat it. All right. First, cherish life and steer clear of Konoha. Second, remain calm in the face of adversity and do not act impulsively. Third, sister is always right. Very good. Keimai, come here quickly. Your timing is impeccable. I have just finished educating S.H. Ju, and you are to continue the instruction. Tsunade approached Keimai, who stood at the door, and embraced his arm. S.H. Ju nearly fainted, clasping his hands together, gazing up at Keimai with a pitiful expression, his eyes brimming with supplication. Frosty moonlight raised an eyebrow at Rope Tree, responding with a reassuring glance. She took a few steps forward, gently clearing her throat. Ahem. Your sister is right. Before you act, you ought to consider your grandmother and your sister. How can you be so reckless? Ultimately, he disregarded Rope Tree's pleas. Launching into a lengthy lecture, asserting that a little brother-in-law could never be more important than a wife. Sigh. In the crisp air of frosty November, Kei-mei let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, there was something quite gratifying about imparting a lesson. It filled her with a sense of ease. Tsunade twisted the ear of Ju, urging him to listen carefully. Your brother-in-law speaks with such wisdom. Every word he utters is profound. Ju, feeling utterly disenchanted, nodded in resignation, pondering the harmonious couple before him, whose love resonated in perfect unison. Yet, he wondered why it was he who bore the scars of their affection. Having gleaned ample lessons from the experience, Ju resolved to move forward, seeking to introduce himself to a few new companions. In the frosty moonlight, Getsu led the way, departing from the Lord's residence, while Ju trailed behind with his head bowed. The three of them exited the Lord's manor and boarded the carriage destined for the Academy of Nurturing Talent. As Frost Moon Kongming led Tsunade and her younger siblings into the secret realm, Shinshu's eyes widened in astonishment, his head swiveling from side to side, curiosity consuming him. His eyes seemingly insufficient to take in the wonders around him. Tsunade, having previously ventured into the Wetbone Forest, exhibited a far greater composure than Shinshu, her intrigue surpassing his. Kongming, how did you unearth such a concealed island? I am the chosen one. The secret realm presents itself to me. Do you believe it? Get lost, you deceiving spirit. Truly remarkable. The environment here surpasses even that of the slimy Wetbone Forest. Tsunade inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. Teacher, did you come to see us? The trio of young ones, Mayahiko, Nagato, and Jinzo, scurried excitedly before Frost Moon Kongming. Mayahiko, I have come to assess your training progress, and additionally, to introduce a new friend. Shinshu, come here. Allow me to introduce you to your new companions, Mayahiko, Nagato, and Jinzo. In the frost-kissed month of November, Getsu turned to the young boy behind him, introducing him to the trio of companions, Mayahiko, and the others. Before you stands the little rascal named Ju. I urge you to foster a harmonious relationship with him. He continued, addressing Ju. Take good care of your younger brothers and ensure they do not stray onto the wrong path. Tsunade, discerning that Ju was slightly older than the trio, issued a stern warning. Yet, she relaxed, for she knew that the child's father, the esteemed Ji-ri, would personally oversee the upbringing of these little ones, ensuring their safety. In the frosty month of November, Sora gently patted Tsunade, signaling him to be at ease. Mayahiko, demonstrate the ninjutsu you have recently mastered, so I can assess your progress. Understood, teacher. Mayahiko and his companions stepped back a few paces, distancing themselves from one another, and commenced their display of ninjutsu. Frost Moon gazed at the three little ones as they moved about. Though somewhat unaccustomed, their progress was unmistakably remarkable. Indeed, their improvement was substantial. Keep up the good work. Yes, teacher, the trio responded with resounding voices, their tones infused with joy. Now, put on your masks. I grant you a day of leisure to go play. In the crisp air of frosty November, Sora Akatsuki presented 4 monkey-faced masks to the 4 little ones. Thank you, teacher. We're off to play, Mayahiko exclaimed, leaping 3 feet into the air, snatching the masks, and distributing them among Nagato and the others before they exuberantly dashed out of the secret realm. In the serene light of the frost-laden moon, the enchanting Kei-mei smiled as she observed several individuals departing. Tsunade, allow me to show you around. There are several picturesque spots on the island. Very well, she replied. After years of warfare, it's just the right time to unwind. In the ethereal glow of the frost moon, Getsu Kei-mei strolled through the enchanting FJ Island, hand in hand with Tsunade, their laughter resonating through the air. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Kakuzu and Uchihakawa had commenced their endeavors. In less than half a day, the news of Getsu Kei-mei's impending nuptials, which included the extraordinary union of 3 brides, had spread throughout the entire domain of the feudal lord. As the evening descended, Xuanyue Kongming accompanied Tsunade on a stroll through the abbot's island, returning to the inner courtyard of the daimyo's residence. Kushina, have you prepared dinner for tonight? He inquired. With a huff, Kushina shot him a glare, turned her head away, and took hold of Conan's hand as they walked off. Xuanyue Kongming was perplexed. It seemed he had not offended Kushina, so why was she inexplicably upset? Chapter 78. The wedding begins. Goyer heard Xuanyue Kongming's voice, lifted her head, and set down the half-stitched handkerchief. The handkerchief exuded a sweet fragrance, reminiscent of honeyed nectar, depicting a pair of mandarin ducks, blissfully nestled together. Each stitch that outlined the ducks was imbued with Guiro's affection for a certain someone. After tidying the table, Guiro rose and stepped out of the room, still reminding him, "Young master, do not hurry. Dinner will be ready shortly." In the frost-laden month of November, Kwangming was caught in the piercing gaze of Kushina. Just as the door swung open to reveal Fruity. Such coincidences often unfold in the most unexpected of ways. In the frosty month, the moon hung brightly yet obscured. As I stood in the courtyard, gazing up at Guiro's smiling eyes. "He, young master, do come inside," she said, delicately covering her mouth with the back of her hand, unable to suppress her laughter. "Laugh, laugh, laugh, what is so amusing? Do not jest, young master, please, step inside." Frosty November, with great strides, entered the room, where Kushina was fixated on the embroidered mandarin ducks crafted by Guiro. "Xiaonan, come into your brother's embrace." In the ethereal glow of the frost moon, Keimei Shuangyue spread his arms wide. "Do not approach, little Nan, maintain your distance from him." Little Nan hesitated, retracting her outstretched leg, her small face contorted with indecision, torn between the desire to approach Keimei Shuangyue. "I shall not hold it against you. I can comprehend your occasional bouts of temper," he remarked. "You scoundrel, just wait for me," Jixina retorted as she stormed out. "Dinner is about to be served. Where are you off to?" "I shall not eat. I am already filled with anger," Jixina fumed as she exited the room, leaving Keimei Shuangyue speechless, gazing at her departing figure. Bang! The door was slammed shut with violence. Frost Moon Kongming turned around, picked up the little Nan from the ground, and gently brushed her nose. Guiro, who had not spoken until now, suddenly murmured, "Young master, do you truly not understand why Sister Kushina is upset?" "I do not know. I haven't seen her for a day and cannot recall when I might have offended her," he replied. "Sister Kushina has been gloomy ever since she heard the news of your impending marriage," Guiro remarked, handing an embroidered piece to Frost Moon Kongming. "She has been fixated on the mandarin ducks. Do you still not comprehend? Oh, so she is envious. But she is merely 10 years old. I intend to marry her. Yet she is not of sufficient age. However, Sister Kushina is unaware. She harbors feelings for you. She may believe that you do not care for her. Very well. I shall seek her out and clarify matters." In the month of frost and clear skies, Kwangming gently set down Xiaonan and departed the room in search of Kushina. Within the splendid garden of the Daimyo's estate, by the serene artificial lake, stood a charming pavilion. In the tranquil pavilion, Shuangyue Kongming discovered Kushina. With her back turned to him, Kushina sat on the stone bench, her knees drawn close to her chest, her shoulders trembling slightly. "Kushina, I have come," he said gently. "Are you hiding here to weep alone? Why have you come?" She replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. "It seems that the elder brother no longer cares for me. You should seek out the 3 elder sisters instead." Shuangyue Kongming settled beside Kushina, enveloping her in his embrace. "Who claimed that I do not cherish Kushina? I adore her immensely. Is that true? Big brother wouldn't deceive me. Would he? Yet, the bride is not Kushina." With tear-filled eyes, Kushina gazed up at Shuangyue Kongming. At merely 10 years of age, she is far from the age of matrimony. When you grow up, will big brother marry Kushina? It's a promise, so you must not go back on your word. Let us seal it with a pinky swear. Kushina extended her little pinky, and Shuangyue Kongming entwined his with hers. Wiping away her tears, Kushina leaped from the stone bench, arms wide open as she dashed from the pavilion like a butterfly, fluttering gracefully. "Giggle, I'm going back to eat. Big brother, come chase me. Be careful. Don't fall." Shuangyue Kongming called out loudly after her. In the days that followed, the atmosphere in the land of water brimmed with enthusiasm. As motivation soared to unprecedented heights, the marriage of Frost Moon Kongming is undoubtedly a matter of paramount importance for the Water Nation. Various departments are operating at full capacity to prepare for this grand event. The health and sanitation personnel traverse the streets and alleys, meticulously cleaning every thoroughfare and nook of the renowned city. The publicity department has been tasked with affixing notices along the streets to announce the forthcoming nuptials of the illustrious Frost Moon. Concurrently, several temporary regulations have been declared. Sailing. You can read. What do the notices say on the red and white papers? Please share with everyone, one inquires. All right, let me take a look first. As the crowd parts before the announcement board, a robust middle-aged man steps forward, a faint whiff of fish wafting from him. "Ah, a joyous occasion. Lord Frostmoon is to be wed," exclaims Sanlang, patting his ample belly with enthusiasm. "Is it true? How wonderful. Indeed, this is a momentous celebration." Sanlang, quickly. What does the other paper say? This paper outlines a few important points. We are expecting guests in the city soon. Everyone must maintain cleanliness, uphold civility, and fighting is strictly prohibited. Moreover, fair dealings in business are essential. No one is allowed to exploit customers, and so forth. Is everyone clear on this? Lord Frostmoon is bringing us good fortune. During his wedding festivities, anyone who brings disgrace upon him shall not be spared our displeasure. Well said. Let us all ensure we conduct ourselves and our families with dignity, thus honoring Lord Frostmoon. Yes, let us spread the word and share in this collective joy. The news of Shuangyue Kongming's marriage spread like the wind throughout the land of water. In this moment, red became the predominant hue, as every household adorned their homes with crimson characters and hung vibrant flowers. The sounds of firecrackers erupted, echoing day and night, creating an atmosphere even more jubilant than that of the new year. The daimyo's residence was festooned with red lanterns, and the doors and windows were dominated by auspicious red characters. Guests receiving the wedding invitations arrived in succession at Daimyo City. Fugaku, as you observe, what are your thoughts? The people of the land of water are truly fortunate. They possess greater wealth than the majority and enjoy a life free from the scourge of war. Their existence is marked by stability. Furthermore, as the future clan leader, you must delve deeper than mere appearances. I understand, uncle. Additionally, the populace's attitude towards Shuangyue Kongming is rooted in genuine admiration and respect. The Uchiha have long desired to integrate into the village and gain the villagers' acceptance. Fugaku, you must earnestly learn from the experiences of Daimyo Shuangyue. Uchiha Izumi received an invitation from his elder brother, bringing along Uchiha Fugaku and his daughter, Mikoto, to partake in the wedding festivities. Bang! The auspicious day selected by Uchiha had arrived. As the sun began to rise, firecrackers soared into the sky, signaling the commencement of the marriage procession. The bridal party, upon receiving the signal, set forth from the daimyo's residence in 3 grand palanquins. They proceeded, accompanied by music and celebration, to Uchiha's estate, where 3 maidens were gently assisted into the palanquins, their crimson curtains drawn, before returning to the daimyo's abode. Along the route, throngs of citizens paused to witness the spectacle, vocally offering their blessings. Within the grand hall of the daimyo's residence, Shuangyue Kongming awaited for an hour as the 3 brides were ushered into the hall, adorned in resplendent red wedding gowns, their heads veiled in crimson. Frosty November's clear sky stepped forward to receive the bride, guiding her towards the center of the hall where a multitude of guests stood as witnesses to the sacred vows exchanged. The officiant, Uchiha River, proclaimed aloud the completion of the ceremony, signaling the transition to the bridal chamber. Chapter 79. The Night of Blossoms and Candles. As Uchiha River concluded his words, 3 maids who had been awaiting the moment approached, leading the 3 brides into the inner courtyard. Frosty moonlight remained to meet the guests. Young master, allow me to introduce my brother, Uchiha Kyo, and beside him is his daughter, Uchiha Mikoto. Uchiha Kawa introduced his brother to the 3 of them. But when it came to Uchiha Fugaku, after a long day of work, Uchiha Kawa faltered. Observing this, Uchiha Kyo seamlessly took over the conversation. Greetings, Lord Frosty Moonlight. To my right is Uchiha Fugaku, a promising descendant nurtured by our clan, and a leading candidate for the next clan leader. Indeed, he is quite the striking figure. His future accomplishments are boundless. Let us raise a glass. Frostmoon Kongming lifted his wine cup and took a delicate sip. Thank you, Lord Frostmoon. Uchiha Kid and Uchiha Fugaku raised their cups and drank in one go. Lord Frostmoon, before my arrival in the land of water, Lady Tsunade sent a message through Uzumaki Mido, entrusting me to deliver a letter to you. In the frost-laden month of November, Kongming received the letter. Casting a casual glance over it, the envelope remained intact, showing no signs of having been opened. He set down his wine glass and raised his hand to gesture for everyone to take their seats. Frostmoon Kongming carefully opened the envelope and withdrew the letter, reading it aloud in front of the gathered assembly. The contents of the letter were succinct. Dear Tsunade, it seems that without realizing it, you have matured and become another's bride. Regrettably, I cannot attend your wedding in person. Kongming is a good child, and I am certain you will find happiness together. You must temper your temper and embrace a gentler disposition. Tsunade, do not dwell excessively on the matters concerning SHJU, let bygones be bygones. Now that you have departed from the village, do not return. I have been well, and there is no need for you to come back to see me. Focus on living happily with that child in the land of water. Alas, how the hearts of people change. The village is no longer what it once was, and there are those who would not welcome your return. In her letter, Uzumaki Mizuho extended her blessings to the couple, while gently advising Tsunade to refrain from returning to the village, suggesting that she should reflect on certain matters. Shuang Yue Kongming carefully tucked away the letter and lifted her wine cup once more. Thank you for your kindness. May you all enjoy your meal and drink. For the next 2 hours, Shuang Yue Kongming gracefully traversed the banquet, receiving the blessings of the guests. As the attendees dispersed, the rosy-cheeked Shuang Yue Kongming stepped into the inner courtyard. Creak. Shuang Yue Kongming pushed open the door, uncertain of who awaited him within the chamber, a thrill akin to unboxing a mystery enveloping his heart. With hurried steps, he approached the bridal bed, drawing near to the bride. She sat at the edge of the bed, her head veiled, her delicate hands nervously entwined. Frosty Moon gazed upon the bride's visage, an overwhelming surge of desire igniting within him, compelling him to step forward and gently lift the crimson veil. Beneath it revealed the delicate countenance of Tsunade, adorned with a hint of makeup, and Frosty Moon found himself entranced, momentarily forgetting to divert his gaze. A fleeting glance would suffice. There was no need to stare so intently. At such a pivotal moment in her life, Tsunade was already somewhat anxious. Under Frosty Moon's unwavering stare, the bold Tsunade felt a wave of shyness wash over her, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks. She lightly pushed Frosty Moon away, stealing a glance at him before hurriedly lowering her head in fluster. In the frosty month of November, Sora K-mai felt her throat constrict as she swallowed repeatedly, nearly losing her composure and lunging forward. Taking a deep breath, she grasped Tsunade's hand and stood up, moving together towards the table at the center of the room. She picked up the wine jug and filled 2 cups to the brim. Shuang Yue Kongming lifted a cup of wine and gently placed it in Tsunade's hand. Then, he raised another cup and gazed into her eyes. Tsunade, after sharing this cup, we shall be together for a lifetime, never to part. Indeed, Tsunade replied with unwavering conviction. Casting a deep glance at Shuang Yue Kongming, after they had exchanged the ceremonial drink, Shuang Yue Kongming could no longer contain his emotions. He swept Tsunade into his arms and gradually made his way towards the wedding bed. Before the bed, he playfully tossed Tsunade onto the mattress, swiftly drawing the curtains. And then he climbed onto the bed beside her. Moments later, 2 piles of clothing appeared on the floor below. In the frost-laden month of November, Sora begins to settle accounts with Tsunade. He has waited for several years, and this long-standing debt cannot be easily resolved. It necessitates the use of an abacus. As Shuang Yue Kongming exerted herself to manipulate the abacus, she simultaneously employed a stick to discipline Tsunade. Tsunade, feeling aggrieved by the reprimand, began to voice her objections in a low tone, which gradually escalated in volume, perhaps incited by the strikes of the stick. Eventually, after completing a round on the abacus, Shuang Yue Kongming paused for a respite. Tsunade, ultimately swayed, lay exhausted and drenched in sweat upon the pillow, softly pleading for mercy. Kongming, I am weary. Please seek out Sister Guar and Sister Lianer. Very well, rest well. Should you require anything, simply summon the maid outside. Understood. Shuang Yue Kongming donned her attire and stepped out of the room. Take good care of the lady. Whatever she needs, deliver it promptly. Yes, my lady Shuang Yue. Frosty November nodded gently as she pushed open the door to the second new room. Upon entering, her gaze fell upon the bride by the bedside, her body taut and her delicate hands clenching tightly around her wedding gown. It was unmistakable. The figure seated on the bed could only be Guar. Frosty Moonlight stepped forward to lift the veil, beneath which the delicate face dared not rise. Guar, lift your head. Oh, I shall obey, young master. Guar obediently raised her head, but did not dare to meet Frosty Moonlight's gaze. Her eyes instead fixated on the flickering candle to her right. Frosty Moonlight gently caressed the head of Guar with her right hand, causing Guar to tremble with anxiety. Noticing Guar's nervousness, Frosty Moonlight retrieved a wine flask and cups, settling beside her. Come, Guar, let us first partake in a toast. After we have savored the wine, we shall converse for a while. In the frosty month of November, the moonlight illuminated as 2 cups of wine were filled to the brim. After sharing a toast with Guar, the cups were replenished once more. The two engaged in lively conversation while sipping their drinks. Years slipped by in the blink of an eye, and I recalled the time when you consistently wore a mask, leading me to believe you were a boy. Oh. It was during the incident involving my father that the young master realized I was, in fact, a daughter. Guar emptied her glass and continued, from that day forth, I vowed that my life would belong to the young master, for all eternity. In the frosty moonlight, Kongming downed the wine in his hand, filling the cups for both himself and Guar. Your life belongs to you, but your talents are mine. Indeed, I shall heed your words, he replied. Young master, the night has deepened. Shall we take our rest? Upon uttering this, Guar's cheeks visibly flushed crimson, leaving one to wonder whether it was the effects of intoxication or the pangs of shyness. In the frosty month, under the luminous clarity of the sky, Kei swiftly executed her ninjutsu, severing the ropes that bound the bed curtains, which then gracefully descended. Frosty November, with a gentle tilt, cradled the fruit in her right hand and gracefully fell onto the bed. Zhuangyue Kongming never anticipated that Guire was a notorious drunkard. He incessantly clinked glasses with him, the sound of porcelain colliding echoing through the air. Guire's tolerance for alcohol was quite poor. Even while imbibing, he could not refrain from shouting, his voice fluctuating in volume and pace. After an unknown number of cups, Zhuangyue Kongming succumbed to nausea, while Guire became utterly inebriated, collapsing onto the bed. In the frosty moonlight, Kongming had indulged a bit too much, leaning against the wall as he exited Guire's room. He was not yet able to rest. His pet awaited his attention for feeding. Chapter 80, Plotting in the Kingdom of Rain. Frost Moon Kongming arrived before the third bridal chamber. Standing tall as she took a deep breath and pushed open the door to enter the room. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the drowsy Lianer straightened up. Kongming, is that you? It is I. It has grown quite late. Have you been waiting long? Not at all, merely a tad bored. As Zhuangyue Kongming stepped forward to lift the veil, it became evident that the two had been together for many years. Lianer, unlike Guire and Tsunade, exhibited no shyness. Come now, Lianer. This is a once-in-a-lifetime occasion. We must not neglect the ceremonial exchange of cups. I am aware, Kongming, she replied. The two joined hands and approached the table. Lianer, you haven't eaten all evening. You must be famished. Let us partake in a meal together. Lianer cast a sidelong glance at Zhuangyue Kongming. Am I truly hungry? Someone has been toiling in the fields all night. It is indeed necessary to replenish their strength. After waiting for half the night, I am now to be used as a shield. Ahem, let us eat. In the crisp air of frosty November, Kongming's secret thoughts were laid bare, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. He decided to set aside his concerns. Without nourishment, he would lack the strength to train the little spirit beast shortly. Zhuangyue Kongming enveloped the dishes with fire attribute chakra, and after half a minute, the food reached the optimal temperature for consumption. He devoured the entire table of delicacies with great enthusiasm, then wiped his mouth and lifted his wine cup. Come, Lianer, let us share a cup of wine. After they exchanged their cups, their gazes met, igniting a fervent flame between them. Frost Moon Kongming gently helped Lianer to her feet. During this process, she noticed several bruises on Lianer's arms and thighs and inquired with concern, Lianer, where did you get those unsightly bruises? Lianer pointed to the bruise on her arm, replying, Oh, this? I did it to myself. Why would you harm yourself? Frost Moon asked, puzzled. Today is such an important day. I didn't want to fall asleep before you arrived, so whenever I felt drowsy, I pinched myself to stay awake. You are being foolish. Frost Moon remarked. You need not worry. Perhaps it will be better by tomorrow, Lianer replied nonchalantly. Frosty November remained silent, cherishing this small sentiment within his heart. Perhaps due to the uniqueness of the day, Lianer, the little spirit beast, was particularly lively. Frost Moon Kongming had not disciplined the little spirit beast for several days. And now she yearned to turn the tables. It was imperative that she administer a lesson. She drew forth her weapon, and upon witnessing it, Lianer felt an inexplicable surge of panic, cautiously retreating to a corner. However, Frost Moon Kongming had no intention of sparing Lianer after 3 days of neglect. It was essential to deliver a thorough reprimand to the little spirit beast. The sounds of strikes mingled with Lianer's cries of anguish, rendering the maid outside so frightened that she collapsed, trembling on the ground. An hour later, the little spirit beast, unable to maintain its defiance, obediently begged for mercy. I was wrong, Kongming. Please go seek Sister Guire. I need to rest now. After toiling in the fields all night, I am weary. Let us discuss matters tomorrow. Frosty moonlight gently cradled Lotus in his embrace, gradually drifting into slumber. After their marriage, Frosty Moonlight remained sequestered within the grand estate. Having not ventured beyond the inner courtyard for several days, engrossed in his invented game of Daimyo. Initially, their card skills were woefully inadequate, leading to swift and complete defeats, forcing Frosty Moonlight to shift venues multiple times in a single day. Gradually, they learned to collaborate, banding together to challenge him. On August 6th, the four engaged in a game of Daimyo, suffering a minor loss, leaving them feeling drained. On August 7th, they continued, this time fortifying themselves with goji berry-infused wine, achieving a modest victory. The following day, August 8th, they triumphed in Daimyo. During a moment of introspection, Frosty Moonlight pondered how he could allow himself to languish in such idleness. With countless blossoms awaiting his attention, he resolved to strive for self-improvement starting the next day. On August 9th, he dedicated himself to honing his card skills. By August 10th, the game of Deming persisted. As the months slipped by in the blink of an eye, Frosty Moonlight found himself 3 pounds lighter. He mused that it was time to assign them some meaningful tasks, as he had grown somewhat apprehensive of their relentless gaming. One fateful night, under the dim light of the room, Shuanyue, with dark circles under his eyes, leaned against the headboard, holding a cigarette filled with goji berries and red dates purchased from the system. He took a deep drag and exhaled a perfect smoke ring. His mind wandered as he contemplated what tasks to assign to Tsunade. After much deliberation, he recalled Tsunade's exceptional skills in medical ninjutsu. Turning to her, he spoke, "Tsunade, as you were to reside in the land of water, idleness may become tedious. Allow me to find you some tasks. It would be akin to rendering me a favor." "Indeed, I was just thinking the same," she replied. "Being unoccupied leaves me feeling restless. Keimei, tell me, what can I do for you?" Tsunade raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, casually brushing back her damp hair. Shuanyue Kongming embraced Tsunade gently. "What may seem a simple task for you was a matter of utmost importance. Previously, I took you to the secret realm, and you are aware that I have been discreetly nurturing ninjas. However, there is a notable deficiency in medical ninjas, with both the number of teachers and students falling short. Fortunately, your expertise lies in medical ninjutsu, and I wish for you to take on the responsibility of training medical ninjas for me." "Not a problem. Medical ninjutsu is my forte. Kongming, you can trust me with this. I shall undoubtedly cultivate a remarkable group of medical ninjas for you," Tsunade assured, thumping her chest confidently. This gesture captured the attention of Shuanyue Kongming. The following day, after a restful night, Shuanyue Kongming had breakfast and took Tsunade to HJ Island. Announcing the gathering of all medical ninjas, Shuanyue Kongming turned to his attendant behind him, instructing them to proceed ahead and convey his orders. He and Tsunade leisurely admired the scenery as they strolled along. Upon reaching the heart of the island, the medical instructors and students had already gathered. Shuanyue Kongming stepped forward before the assembly and cleared his throat, stating, "I shall convey but one matter. My wife, Tsunade, will assume the role of head of the medical department from this day forth. You are all required to cooperate with her in her duties." "Understood, Lord Shuanyue." In the frosty month, Kongming relinquished the main position to Tsunade, who expressed some of her thoughts and expectations. "I shall return now. You can proceed with confidence, for I support you." "Very well, Kongming, rest assured, I shall not let you down." As Frost Moon Kongming bestowed a gentle kiss upon Tsunade, he departed from the HJ Island. His attention was now predominantly directed towards the situation in the Land of Rain, benefiting from the conflict between Sunagakure and Konoha. The Sand Shinobi executed a mass exodus from the Land of Rain to engage in battle with the Leaf. Furthermore, a Wagakure had remained inactive, leading to a temporary lull in the war within the Land of Rain. In the month of frost and bright moonlight, he plans to take advantage of this period to execute his schemes, for the cooldown of his Sharingan abilities has concluded. He intends to cultivate the magical control over the elusive salamander Hanzo. Thus, the Land of Rain will seamlessly fall under his clandestine dominion. Frosty Moon, known publicly as the leader of the Da organization, has devised a plan to officially establish the organization in the Land of Rain. This region shares borders with the 3 great nations, making it a strategic location for orchestrating events. Chapter 81. The Half-Demon Haunts. Shuanyue Kongming meticulously arranged the affairs of the Water Nation before embarking alone towards the Rain Nation. After several months, he once again set foot on the soil of the Rain Nation. The weather remained unchanged, perpetually overcast and drizzling, devoid of any trace of sunlight. The scars of war were starkly evident, with ruins and debris strewn about. The collapsed walls were cloaked in moss, and the weeds had grown to a height surpassing that of a person, concealing the stark remnants of skeletal remains. Frosty November's ethereal glow accompanied him as he journeyed forth, his gaze sweeping across the landscape. With each step, he drew nearer to the capital of the Rain Kingdom. As he approached, the throngs of people grew ever more numerous. Countless citizens flocked from all directions, converging upon the capital in search of a glimmer of hope for survival. A glance around revealed faces pale and gaunt, devoid of any trace of color. Most of the populace was burdened with family, some carrying tattered bundles, while others pushed small carts laden with elderly parents and toddlers just beginning to speak. In the crisp air of November, Shuanyue Kongming, adorned in a resplendent robe, strode among the common folk, his pristine visage standing out like a crane amidst a flock of chickens, captivating the attention of countless onlookers. Not far away, an elderly man caught sight of Shuanyue Kongming. Stooped with age, he leaned on the arm of an elderly woman with his left hand. while cradling a 2-year-old child in his right. His complexion resembled that of the earth, and his beard and hair were matted with dirt and blades of grass. As the old man took a few steps closer to Shuangyue Kongming, the woman beside him tugged at his sleeve, prompting him to glance down at his tattered garments before retreating. Moments later, the elderly man cast a glance at his grandson in his arms and cautiously brushed the dirt from his beard and hair. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely approached Shuangyue Kongming. With a thud, he knelt before him, beseeching, "Esteemed sir, I implore your kindness. Please grant us a morsel to eat. My grandson has gone 3 days without food." Frosty Moonlight extended her hand, intending to assist the elderly man. Unexpectedly, he knelt down in alarm and hastily retreated a few steps. "I am unclean. Do not soil your hands on my account." "Very well, rise now. I shall prepare something for you to eat." In the frosty month of November, Kongming took out several boxes of instant noodles and, after preparing them, handed them to the elderly man. The old man, wiping his hands on his clothing multiple times, carefully accepted the noodles. Gently nudging his grandson, he softly called him awake. "Little ant, awaken quickly. There is something to eat. You too, my dear wife. Come and have a bite." The little one slowly opened his eyes, his tiny nose twitching as he inhaled the aroma, struggling to sit up straight. "Grandfather, it smells delightful. Have we found something to eat? It is a gift from your uncle. Be sure to thank him." "Thank you, uncle. I'm about to dig in." The elderly man placed the noodles in front of his grandson, who eagerly began to eat. "What about my parents?" Frosty November gazed at the child and inquired, "What happened?" "They perished, venturing out for sustenance, only to be slain by another. The 3 of us, frail and elderly, sought refuge in a cellar and narrowly escaped calamity. My apologies for bringing up sorrowful memories. I have grown accustomed to it. Had I not encountered you, my lord, I would remain unaware of how many days I could endure. Thanks to your provisions, my lord, we can at least persist until we reach the capital." The elder wiped the corners of his grandson's mouth. "My greatest aspiration, dear boy, is to see you flourish and eventually depart from the land of rain to the realm of water." The frost-laden moonlight piqued Kongming's interest. "Oh, why venture to the water nation? You are in close proximity to the 3 great nations. Wouldn't it be more convenient to visit them? The water nation is splendid. Their reputation among the common folk is commendable, and the populace is prosperous. As for the 3 great nations you speak of, they are the harbingers of war and enmity." The old man's gaze shifted, and within the depths of his murky eyes, a tempest of hatred simmered. "Grandfather, I have had my fill. Wife, do drink the soup." The elderly woman took the bowl of noodles, grasping the wild herbs beside her, and consumed them alongside the noodle soup. When only half remained, she licked her lips and handed the bowl back to the old man. Gulp. In the frosty month of November, Kongming surveyed his surroundings, where a group of individuals gazed longingly at the ramen broth, swallowing their saliva. "Come, gather around. I possess ample provisions for everyone to prepare congee and satiate our hunger." Shuangyue Kongming retrieved 5 bags of grain and cast them to the ground. A throng of common folk swiftly surrounded him, kneeling in a circle and bowing their heads in gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, for your life-saving grace. If you do not find it beneath you, I shall serve you like a beast of burden. In my next life, I will be your humble servant. Even in the life beyond that, let us not quarrel. First, let us inquire of my lord's name. Even if I cannot aid you directly, I shall pray for your well-being each day. Frost Moon's clarity supports numerous citizens. I merely exert a modest effort to assist everyone within my capabilities, which is hardly worth mentioning. What may seem trivial to you is of paramount importance to us. A matter of life and death. Please, do share your name with us." The organization, the Emperor's leader. In a fleeting moment, Shuangyue Kongming vanished from sight, propelled by the wind. The townsfolk exerted all their strength to call out his code name. An elder murmured the name of Shuangyue Kongming, his hand reaching into his bosom to touch a box that had remained unopened for decades. Casting a glance at his grandson, his gaze growing ever more resolute. Frost Moon Kongming remains oblivious to the events that transpired after his departure. However, he is acutely aware of the substantial fortune he has accrued. By sacrificing a few bags of grain, he has garnered immense recognition from the populace. The fertile soil for the organization to take root has been established, and one day, it shall grow into a towering tree. In the frost-laden month of November, Kongming ventured into the capital of the Rain Country. After a leisurely stroll, he discovered the whereabouts of Hans the Mackerel. Without a hint of hesitation, he boldly entered the premises. Frosty November's ethereal presence boldly strode into the Hans mansion, stirring a commotion among a multitude of onlookers. In the blink of an eye, Kongming of Frosty November found himself encircled. Who dares to intrude upon the estate of Lord Hans? Oh, And who might you be, resembling Hans's attire? Are you perhaps the grandson of Hans? I too wish to be the grandson of Lord Hans, but alas, such a dream is unattainable. Shuangyue Kongming clapped his hands and said earnestly, "What difficulty is there in this? You address me as grandfather, and I shall call Hans brother. By this logic, you become Hans's grandson." The man, who called himself Pingzi, retorted with indignation. "You scoundrel! I am but the right-hand man of Lord Hans's right-hand man. How dare you toy with me?" He then launched an attack against Shuangyue Kongming, who calmly replied, "You are far too weak. Perhaps it would be best for Hans to come personally." Frost Moon Kongming cast a glance at Heiji, a smirk gracing his lips as he waved his hand, effortlessly sending Heiji crashing into the wall, unable to extricate himself. Hans of the Salamander emerged from the chamber. Standing at the foot of the stairs, his gaze fixed upon Frost Moon Kongming. "You are indeed formidable. I wonder what brings you to seek me. Have you finally mustered the courage to emerge? Or have the two great ninja villages extinguished your spirit? Hiding away at home, indifferent to the affairs of the nation?" Hans descended the steps, positioning himself directly before Frost Moon Kongming. I am weary. Is there any harm in taking time to recuperate? Yet here you are, intruding upon my abode. Do you wish for death? Ha ha ha, you seem rather overconfident. Do you truly believe yourself a demigod of the ninja realm, oblivious to the vastness of the world? As Shuangyue Kongming blinked, his black pupils vanished, replaced by crimson ones, and his aura intensified. Chapter 82, Mastering the Land of Rain. It turned out to be the Uchiha clan from Konoha. No wonder they dared to intrude upon my residence so brazenly. Perhaps they are not entirely lucid. Hanzo of the Salamander fixed his gaze upon Shuangyue Kongming, raising a finger to his head with a hint of mockery as he spoke. Haha. I am neither from Konoha nor of the Uchiha lineage. However, I must admit, I do find some merit in your perspective. As Frost Moon approached the enigmatic Hans of the Salamander, she cautioned, "Be wary of your words. The Uchiha may seek to cause you trouble." The Uchiha clan, with the exception of the deceased Madara Uchiha, holds no fear for me. Should they dare to provoke me, I shall ensure they return from the encounter with no hope of return. Hans's gaze subtly directed toward Shinda, who understood the unspoken message and took a step back from Hans. "Beware of Madara rising from his grave to transform you into a lifeless fish." Hans scoffed. "I am truly unafraid." As Shuangyue Kongming approached a certain vicinity, Hans the Salamander launched an immediate assault. Beneath Hans's feet, a wave of water surged forth, akin to a swift white ribbon racing towards Shuangyue Kongming, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Frost Moon Kongming gently stamped his foot, causing the water waves to halt momentarily before transforming into a barrier that enveloped him. "Hans, you truly are a good person. I appreciate the shield you have provided," he remarked. Hans, the pufferfish, snorted disdainfully, removing the mask from his face and carelessly discarding it onto the ground. Without the mask, Hans exhaled a breath tinged with a purplish hue. "I was merely jesting. There is no need to take offense. Just look at your face. It has turned quite purple," he quipped. I have always held a certain admiration for capable young individuals. You, however, are the exception. I solely wish to slay you and flay your skin from your bones." Hans glowered at Frost Moon Kongming, his tone dark and brooding, his demeanor teetering on the edge of explosive. Frost Moon Kongming wore a subtle smile, occasionally sharing a couple of dry jokes, as he meandered through the Hanzo residence with the same casualness one might exhibit while strolling through his own garden. Surrounded by Hanzo and his men, he exhibited no sign of tension, as if he had never regarded Hanzo with any seriousness. His demeanor infuriated Hanzo to no end. "Indeed, I am inherently unique, possessing a sharp intellect since childhood, and I have always considered myself a favored child of destiny. Your attitude merely serves to validate that assertion." Summoning techniques. "Let us eliminate him together. I, in the spirit of the eel." Hanzo summoned the spirit of the pepperfish, leaping onto its head. The pepperfish emitted a series of shrill cries. TCH, the summoned beast is rather large, hardly enough room for a single pot to contain it. Shuangyue Kongming cast a glance at the mountain pepperfish, noting its average strength and seemingly formidable ability to emit poison. Unfortunately, it found itself pitted against two masters of antidotes, Tsunade and Chiyo, rendering its advantage ineffectual. Understanding Shuangyue Kongming's words, the mountain pepperfish opened its wide mouth and unleashed a toxic gas projectile. In a graceful arc, Shuangyue Kongming executed 2 consecutive leaps, deftly evading the onslaught of the fish-like creature. As he soared through the air, yet to touch the ground from his second jump, Hans swiftly formed hand seals, anticipating his landing spot. From his lips emerged 8 violet-black water orbs, for aimed directly at his head, heart, and arms, while the remaining 4 hurtled towards the ground where he was destined to land. In the cool embrace of November, Kwangming Shuangyue twisted his body midair. As a water projectile grazed his face, the unpleasant stench wafting into his nostrils, he nearly retched. Covering his mouth with his right hand while forming a seal with his left, activating his substitution technique to exchange positions with a stone in the corner. Upon landing, Kwangming Shuangyue bent low, resting his left hand against the wall, his right hand still covering his mouth as he continued to heave. Ah! The public restroom reeking of salted fish, you have triumphed. Shuangyue Kwangming glanced up at Hans, took out a handkerchief, tore it forcefully into shreds, and selected 2 suitably sized pieces to stuff into his nostrils. He then retrieved a mask, moistened it with water, and affixed it to his face. Frosty Moonlight, feeling a sense of insecurity, enveloped herself in a protective layer of wind ninjutsu. With multiple layers of defense to prevent any leakage, she then unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the wall before her. Following this, she executed a sweeping kick with her right leg, sending the fragments of stone spinning in a half-circle towards Hans. Infusing each shard with wind chakra, the speed of the debris surged dramatically. Hans erected several walls of water as a barrier between himself and the salamander, attempting to withstand Frosty Moonlight's onslaught. Mere breaths later, Hans would come to pay the price for his naive assumptions. The stone assault launched by Frost Moon K may embodies a duality of physical and magical strikes. Hans's water barrier proves nearly ineffective. A multitude of stones breaches the watery defense, and the unfortunate giant salamander bears the brunt of the onslaught, with 90% of the stones striking its massive form. In agony, it emits a cacophony of cries. The enormous creature hastily propels itself towards Frost Moon K-Mei, the distance between them diminishing rapidly as the salamander prepares to stomp down upon its adversary. In the frosty moonlit night, Sora employed the art of instant movement to evade, while Hans seized the opportunity to lay a multitude of explosive talismans. Boom, boom, boom. In the ethereal brilliance of Frost Moon, regardless of where it lands, Hans instantaneously unleashes the explosive fire formation, with the sound of detonations resonating in a tumultuous symphony. The coordination is commendable, yet this is where it concludes. Frost Moon's ethereal form materialized beneath the towering mountain pepperfish, her legs coiling with latent energy. In an instant, she leaped skyward, her right hand clenched tightly, delivering a decisive blow to the creature's chin, sending it crashing to the ground. The impact was thunderous as the massive body of the mountain pepperfish collapsed, demolishing several adjacent structures. Coughing, Hans waved his hand to disperse the swirling dust. I see, he remarked, the adversary is formidable. We must unleash our true prowess and unite to vanquish him. The mountain pepperfish struggled to rise. Its gaping maw opening wide as a plume of purple venom erupted forth, swiftly enveloping Hans's estate. The air around Frost Moon's ethereal glow was thick with toxic fumes. The purple hues nearly transformed into a deep black. He wore a mask, rendering him unable to exhale and disperse the noxious gas. After a moment of contemplation, in the frosty month of November, Kwangming bent down, her brows furrowed tightly, and gritted her teeth as she concentrated all her strength into a singular point. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind arose, visibly diminishing the noxious gas. A few minutes later, the toxic haze dissipated. Relieved, she mused that perhaps consuming too many beans had indeed been somewhat beneficial. In the frosty month of November, Kwangming rubbed her belly and surveyed her surroundings, where a group of people lay sprawled on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Lord Hans, I have succeeded. Well done, Shinda, you have performed admirably. In the frosty month of November, K-Mei was perplexed by Hans's sudden elation. To his astonishment, he discovered that a delicate pink mist had enveloped the surroundings, with several soft tendrils entwining around his feet. Ah, it was the divine calling forth the spirit beast, the king of shells. Unfortunately for them, their hopes were destined to be dashed, for I am immune to illusions. In the frosty month of November, Kwangming pinched his nostrils and took 2 steps beyond the veil of mist. Just as he felt a fleeting moment of joy, the 2 individuals who had failed to deliver the finishing blow widened their eyes in astonishment. How is it that you were not ensnared by the illusion? Frosty Moonlight pointed at his crimson eyes. Your illusions are rather juvenile. I have nearly discerned your true strength. It is time to bring this to a close. In the frosty month of November, Sora abruptly accelerated, charging towards Hans. Hans merely caught sight of fleeting shadows, and in an instant, Shinda lay fallen upon the ground. Frosty Moonlight grasped Hans by the throat, their gazes locking in an intense exchange, as the mesmerizing swirl of her eyes gradually rendered him unconscious. After several minutes, Hans regained consciousness, and upon his first sight of Frosty Moonlight, he immediately knelt on one knee. I pay my respects, my lord. Rise. In the frosty moonlight, Sora held his right hand aloft, exerting control over Hans. The land of rain had become his dominion. Chapter 83. The organization is officially established. First, dismiss your subordinates, for I have matters to discuss with you. In the frosty month of November, Kame gazed around, discovering a relatively intact room. Very well. You shall seek me there shortly. As you command, my lord. As the frost moonlight faded into the distance, Hans lifted his gaze and gradually rose to his feet. He cast a glance at the fallen Shinda beside him and gave him a light kick to rouse him. Get up, you worthless fool. Lord Hans, where are the enemies? Did you drive them away? Shinda scrambled to his feet, seeking refuge behind Queen Bailual, cautiously peering around. The enemies have retreated. You must immediately organize the personnel to tend to the surrounding guards. Additionally, my estate has been reduced to ruins. Find me a residence to serve as a temporary abode. Furthermore, expedite the cleanup of the debris and commence the reconstruction of the estate. Most importantly, I intend to rest shortly. No one is to approach that room even by a step. Those who defy this order shall face death. Hans pointed menacingly towards the room chosen by the frost moonlight, his aura radiating a palpable threat towards Shinda. Standing upright, Shinda replied with utmost seriousness, as you command. I shall personally guard the entrance, ensuring not even a fly may enter. Very well. With the tasks clearly delineated, Hans approached the room where the frost moonlight resided, moving with caution. Upon reaching the door, he knocked twice and, after a brief pause, entered the room. Shinda pondered in confusion the nature of Lord Hans's intentions. Was this merely a rest or an elaborate ritual? The room selected by Shuangyue Kongming is a guest chamber, adorned with simplicity, a solitary table accompanied by 2 chairs. Frostmoon's empty gaze rested upon the table, her fingers lightly tapping the surface in measured rhythm. Is everything arranged? Surely, no one knows I am in this room. My lord, rest assured. I have instructed that no one dares approach the chamber. Very well, please take a seat. Frostmoon Kongming gestured towards the chair beside him. Hans remained motionless. How could I possibly sit at the same level as an adult? Standing is sufficient for me. Shuangyue Kongming removed her mask and placed it upon the table. Do as you wish. You must be curious about my true identity. If my lord desires me to know, he will undoubtedly inform me. You may not have seen me, but you have certainly heard of me. I am the Daimyo of the Land of Water, Shuangyue Kongming. What? How is that possible? Hanzo exclaimed, taking a step back in astonishment. What is impossible? Consider your own position. You too are a leader of a nation. Do you still find it implausible? Hanzo involuntarily nodded in agreement. Now that you are aware of my identity, let us discuss yours. Hanzo of the Salamander, a demigod of the Shinobi world. Why do you hide in the capital, allowing other ninja villages to bully and slay the citizens of the Land of Rain? Frost Moon gazed intently at Hans, his face devoid of any expression, and his tone remained remarkably flat. However, Hans discerned the dissatisfaction and reproach woven into his words. I too once endeavored to resist, striving to safeguard the citizens of the Land of Rain, attempting to alter the sorrowful fate of a small nation oppressed by larger powers. Yet, my strength proved ultimately limited. Despite securing victory in 1 or 2 localized conflicts, I found it exceedingly difficult to shift the overarching situation. Hans lowered his head, his voice rife with reluctance. Thus, you have failed twice and resigned yourself to your fate, retreating into your estate, deaf to the events beyond your windows, lost in your own world. I wonder, do you still recall the words you exchanged with Mifune? Have you truly forsaken your convictions? In the serene light of Frost Moon, the name of Sambian stirred the depths of Hans's memory. With a thud, he fell to his knees, bowing 3 times in reverence. Indeed, I have forsaken my beliefs. I am grateful to Lord Frost Moon for illuminating my path and revealing my errors. I now understand what must be done. I shall resolutely confront the enemy and safeguard the citizens of the Land of Rain. Frosty November, under the clear sky, smiles knowingly. Indeed, it is commendable that one has not succumbed to hopelessness. However, your convictions must reside within your mind and be etched in your heart. In a few succinct phrases, Shuangyue spoke, leaving Hans utterly perplexed. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, My lord Shuangyue, I find myself somewhat dim-witted and fail to grasp your meaning. The ninja world is already vast. With 5 great nations, we have no need for a 6th. Frostmoon Kongming unfurled the map of the Shinobi world upon the table, indicating its details to Hans. The map appeared somewhat worn, adorned with numerous circles and dots. Your strength is formidable, and your convictions unwavering. You stand poised to become the 6th great nation, inevitably inciting the envy of the other great powers, which explains their intent to strike against you. I comprehend now. I harbor no fear. Even if I must toil without respite, I shall drive them out of the Land of Rain. In the frost-laden month of November, silence prevails to an extreme degree. Very well, Employ your intellect and refrain from rash actions. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. The land of rain is neither vast nor minuscule, regardless of which nation or village enters this realm. It is of no concern to you. Rather, focus on gathering the populace into designated areas for their protection. Shuangyue Kongming lifted the mask from the table and placed it upon her face. I shall establish an organization in the land of rain. With our forces united from north to south, we will be able to safeguard all the citizens. Hanzo struck the ground thrice with a clang. I am grateful to you. Lord Shuangyue, on behalf of the suffering populace, I extend my heartfelt thanks. Indeed, I shall leave you a stockpile of provisions. Please make the necessary arrangements promptly. In the month of frost and clarity, 2 sealed scrolls of provisions left by the ethereal mist vanished before Hans's very eyes, transforming into vapor. Surely, my demigod title must have absorbed the waters of the entire ocean. Hans chuckled bitterly, grasping the scrolls and striding purposefully out of the chamber. Shinda, where have you been? Come here at once. Lord Hans, what is your command? Shinda, disheveled and weary, hurried over. What on earth are you doing, looking so disheveled? Lord Hans, did you not instruct me to clear the ruins? I took it upon myself to handle the task. Well, set aside the ruins for now. You must immediately gather people from the surrounding areas and bring them to the capital. Additionally, ensure the citizens arriving from various regions are brought back as well. And preserve the provisions I have. When they arrive, prepare porridge for them. Hans stuffed the sealed scrolls into Shinda's arms and summoned the pufferfish to leave the capital. Clutching the scrolls tightly, Shinda sighed. With an open mouth and running legs, what else could be done but to work? Shinda called upon the ninjas of the Land of Rain, dividing them into several teams to depart from the capital in various directions to guide the citizens. In the ethereal glow of the frost-laden moon, I meandered away from the rain-drenched capital, seeking refuge in a quaint little town. The settlement remained relatively intact, with many houses still habitable. However, the townsfolk had fled, and as I traversed the silent streets, I encountered no souls and heard naught but the occasional croak of a frog. Shuangyue Kongming entered the finest residence in the town, meticulously searching each room, yet found nothing of value. He produced a plaque and hung it on the front door, proclaiming the establishment of the organization as headquarters. Although the conditions were somewhat rudimentary, the organization was officially founded today. Chapter 84. Ben seeks collaboration. Would you like to don unique garments? Join our organization, where the leader personally designs attire crafted by the finest tailors in the ninja world, available free for a limited time. Do you wish to have ample meals each day? Become part of our organization, where meat and wine are plentiful at every meal, and you may indulge as you desire. Would you like to reside in a spacious mansion free of charge? Our organization possesses numerous unoccupied mansions. Simply join us and choose your preferred style and location. Do you long for annual overseas travel? Our organization maintains business relations with various nations, providing members with annual trips funded by the organization, allowing you to select any country you wish to visit. What are you waiting for? Opportunities like this are fleeting. Invite friends to join and receive rewards. Invite one person for 2 eggs, or up to 1,000 taels for 5 invites. In the Land of Rain, beneath a great tree, Ju wore a grim expression, tightly clutching a piece of paper. The sun shone brightly today, lifting Ju's spirits. He had been preoccupied with the search for Nagato's successor. Following his planned route, Ju merrily traversed the woods, heading to the next area in search of individuals. Suddenly, a paper slapped against Ju's face, and in a fit of anger, he tore it away. Glancing at the content, his fury intensified. The paper was filled with enticing words, resembling a recruitment flyer from a certain organization. The crucial detail was that this organization had enmity with him, particularly the image in the lower right corner, which he could recognize even in ashes. Indeed, it was an illustration of Shuangyue Kongming wearing a mask, smiling with a gesture that seemed to beckon him closer. Upon seeing the image, Ju's teeth ground in anger, for this individual had caused him much distress in recent months. It was because of him that Ju had faced reprimands from Ban repeatedly and had to revise his plans to save his mother from peril. Damn the organization. If you dare to appear, go back and inform Ban. Let us see what orders that old man has for us. Ju melded into the trunk of the tree, vanishing from sight as he returned to the base in the Land of Lightning. The dilapidated base below ground remained unchanged. Suzy had not arrived, and the few old bachelors residing there neglected hygiene, their quarters in disrepair. Ban continued to sustain his life beneath the Otsutsuki statue, while Obito doodled on the ground. As Ju entered the base, Ben opened his eyes from a state of pretense. Ju, you've returned. Have you found someone suitable for the transplantation of my eyes? No, but I have vital intelligence to report. Go ahead. What have you discovered? Ben inquired with a calm demeanor, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Today, as usual, I searched for a successor for your eyes. I inadvertently discovered that the individual who previously caused us distress has reappeared in the land of rain. Oh, Van's interest piqued at the mention of this person. He raised his head, his aged eyes wide open, his voice rising slightly with curiosity. That person claims to be the Emperor leader, does he not? After a period of absence, he has resurfaced. What could his intentions be? I did not encounter him in person. Van's expression soured instantly, while Obito nearby, eavesdropping, resumed his doodling. Realizing the situation was precarious, Ju swiftly produced the flyer from his pocket. However, I possess a flyer issued by him. Lord Ban, please take a look. Ju stepped forward, handing the flyer to Ban. How intriguing. His organization has chosen the Land of Rain as its headquarters, aligning with my thoughts. Great minds think alike. However, his views are too antiquated. Distributing such flyers to recruit ordinary individuals will yield no significant results. Indeed, Lord Ban. Only elite ninjas can fulfill your grand vision of eliminating warfare in the ninja world and ushering in everlasting peace. Ju adeptly flattered Ban, reinforcing his belief in the righteousness of his ideology and the greatness of his plan. Your words hold truth. The Moon Eye plan benefits the entire ninja world and must be steadfastly pursued. However, how should we implement this plan? You and Obito are no match for him. Sending 3 to confront him would result in 1 death and 2 fleeing. Upon hearing Ban's words, Obito instinctively touched his neck, recalling the harrowing encounter that had nearly cost him his life, sending shivers down his spine. He was unwilling to confront that terrifying individual again and couldn't help but interject. Lord Ban, why not abandon the Land of Rain and establish our organization in another country? Ban pondered for a moment, realizing there were no better alternatives. The Moon Eye plan currently involved only 3 entities, making their efforts severely constrained. Very well, Ju, direct your focus to the Land of Rivers. Konoha and Sunagakure are embroiled in fierce conflict within its borders, with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 3rd Kazekage already on the battlefield. The suffering populace of the Land of Rivers faces starvation and death in far greater numbers than those in the Land of Rain, rendering them prime targets for our actions. Ju held no objections. His objective was the successful implementation of the Moon Eye plan, the methodical process being inconsequential. Understood. I will swiftly identify a suitable candidate for the transplantation of your eyes, guiding them to awaken the Rinnegan. After assigning Ju his task, Ban glanced down at the flyer in his hand, recalling Shuangyue Kongming. Obito, I have a task for you. Find an opportunity to observe the Emperor leader for a while and ascertain his character and methods. Upon hearing this, Obito's already pale face grew paler. He feared the worst and realized he could not escape his fate. Lord Ban, must I go? Perhaps you could send a clone of Ju instead. No. You must go in person. Obito's final plea failed, and he cautiously inquired, Lord Ban, what is your intent in observing him? Are we seeking to confront him or trouble his organization? I require you to observe him to understand his principles and approach to dealings. My purpose is to ascertain one matter. What matter? Is it related to the doodles? Ban cast a glance at the Otsutsuki statue. Collaboration. If the Emperor leader is a kindred spirit, I would prefer to ally with him rather than oppose him. The truth was revealed, leaving Obito momentarily relieved. He would seek conflict with that individual for now. He resumed his doodling nearby. Lord Ban, do you genuinely intend to collaborate with the organization? In his heart, he was unwilling. To him, the leader embodied by Frost Moon's clarity was an unpredictable element, with formidable strength and unyielding to his manipulations. This entity could jeopardize the Eye of the Moon's plan. That was a matter for another time. For now, he needed to focus on completing his task. After a lengthy discourse, Madara felt fatigued, his spirit slightly diminished. As you wish, he responded. As he departed from the base, Ju had his own schemes brewing, plotting to sabotage the collaboration between Madara and Frost Moon's clarity. Chapter 85, Obstacles and Recruitment. Frost Moon's clarity, eager for collaboration, was preoccupied with distributing flyers. He had taken time yesterday to return to the Land of Water, where he secretly printed a considerable number of flyers, which he then sealed within scrolls to bring back to the Land of Rain. With preparations complete, Frost Moon's clarity soared into the air, radiating from the organization's headquarters, scattering flyers at intervals in all directions. No city, village, or hidden nook was spared. He cast forth a multitude of flyers. The winds in the Land of Rain carried not the falling leaves, but the flyers of Frost Moon's clarity. Beneath the sky, it was not rain that fell, but a flurry of white paper. Picking up a few, one could manage without buying toilet paper for the restroom at the east end of the village for half a year. The bombastic promotion of Frosty Moon indeed yielded results, captivating many wandering souls, while some ninjas hastened towards the locations marked on the flyers. In the ensuing days, individuals began to arrive at the quaint town one after another. In the frost-laden month, Kongming was most generous. As each citizen arrived, he promptly distributed 10 pounds of grain. "Come quickly to collect the grain," he called. "Each person receives 10 pounds. "We're here," replied the young wife, urging her husband to hasten. The young couple, in a state of urgency, dashed into the town, their eyes fixed on the line for grain. Suddenly realizing their presence, they found themselves already in the queue. Upon receiving the grain, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Kongming. "Thank you ever so much. You are truly a good person. If there's anything you require, please do not hesitate to ask. Do not be deceived by my slender frame. I possess considerable strength. Having just arrived, you must be weary. Please find a place to kindle a fire and prepare a meal, and take a moment to rest." Shuangyue Kongming declined the couple's kind offer and sent them to rest. After walking a few steps, the man halted in his tracks. "You take the children to prepare the meal and rest. I shall assist the adults with their tasks. They have treated us so well, and I cannot bear to stand idly by." "Very well," he replied. The man returned to Shuangyue Kongming's side, seizing the scale from his hands. "I shall take on the responsibility of weighing the grain. I have learned this task and shall not err. Why have you returned? Where is your wife?" "She has gone to prepare the meal. I have come to offer my assistance." In the frosty November night, Kei-mei found herself unable to resist him, reluctantly conceding to allow the man to stay and assist. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Me? I am Inoue Taro," replied Inoue Taro, deftly manipulating the scales before lifting his gaze to respond. Frosty November's serene gaze was momentarily withdrawn as she took her seat at the table, diligently registering the townsfolk who had arrived. "Next," she called. "Name?" "Hiyezi," came the reply. "Family members?" "Just myself." "Do you possess any special skills?" "I was once a seamstress, capable of crafting garments." "Very well. Proceed to collect your rations." "Thank you, my lord." Frostmoon Kei-mei inquired about the plight of the common folk, his peripheral gaze fixed intently upon Inoue Akira, scrutinizing his every movement. Inoue Akira appeared rather unassuming. Yet Kei-mei remained vigilant, aware that simplicity is a rare commodity amidst calamity. After observing for a while and noting that Inoue Akira exhibited no furtive actions, Kei-mei momentarily diverted his gaze. "My lord, the porridge is ready. Please, do partake," Inoue Akira's wife announced, presenting the first bowl to Kei-mei's table. "Very well. It is quite palatable. You two should also take the opportunity to dine," he replied. Shuangyue Kongming lifted his bowl of porridge and began to drink, unwilling to dismiss the heartfelt gesture of others. For 3 consecutive days, dozens, even hundreds of people arrived in the small town, gradually restoring its vibrant atmosphere. However, on the 4th day, an unexpected occurrence transpired. From dawn until dusk, not a single citizen ventured into the town. This unusual circumstance prompted Shuangyue Kongming to prepare to venture outside the town to investigate. Suddenly, sounds of laughter and commotion echoed from beyond the town's borders. Moments later, a few individuals stumbled into the town, only to collapse to the ground after taking just a few steps. Frostmoon Kongming swiftly approached several individuals, immediately noticing the knife wounds adorning their bodies. He promptly employed his medical ninjutsu, successfully healing the majority of their injuries within a matter of minutes. He then called upon the townsfolk to carry the injured to a nearby room. An hour later, one by one, they began to awaken. "Who are you? Were you the one who saved us?" inquired an older man among them as he sat up, responding to Frostmoon Kongming's inquiry. "We are but a group of refugees, having received a flyer along the way, hoping to try our luck." Frosty November's ethereal light swept over a few individuals as she continued her inquiry. "How did you come by those injuries?" "We were accosted by highwaymen on our journey. We attempted to stealthily slip past under the cover of night, but alas, we were discovered by the marauders and fled desperately to this place." "Very well, you may rest for now." Shuangyue Kongming turned and departed from the room, the situation now clear. The flyers he had distributed had not only attracted virtuous individuals but also nefarious ones, those who dared to take advantage of him and obstruct his people. Frosty November's clear sky grew increasingly infuriating to her, her eyes narrowing into a perilous arc-humph. "I shall see what capabilities you possess to intercept my plans." Swish, swish, swish. Shuangyue Kongming swiftly departed from the town, determinedly choosing a direction and hastening his journey. He activated his sensory ninjutsu to its fullest extent, capable of perceiving even the faintest flutter of a mosquito, fearful of overlooking any lurking vermin. After half an hour, he arrived at the foot of a mountain, hearing voices emanating from above. Slowing his pace, he cautiously approached the speakers. Eventually, he located a cave on the mountainside. The closer he drew to its entrance, the clearer the voices became. He, the girl is truly enchanting. You should yield to us. Please, I beg you, spare me. Standing at the cave's mouth, Shuangyue Kongming was met with the sound of a woman's sobs, accompanied by her desperate pleas. Such delicate skin. Please, you beasts. May you meet a wretched end. I shall haunt you even in death. Shut up, you shameless wench. You dare defy me, and I shall strike you down. Stop. In the dimly lit cavern, Frost Moon Kongming barged in, only to witness a man gripping a woman's hair, mercilessly delivering slaps that rendered her face swollen and bruised. At the rear of the cave, 4 men sat together, laughing and reveling in the spectacle of the woman's torment. Beside them, on a straw mat, lay another woman. Her tongue severed, her body marred with bruises and scratches, her hands and feet grotesquely twisted. She had long since departed from the realm of the living. Her eyes wide open in a futile defiance, bloodshot and bulging. The laughter of the men abruptly ceased as they noticed the intruding Frost Moon Kongming, their expression shifting to one of wariness. The battered woman seized the moment, delivering a swift kick to the man's groin, causing him to howl in pain and release his grip on her hair. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly retreated behind Frost Moon Kongming. Is this what you have done? Frost Moon's clear gaze pointed towards the lifeless woman. It is them. These few are not human, but rather demons, who have tormented Zhuanzi to her demise. The woman behind Shuangyue Kongming wiped away her tears, her gaze filled with murderous intent as she fixed her stare on several men. She bit down hard on her lip, crimson blood trickling down the corner of her mouth. So what if we are the ones who killed? To serve the gentleman is her fortune. How dare she bite me? Death would be too lenient for her. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to escape unscathed. Shuangyue Kongming spoke, raising his right hand. Chapter 86, The Bandits of the Land of Earth. Ha ha ha, did you guys hear what he said? I heard it, it terrified me. I'm so scared, despite their youth. Their bravado was audacious. A group of ruffians clutched their bellies, bending over in fits of laughter. The man in the center of the cave glanced at Shuangyue Kongming and hastily donned his coat. I've consumed more salt than you've had rice. Do you think you can intimidate me? You are still too inexperienced. Go home and drink some milk for a few more years before stepping out again. No wonder you came to intercept me. You've eaten too much salt and have nothing better to do. Frost Moon, with an exceptionally long lifespan, despite nearing the age of 30, still retains the appearance and voice of an 18-year-old. His words provoked a wave of derision from the assailants. Brother, let us seize an opportunity to escape. These individuals are devils, merciless and brutal. The woman behind Shuangyue Kongming tugged at the hem of his garment, trembling as she spoke in a voice only they could hear. There is no need. If you are afraid, you may leave first. I am not afraid, she stammered. At worst, I will fight them to the death. If you had not entered the cave, I would have already perished. I cannot abandon you to flee alone. Though she professed her bravery, her legs quaked incessantly. Please release my clothing and cease your trembling. The dust from the cave ceiling is falling because of you. All right, all right. She acquiesced, loosening her grip on Shuangyue Kongming. She picked up a wooden stick from the ground, gripping it tightly with both hands, aiming it at several bandits. I will help you. Are you seeking death? One of the bandits bellowed. Startled, the woman shuddered, her hands beginning to shake as well. Shuangyue Kongming cast a fleeting glance at the woman before retracting her gaze and turning to face the band of ruffians. Who sent you? The bandits exchanged glances, brandishing their daggers as they advanced toward Shuangyue Kongming. If you wish to know, inquire with the Grim Reaper. Attack. 5 bandits lunged simultaneously at Shuangyue Kongming, with 2 of them bypassing him to obstruct the cave's entrance. The remaining 3 aimed their daggers at his heart. Frosty November, with a graceful flick of his right hand, sent forth several gusts of wind that swiftly subdued the bandits. However, he was still struck by an assailant. Oh, no, don't come any closer. I will strike you down. The woman behind him, with her eyes tightly shut, flailed a wooden stick wildly, inadvertently striking his back. In the frost-laden twilight, Kongming grasped the wooden stick firmly. Halt. The bandit has been subdued, he announced. Open your eyes and take a look. The woman curled her shoulders, gradually opening her right eye for a fleeting glance before swiftly shutting it again. It took a full minute before she finally opened her eyes, relinquished the wooden stick, and sank down onto the ground with a deep sigh of relief. I am saved. I thought my fate was sealed. I never anticipated you possessed such prowess. Very well. Take a moment to rest, he replied. I must go interrogate a few bandits. In the moonlit frost, the ethereal figure of Shuangyue Kongming compelled several brigands to kneel upon the ground. Speak, who are you? he demanded. Humph. You possess great strength. I concede defeat. If you wish to extract information from me, abandon all hope. The 5 brigands averted their gazes, resolutely silent. Ah, I relish those who are obstinate, he remarked. You. What is your name? Come here. Are you calling for me? She replied. You may refer to me as Huime. How may I assist you? Rising from her seated position, Huime swiftly approached Shuangyue Kongming with small, hurried steps. Shuangyue Kongming scrutinized her carefully and tossed her a piece of clothing. Put this on first, she instructed. Huime lowered her head and saw the tattered remnants of her own attire, hastily donning the garment thrown by Shuangyue Kongming. I'm ready, Huime murmured softly. Frosty Moonlight nodded, effortlessly releasing several wind blades that inflicted wounds upon 5 bandits. Now, apply honey to their injuries, she instructed. With caution. Huime approached and followed Frosty Moonlight's directive, meticulously spreading the honey. My lord, it is done, she reported. Humph. No matter what, we shall remain silent. You might as well give up. The game has only just begun. In the crisp air of frosty November, Kongming's lips curled into a sly smile as she cast a few ant holes. The ants, detecting the sweet aroma of honey, dispatched the first wave of scout ants from their burrow, scuttling off in various directions. The foraging ants swiftly discerned the location of the honey and returned to the nest. In a brief span, an overwhelming swarm of ants emerged, marching towards the 5 bandits. The bandits, confronted by the dense mass of ants, felt a chill run down their spines. I told you to stop, I remarked. There is no rush. I mentioned that the game has only just begun. Countless ants ascended upon the bandits, voraciously gnawing at their wounds. Ah, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Kill me if you dare. Just kill me. They cried. Grandfather. Ancestors, I will tell you everything. I beg you, grant me a swift end. The bandits wailed in despair, helplessly witnessing the ants crawling over them, nibbling away at their flesh. You have brought this upon yourselves. Just hours ago, Juanzi pleaded in the same manner, yet how did you respond? Not only did you refuse to relent, but you also intensified her torment. Huime, observing this spectacle, felt no fear. Instead, she radiated excitement, eager to partake in the unfolding drama. Go on, little ants, fight them to death. In the frost-kissed month, Kongming contemplated the exquisite psychological qualities, harboring the potential to rival even the most ruthless of masters. In the interrogation department, she would undoubtedly carve out her own niche. After half an hour, the 5 bandits lay on the brink of collapse, inhaling more than they exhaled. Frosty November, with an air of authority, commanded the ants and approached the few individuals before him, gazing down upon them from his elevated stance. Now, you may speak, he declared. Come a little closer. And I shall reveal my words, the bandit who assaulted the artist interjected. In the ethereal glow of the frost-laden moon, a sudden silence enveloped the scene, which felt hauntingly familiar, as if I had witnessed it countless times before. He deliberately leaned closer. Bah, you scoundrel. Now, I would rather perish than utter a word. Frosty Moonlight gazed at him with a gentle smile, speaking in the softest tone she had ever used. Do not worry, my medical ninjutsu is far superior. I shall tend to your wounds immediately, and you will soon recover. She chuckled lightly. Let us continue the game. We shall start anew. Fear not. If one round is not enough, we can engage in several more. The bandit struggled to lift his head. You are a devil, he uttered. Grandfather. If you will not speak, then I shall. I beg you, grant me a swift end. Frost Moon, with a clear and tranquil demeanor, healed the bandit who had been spewing forth his vile words, then summoned Huime. He entrusted the bandit to you, urging that he must not be allowed to perish easily. Rest assured, my lord, I am well aware of how to proceed. A smile danced at the corners of Huime's eyes as she eagerly seized the bandit, brandishing a dagger as she made her way toward the ant nest. You relished in striking me before, did you not? Now that you find yourself in my grasp, I shall ensure you experience a taste of true enjoyment. As Frost Moon Kongming watched her depart, Yufeng brought the remaining 4 bandits to a corner, their hands bound behind their backs, standing before the 4. Speak, he commanded. Who are you? Very well, one replied. I beseech you, cease the torment. The 5 of us were originally bandits from the land of Earth, having recently arrived in the land of Rain. The response caught Frost Moon Kongming off guard. He had not anticipated that they hailed from the land of Earth. Chapter 87, The Movements of Rock Hidden Village. Why have you come to the land of Rain? The land of Earth is far more affluent. The breaths of several bandits grew increasingly faint, their voices dwindling. We had no desire to come to the land of Rain. It was all under the coercion of Rock Hidden Village. In the month of frost and clear skies, Kongming was taken aback by the escalating complexity of the situation. Realizing that the hidden rock village was involved behind the scenes, He took action to stabilize the injuries of the bandits, preserving their breath and temporarily suspending their demise. He then inquired how the Hidden Rock Village had coerced them. Half a month prior, the Hidden Rock Village had unexpectedly dispatched ninjas to hunt down the bandits within the borders of the Land of Earth. They breached the stronghold with minimal bloodshed, allowing us to escape. The rock ninjas pursued us from behind, maintaining a deliberate distance, seemingly intent on driving us towards the Land of Rain. The bandits divulged everything they knew, eager to rid themselves of the torment, a sensation more unbearable than death itself. Please, continue, he urged. Why did you intercept the citizens of the Land of Rain on their way to a town several miles away? There was no particular reason, the bandit replied. The chief, upon seeing the flyers, believed that it was more prudent to wait in ambush rather than continue aimlessly. Snatching a little is better than blindly searching and starving. Frostmoon Calming believed that someone was deliberately targeting his organization. However, it now appears that he may have been overthinking the situation. It is not surprising that he felt anxious. The establishment of his organization served not only to facilitate his schemes but also to fulfill another equally significant objective. He intended to utilize the organization to trade in goods that were inconvenient for the prominent families to acquire, such as the soon-to-be-produced ninja grenades. Having unraveled the intricacies of the matter, Frostmoon Kongming was not inclined to squander any further time. With a swift motion, he unleashed wind blades to sever several bodies and, employing the power of the wind, cast them out of the cave. He firmly believed that the wolves of the forest would find them intriguing. In the serene light of Frost Moon, Kongming approached the other side of the cave. Marveling at the astonishing potential of Huimei, the bandit, aside from his head, was covered in wounds inflicted by her, and swarmed over the bandit's body, creating the illusion of a black weeble wobble from a distance. I must take my leave now. Will you continue to torment him, or will you join me in departing? Please, do not abandon me. I wish to leave with you. Let us go. In the frosty month, under the clear moonlight, Yufeng swiftly carried away Zhuanzi's lifeless body, hastening their departure. As they emerged from the cave, he glanced back and unleashed a gust of wind, obliterating the entrance to the cavern. In the serene twilight of Frost Moon, Kongming found a secluded spot to lay Zhuanzi to rest. Thank you, my lord. You have avenged Zhuanzi and erected a monument in her honor. Her spirit should find peace in the heavens. Huimei gently scattered a handful of soil over Zhuanzi's grave and turned to Kongming, speaking with conviction. You are to join the organization in the small town. As her leader, it is only fitting that I seek retribution for her. Wow, so you are indeed the leader of the organization. Is everything mentioned in the flyers true? Can one truly earn money by following you? Of course, but what do you intend to do with your earnings? I wish to travel to the Land of Water and meet my idol, who is a great hero. Huimei's eyes sparkled with countless stars, her expression one of infatuation. The curious mind of Shuangyue Kongming was piqued. The most renowned figure in the Land of Water must surely be the one spoken of by Aimi. Who is your idol? She inquired. Could it be the esteemed lord of the Land of Water? Pa, who is that lord? I've never heard of him. Aimi scoffed. My idol is the illustrious Kakuzu. My mother, a citizen of the land of Takigakure, holds Kakuzu in great reverence. I grew up listening to tales of his exploits. He even defeated the Mizukage, protecting the lord of the Land of Water. Truly, my idol is remarkable. Ah, understood. Let us be on our way. In the frosty month of November, Kongming was taken aback to discover that there were still admirers of Jiaodu, lamenting that fate seemed blind. He suppressed the urge to slap Huimei, interrupting her boastful praises of Jiaodu, and turned to depart. He escorted Huimei back to the small town and arranged a room for her. In the frosty moonlight, Kongming departed from the small town once more, exploring the other directions of the settlement. Throughout the night, he encountered several bands of bandits, some numbering over 20, while others consisted of merely 3 to 5 individuals. He successfully located the leader of this particular group. Under the gentle interrogation of Frost Moon, the leader divulged all that he knew. According to his account, the bandits were not merely a single group, but rather a coalition of over 10 factions. Most crucially, it was revealed that around 200 ninjas from Rock Hidden Village had followed them into the Land of Rain, only to subsequently vanish without a trace. In the frosty month of November, Kongming inquired about the information he sought, eliminating all the bandits. The following day, unhindered by the bandits, the townsfolk arrived at the small town with ease. In the frosty month of November, each individual was allocated 10 pounds of grain. Those willing to join the organization were invited to stay, while those unwilling were free to depart with their provisions. A substantial 80% of the populace chose to remain. Most of the wandering ninjas observed quietly, with only a few explicitly expressing their willingness to stay. In the clear, frosty moonlight, Kongming did not force himself. He was meticulously planning the inaugural operation. Gather here and stand properly, the leader has something to convey. Inoue Tera was the first to stand at attention, his lips still uttering words of encouragement to the other citizens. Ahem. Frosty November's moonlight cast a gentle glow as Kong Ming coughed lightly, instantly silencing the gathered townsfolk. The primary purpose of convening you all today is to inform you of the organization's forthcoming actions over the next few months. Beginning tomorrow, we shall commence the construction of a fortress centered around the town. As the frost moon hung high in the clear sky, a few members displayed expressions of profound reluctance. Of course, through toil, one may acquire sustenance and wealth. Those unwilling are welcome to step forward. You may now exit the organization and depart from the town. Some individuals did rise, yet chose not to leave the settlement. Very well, Inoue Teru, you shall lead the group in constructing the city. Certainly, esteemed leader. Please bestow a name upon the fortress. In the serene month of frost, Kongming spoke without hesitation. Rain knows no boundaries. We shall call this place the City of Water. In the ensuing days, tranquility reigned as townsfolk meandered about, and the village grew increasingly vibrant. However, with the influx of people, the emergence of nefarious individuals was inevitable. Those who had once shunned labor, now faced with empty granaries, devised wicked schemes. They congregated to form a small gang, resorting to robbery and extortion of the innocent populace. Shuangyue Kongming dispatched individuals to caution them, yet not only did they refrain from heeding the warning, they escalated their misdeeds. They not only harassed the populace but also resorted to robbing members of the organization. Is this permissible? Will they seek retribution against us? What is there to fear? They dare not take any action against us. Under the illusion that Shuangyue Kongming would not retaliate, their behavior has become increasingly brazen. In the clear frost of November, Kongming approached them silently. Without uttering a word, he summoned the winds to lift them, carrying them all the way beyond the city limits. Let us down at once, or you shall pay the price, they demanded. This is the first time I've heard such a request. Very well, I shall indulge you. In the frosty month of November, the wind field dissipated, and a group of individuals plummeted from a height of several dozen meters. Spare us. We shall depart immediately and never return. A resounding thud echoed. The actions of Shuangyue Kongming instilled fear in those with ill intentions, causing them to flee. In the ensuing days, for reasons unknown, the number of ninjas joining the organization surged, all welcomed by Shuangyue Kongming. Now that everyone is a member of the organization, if we eliminate the leader, the organization will fall into our hands. Indeed. Securing such an easy victory could lead to a promising promotion upon our return. A group of ninjas